President Su actually. I have been craving you for a long time. We are all adults. Even if, after touching me, you are unwilling to give me any status, I would still be willing. Her tingling voice seemed capable of ensnaring souls of fragrance mixed with alcohol wafting over. On the hotel bed, the thoroughly drunk Su Xian felt an itch run through his entire body, goosebumps rising all over. He forced open his hazy eyes and was almost blinded by the glaring ceiling light. Instinctively wanting to reach out and push away the person straddling him, Su Xian discovered he could not muster any strength at all. President Su, if you don't refuse me, that means you agree, right? The unbroken reek of alcohol washed over Su Xian's face once more. He forced his eyes wide open, staring at the excessively beautiful face before him, and a trace of grief and indignation rose in his heart. She was a recently popular young starlet. Because of that evening's charity banquet, Su Xian, who had finally inherited 100 billion fortune after years of struggle, had met her at the event. The moment she saw him, she approached enthusiastically to greet him, and the people around them kept urging him to drink. Even though Su Xian was young and vigorous, he was ultimately drunk under their coaxing. Now, hearing the nonsense spilling from her lips, even with his splitting headache, Su Xian could not help but complain inwardly. I am embarrassed even to say it. Is that really me you are craving? What you crave is the fortune I worked so hard to inherit. Am I really going to fall here tonight? Su Xian could already imagine the headline he would see the next morning. Shocking. Heir to 100 billion corporation does such and such to a popular starlet at a banquet. As her body pressed down ever more tightly, Su Xian's consciousness sank, and he fell into a deep sleep. Su Xian wanted to open his eyes, but could not manage it. As his consciousness gradually returned and memories surged back, his heart grew increasingly bitter. I really fell for it. How am I, a pure-hearted youth, supposed to face anyone from now on? Something felt very soft. Damn it, could this be? Wait. This seemed to be my body. Su Xian instinctively tried to get up, only to discover he could not rise at all. The sensation was bizarre, as though he had turned into a lump of sticky mucus rolling along the ground. What the hell? Refusing to accept it, Su Xian tried again to open his eyes. Soon he realized he could see his surroundings, and what lay before him plunged him into utter shock. The sky was an endless black, and the uneven ground stretched out in dark red. From the corner of what passed for Su Xian's vision, he caught sight of his own body, only to find that his human form had vanished, replaced by a transparent gelatinous mass. Damn, what is this place? What in the world have I turned into? Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the world-annihilating calamity evolution system. This system shall safeguard the host, devouring all things and destroying all creation, ultimately becoming an existence capable of annihilating worlds. Su Xian. Hold on, what kind of damn system are you? Don't come looking for me. Send me back. I finally drew a good lot in life this time. Who wants to play world-ending games with you? Host, rest assured. This system merely grants you the power to destroy worlds and become an invincible existence. As for whether you actually destroy the world, that is entirely up to you. Please, host, fully savor the power of devouring and destruction. Just as Su Xian was about to refuse again, the system spoke once more. Host, lend this system your ear. Once you become invincible, you will likewise possess invincible wealth. Moreover, as you are currently a slime, once you transform into a human, what you look like, which parts you enhance, will all be at your discretion. Hiss. That does sound somewhat reasonable. But system, I still want to go back right now and be my 100 billion. Detected the host currently has no desire to become stronger. System self-destruction program initiated. In 5 seconds you and the system shall together turn to dust. Countdown commencing 5. Wait a second. Brother system, I suddenly feel I really want to become that so-called world-annihilating calamity. Self-destruction program terminated. Su Xian was stunned. This system was truly ruthless. He wanted to reach up and wipe away non-existent sweat, only to realize he had no hands at all. Helpless, he asked, Brother system, then how can I become a world-annihilating calamity? Air. The host is currently in an alien world. As long as you are contracted, this system's abilities will activate, assisting you in becoming the most powerful world-level calamity. An alien world. No wonder. But there is no one here. So I can only wait slowly, huh? In principle, yes. However, there is a slight complication. Host, as a low-level slime, you are unable to resist the pollution of this alien world and are expected to die in approximately 3 minutes. What? Su Xian was dumbfounded. Does that not mean I am doomed? The host need not be overly anxious. If you can be summoned by a life form on a suitable planet, your body will be able to recover, the system consoled him. According to this system's calculations, if the host survives 10,000 years without alien pollution, the probability of being summoned by a life form from another plane is 1 in billions. The corner of Su Xian's non-existent mouth twitched violently. Survive 10,000 years with a 1 in billions chance of being summoned. Was that even something a human could accept? and that meant even if he was summoned, if the plane was unsuitable for survival, he would still end up dead. Am I really going to die like this? Su Xian sank into despair. What is this? Su Xian stared blankly at the numbers that had suddenly appeared, utterly bewildered. What the hell? System, don't show me my death countdown. Realizing the meaning of the numbers, Su Xian felt like he was going crazy. No, the entire slime felt like it was going insane. Sigh, reflecting on my life, it has been like walking on thin ice. Until university, my monthly living expenses barely exceeded 100,000. After graduation, it took me 2 or 3 arduous years, overcoming countless challenges, to become a CEO worth billions. Truly, heaven is envious of exceptional talent. Wait a moment, system, the numbers are changing incorrectly. And if I die, won't you also be destroyed? Su Xian's voice trembled. With only a few seconds left, you are accelerating it for me. Rest assured, host, after this system is destroyed, it can resurrect you. Su Xian. The moment he saw the number change to 3, Su Xian suddenly calmed down, and the entire slime became serene, closing its non-existent eyes. Forget it, it's all fate. It's a pity, had I known I would have drunk less back then. After passing out, I felt nothing but a loss. Boom. In an instant, a mysterious magic array formed beneath Su Xian, white light, enveloping the body of the slime. Just before the number changed to 0, Su Xian disappeared. Songhai Province. Xianyang City. Longxi District. Songxian High School. Xinqing stood on the contract platform, her face pale, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. Today is her comingafage day. In this world of universal contracts, she can summon a contract spirit belonging to her. This should be a joyful occasion, but Xinqing's heart is filled with endless fear, because she knows that this world is about to be destroyed. At the age of 6, Xinqing discovered that she possessed a unique ability. She could see the attributes of everything around her. From a simple piece of bread to an SS-level contract spirit appearing on television, nothing escaped her gaze. Moreover, she also found that she could foresee future events in her dreams. Many of these events could be altered, but they were mostly trivial matters. For example, when a sworn enemy tried to frame her by stealing someone else's belongings or similar minor incidents. As for major events, even with immense effort, the chances of changing them were nearly non-existent. For instance, an earthquake. Even if she foresaw many people perishing in the disaster, her attempts to alter the outcome, no matter how desperate, resulted in little change. This left her in despair and made her aware of the limitations of her prophetic dreams. It also made her acutely aware of her own fragility. A week ago, she dreamt of the world's destruction. Countless terrifying beings descended upon Blue Star, obliterating everything with no one able to resist. Their attributes were as formidable as divine concepts, pushing one to the brink of despair. Stealing memories, distorting perceptions, depriving skills, substituting the real with the fake, reversing time. Even the mightiest human experts and their incredible contract spirits capable of moving mountains and filling seas could only hold on for a short while. Though these experts possessed immense strength, they were still unable to withstand that kind of horrific power that twisted the rules. Everything was destined to return to the void. What frightened her even more was that starting 3 days ago, she had stopped dreaming. The summoning array glowed brightly. Around her, the students of Songxian High School looked at Xinqing, whose face was pale, and began to discuss curiously. Hey, what do you think is wrong with Xuan, our schoolflower? I've noticed her condition hasn't been good since early this morning, but isn't today supposed to be the day she summons her contract spirit? Who says otherwise? On our comingafage ceremony, being able to summon one's own contract spirit should make everyone excited to the point of sleeplessness. Why does it feel like Xuan doesn't care at all? Everyone was puzzled, as summoning a contract spirit was an event that would excite anyone. At that moment, a discordant, mocking voice rang out. What else could it be? She must have realized that with her pathetic aptitude, she won't summon a good contract spirit and will only end up going to some random university, living the life of an ordinary person. But then again, her father is the commander of the dragon-slaying army in the Songhai province. If she fails to summon a strong contract spirit and becomes a waste, wouldn't that humiliate her father's reputation? Everyone was astonished. Who dared to mock Xinqing like that? To even insult her father, the commander of the dragon-slaying army. It was well known that Commander Xuan was one of the top 3 super experts in the Songhai province. Was this person not afraid for their life? Curiously, everyone turned to follow the sound and saw a haughty girl walking toward the summoning platform. Upon seeing her, some recognized her. Zhu Shui. This girl had quite the background, being the daughter of the director of the finance department in the Songhai province. It was said that there was significant conflict between her father and the commander of the dragon-slaying army. Realizing she was the one speaking, everyone was not surprised. However, wasn't this girl from Songxian High School? How deep was the grudge between them that she had to come here specifically to mock Xinqing? Zhu Shui ignored everyone else and looked at the pale-faced Xinqing on the summoning platform, her mocking expression deepening. Tsk tisk, look at you. Xinqing, how come you haven't even summoned your contract spirit yet, and you already look like a corpse? Looks like I was right. Don't you think you're so clever? You thought you could foresee everything, believed you could anticipate every turn, thought you were omnipotent. This time did you foresee that you'd summon a useless contract spirit, leading to your despair? A series of mocking words spilled from Zhu Shue's lips. Due to the conflict between their fathers, Zhu Xue had often targeted Xinqing since childhood to win her father's favor. This was also related to her siblings at home. Unlike Xinqing, she was not an only child. However, from a young age, Zhu Xue realized that no matter how she plotted against Xinqing, she always ended up suffering the consequences. All the carefully crafted lies were easily dismantled, and traps she devised were casually exposed. After each incident, instead of making her more restrained, her mentality became increasingly twisted. She was unwilling to accept it. Why should this wretched girl enjoy all the love and favor from their family without lifting a finger? Also, what did Xinqing eat to grow up to be so outrageous in certain aspects? Zhu Xue vowed to bring this high and mighty white lotus to disgrace. A twisted delight appeared on Zhu Xue's face. Damn, Xinqing, I don't believe your luck can hold out forever. If you can't summon a good contract spirit and have low potential and fail the contract master assessment a week later, then you'll never enter the contract master academy and will be a waste for life. On the summoning platform, Xinqing couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Zhu Xue's words. Just a petty, narrow-minded, twisted piece of trash. Besides, if the world truly faced destruction, everyone would die. Who would have the leisure to care about this fool? Boom. The white light dissipated, revealing a soft, spherical creature about 5 or 6 meters tall on the summoning platform. As the crowd got a clear view of the contract spirit, the scene fell into silence. A slime. This type of contract spirit could be considered one of the lowest tier existences. If the lowest rating for contract spirits was an F, its rating would likely be even lower. Some people's expressions became strange. Generally, adult individuals summoning contract spirits wouldn't attract a crowd unless they summoned a powerful one. The reason so many people gathered around Xinqing was partly due to her outstanding appearance and impressive family background. But there was also her absurdly accurate divination skills. The so-called divination was merely a facade for her prophetic dreams, but others were unaware and believed she genuinely had skills. Though her prophecies usually concerned trivial matters, they were indeed very accurate. At this moment, everyone connected Xinqing's unusual behavior today with this slime, and they felt they had unraveled the truth. Ha ha ha. Xinqing, you really are a waste. You've summoned a recognized trash spirit like a slime. No wonder your face looks as pale as a corpse. Seeing Xinqing summon a universally acknowledged useless contract spirit, Zhu Xue laughed maniacally. Many others frowned upon witnessing this. Although they wanted to speak up for Xinqing, Zhu Xue's background loomed large. Plus, this person was clearly not in a stable mental state. If she held a grudge, things might not end well. No one noticed that on the summoning platform, the previously dreadful-looking Xinqing revealed an expression of utter shock upon seeing the slime she had summoned. How could this be? I actually can't see your attributes. The frantic mockery and the incredulous murmur echoed simultaneously in Su Xian's mind. In confusion, Su Xian, who had already accepted the fate of death, gradually began to see her surroundings more clearly. Am I still alive? Congratulations, host, for being summoned to a suitable planet for survival and successfully surviving. This system must also admire you. You are indeed the luckiest being ever bound by this system. Su Xian instinctively asked in her heart, System, how many hosts have you bound? Currently just you. Su Xian cursed under his breath as a ripple stirred deep within his soul. A contract. Only then did he notice the pale-faced woman standing before him. She did not look well, yet her features were arrestingly beautiful. Even the popular young star who had once blurted a clumsy confession in his past life paled in comparison. Her figure was equally breathtaking. Was it this otherworldly girl who summoned me? Realizing the truth, Su Xian was overcome with gratitude and a giddy thrill at having been saved from death. He had resigned himself to fate, yet fortune smiled. He had been summoned before his life truly ended. Contract. Su Xian answered the contract request. A low hum vibrated through the air as a pale blue aura blossomed between them, forming an ephemeral chain of fate that bound the girl and the slime together. Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the system's functions. Name Su Xian, contracting master Xinqing, soul age 26, race slime. Rank bronze 1 star, potential F, strength 10, speed 9, and defense 11, a skills charge, LV1 size change, LV1, special skills Devour, LV1, plunder, LV1, destruct, LV1, slime warrior evolution condition, strength, speed, and defense must each exceed 100, at which point all current skills ascend beyond level 2. Line after line of data manifested before Su Xian's eyes. Su Xian was stunned. No, my stats look so low. My potential. Only F. Slime warrior. Is this my evolution path? The names sound strange. SSS. These 3 special skills look incredible. System, you gave these to me, right? System, aside from the special skills, what level do these stats put me at in this world? System, many contract spirits in this world are worthless, and they will deem you worthless as well. Xuan scowled. System, rest assured, host. With this system guarding you, you shall one day become a cataclysmic force invincible in the world. Heh. Ignoring the system, Xuan eagerly looked at his contracting master Xinqing, but her expression had turned odd. Xinqing could not perceive Xuan's attributes with her eyes, yet like all contracting masters, upon completing a contract, she had access to a shared panel. Contract Spirit Slime, Potential FO, Rank Bronze 1 star, Strength 10, Speed 9, Defense 11, Skills Charge, LV1, Size Change, LV1, Evolutionary Direction Unknown. Evidently, even the contracting panel could not reveal Xuan's special skills. What is this? Xinqing felt her mind go blank. To describe her contract spirit's attributes and skills in one phrase, utterly rubbish, nothing remarkable. Precisely because of that, those attributes should not have been hidden from her. And what is this evolution direction about? I've never heard of contract spirits evolving. In 18 years, Xinqing had neither seen nor known of any contract spirit capable of evolution. At best, a contract spirit might raise its potential as its rank increased. After a pause, Xinqing suppressed her doubts and issued an order to Xuan. Use the size change skill, shrink to the smallest possible size. Huh. Xuan realized he could understand her intent. A surge of joy swelled in him, and he tried to communicate. Hello, Xinqing. Little sister, we'll be comrades in arms from now on. His thought reached out, but Xinqing paused. What she heard was only gibberish, jigu jigu. What nonsense is that? Xinqing looked bewildered. Hearing that, Xuan's excitement was doused like cold water. No way. She can't understand me. Then how will we communicate? System host, so long as you evolve and grow stronger one day, you will be able to speak like a human. Xuan fell silent. Realizing she could not understand him, he reluctantly obeyed her command for now. The size change skill activated. Moments later, Xuan's body contracted until he was roughly the size of a basketball. Meanwhile, the events on the contract platform stirred chatter among the onlookers. Many pitted Xinqing, while Zhu Shui's laughter grew louder. Ha ha ha, Xinqing, you're trash. You contract something as garbage as a slime. You're destined never to enter the contracting academy. Zhu Shui's arrogance deepened the crowd's displeasure, yet none dared to confront her manic display. And to be frank, slimes were universally regarded as worthless contract spirits. Even with vast investment, their growth was severely limited. Xinqing cradled Xuan and shot Zhu Shui a cold glance, intending to leave. But Zhu Shui refused to let her go. She barred her path and summoned her contract spirit. A roar echoed as a formidable tiger appeared, a 3-meter spike protruding from its forehead. The tiger's visage was ferocious, fangs gleaming and limbs muscular. It glared viciously at Xinqing. The crowd's expressions shifted, and they retreated, the atmosphere instantly taut. Xinqing furrowed her elegant brow and asked coldly, Zhu Shui, what do you intend? Don't you know contracting masters aren't supposed to fight privately? Fight? Haha, Xinqing, how can you even say that? Look at the trash slime you contracted. Are you worthy to have it face my spirit? Weren't you arrogant before claiming you'd surpass me in everything? Why so meek today? Not even a word for— What nonsense! Who has the patience to argue with you while the world teeters on ruin? Xinqing cursed inwardly. A faint blue light flashed in her eyes as she quickly read Zhu Shui's spirit attributes. Race One-Horned Tiger, Potential AI, Rank Bronze 1 star, Strength 31, Speed 33, Defense 29, Skills by LV1, Rend LV1 Evaluation, a contract spirit of decent potential capable of growing to platinum rank. If fed abundant Lingxian grass, in its juvenile period its growth ceiling will be raised. Only the contracting master can view a spirit's attribute panel. Others must inquire of the master or use specialized instruments. Xinqing needed none of that. One glance sufficed to see everything. Moreover, upon discerning, she could receive an accompanying evaluation. Even her father's contract spirit, she could perceive its advantages and flaws at a glance. Strangely, the spirit she had just summoned, plain, even somewhat trashy, remained opaque. She could not see its attributes and had to rely on the attribute panel. Furthermore, the question of its evolution direction left her utterly baffled. Xinqing, the slime you summoned has at best F potential. If you fail the exam a week from now, even if your father is the commander of the Zhanlong army, he cannot bend the rules to get you into the contracting academy. Zhu Shui looked smug. Under normal circumstances, with Xinqing's father's status, she might have been placed in the academy despite her spirit's shortcomings. But Zhu Shui's father, the director of finance, was a bitter rival of Xinqing's father. If Xinqing's aptitude truly failed, then even if her father wished to intervene, Zhu Shui's father would not consent. However magnanimous. I can give you a chance. Xinqing, if you kneel and beg me now, I might tell my father not to interfere in your affairs. Zhu Shui said that, but harbored a different thought. You deceitful wretch. I will never allow you any chance of entering the contracting academy. Why is that Zhu so foolish all the time? Her chest is as flat as an airport runway, and her brain isn't functioning well either. Xinqing cursed Zhu Shui inwardly, her expression growing colder. Since childhood, Zhu Shui had acted like a lunatic, constantly causing trouble around her, and had even framed Xinqing multiple times. If it weren't for her precognitive dreams, Xinqing would have fallen into her traps on many occasions. This situation did not fade away with time. On the contrary, it seemed that Zhu Shui's insanity had only worked. Meanwhile, Su Xian, who felt soft on top of his head, seemed to sense Xinqing's emotions. Faced with such insults directed at his savior, especially from that underdeveloped madwoman who dared to insult him, as well, Su Xian was immediately enraged. I haven't even spoken yet about being the harbinger of doom, and you dare to act tough in front of me. You even want my benefactor to kneel. Just wait and see what I do to you. System, what are the functions of those 3 special skills? Host, the 3 special skills granted by this system are currently all level 1 and have limited effects. Their activation methods differ. The devouring ability requires the host to engulf the target into their body to activate, allowing for maximum energy absorption from the target with a chance to acquire the target's skills. The plundering ability allows for energy theft from a target within a certain distance. The destruction skill has a wide range, enabling the destruction of a target without direct contact. Su Xian was astonished. These 3 abilities are indeed overwhelmingly powerful. System, are there any limitations to these abilities? Like side effects or something? Host, the number of times skills can be used is determined by your level, mental power attribute values, and other factors. For example, your current level is Bronze 1 star, with very low attribute values limiting the number of times you can release skills. The power of the skills released is also related to the skill level. For instance, with the devouring skill at level 1, when you devour a target, you can convert 10% of their energy, with a 10% chance of acquiring the target's skills. At level 10, the conversion amount might reach 80%. Other skills are similar, and as long as the skill level is sufficiently high, it can transcend the level or value differences of the target. I understand. Su Xian focused his mind and immediately activated the plundering skill against the unicorn tiger. Gur. The fierce-looking unicorn tiger suddenly had a grim expression, letting out a low whimper, and appeared to be in poor condition. Its values began to decrease. In contrast, Su Xian's values experienced a slight increase. Xinqing, who could see through everything except for Su Xian, quickly noticed the unicorn tiger's abnormal state. Her pupils slightly contracted, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. In her view, the 3 attributes of the unicorn tiger were rapidly declining, soon dropping to single digits. Hey Xinqing, did you hear what this lady said? As long as you kneel, this lady can let you off and allow you to enroll in a school. Zhu Shui, seeing Xinqing dazed and not responding to her, felt even angrier. Seeing the slime in Xinqing's arms, she scoffed. Just look at that trash slime you've summoned. Its potential is only grade at best. My unicorn tiger, however, has a great talent. As long as I participate in the assessment, I will definitely be accepted into the Contract Master Academy. Zhu Shui's voice was filled with pride. However, an ordinary Contract Master Academy cannot satisfy me. If I go, I must go to the best academy. As long as I score above 400 in the assessment a week later, I can choose any top Contract Master Academy I want. If I score over 500, I will have a great chance at one of the top 10 Contract Master Academies. As for you, with a worthless slime, if your assessment score is poor, don't even think about entering the worst Contract Master Academy. Xinqing's gaze became increasingly peculiar. Wait, your unicorn tiger's attributes are dropping. Are you stupid? Can't you see it? You keep repeating yourself. Your intelligence is as flat as your chest. Xinqing, do you dare tell us how much your slime's attributes are? I doubt it's even in double digits. Xinqing originally didn't care, but after a subconscious glance at her slime's panel, she froze in shock. Strength, 15, speed, 13, defense, 17. Xinqing felt her heart racing. She remembered that the numbers for her contracted slime were not these 3 just now. Why did they suddenly increase? Xinqing stared at Su Xian, who remained motionless like a docile rabbit. System, I only used the plundering skill. How did the values increase so rapidly? I won't be discussed. Rest assured, host, the attribute values of contracted spirits can only be seen by the corresponding contract master unless specifically tested. The reason your values have increased rapidly is merely because the value gap between you and the plundered object is significant. The host need not worry, after all, which contract master would dislike their contracted spirit's values increasing rapidly. That may be true, but Su Xian felt that Xinqing's gaze towards him was quite strange, and after using the plundering skill just once, he felt a bit dizzy, sensing he could only use it one more time at most. Not long after, Xinqing, who had suppressed her overwhelming shock, accepted this fact. She was almost certain that the decrease in the unicorn tiger's values was related to her slime. But how her slime achieved this, not only could she not see it on the panel, but even her eyes, which could see through everything, could not detect a thing. Listening to Zhu Xue boast about how strong her unicorn tiger was while belittling her slime, Xinqing couldn't help but speak up. Then your unicorn tiger must have very strong values, right? Of course. Zhu Xue's voice suddenly grew a few degrees louder, her eyes filled with confidence. She thought for a moment, opened her panel, and confidently said, "My unicorn tiger has a strength of 8 points, probably the sum of all 3 attributes of your slime, and its speed attribute is even higher, reaching a full." She abruptly stopped mid-sentence, staring blankly at the panel, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints, as if she had been struck by lightning. The surrounding students wore strange expressions. 8 points of strength. What kind of trash attribute is this? Even in 5th grade, contracted spirit is hard to come by. After boasting for so long, is this what you've got? Also, upon closer inspection, why did this unicorn tiger suddenly look weak, as if it were about to collapse? At first, everyone thought it was a slip of the tongue from Zhu Xue, but looking at her now, it seemed completely different. Impossible, this can't be. After realizing the situation, Zhu Xue roared internally. At the same time, noticing the unicorn tiger's weak appearance, she panicked and immediately went to check. However, aside from looking weak, Zhu Xue found no visible injuries on the unicorn tiger, nor any sign. Zhu Xue clenched her fists, instinctively looked up at Xinqing, her eyes bloodshot, wanting to question whether this was the work of Xinqing, but rationality told her that it was impossible. Moreover, if she said anything, the attribute values of her contracted spirit would be exposed. Xinqing could tell from Zhu Xue's expression that she was aware of the properties of the unicorn tiger. The heavy-headed Su Xian scoffed disdainfully. "Are you talking about yourself? Besides, the hardest part of you is probably your mouth. Your own contract spirit is in such a state, yet you still pretend to be tough here. Xinqing, with your 5th grade garbage contract spirit combined values don't even match my unicorn tiger's power attribute, do they, eh?" Xinqing looked at her oddly and said, "How about we find a place for our contract spirits to battle?" This suggestion immediately stirred a commotion among the onlooking students. Although some were shocked by Zhu Xue's performance and the ridiculously low power value of the unicorn tiger, many others thought Zhu Xue had misspoken or was just acting. They were all quite curious about whether Xinqing had fallen for Zhu Xue's trick or what was really going on. It's worth noting that the human tendency to gossip meant that this exciting scene attracted more and more onlookers, and even a few teachers could be seen rushing over. However, the teachers were not there to escalate matters. After all, both Xinqing and Zhu Xue had significant backgrounds, and if a situation were to escalate at school, the consequences could be severe. "You want to fight me?" Zhu Xue's expression turned sour. "Don't play word games. I mean my contract spirit versus your contract spirit's battle." Xinqing sneered coldly. "Besides, if it were really you fighting me, all you'd be doing is going home with a bruised face to complain." Last time they fought was when they were very young, and she still remembered Zhu Xue crying as she went home, her face all bruised. "You..." Zhu Xue's face flushed with anger. But she quickly suppressed her rage, grinding her teeth as she said, "I have things to do today, so I won't waste time with a loser like you." Zhu Xue said fiercely, "Anyway, with you bound to a slime, you'll never make it into the Contract Master Academy. Just wait for the assessment in a week. It'll show you what a powerful contract spirit is. The gap between us will only grow larger. Soon, even the lackeys around me will be things you can only look." Having said that, Zhu Xue turned to leave. She was still quite anxious about the decline in her unicorn tiger's attributes, and wanted to find out the reason as soon as possible. Under normal circumstances, Xinqing wouldn't let her off so easily. But with the apocalypse looming, Xinqing had no mood to waste time with this idiot. Moreover, she wanted to return home early to study her contracted slime and see why its attributes had suddenly increased. Could it really be stealing the attributes of other contract spirits? At that moment, Zhu Xue, who was in a hurry to leave, stumbled and fell to the ground. Perhaps she had hit her nose, as Xinqing saw a pool of blood seeping from Zhu Xue's face. Ugh! Zhu Xue, struggling to get up, felt stars in her eyes, her head spinning, and her body lacking strength. Thinking of Xinqing watching from behind, she felt a mix of shame and anger, recalled her droopy unicorn tiger, and forced herself to leave. She failed to notice the look of shock in Xinqing's eyes. Zhu Xue, human race, physiological status, extremely abnormal, spiritually weak, all indicators severely declined, summoned contract spirit, 3 days ago, physique enhanced, currently experiencing unknown power erosion, physical condition deteriorating. Xinqing was not shocked by the information she saw now, but by the changes compared to before. Earlier, Zhu Xue's physiological status was normal, and there was no sign of being eroded by an unknown power. What exactly is going on? Xinqing was puzzled and suddenly recalled the unicorn tiger's abnormalities earlier, quickly opening Su Xian's panel. Upon seeing Su Xian's values, she revealed a look of shock. Strength 18, speed 15, defense 21, it's increased again. At this moment Xinqing was 100% certain that her contracted slime had the ability to steal attributes from other creatures. A chill ran through Xinqing's body. This ability was terrifying. It could steal the powers of other beings without her even noticing. Moreover, even on the panel she didn't see any skills related to this in the slime. If she hadn't been able to see the attributes through the attribute panel, she might still be in the dark. Gigi. Su Xian's voice interrupted Xinqing's thoughts. She looked at Su Xian with a complex gaze. Its adorable appearance seemed harmless. However, although she couldn't understand Su Xian's words, she felt that it meant her no harm. Moreover, it seemed that it had acted to teach Zhu Shui a lesson on her behalf. As this thought crossed her mind, warmth rose in Xinqing's heart. Apart from her family, it was the first time someone, oh not just someone but a slime, cared about her this much. She gently held Su Xian to her chest and whispered, "Thank you." Su Xian, he felt quite happy inside, but also felt like he could hardly breathe. Wait. Xinqing seemed to think of something and placed Su Xian in front of her, disregarding its dizzy expression, and murmured, "If it's you perhaps. You really could deal with those monsters." The terrifying monsters that suddenly appeared in her dreams could overwhelm even the strongest of Blue Star in a short time. The monsters' attributes were so formidable that it was despairing, yet even so Xinqing was still able to glean their attributes through her dreams. But Su Xian was different. Her all-seeing eye failed in front of him, and what he had just displayed was an ability she had never seen before. Just think about those monsters from another perspective. If Su Xian could steal their power, that would be an excellent way to break the deadlock. If you can grow stronger than the Songhai province, or the Hanyue Empire, or even the entire Blue Planet. Xinqing's heart surged with excitement as her chest heaved, and her eyes turned misty, clearly on the verge of tears. This world might just be saved. Su Xian was even more dazed. "Little slime, if I help you become strong, can you help me save this world?" Xinqing spoke softly. "Gigi, big sister, can you put me down first?" Soon Xinqing withdrew Su Xian back into the contract space, asked the teacher for leave, and returned home. In a week, there would be the contract master assessment. Before that, she needed to help Su Xian grow stronger as much as possible, so that with its great potential it could enter a better contract master academy. Xinqing lived in a rather luxurious villa. Her father was the commander of the dragon-slaying army in Songhai province, which was not too surprising. There were probably many such houses in her family. The place where she currently lived alone was also bought near Xuan High School specifically because of her schooling. In the villa, apart from Xinqing, there was only an intelligent butler. Her father Xintian, due to his busy work schedule, rarely had time to accompany her. Originally, when she was younger, her father's assistant would take time to care for her, but as Xinqing grew older, the number of people who could stay by her side dwindled. "Welcome home, young master." A familiar voice rang out as Xinqing turned her head to see a humanoid robot approaching her. Though it appeared to walk, its movements relied on 4 wheels. The intelligent screen displayed a large smiling face. Xinqing smiled and said, "Cool uncle, today I want to eat something delicious." "Oh, it seems the young master is very happy today. Cool uncle is also happy for you." The robot butler glided back and forth on the ground, seemingly expressing excitement. With the advancement of technology, some robots express emotions almost indistinguishably from humans. Cool uncle's behavior was also due to the fact that Xinqing had been uninterested in food lately. Xinqing's smile grew warmer. It was because of Cool uncle's companionship that she felt less lonely. "By the way, Cool uncle, today is the day I summoned my contract spirit. I have summoned my own contract spirit." "Haha, then congratulations, young master. Do you need me to inform the master? If he knows this news, he will surely—" Xinqing shook her head, saying, "Not for now. By the way, Cool uncle, can you help me check the commonly used potions on the market?" "Oh, young master, didn't you say before that even if you have a contract spirit, you don't need any potions?" The intelligent screen displayed a puzzled expression. Looking at Cool uncle's cute appearance, Xinqing smiled and said, "I feel that the contract spirit I summoned has great potential, so I want to give it a try." Previously, when the world was on the brink of destruction, Xinqing naturally had no mood to cultivate any contract spirits. But now that she saw hope, she was determined to do her utmost to nurture her slime. "Alright, can you tell me what type of contract spirit you have summoned?" "A slime." "Haha, young master is truly promising, actually summoning." Several question marks suddenly popped up on Cool uncle's intelligent screen, and its alloy body twitched momentarily. Then it tentatively asked, "Young master, I might not have heard clearly just now." "Cool uncle, it's a slime you heard." Xinqing wasn't bothered by Cool uncle's reaction. After all, slimes were universally recognized as subpar contract spirits. Given Cool uncle's vast database, it would quickly analyze that a slime had no potential. However, only Xinqing knew that this slime she contracted was quite different. "Cool uncle, I need potions of various attributes. Buy some for me, whether they are mild or powerful, whatever is available on the market." I also need some cores from other dimensional beings. Am not too familiar with this. Do you have any recommendation? For slimes, if the master insists on cultivation, I suggest using the elemental spirit race with the core of the high tier 5 elements spirit, the heart of the 5 elements. Young master, actually, according to my database, if you are not satisfied with your contract spirit, you can buy a contract stone and summon again. Cool uncle, you don't need to persuade me, my slime is very strong. Xinqing shook her head. Well, fine. Cool uncle, feeling helpless, then went online to purchase various resources for Xinqing. As the daughter of a military leader, Xinqing had considerable wealth at her disposal, with over 50 million saved herself. Even though these resources were quite valuable, she could easily purchase them. The potions cost around 5 million, while the price of the heart of the 5 elements varied based on the level of the other dimensional spirit. However, Xinqing was purchasing the bronze level, so the price was around 15 million. After a few instructions, Xinqing returned to her room. With a thought, Su Xian was summoned. Goo goo. Su Xian jumped directly onto the soft bed, the whole slime bouncing up. Glancing around the luxurious bedroom surprised Su Xian, who had a net worth of billions in his past life. Is this room really this big? It seems that Xinqing is quite the super rich girl. Su Xian had seen big houses before in his previous life. He owned hundreds of properties. But just one bedroom, being over 100 square meters, was indeed a bit exaggerated. Little sure, I've already bought various resources to enhance your attributes. I believe with your potential you'll soon become stronger. Xinqing looked at Su Xian, who was bouncing on the bed, with eager anticipation. If others heard her words, they would probably laugh at her for being crazy. After all, so far no one on the Azure planet had ever dominated a region with a slime. The resources to enhance attributes must cost quite a bit, right? Su Xian felt even more touched, not overly concerned about the term little sure. He initially thought that his sudden attribute increase at school would raise suspicions, but now it appeared Xinqing did not seem to notice. By the way, system, is there a big difference between digesting these resources myself and using the Devour skill to digest them? Host, do you still remember the evaluation I gave you? There are many useless contract spirits in this world, but they can still. Stop! Su Xian roared internally, interrupting the system before it could continue. Just tell me what the difference is. Host, your potential is F, which can be said to be the weakest existence on this planet. Even if you consume attribute-enhancing potions relying solely on your conversion ability, you could absorb 1% of the energy. That would already be a blessing from your past life. Ignoring Su Xian's irritation, the system continued, but using the Devour skill would yield entirely different results. Even if the host's Devour skill is only at level 1, the effects of the potions consumed would rival those of an SS-level contract spirit. Then if I just keep devouring potions, won't I become invincible? Haha, host, it seems you have forgotten that the use of skills is related to your mental power. If your level remains at bronze level 1, even if you have a high conversion rate for potions overall, it would be better to rely on consuming many potions yourself. Su Xian curled his lips. Relying on consuming them myself? How many resources would that consume? If that were the case, Xinqing would probably have to send herself for recycling in a few days. Half an hour later, a feast was brought in by Cool Uncle. Cool Uncle glanced at Su Xian, said nothing more, and quietly left, leaving one person and one slime to enjoy a hearty meal in the over 100 square meter room. 2 hours later, the potions Xinqing purchased arrived. In total, there were about 50 different potions. The different potions had varying colors. For instance, the potion for enhancing strength was a bright red resembling blood. The one for increasing speed was a light blue like the ocean. In addition to the potions, there was also a special box. This box could only be opened with a special key, and it came with instructions for opening. Inside was the core material, the heart of the 5 elements, which could only be produced by at least a Lord-level being from the elemental race of other dimensions. The heart of 5 elements was delivered by a designated person, and it was only after Xinqing confirmed it that she accepted the package. The Empire conducts strict inspections on those who purchase the cores of interdimensional beings. This has led to the exorbitant prices of interdimensional being cores in the black market, undoubtedly classifying them as scarce items. Su Xian first swallowed a bottle of strength potion, and as the blood-red liquid entered his stomach, the Devour skill was activated. A minute later, Xinqing was nearly dumbfounded. Strength 29, speed 20, defense 24. How is this even possible? Generally speaking, after consuming a strength potion, a significant boost in strength attributes is expected, especially for a contracted spirit using a strength potion for the first time. But this is an outrageous increase. This almost rivals the absorption capabilities of some lower attribute, grade contracted spirits. Even more absurdly, what does it mean that after drinking the strength potion, the values for speed and defense attributes also increased? Seeing Su Xian's look of insatiable desire, Xinqing took a deep breath, and then she simply laid out all the potions before him, curious to see how many he could swallow. Xinqing, I won't hold back. Knowing Shunqing's intentions, Su Xian licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The next moment he gulped down the remaining potions, causing Shunqing to twitch at the corners of her eyes, her heart racing, as if it would leap out of her chest. It's important to note that these potions not only differ in attributes, but their properties also vary greatly. If mixed together, it could potentially lead to an explosion. Gurgle. Boom. As the potion went down, a humming sound resonated in the air, and the ground shook. Su Xian's gelatinous body rapidly expanded, with the potion undergoing a violent chemical reaction, resulting in a massive burst of white light. Su Xian's body quickly grew to over 10 meters in size. This was not due to Su Xian using a body-altering skill, it was purely the power of the potion inflating his form. Shunqing's face was filled with concern. Don't mess this up. 3 minutes later, the worry faded from Shunqing's face, replaced by overwhelming shock. Her mouth dropped open in disbelief, as if her worldview had been completely reshaped. Contracted spirit slime, potential F-level bronze, 1-star strength, 56 speed, 53 defense, 62 skills, charge LV1, body alteration LV1, evolution direction unknown. Holy cow. Shunqing couldn't help but curse internally. These values. You're telling me this is a slime and class contracted spirit? Even an SS class contracted spirit at bronze 1-star would barely reach these values. Of course, this was considering they had not consumed any potions. Yet even so, this was incredibly outrageous. She had never heard of an SS class contracted spirit being able to consume so many potions at this level, let alone Su Xian's ability to absorb attributes from other beings. Moreover, judging by Su Xian's performance after consuming the potions, it seemed that this was far from his limit. At that moment, Su Xian had returned to his original size, immersed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing attributes, feeling incredibly powerful. So this is the Devour skill? Truly impressive. It can almost absorb all the energy from these potions. I feel like I could punch and obliterate 100 of my former selves right now. Su Xian glanced at his attributes, and unlike Shunqing, he could see the special skills section. Among them, the Devour skill had noticeably improved, now elevated to level 2. It seems I need to use my skills more often to rapidly enhance them. Su Xian pondered. Soon his big, cute eyes turned towards Shunqing, drooling slightly, as his gelatinous body nudged the box that had contained the potions. The implication was clear. He still wanted more. Indeed, he hasn't reached his limit. Shunqing was shocked. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously asked, "Little sure, how many more potions like the ones just now can you absorb? By the way, these potions have different properties. I'm sure you've noticed the distinctions, so you can't just use them randomly." Thinking back to Su Xian's body expanding to the point of almost exploding, she felt a bit of lingering fear. Soon she was astonished to see Su Xian's body starting to change, and within seconds he transformed into a chibi version of a number. 100. You can absorb over 100 more. Wait, can you understand what I'm saying? Su Xian thought sarcastically. Of course I can understand, but it's hard for you to comprehend me. Originally, Su Xian couldn't have made such a transformation. It was the tremendous boost in attributes that grudgingly gave him this ability. While he was contemplating, Su Xian suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, followed by a heavy sensation on his head as his body was squeezed and deformed, making it hard to breathe. "Little sure, you're really amazing." Shunqing tightly hugged Su Xian, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You must remember my contributions to you, and be sure to take responsibility in the future." Su Xian, why does that sound so strange? Don't worry about the potions, Bill keep buying them for you. I have a heart of 5 elements here, give it a try. Shunqing cautiously opened the alloy box, and a few minutes later a wave of heat rushed towards her. Thump thump. Inside the box was a pulsating heart. The heart was wrapped in 5 colors of light, and just feeling it up close made Shunqing's heart race, and her blood nearly freeze. She quickly stepped back a few paces, feeling much better. She looked at Su Xian and said, "Little sure, are you okay? This item comes from the elemental clan of interdimensional beings, dropped by a bronze-level elemental clan lord." Along with that, Shunqing explained the knowledge of interdimensional beings to Su Xian. "Little sure, let me briefly tell you about interdimensional beings. About 1,000 years ago, many areas on this blue planet experienced spatial rifts. Various strange creatures descended upon Blue Star through the rifts. They were inherently fierce and harmed many beings on the planet. As a result, many species were destroyed, and at that time humanity also believed the world was on the brink of destruction. In the face of danger, many powerful individuals stood up, relying on their immense strength and their contracted spirit partners to repel these strange creatures. Moreover, they also ventured into the spatial rifts, locating the habitats of these creatures. That space was completely different from our blue planet, with bizarre environments and many things never seen on the planet. The humans of that time referred to the origin of those creatures as the interdimensional space. Thus, they were called interdimensional beings for differentiation. Many things within can help us break through. Moreover, many powerful individuals after slaying those interdimensional beings obtained items possessing immense energy from them, which later became known as the cores of interdimensional beings. Some contracted spirits died on the spot after consuming the cores, but many directly broke through becoming incredibly powerful. After over 1,000 years of research, we've gradually discovered that different contracted spirits are suited for different interdimensional being cores, and our understanding of the types of interdimensional beings has deepened, revealing the functions of many cores. For instance, this heart of 5 elements is a common type of interdimensional being core. After consumption, it will randomly awaken one of the elements among gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. At the very least, it will awaken one. If lucky, awakening multiple elements is also possible. From what I understand, there was once a powerful individual in history whose contracted spirit consumed a heart of 5 elements and directly awakened 4 elements. However, such occurrences are rare. It seems he is the only case in the world, and it is said that the main reason was the elemental clan's compatibility with his contracted spirit. Xuan pondered thoughtfully. However, his contemplation was not about the heart of the 5 elements, but rather, could he also be a being from another dimension? Moreover, if the contracted spirits on this planet were all summoned, wouldn't they all be beings from another dimension? Host, do not worry, beings from another dimension cannot be summoned, nor can they be contracted, the system explained. Xuan remained puzzled, or rather curious. By the way, system, why do you refer to the place I was in before as another world while this world has no such designation? Logically speaking, shouldn't the system refer to them all as other worlds? Host, the place you were in before is indeed called another world. Xuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Fine. He decided not to dwell on that, and turned his attention to the heart of the 5 elements that was constantly pulsating within the alloy box, his big, cute eyes filled with a hint of fervor. He sensed that the energy contained within might exceed that of more than 50 bottles of potions. Swallowing this would not only enhance his own attributes, but might also allow him to comprehend elemental powers. What Xuan wanted most right now was to evolve quickly, and then regain a human male body. Under Xinqing's astonished gaze, Xuan swallowed both the core and the box in one bite. Thump thump. In an instant, the heart of the 5 elements began to pulse violently, and an overwhelming power erupted within Xuan's body. Devour. The skill activated, and the powerful devouring force immediately set in to absorb the impending explosive power. Xuan's body swelled like a balloon, nearly bursting through the ceiling. Seeing this scene, Xinqing fell completely silent. She had actually wanted to say that the heart of the 5 elements could be consumed bite by bite. 5 minutes later, Xuan let out a satisfied burp, looking immensely content. Xinqing checked Xuan's attributes, and in the next second, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow!" Her eyes widening like copper bells, her heart churning with waves of astonishment. First, regarding his attributes, all 3 of Xuan's attributes had already surpassed 75. His defense was even more terrifying, exceeding 80. However, that was not the most outrageous part. The more outrageous aspect was his skills. Skill charge LV1, a body transformation LV1, power of the 5 elements LV1. Upon seeing the last skill, Xinqing felt as though her 18 years had been wasted. The power of the 5 elements. This meant that Xuan had actually gained the power of 5 elements after swallowing the heart of the 5 elements. Under normal circumstances, the name of this skill should be something like Fire Elemental Power LV1 or other elemental powers at level 1. For those who awaken multiple elements, it would be something like having both Fire Elemental Power and Wood Elemental Power simultaneously. Only by awakening the power of all 5 elements would the skills merge, ultimately transforming into the skill of power of the 5 elements. In the history of humanity, the most compatible contracted spirit recorded only had 4 types. Little sure. Are you really a slime? Xinqing even began to doubt Xuan's race. Xuan retorted, actually am human. Several minutes passed before Xinqing could barely suppress her shock and excitedly embraced Xuan. Haha, little sure, you are even more powerful than I imagined. What I thought before was right, this world might really. Hearing Xinqing's words, Xuan, who had just activated the Devour skill twice, felt a bit dizzy and was slightly confused. What does it mean that this world might have hope? Could it be that this world is facing destruction? After putting Xuan down, Xinqing called for Uncle Ku again. Uncle Ku, I need more potions. Let's get another 100, oh no, 200 bottles will do. A large question mark appeared on Uncle Ku's intelligent body. He tilted his head and said blankly, little master, there are many potions on the market. You don't need to specifically buy and store them at home. Wait, little master, what about the potions in the potion box? Uncle Ku suddenly noticed that the potion box seemed to be empty, and not only that, but even the potion bottles were all gone. My contracted spirit used them up. But only 50 bottles, that will digest them quickly, Xinqing said casually. An exclamation mark popped up on Uncle Ku's intelligent screen, and his mechanical head started emitting faint smoke. Little master, are you saying that 50 bottles of potions were swallowed by your contracted spirit? Wasn't that less than half an hour ago? Uncle Ku felt that his database had a significant issue. It wasn't Xin slowly shook her head. To be precise, it wasn't even 20 minutes the rest of the time. It was absorbing the heart of the 5 elements, and even the alloy box was swallowed by it. Uncle Ku. No wonder he felt that something was missing in the room earlier. Uncle Ku, why are you smoking? Seeing the white smoke rising from Uncle Ku's head, Xin was startled. No, it's fine. Soon Uncle Ku's self-repair ability activated, and the smoke dissipated. Uncle Ku's mechanical voice sluggishly replied, "Ill first. Order potions for you, little master." Moments later, 200 bottles of potions were ordered. Uncle Ku left with a stunned expression. After closing the door, his voice echoed, "Little master, may I ask curiously, what are the attributes of your contracted spirit?" All above 75, currently still a bronze 1 star. A few seconds later, Xin faintly heard something crash to the ground. Xin's lips curled slightly upward, clearly in a good mood. Soon after, while stroking Su Xian's head, she thought of something. With Little Shi's current attributes, it would be very easy to pass the contractor's assessment a week later. However, for a slime with level potential to exhibit such values is still too outrageous. Especially those from the Zhu family. If they find out, they will definitely try to figure it all out, and who knows, they might even target us in secret. It is even possible that they might harbor murderous intentions to uncover the secrets behind this. Xin contemplated. Her father Xintian had a grudge against the director of the finance department, but at least they had not torn their faces apart yet. However, if one day she or Zhu Shui encountered an unexpected situation, the two families would surely end up in a fierce confrontation. A mysteriously powerful level contracted spirit could very well become the catalyst for such a situation. Right now, the crisis of world destruction was far from resolved. It would be foolish to waste energy dealing with such matters. I currently have 2 choices: either let Little Shi hide his attributes and keep a low profile until he grows up. After pondering for a while, Xin shook her head to dismiss this thought. No, if I want Little Shi to grow quickly, I must demonstrate some potential. Only then can he obtain the resources for cultivation. Although my father is the commander of the dragon-slaying army in the Songhai province is just one of the 108 provinces of the Red Moon Empire, and its strength is not the strongest. In the blue planet, the Red Moon Empire is merely a medium-sized nation. It is not to the extent of allowing other nations to bully it, but it is certainly not powerful. To receive better cultivation, I still need the resource tilt from the Contractor Academy, especially the top 10 academies. Since that is the case, I have only one choice left. I need to find a way to make Little Shi's outrageous attributes appear as reasonable as possible. With a single thought, Xin took out her phone and dialed a video call to her father. Soon a stern-looking middle-aged man answered the call. Upon seeing Xin, a hint of a smile appeared on Xintian's slightly weary face. "Is it Xiaoqing?" he asked. "Is there something you need at this time?" Xin smirked and huffed. "Dad, have you forgotten your daughter's comingafage day?" At his words, Xintian in the video looked startled and revealed a hint of embarrassment. Oh, right, Dad has been so busy that I forgot such an important thing." He continued, "Xiaoqing, is there anything you like? I can buy it for you and send it over." Perhaps sensing the fatigue in her father's voice, Xin felt a pang of sympathy. "Dad, you shouldn't overwork yourself." My girl, don't say that. Rest assured, Dad is just fine. Why don't you tell me what kind of gift you want?" Xin looked at her father's feigned cheerful expression, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Dad, I summoned a contract spirit today. Aren't you curious about what kind of contract spirit I summoned, and whether it's powerful?" Xintian replied, "I am curious, but no matter what kind of contract spirit you summoned, you are still my dear daughter. If you summoned a powerful contract spirit, I would bask in the glory of being your father. If not, it doesn't matter, Dad can still protect you for a lifetime." Hearing her father's bold words, Xin's heart warmed. Then she summoned Su Xian and said, "Father, look, this is the slime I summoned." Xin noticed her father was visibly stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying, "Haha, Xiaoqing, do you think your summoned contract spirit is inadequate? Will I pressure you? Rest assured, even if you have summoned a worthless spirit, you are still Dad's favorite daughter." "Su Xian, are you?" Xin. "No, Father, my slime is somewhat special." Xin hurriedly explained that she didn't mention Su Xian seemingly devouring the attributes of other beings, but instead told Xintian that just now Su Xian had directly consumed 50 bottles of potions and a heart of 5 elements along with its current attributes. After speaking, she saw her father's pupils shake. The air seemed to freeze in place. After a long while, Xintian's trembling voice came through with difficulty. "My dear daughter, I don't quite understand what you mean." He said, "What do you mean by absorbing 50 bottles of potions and a heart of 5 elements in just half an hour?" "And you absorb the potions at the same time." He continued, "Also, what are the attributes of this slime?" Tian's voice was noticeably louder. Qing grinned mischievously, saying, "The values after absorbing the potions are all above 70. Especially the defense value, which has already exceeded 80. Currently my little slime is only at bronze 1 star. Noticing Tian's shock, Su Xian cradled in Qing's arms confidently straightened up. "It's just a small matter. Look at how scared this uncle is. And no, my dear daughter, do you think your slime's performance and its attributes are normal? I remember today is not April Fool's Day." Qing replied, "Dad, I'm not joking with you." Qing's smile faded, her tone becoming much more serious. "Now you know my little slime's situation cannot be easily exposed to the outside world, otherwise it would definitely provoke many unnecessary conflicts." Tian nodded stiffly. "Indeed, I've never seen such an abstract slime in my life." Su Xian's lips twitched. "So Dad, to make my little slime seem less ridiculous, could you give me the treasured wisdom brain?" Qing revealed her ultimate goal. This wisdom brain was naturally a core of an otherworldly being, a family heirloom of theirs. It was said to have been obtained by her grandfather through fortuitous circumstances. The most basic function of the wisdom brain is to greatly enhance the potential of contract spirits and enable them to comprehend powerful mental skills. In this world, contract spirit skills are not specifically categorized, but if simply classified, Su Xian's charge skill and shapeshifting abilities are undoubtedly the weakest. Of course, if you consider devouring, plundering, and destruction as skills, they are undoubtedly the top tier. Just now, Su Xian devoured the elemental skills of the Heart of 5 Elements, which can be considered impressive. However, if Su Xian can devour the wisdom brain, the skills it could comprehend would certainly be far superior to the elemental skills. If we were to classify levels, the elemental skills granted by the Heart of 5 Elements would be a rank, while the skills granted by the wisdom brain would at least be S rank. "You want the wisdom brain?" Tian replied, "That's not impossible, but your slime's level is too low. Devouring it before reaching silver would be a waste." Tian gradually recovered from his shock and appeared contemplative. "If you want to justify its outrageous attributes, I actually thought of a place. Tomorrow happens to be the weekend. I will send someone to take you to a place for training, and afterward you can participate in the contract master assessment." Qing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Dad, what place is it?" Tian smiled, "The ice-cold inferno." The next day, knock knock knock. The door of Qing's villa was knocked on. Upon opening the door, Qing saw a burly man clad in armor and exuding a strong aura, wearing a gentle smile at her. Seeing him, Qing's voice was filled with surprise. "Uncle Li, Dad actually sent you." He chuckled, "Hee hee, the young lady is as charming as ever. I have come to escort you." Li Yuan is a trusted aide of Tian and one of the captains of the dragon-slaying army at the pinnacle of the Golden Realm, considered one of the top combat powers in the Shanghai province. He had been arranged by Tian to accompany Qing since she was very young, and their relationship was very good. Just as Li Yuan was about to take Qing out, he suddenly realized something and asked curiously, "By the way, miss, where is Uncle Ku?" Logically speaking, Uncle Ku should have come to see her off when Qing went out. Uncle Ku's intelligent core had a small issue and is currently undergoing self-repair. Qing stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat guilty. "Moi." Li Yuan looked puzzled. Uncle Ku's intelligent core had always been updating to the latest version, and its computing power was frighteningly powerful. But Qing did not elaborate and followed Li Yuan out of the villa. There was no way she could tell him that Uncle Ku overloaded, because he learned that Su Xian had gulped down over 100 bottles of potions, and not only was fine, but its 3 attributes had also directly broken through 90. Soon the two entered a seemingly expensive flying vessel heading to the location of the ice-cold inferno, Shanghai province, a cold and icy town. This place got its name due to the emergence of a dimensional. Originally just a border town, it has now expanded several times, and at a glance it is covered in snowflakes with thick layers of ice forming on the eaves. The town is not very populous, but there are still over 1,000 households, with many contract masters coming and going, entering the rift to hunt dimensional creatures. The two quickly joined a small squad of the dragon-slaying army. We greet the young lady and the general. This is a small team of 20 people led by a captain named Li Feng at the peak of silver rank, while most others are at the peak of bronze rank to 1 or 2 stars in silver, looking quite young. Upon seeing Li Yuan, the faces of the crowd showed expressions of awe. A powerhouse at the peak of gold rank is not something one can encounter casually. If it weren't for the sudden task assigned from above, they would hardly see such a strong figure all year round. Brothers, you have worked hard. As the patrol team of the Icy Hell, you must already be aware of the mission, but I still want to emphasize once more, this is Miss Qing, the daughter of the military lord, and you must ensure her safety. This time the focus is on Miss Qing's training. You can assist from the side while also being vigilant against any ill-intentioned individuals who might attempt to harm her. Li Yuan once again introduced Qing's identity to the crowd, his expression very serious, and his words particularly grave. Xinqing listened on the side, rarely seeing Li Yuan so serious, and couldn't help but stick out her tongue secretly. The team members displayed solemn expressions, clasping their hands towards Li Yuan and solemnly stating, "General, rest assured we will ensure the mission is completed." After giving instructions, Li Yuan specifically pulled Li Feng aside and whispered, "Li Feng, you are the overall person in charge this time. You must guarantee that Miss Xinqing comes out safe and sound, completely intact." "Yes, General." Li Feng's expression was grave. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of Xinqing, who was curiously observing everything around her and couldn't help but ask, "General, I have a question. It seems the young lady has already come of age. Is she indeed here for the icy spirit? But to significantly enhance the attributes of the contract spirit, it would at least need to be blue, right? However, finding the icy spirit depends largely on luck. If we fail to find it, wouldn't it be a waste of the young lad's time?" Icy spirit is a specialty of the icy hell, available in 3 colors, white, blue, and gold, each being a rare item. Especially the gold one, which is an existence that one can hardly encounter. Its effects are primarily aimed at bronze-level contract spirits, significantly enhancing their various attributes. If the contract spirit possesses skills related to water or ice elements, the icy spirit can also elevate the level of those skills. If luck is extraordinary, it might even awaken a new skill called ice spirit. Xin Tian arranged for Xinqing to come to the icy hell to create a reasonable source for Su Xian's extraordinary attributes, while on the other hand, this item cannot be taken out of the icy hell and can only be used within it. Li Feng was not worried about his ability to protect Xinqing's safety, but the crux of the problem is high-quality icy spirit is indeed hard to find. Xiaoli, you don't need to worry about this. Remember, once you come out, no matter what happens in this space, your team must say that the young lattice contract spirit has already consumed the gold quality icy spirit here. Li Yuan smiled mysteriously and did not explain Li Feng's doubts. Soon everyone arrived at a formation and stepped in. Boom. Upon entering the formation, the dimensional rift revealed itself, with the surrounding space being quite unstable and the spatial fluctuations seeming to tear one's body apart. Many contract master teams were trembling and cautiously entering. Xinqing, however, felt no pressure at all, as beside her a peak gold powerhouse was directly suppressing all spatial fluctuations. This scene left the surrounding adventurers aghast. "Which young lady is here for a visit? Let's go, miss, it's time to," Li Feng said respectfully. Xinqing nodded slowly, and then everyone entered the dimensional rift. Li Yuan did not enter for a simple reason: his rank was too high. The dimensional rift of the icy hell can accommodate only silver rank powerhouses at most. Li Yuan's task was simply to escort Xinqing here. Next, it would depend on Li Feng's team. However, he did not leave, but stayed at the cold town. If Xinqing and the others came out and encountered an ill-fated challenger with a deep background, it would be up to him to intervene. Such incidents had occurred in the past, not due to Xinqing's background, but because of her overly outstanding appearance. So cold. Uncle Li, is this really the icy hell? Upon entering the dimensional rift, the surrounding environment changed dramatically. If the cold town was like an ordinary snowy town, then this place was a true glacier. Even more absurdly, on the glacier, half-spherical ice houses rose from the ground, forming a fairly large settlement. Clearly, this is the human stronghold within the icy hell. Cold air blew in from time to time, and even though Xinqing was wearing thick cotton clothes, she was still quite cold. Seeing this, Li Feng was about to fetch more thick clothing for Xinqing, but was refused. "It's fine, Uncle Li, I have a way." With a thought, Su Xian was summoned. Under the almost dazed gazes of everyone, Xinqing silently said, "Shao sure warm us up." Gurgle. Su Xian looked dissatisfied, but with no choice it opened its mouth and directly spewed out a ball of flame. This scene not only shocked Li Feng and the others, but also attracted the attention of other adventurers there. "What the heck, a fire-breathing slime? Are you kidding me? Someone really raised a slime. Isn't that a waste of resources? Tisk, what a waste. With these resources, it would be better to find a way to recontract another spirit. A contract spirit with potential barely reaching F rank has no training value whatsoever." Hearing the mockery from those around, Li Feng frowned and was about to stand up and speak. Xinqing, however, waved her hand nonchalantly, stopping him. "It's fine, Uncle Li, let them say what they want. My Shao sure is different, it's very strong." "This sci-fine." Li Feng sighed, helplessly taking it as Xinqing having a good attitude. Looking at it this way, the assessment for the young lady in a week will be quite difficult to pass. A slime-type contract spirit probably doesn't exceed double digits in any attribute. This fire element skill should come from the core of a dimensional creature, like Heart of the Five Elements, right? Li Feng speculated that Xinqing came to the icy hell perhaps to try her luck. He just didn't know what Li Yuan's instructions meant. Just as everyone was about to warm themselves by the fire and leave, a light-hearted laugh came. Isn't this Miss Xinqing? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here." Hearing this unpleasant voice, Xinqing frowned, turned her gaze, and immediately saw a young man dressed in extravagant clothing, handsome in appearance, resembling Zhu Shui somewhat, but older. Zhu's elder brother Zhu Fei. What rotten luck! Xinqing silently cursed as the Zhu family emerged from the ice chamber. Her revulsion intensified upon seeing Zhu Fei's insincerely ingratiating face. Moreover, Xinqing noticed a flash of disdain and contempt flicker across Zhu Fei's eyes the moment he laid sight on Su Xian. Encountering this wretch again, truly it would have been preferable to run into Zhu Shui, the reckless, dim-witted brute. He Zhu Fei chuckled. Miss Xinqing, my younger sister, behaved rudely yesterday. I, as her elder brother, hereby offer my sincere apologies on her behalf. I presume you've come to the glacial abyss seeking fortune, hoping to encounter high-grade glacial spirits to enhance your contracted spirit's attributes in preparation for next week's Spirit Binder examination. Coincidentally, I've just returned from the Spirit Binder Academy and intend to test my luck here as well. Might we You may rest assured, Miss Xinqing, should we discover high-grade glacial spirits, I shall yield them to you without hesitation. After all, your contracted spirit. Hee. In any case, I sincerely hope you pass the Spirit Binder examination. Zhu Fei's smile remained affable, yet his gaze upon Xinqing burned with fervent desire. Beyond her striking figure and exquisite features, winning her favor would grant him privileged access to the resources of the Slayer's Legion. As for ancestral grudges, once united as family, such enmity would dissolve into irrelevance. Zhu Fei felt quietly triumphant. Ever since learning that Xinqing had contracted a slime, a low-tier spirit, he deduced that within the Songhai province her only viable path to passing the Spirit Binder examination next week lay in consuming high-grade glacial spirits from the glacial abyss to drastically elevate her spirit's capabilities. Thus he had arrived early with attendants to lie in wait, and indeed his intuition proved correct. It was unfortunate, however, that Xinqing's guard possessed formidable strength, otherwise he might have employed subtler machinations. Xinqing, for her part, understood Zhu Fei's scheming perfectly, even without invoking her eye of all-perceiving attributes. A look of disgust hardened her features as she replied coldly, "No trouble necessary. I prefer to explore alone." Miss Xinqing, I fear you harbor profound misconceptions about our Zhu family." Zhu Fei sighed, spreading his hands helplessly. "The matters between our fathers ought not burden us, the younger generation. And regarding my younger sister, she has already been duly reprimanded upon returning home. Moreover, though your party's strength is undeniable, this realm is an extra-dimensional space. Cooperation would significantly reduce the risk of peril." Zhu Fei added casually, "I've heard tales of many adventurers, overconfident in their prowess, who met untimely ends within such spaces." The other Zhu clan members chimed in with mocking laughter. "Indeed, Miss Xinqing, Master Zhu honors you with this offer. The extra-dimensional space is perilous should harm befall you, or worse, your subpar contracted spirit. Things could turn dire. Miss Xinqing, given your spirit's limited potential, aligning with Master Zhu may yet yield rewards within the glacial abyss. Otherwise, your party risks returning empty-handed, or worse." Li Feng's expression darkened. Were these fools truly threatening them? This was merely a bronze-tier extra-dimensional space. Li Feng at Silver Peak scoffed inwardly. Danger? Hardly. The gravest danger, he thought grimly, lay in these scoundrels' clandestine treachery. Especially one youth, his age matching Li Feng's, whose gaze bore a venomous, hateful glint. Li Feng recognized him instantly. Long ago, bitter enmity had taken root between them. This young man would almost certainly strike against them now. As Li Feng opened his mouth to speak, Xinqing gently restrained him. She too grasped the veiled menace behind their words. Should they refuse cooperation, the Zhu clan would surely sabotage them covertly. While Xinqing weighed how best to shake off this tenacious hound, Su Xian, seething with incandescent fury, acted. "Who the hell are you barking like a stray dog before me? Whom are you threatening? Haven't you noticed the future calamity of annihilation hasn't even deigned to speak? Daring to mock me? You court death. Activation annihilation. It's freezing, so let's spare you the fever. A bracing icy bath will do nicely." Su Xian's target was the glacier beneath the Zhu clan's feet. Crack. Zhu Fei, still chuckling, remained oblivious as fissures spiderwebbed across the ice beneath his soles. Just as he prepared to utter another word, his center of gravity vanished abruptly. His face paled. Instinctively, he glanced downward, only to see the ice fracturing beneath him. His complexion turned sickly green. He tried to leap clear, but it was too late. Crack, crack. Vast slabs of ice shattered, engulfing the entire Zhu contingent. All unfolded with blinding speed. Despite their considerable cultivation, they failed to react in time. Damn it! With distorted cries of shock, the Zhu clan plummeted before the stunned onlookers, plunging into the frigid waters below with a resounding splash. The crowd stood dumbfounded. Wait, what just happened? This glacier is thick. How could it possibly? We've never witnessed such a collapse before. Amid their bewilderment, some spectators sensed something amiss. Noticing cracks spreading beneath their own feet, their faces contorted in horror. Another collective, "Damn it," tore from their throats, before they too plunged into the abyss. Splash. As cries for help echoed across the water, Xinqing stared stunned. Every person who had just mocked her, and Su Xian now floundered in the icy depths. She lowered her gaze to Su Xian, who stood beside her, meek, obedient, utterly serene. Warmth swelled in her chest. "Little sure. Mistress, let us depart swiftly," Su Xian murmured softly. Li Feng whispered urgently, "We must leave immediately. Master Zhu may seek retribution once he emerges." Regaining her composure, Xinqing nodded, gathered Su Xian into her arms, squeezing him gently until he softened, and carried the dazed spirit away. Moments after their departure, a thunderous roar erupted beneath the glacier. Seconds later, a crimson rock, wingspan nearly 15 zhang, body length 4 or 5 zhang, soared upward, bearing the Zhu clan aloft. Upon its back, Zhu Fei, formerly all smiles, now resembled a drowned rat, teeth chattering, nose dripping, trembling violently from the cold. Achoo! Achoo! After several violent sneezes, Zhu Fei's ashen face scanned desperately for Xinqing, only to find her nowhere in sight. Clearly she had already fled. The humiliation of being seen in such a pitiful state ignited a fierce burning shame within him. Damn it! How could this happen? Why? Why did this disaster strike me? Zhu Fei raged inwardly. He never suspected Xinqing's party. After all, they were newcomers, and everyone had watched them closely. No opportunity for sabotage had presented itself. After a futile, impotent outburst, Zhu Fei cast a venomous glare around the frozen expanse. Leaning close to a middle-aged man, the Crimson Rock's master, he whispered, "Uncle Yuan, those bystanders watched us fall, without lifting a finger, merely gawking." Perhaps. Uncle Yuan swept the crowd with equal malice, his expression storm-dark. Master, ordinarily eliminating witnesses in an extra-dimensional space would pose no issue. But this time Xinqing is present. Should mass casualties occur here, her casual report upon exit could place us in grave jeopardy. I suggest instead, since they relish watching others drown, let them experience the chill of the glacier's depths themselves, as fitting recompense. How many survive the plunge depends solely on their fortune and discretion. They'll think twice before speaking openly afterward. Let us conclude matters here swiftly, then pursue that Xin girl. Uncle Yuan was none other than the man who'd clashed bitterly with Li Feng years prior. To him the fate of others mattered little, yet he hadn't anticipated encountering Li Feng here. Given the chance, he vowed to undermine Li Feng at every turn. Very well, so be it, Zhu Fei muttered, nodding impatiently after another string of sneezes. Roar! Instantly the crimson rock descended into the crowd, exhaling searing heat. Before countless horrified gazes, vast swathes of glacier melted away. Dozens plunged into the freezing waters, cursing furiously, "Zhu family, damn your barren way." Half an hour later, as Xinqing and her companions ventured deeper into the ice-cold hell, the surrounding environment underwent a significant transformation. The once vast glaciers became rugged. Ice pillars rose from the ground, forming a unique scene. Just as Xinqing saw at this moment, she felt as if she had arrived at an icy forest. "Miss, we are now close to the deeper areas of the ice-cold hell, and this place is called the ice-cold forest," Li Feng explained, pointing at the seemingly snow-forged trees ahead. "Some otherworldly beings may roam here, with the most common being a species known as the extreme cold rabbit. However, miss, you need not worry, they are not very strong and they taste quite good." Li Feng licked his lips, seemingly recalling something. "Really? Since Uncle Li said so, if I encounter them, I must give them a try," Xinqing replied with a smile. Around them the number of adventurers was still considerable, with people frequently entering the ice-cold forest. Most of their strengths were below silver, and it was rare to see even a single silver contract master. Xinqing and her group were quite eye-catching, whether it was Xinqing's remarkable appearance, the armored team of Li Feng, or the slime held in Xinqing's arms. However, no one mocked Su Xian as they had before. Shortly after Xinqing's group entered the ice-cold forest, Zhu Fei and the others who had changed their clothes also arrived at this place. Due to the overall weakness of the otherworldly beings in the ice-cold hell, the levels of the creatures encountered were mostly at the bronze level. Creatures like the Crimson Rock were not released to avoid causing too much commotion. Zhu Fei looked darkly at the ice-cold forest and said in a low voice, "Uncle Yuan, have they already gone in?" "Young master, the ice-cold hell is not large. To train one must take this path," Uncle Yuan explained. "However, young master, there is something you need to pay special attention to. Recently, the otherworldly spaces, not just the ice-cold hell, but also other low-level spaces, seem to have undergone some changes. The temperament of these low-level otherworldly beings seems to have become more impulsive, and their aggressiveness has increased significantly. Zhu Fei waved his hand, interrupting him. Got it, Uncle Yuan, this is just a trivial matter. A group of bronze-level beasts, what trouble can they cause? Seeing Zhu Fei's indifference, Uncle Yuan did not say more, only sighing quietly. Some things Zhu Fei, who had always stayed in the Contract Master Academy, was not quite aware of. However, someone like him who had battled in various otherworldly spaces for years was quite familiar with the latest changes of those beings. Take the other bronze-level otherworldly space, the underworld island. The beings there have undergone unsettling changes. It is said that the area has already been sealed off. Little sure roast us some fire. Guggy. Su Xian looked at the wooden frame that everyone had piled up, feeling quite dissatisfied. Was he being treated like livestock? As she thought this, her head suddenly felt heavy, and Shen Qing's gentle voice came fragrant as orchids. All right, I know my little Sure is the strongest, but isn't there no one here to start a fire? Earlier little Sure helped me vent my anger, and I haven't thanked you yet. How about this? After we go out, sister will give you a little reward. Cough. Su Xian's face turned red, and his body almost lost shape. Hot air puffed from his nostrils, and finally, he spoke reluctantly. Guggy, it doesn't matter about rewards. The key is that I need to use my skills more to improve their level. Buzz. The wood was ignited, and Li Feng's team also began roasting the extreme cold rabbits they had just caught. Compared to the rabbits on Blue Star, the extreme cold rabbits were significantly larger. Their fur displayed a gradient of light blue with long ears that looked quite plump. Li Feng's team had caught a total of 11, with the highest level being merely bronze 4 stars, posing no challenge. Among these 11, 3 of the lowest quality, which were white ice-cold souls, were also dropped. Although others needed them, their purpose for this trip was to enhance Shun Qing's contract spirit's attributes, so they were ultimately absorbed by Su Xian. For Su Xian at this moment, these white-quality ice-cold souls did not significantly enhance his values. Level Bronze, Level 1 Strength 93, Speed 92, Defense 98. The defense value was the highest, just 2 points away from breaking triple digits. If Su Xian's values were seen by outsiders, it would surely cause a huge stir in the Songhai province, even in the Red Moon Empire. 4 bronze-level contract spirits, the upper limit of each attribute is at most 500. Of course, this 500 pertains to SS-level contract spirits, and the level must also be at the pinnacle of bronze. Speaking of bronze level 1, only exceptionally special contract spirits with potential at the SSS level could possibly exceed 100 in some attributes under extremely lucky circumstances. As for ordinary level, struggling around the 10 mark is the norm. Li Feng's team, with rich outdoor survival experience, evenly sprinkled various seasonings on the roasted rabbits, filling the air with enticing aromas. Some adventurers were even attracted over, but upon seeing that this group was clearly not to be trifled with, they left reluctantly. After a satisfying meal, the group prepared to set off. Suddenly the ground trembled and a loud commotion came from ahead. Li Feng's complexion changed, and he immediately summoned his contract spirit. Roar. This was a contract spirit resembling a combination of a rhinoceros and a lion, impressively large, akin to an ancient mammoth. It stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to shake even more violently. The leaves of the ice forest fell wildly, and ahead a group of panicked adventurers appeared before them. Seeing Li Feng and his group, especially the mammoth-like contract spirit, the expressions of these people froze in panic, then revealed looks of surprise. We are saved. We are saved. Boss, we accidentally provoked the extreme cold rabbit lord. They are heading this way. Li Feng frowned. Lord, what are you joking about? This is merely the outskirts of the ice-cold hell, right? Lord-level contract spirits generally reside deeper. Even if someone accidentally ventures in, it's hard to encounter them. And even if they do, Lord-level otherworldly beings rarely act personally. How could there be a Lord-level presence chasing after you? We really don't know, boss. Speaking of which, we are truly unlucky. The group of adventurers looked bitter. A relatively young adventurer had a face full of misfortune and whispered, "We originally had many companions, but on the way we got tired and planned to take a break to relieve ourselves. But who would have thought that the place where our companion decided to relieve himself would have such a huge, extreme, cold rabbit lord?" Everyone felt a sense of foreboding as they prepared to stop the other from continuing, when the ground shook even more violently, making it difficult to maintain their footing. A roar filled with rage echoed nearby. The adventurers' expressions changed dramatically as they looked at Li Feng, saying, "Big boss." In the next second their eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Li Feng paid them no mind, directly taking Shun Qing onto his contract spirit, ready to leave. Everyone else follow. Li Feng's words were directed at the rest of the team. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly sprang into action, their legs tensing as they jumped onto the back of the rhinoceros beast and turned to leave. The group of adventurers watched in confusion, feeling the ground shaking more violently. They were drenched in sweat as they shouted at Li Feng, "Wait for us, big boss." As they spoke, they hurriedly followed suit, sprinting as if they wished they could grow more legs. Half a minute later, countless ice-like plants were swept away and a violent wind suddenly swept through, resembling a cataclysmic blizzard. Sitting on the contract spirit, Li Feng turned back and saw a frost rabbit lord twice the size of his rhinoceros beast charging forward with red eyes, leading a tidal wave of frost rabbits in a frenzied rush. Damn it! He cursed. Have these beasts taken some kind of stimulant? Even as a peak silver tier contract master witnessing this scene made his scalp tingle with dread. The frost rabbit lord was at the peak bronze level, but possessed immense combat power. Even a silver tier contract master would find it difficult to match in battle. Moreover, this was an unknown situation. If these otherworldly creatures charged in numbers, it would be an entirely different matter. The countless frost rabbits before him with no end in sight caused even Li Feng to feel apprehensive. What on earth is happening? I've never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that someone stole the Lord's wife? The throngs of enraged frost rabbits not only made Li Feng consider retreating, but the countless adventurers in the frosty forest were also filled with dread, cursing loudly and fleeing. Which bastard brought these beasts here? Don't let me find out. What kind of brilliant person would summon these minor monsters? And now even the Lord has come. Did you steal its wife or its children? The curses of countless individuals seemed so insignificant against the backdrop of this earth-shattering scene. More people inwardly cursed their luck. This bronze-level dungeon was supposed to be safe, yet they were faced with such a nightmarish situation. On the rhinoceros beast Xin held Su Xian, observing the tumultuous scene around her delicate brows furrowing slightly. A glance revealed the densely packed frost rabbits, their attributes immediately falling into her view. Especially the frost rabbit lord. Race frost rabbit, rank lord, level peak, bronze, strength 5785, defense 5684, speed 6794, status extremely abnormal. Evaluation suspected to be controlled by some mysterious force having lost rationality. Killing it will guarantee a drop of a blue quality frost soul. The attributes of the frost rabbit lord were terrifyingly high, far beyond what an ordinary bronze-level contract spirit could compare to. For a silver tier powerhouse, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. However, Xin's focus was not on the attributes of the frost rabbit lord. Seeing the words about mysterious force control, her heart sank. This was eerily similar to the apocalyptic scenes she had dreamt of. However, the current situation in the apocalypse would be considered insignificant. Is the apocalypse about to come? Xin clenched her small hand, biting her lip, appearing extremely uneasy. The situation before them was far from a crisis for their group, but the terrifying implications it represented made her deeply anxious. Li Feng noticed Xin's unease, and thinking she was frightened by the scene, comforted her. Don't worry, miss. Although today's situation is quite unusual, overall we are not in any danger. These frost rabbits are generally weak, and they are slow as well. It's unlikely they can catch up to us. As long as we return and report to the authorities, this sort of matter can be resolved quickly. However, your training may have to be somewhat discounted, miss. Li Feng was also helpless. Encountering such a bizarre situation, Xin's training would likely be difficult to proceed with. Xin held Su Xian, without replying, staring blankly at the wave of frost rabbits behind, lost in thought. Seeing this, Li Feng intended to urge his rhinoceros beast to speed up, but noticed Xin raise her hand, pointing to a spot. Uncle Li, 300 meters behind, approximately, at a 45-degree angle in my northwest direction, there's a group of frost rabbits. Killing them might drop a golden quality frost soul. Huh. Li Feng was taken aback for a moment, quickly turning back, and soon spotting the location Xin indicated. There was a group of ordinary frost rabbits with red eyes charging forward, looking no different from the others. Narrowing his eyes, Li Feng carefully sensed and found that the frost rabbits Xin pointed out were quite ordinary in strength and showed no signs of mutation. Miss, they are just ordinary frost rabbits. Killing them, even if we get a white quality frost soul, that would be considered good luck, let alone a golden one. Even the frost rabbit lord, if we were lucky, might only drop a blue quality frost soul after killing it. Miss, to obtain a golden quality frost soul, you would at least need to kill dozens of lord level beings to have a chance. If we want to obtain one from ordinary frost rabbits, we probably need to kill over 100,000 of them for it. In fact, killing over 100,000 beings would essentially mean slaughtering the entire otherworldly space. Not to mention whether that would even yield a golden quality frost soul. Realistically, it's very hard to achieve unless one is willing to pay an unimaginable price. No one would be willing to gamble on such a negligible probability. In the frosty abyss, the quality of frost souls and the beings killed in the otherworld are somewhat related. Generally speaking, the higher the status of the otherworldly beings, the greater the probability of obtaining high-quality frost souls upon their demise. But this is merely a probability. If high-quality frost souls dropped, with 100% certainty this otherworldly space would have been wiped out long ago. Sometimes high-quality frost souls do appear from ordinary otherworldly beings. But the probability is pitifully low, even less than that of an adult contract master summoning a contract spirit with SS-level potential. If someone could discern which otherworldly beings could drop high-quality frost souls, that person would be enough to become a guest of honor in the Songhai province. Or perhaps the entire Hanyue Empire. The reason is simple, as situations like high-quality frost souls are not only found in a bronze-level frosty abyss, but there are many similar cases in other otherworldly spaces. Uncle Lee, trust me just this once. I'm actually quite good at divination. Everyone at school knows this well. Besides, killing a few ordinary frost rabbits shouldn't have much of an impact, right? Xinqing blinked at Li Feng, looking adorably pleading. The reason she knew that killing those frost rabbits would drop a golden-quality frost soul was naturally because of her eyes. But whether she could casually reveal such matters was uncertain. Fortunately, Li Feng was one of their own. Even if he found out, she could use divination to deflect it, and he wouldn't tell anyone. Li Feng looked at Xinqing's demeanor and couldn't help but smile wryly. Killing a few ordinary frost rabbits was certainly nothing, but the key point was that the state of these frost rabbits was clearly off. While everyone else was frantically fleeing, if he were the only one to take action, these crazed frost rabbits would likely target him. Don't worry, Uncle Lee, if I really guess correctly, and a golden quality frost soul drops, I believe the others won't be able to resist taking action. Li Feng smiled even more bitterly. That would only hold true if a golden quality frost soul actually dropped. After thinking for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "All right, miss, I'll help you." After saying a word to his brothers, Li Feng focused his thoughts, and the rhinoceros beast suddenly turned around, causing those on its back to feel a gust of wind sweep past, nearly throwing them off. Fortunately, with Li Feng's warning, they managed to grasp onto the protruding parts of the rhinoceros beast's body, in time stabilizing themselves. The fierce head of the rhinoceros looked menacingly towards the direction Xinqing indicated, and its massive claws lunged forward, slashing violently. The air compressed with a piercing roar, and the frost rabbits that Xinqing had pointed out were suddenly engulfed by a violent tearing force. A large number of frost rabbits were ripped apart without even a whimper as a blood mist suddenly enveloped. Li Feng casually glanced over and intended to leave quickly, while the other frost rabbits, especially the frost rabbit lord, were still reacting. But in the next second, when he saw the golden light flickering within the blood mist, he was instantly stunned. What the hell? Li Feng's mouth transformed from an O to an O. His pupils shook violently, and his mind buzzed. "I miss you." Li Feng felt as though he were losing his ability to speak. A few ordinary extreme cold rabbits dropped a golden quality item, the soul of ice and cold. Who would believe such a thing if it were spoken of? With such luck, summoning an SS-level contract spirit shouldn't be difficult, so why did he end up summoning a slime? "Uncle Lee, please help me collect the soul of ice and cold." Xinqing pointed at the golden light amidst the blood mist, speaking hastily. "Oh, all right. Right away." Coming back to his senses, Li Feng leaped forward. He emitted a blinding white light, his terrifying aura surging like a tide. This was the terrifying might unique to his own peak silver rank, and the stirring aura caused countless extreme cold rabbits to halt their movements for a moment. Li Feng maneuvered in the air, leaping into the blood mist in a few breaths. With a wave of his hand, the blood mist dispersed, and the numerous reedied extreme cold rabbits surrounding him were sent flying or obliterated. As soon as the golden light entered his hand, it did not feel like the ordinary cold sensation. Instead, it was warm, as if he was immersing his palm in a hot spring. This feeling was quite marvelous, and Li Feng immediately sensed that the power within him had significantly increased. So this is the golden quality soul of ice and cold. Li Feng's heart trembled. Even he had never personally touched such a quality item before. Just as he was about to return to Xinqing, in the next moment alarm bells rang in Li Feng's heart, and he swiftly dodged, disappearing from his original spot. Half a breath later, an explosion occurred at his previous location. The ground cracked open, the icy forest was uprooted by violent air currents, and countless extreme cold rabbits were crushed into dust. In midair, Li Feng's figure became visible as he looked at the spot where he had just been, his face darkening. "Who? You reckless fool. How dare you attack me?" His gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, only to discover about 500 meters to the east a team of adventurers was sitting atop a silver-level yellow bird flying in the air, their eyes greedily fixed on him. Seeing that Li Feng had not been successfully ambushed, the adventurers' expressions turned grim, and they decided to leave immediately. Meanwhile, other fleeing adventurers, upon seeing that Li Feng had obtained the golden quality soul of ice and cold, also revealed greedy expressions. Such an item cannot be taken out or otherwise on the market. Even the heart of 5 elements that Su Xian swallowed yesterday cannot compare. "You want to die?" Li Feng was furious. He first put away the soul of ice and cold, then clenched his fist, preparing to attack those people. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar erupted. It was the leader of the extreme cold rabbits. its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Li Feng, layers of blood vessels intertwining in its scarlet gaze. Clearly Li Feng's actions had caught its attention, inciting even more of its rage. In the next moment, the leader of the extreme cold rabbits opened its mouth wide, a piercing light blue aura coalescing in the air, exuding a chilling power. Li Feng's heart raced, a sense of crisis rising within him. However, years of battle experience kept him from pain. He did not immediately flee from the leader of the extreme cold rabbit's attack range. Instead, he leaped toward the team of adventurers that had just attacked him. On the yellow bird, the adventurers were initially stunned to see Li Feng flying toward them, but their expressions quickly changed drastically. Damn it, this bastard wants to use that beast to attack us. The leader, a silver 3-star, thought of this and immediately communicated with his contract spirit, wanting to leave quick. However, before he could act, Li Feng launched a punch into the air. Bang! A circular shockwave instantly swept out at a speed difficult to catch with the naked eye, heading towards the yellow bird. With a cry of agony, the right wing of the yellow bird was shattered, and it uncontrollably fell toward the ground. The adventurers' faces changed dramatically, ready to curse, but they saw Li Feng in front of them instantly disappear, and a blue shockwave several meters wide engulfed their entire field of vision. What the hell? Boom boom. A team of adventurers' eyes bulged, ultimately struck by the leader of the extreme cold rabbit's attack. The slightly weaker ones were turned to ashes, leaving only 2 silver-level adventurers barely surviving, yet they were also severely injured. Landing, the two didn't even dare to linger, glancing back at the boundless horde of extreme cold rabbits dragging their severely injured bodies and hurriedly fleeing. Meanwhile, Li Feng had already returned to the rhinoceros beast, watching their plight, coldly saying, "Deservedly so." He then took out the soul of ice and cold and respectfully handed it to Xinxing. "Miss, you're truly blessed with great fortune." Li Feng was momentarily at a loss for words to praise her. After all, he had merely followed Xinxing's instructions and casually killed a few ordinary extreme cold rabbits, yet he had truly obtained a golden quality soul of ice and cold. Even killing the leader of the extreme cold rabbits might not guarantee such a high-quality soul of ice. The other members of Li Feng's team were also astonished. It was their first time seeing such a high-quality soul of ice and cold up close. "Thank you, Uncle Li, for your help. After we go out this time, no matter how much I obtain, I will distribute 1/10 at market price as a reward for everyone." Xinxing received the soul of ice and cold, smiling as she replied. This was the rule of their dragon-slaying army. Even though she was the daughter of the commander, she had to abide by it. Others, upon hearing this, were excited, yet somewhat embarrassed. The price of a golden quality soul of ice and cold was considerable. Even 1/10 of the price was their income for several years. If they had truly experienced a fierce battle, it would be understandable, but they had basically done nothing at all. It was only because Xinxing spoke up that they had the fortune to see the rumored golden quality soul of ice and cold. "Miss, you're too polite. If it weren't for you speaking up, none of us would have been able to obtain it." Li Feng forced a smile and curiously asked, "But miss, did you really just predict with divination that these few extreme cold rabbits would drop such a high-quality soul of ice and cold?" Li Feng still found it hard to believe. Did she really just glance and come up with such accurate results? Xinxing smiled mysteriously, saying nothing further. This could also be considered her good luck. Although she could see the attributes of all things, statistically speaking, it was normal for an ordinary extreme cold rabbit to drop a golden quality soul of ice and cold after killing tens of thousands. Even though there were many extreme cold rabbits before them, there were not tens of thousands. However, she had obtained 2 golden quality souls of ice and cold. After a while, Xinxing extended her delicate hand and pointed below, saying, "Uncle Li, let's not discuss this for now. Should we notify the authorities? I see these adventurers seem a bit insane." As she spoke, she glanced back at the horde of extreme cold rabbits, hoping to pick up another drop. Li Feng instinctively looked down and his mouth twitched. Because he had casually killed a few ordinary extreme cold rabbits and obtained the golden soul of ice and cold, the eyes of other adventurers were clearly red with greed. In an instant, they even stopped fleeing, directly shouting as they charged toward the terrifying horde of extreme cold rabbits. The scene quickly turned bloody, making Li Feng's team feel a twitch in their eyes. In less than half a minute, dozens of adventurers lost their lives and thousands of extreme cold rabbits were killed, yet not even a blue-quality soul of ice and cold was dropped. This stark contrast was truly disheartening. Just as these adventurers' minds began to clear up, realizing that Li Feng and his team had indeed hit the jackpot, they looked furious, intending to escape, but Li Feng's rhinoceros beast suddenly attacked. With a tearing sound in the rear of the horde of extreme cold rabbits, several were ripped apart, blood mist billowing and golden light flickering. Almost simultaneously, Li Feng flew into the area where the golden light was secured, the soul of ice and cold, and swiftly left. This scene made the other adventurers' blood pressure soar, nearly causing them to vomit blood. Another golden one. How the hell is this even possible? An older-looking adventurer appearing almost deranged seemed on the brink of collapse. Why is this happening? I have been in the ice-cold inferno for 5 years, and I have rarely encountered the blue-quality ice-cold soul. I have never seen a golden one. Why is it that you can casually kill a few extreme cold rabbits and obtain a golden-quality extreme cold soul? The words of the old adventurer echoed the sentiments of most adventurers present. They glared at Li Feng's team on the rhinoceros beast, their eyes reddening with a desire to seize. Li Feng, noticing this, let out a cold snort, releasing an aura of peak silver strength without hesitation. Boom. A powerful pressure enveloped them, and under the overwhelming disparity in strength, the adventurers' gazes became clear. Li Feng coldly scanned the group, finally fixing his gaze on the elderly adventurer who spoke earlier, saying coldly, "If you want the golden quality ice-cold soul, you can go handle these extreme cold rabbits yourself. I was merely acting casually. The state of these otherworldly beings today is clearly unusual. Perhaps that is why the drop rate for the ice-cold soul has increased. Instead of focusing your attention on me, you should deal with these enemies." Upon hearing this, the adventurers' expressions changed, their faces clouded with uncertainty. Ultimately, they gritted their teeth and decided to continue attacking the extreme cold rabbits, disregarding previous sacrifices. Li Feng, unfazed, handed the golden quality extreme cold soul to Xinqing, and with a thought commanded the rhinoceros beast to take them away. At the same time, he cast a glance at Su Xian, who had just swallowed the golden ice-cold soul, feeling secretly alarmed. He could not discern Su Xian's attributes, but this slime gave him a very strange feeling. If one were to describe it in words, it was powerful yet weak. At this moment, Su Xian's 3 attributes had all surpassed 100. Moreover, the golden quality ice-cold soul had elevated his 3 basic skills by 2 levels. Goo. As the second golden ice-cold soul was devoured, Su Xian's attributes rose once again. Strength 145, speed 143, defense 156. If these values were seen by outsiders, their worldview might shatter on the spot. Xinqing was also stunned, not just because of Su Xian's extraordinarily high values, but also because even now his level remained at bronze level 1 with no signs of improvement. Little slime, are you really defying the heavens? Xinqing thought to herself, now doubting whether Su Xian's race was truly a slime. There is no such abstract slime. In the next moment, Xinqing's expression became dazed again. On the panel, Su Xian comprehended another skill. Ice Soul LV1. You comprehended another skill. Xinqing was stunned. With this one, Su Xian now had a total of 4 skills. Is this something a bronze-level slime should possess? If Su Xian had SS-level potential, it would be understandable to have so many skills, but he is merely inf-level slime. Moreover, she recalled that the comprehension probability for the Ice Soul skill was pitifully low. Could it be that the golden quality Ice-Cold Soul is different? This is because Xinqing was unaware that Su Xian still had 3 even more extraordinary special skills, otherwise she would probably already be doubting life. Not to mention, she was indeed quite skeptical now. Su Xian was elated, secretly marveling at how good it is to be contracted by a super-rich lady. Now he only needed to elevate the remaining 2 special skills to level 2 to meet the conditions for evolution. My grand plan of becoming a human is one step closer. How wonderful. Su Xian even fantasized in his heart about when he could transform into human form, highlighting certain advantageous features. Just as everyone was about to leave, a small black dot appeared in the sky, rapidly enlarging. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xinqing's expression tightened, and a look of disgust reappeared in her beautiful eyes. It was Zhu Fei again, truly a persistent ghost. On the red-feathered rock, Zhu Fei and his group observed the agitated extreme cold rabbits below, feeling secretly alarmed. Upon seeing Xinqing and her group, a clear look of delight appeared in Zhu Fei's eyes. Just as he was about to approach, he was stopped by Uncle Yuan. The latter whispered, "Young master, I just sensed the energy fluctuations of the ice-cold soul. The quality is very high. It seems to have been devoured by that Xinqing's contracted spirit." "Are you saying it's a blue-quality ice-cold soul?" Zhu Fei raised an eyebrow. "No. It is very likely golden, and not just one." As a silver powerhouse, Uncle Yuan's perception was formidable. Even if he arrived a bit late, he still detected the lingering aura of golden-quality ice-cold souls in the air. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fei's pupils instantly contracted, his expression turning stormy. "Uncle Yuan, are you saying that not just one golden ice-cold soul was consumed by Xinqing's useless slime?" Seeing Uncle Yuan nod, Zhu Fei clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. The greed within him nearly he indeed coveted Xinqing, hoping she would pass the contract master examination and ideally attend the same contract master academy as him. But that doesn't mean he was a fool. The golden quality ice-cold soul was something he greatly desired. If he could let his contracted spirit consume it, his ranking in the contract master academy would rise significantly. Thus, even if it was Xinqing's contracted spirit that swallowed the golden ice-cold soul, Zhu Fei felt extremely unwilling. Uncle Yuan seemed to have guessed Zhu Fei's thoughts, quietly reminding him, "Young master, such high-quality ice-cold souls are very difficult for a mere flevel slime to completely digest. If we act now, we might still." Uncle Yuan's meaning was clear, but Zhu Fei's brows furrowed as he fell into contemplation. If they acted now, it would mean tearing their faces with Xinqing. However, the golden-quality ice-cold soul was truly rare. It was hard for him to let go. As he thought this, the fire of greed in his heart grew increasingly intense. Meanwhile, Xinqing suddenly recalled something and asked Li Feng, "Uncle Li, may I ask why no one is attacking the extreme cold rabbit lord?" Logically speaking, in the ice-cold inferno, the higher the level of otherworldly beings killed, the greater the probability of dropping high-quality ice-cold souls, right? Clearly, you just killed a few ordinary extreme cold rabbits and dropped a golden ice-cold soul. Why has no one thought to attack the extreme cold rabbit lord? This was Xinqing's confusion. Although she could see that killing the extreme cold rabbit lord would only yield a blue-quality ice-cold soul, others were unaware. If so, why didn't they act? Moreover, logically, the saying goes, to catch a thief, catch the king first. If they killed the lord, wouldn't the other extreme cold rabbits be left without a leader? Li Feng, upon hearing this, was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled wryly. "Miss, today is your first time in the ice-cold inferno, so there are some things you may not be clear about. Such lord-level otherworldly beings are not only rare, but they also usually have many kin guarding them. If one rashly kills them, those kin won't retreat. Instead, they will become even more ferocious. In their perception, whoever avenges the previous lord becomes the next lord. This is not only their perception, according to our understanding, it is a rule bestowed upon them by the otherworldly space itself. Moreover, the most important point is, in such low-level otherworldly spaces, if a group's lord-level powerhouse is killed, unless done by their king, the other group's lord-level powerhouses will also fall into a state of rage." As he spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in Li Feng's eyes. "I once visited another bronze-level otherworldly space and encountered a powerhouse who killed a lord-level being, obtaining good items that dropped from the lord. Unfortunately, he was ultimately unlucky and was surrounded by a dozen or so lords who came after, eventually exhausting him to death." Upon hearing these words, Xinqing revealed a look of understanding in her eyes. She then asked, "Uncle Li, if others were to learn that defeating the extreme cold rabbit lord could yield a golden quality soul of ice cold, would they take action?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xinqing noticed Li Feng's nostrils flare, his eyes ablaze with excitement, and he immediately became animated. "Miss, can defeating that extreme cold rabbit lord also yield a golden quality soul of extreme cold?" "Miss, you have already fed your contracted spirit 2 golden quality souls of ice cold. If possible, could you let me have the soul of ice cold dropped by the extreme cold rabbit lord? Rest assured, after we leave, I am willing to offer all my assets as compensation for you, miss." Such a quality soul of ice cold would still provide a substantial boost, even for someone at his peak silver. Xinqing. It seems she already knew that even though defeating a lord-level otherworldly being would provoke the other beings in the otherworldly space, given the immense benefits, even Li Feng would choose to act. Moreover, if Li Feng weren't a member of the dragon-slaying army, those 2 golden quality souls of ice cold he just obtained might have been snatched away. Xinqing quickly explained, "No, Uncle Li. Based on my judgment, the extreme cold rabbit lord can only drop blue quality souls of ice cold upon defeat. I just want to know if other adventurers learn that defeating the extreme cold rabbit lord can yield golden quality souls of ice cold, would they take action? Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Li Feng sighed slightly, and a look of regret clearly appeared in his eye. At that moment, on the other side, Zhu Fei seemed to have made a decision as a group of people continuously approached Xinqing's position, seemingly planning to take action. Li Feng noticed this change. His expression shifted slightly, and he immediately leaned down, whispering to Xinqing, "Miss, that young master of the Zhu family has a silver-level powerful ally beside him, named Yuanya, who is very strong and not weaker than me. We have quite a history together. It appears he has sensed that your contracted spirit has swallowed a golden quality soul of ice cold. He likely intends to take action against you." Xinqing furrowed her brows, and then whispered a few words to Li Feng. The latter was taken aback, and then, seeing this, Xinqing immediately pointed at the extreme cold rabbit lord and shouted to Li Feng, "Uncle Li, I have a premonition that defeating that extreme cold rabbit lord will definitely yield a golden quality soul of extreme cold. Hurry and take action to defeat the extreme cold rabbit lord. Once we obtain the golden quality soul of ice cold, we must leave here quickly." Upon hearing this, the adventurers present were momentarily stunned. When they realized this statement came from Xinqing, and that Li Feng immediately intended to act upon hearing her words, these individuals quickly reacted, their eyes filled with intense greed as they looked at the enraged extreme cold rabbit lord charging toward them. On the Crimson Rock, Zhu Fei, who initially intended to attack Shenqing's slime, was clearly taken aback, a trace of confusion appearing in his eyes. They were puzzled as to why Shenqing casually mentioned something, and these people seemed to go mad wanting to take action against the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord. After all, even platinum-level powerhouses would not dare to assert lightly that defeating the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord would definitely yield a golden soul of ice-cold right. At this moment, Yuanya, who had been observing the situation, changed his expression. He quickly lowered his head and whispered to Zhu Fei, "Young master, I heard the adventurers below saying that Li Feng has acted twice, just now defeating ordinary extreme cold rabbits, yet he dropped golden quality souls of ice cold." What? Zhu Fei's expression changed noticeably, and the corners of his eyes twitched. He looked at Li Feng, who seemed about to take action against the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord, and his heart trembled. He had only acted twice, and they were just ordinary extreme cold rabbits, yet he managed to drop golden quality souls of ice cold. This luck, or perhaps it's not even luck, they might have a way to discern this. Thinking of Shenqing's earlier words, Zhu Fei's heart raced. Yuanya noticed Zhu Fei's change, and whispered, "Young master, what should we do?" "Uncle Yuan, let's hold off on acting against Shenqing for now. We should defeat the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord." Zhu Fei immediately changed his mind. Even if they were to act against Su Xian, they might not be able to extract the soul of ice cold from him. Since that was the case, it would be better to take action against this peak bronze extreme Cold Rabbit Lord. Uncle Yuan frowned. "Young master, this might be a trap." Zhu Fei chuckled. "Uncle Yuan, the likelihood of that is very low. Did you not see Li Feng going to defeat the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord with others? Li Feng and the others are not fools. They are well aware of what can happen when defeating a Lord-level being in a bronze-level otherworldly space. If it weren't for the possibility of obtaining a golden quality soul of ice cold, why would he be foolish enough to take action against the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord? Moreover, he only acted twice just now, yet he obtained a golden quality soul of ice cold from ordinary extreme cold rabbits. This further indicates that they have a way to discern this. Regardless, we should first defeat the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord, take the loot, and leave immediately. Yuanya nodded slowly upon hearing this, and then prepared to take action against the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord. With a thought, the Crimson Rock spread its large wings, letting out a roar filled with battle intent. Buzz. With a flap of its wings, the Crimson Rock transformed into a red shadow, soaring towards the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord. "Everyone please step back. My Zhu family will take action to assist you." Zhu Fei shouted to the adventurers below. It was evident that he wanted to monopolize this extreme Cold Rabbit Lord, not wishing to share its drops with others. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in curses. "Get lost. We spotted this lord first. What does your Zhu family matter? It's just a peak bronze beast. Why act so high and mighty? You are all mere silver level. If you have the capability, go to the silver otherworldly space and stop mingling in the bronze one." "That's right. Do you really think we can't defeat this beast? We're just wary of the other extreme cold rabbits going berserk." Seeing that the other adventurers showed no regard for his Zhu family's name, Zhu Fei's expression grew exceedingly. "Damn it, a bunch of commoners, how dare they look down on my Zhu family?" Zhu Fei snapped. "Uncle Yuan, ignore them. Whether it's the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord or these commoners, just attack. If they die, it's their misfortune." On the Crimson Rock, Yuanya sighed slightly, then slowly nodded as if in agreement. In the next moment, the Crimson Rock gathered terrifying heat in its mouth, a surge of energy converging, brewing a powerful offensive in the air. The other adventurers, upon witnessing this, turned pale and cursed inwardly at the Zhu family's lack of martial ethics. Li Feng had already reached the front of the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord, engaging in a fierce battle with the surrounding adventurers. Sensing that Yuanya's attack was about to erupt, Li Feng smiled slightly to himself in a place where no one noticed. This Zhu family's kid and that Yuan fool are really easy to deceive. They've fallen for it already. With this thought, Li Feng's offensive power increased once more, forcing the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord to continuously retreat. The enormous body of the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord crashed heavily to the ground, racked with pain, its eyes reddening even more bloodshot and roaring incessantly. "Beast, you dare to strike at me?" Yuanya's eyes hardened, and the speed at which the Crimson Rock gathered energy significantly increased. The air buzzed increasingly violently, and terrifying energy tore through the space, creating a fierce gale that was utterly alarming. In the icy forest, the winds howled, and the ground cracked with countless spiderweb-like fissures, ice shards scattering everywhere. Those adventurers who had intended to attack the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord or fish in troubled waters to slay other ordinary extreme cold rabbits, seeing the scene become so chaotic, had no choice but to retreat. For a moment, the entire icy forest seemed to transform into a battlefield for the extreme Cold Rabbit Lord and Yuanya. Li Feng, witnessing the situation develop to this extent, couldn't help but smile. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had long since left the battlefield, disappearing from under the extreme cold rabbit lord's nose and arriving at the side of the rhinoceros lion beast. Looking at Xinqing, who was observing the extreme cold rabbit, Lord Li Feng spoke. Miss, our objective has been achieved. That Yuan Ye will surely battle the extreme cold rabbit lord. His voice faltered momentarily, unable to suppress his curiosity. Miss, is it true that the extreme cold rabbit lord won't drop the golden quality spirit of extreme cold? If there's a possibility of it dropping, we could stay and watch. No need, Uncle Li. Xinqing shook her head. She already knew that even if they killed the extreme cold rabbit lord, the drop would only be the blue quality spirit of extreme cold. Although it was still a good item compared to the aftermath of countless lord-level beings in the other dimensional space going berserk and becoming their target, it was not worth the risk. Li Feng, upon hearing this, slowly nodded and decided not to say more. However, Xinqing said, but Uncle Li, the Zhu family usually doesn't do good things and are quite detestable. When they start fighting later, we can take the opportunity to deal with that Yuan Ye's contract spirit. Let that Crimson Rock maintain its flying ability, but don't let it fly too fast. We need time to leave this place, and if the Zhu family interferes with us, who knows what changes might occur. Li Feng, upon hearing this, was first taken aback, then his eyes twitched. The young lad's strategy was indeed ruthless. Truly worthy of being the daughter of a warlord, he had originally only intended to wait for the right moment to deal with Yuan Ye himself. After agreeing, Li Feng continued on his way, while keeping his attention on the battlefield, observing the situation at any moment. Beast die. Yuan Ye sensed that his contract spirit was ready, and his momentum surged dramatically. The Crimson Rock completed its charge, emitting a scorching aura as flames erupted, the terrifying heat wave compressing the surrounding space into ripples. Roar. The extreme cold rabbit lord's attack was also ready, and blue energy waves shot out like an electromagnetic cannon, with the two powerful energies colliding directly. Boom. The heavens and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The space was in chaos, and a storm swept through. Initially, the two energies were evenly matched, but the silver-level Crimson Rock held the advantage in level. With Yuan Ye controlling and assisting from the side, the Crimson Rock quickly gained the upper hand. Intense heat waves surged forth, shattering the ice beneath the extreme cold rabbit lord's feet, causing its massive body to teeter. The energy waves continued unabated, and the extreme cold rabbit lord felt itself being struck by the heat waves, experiencing intense burning and pain throughout its body. Just as it felt it could no longer hold on, and was about to fall into a deeper state of frenzy, suddenly the pressure eased dramatically. A piercing scream rang out, coming from the beak of the Crimson Rock. It turned out that one of the Crimson Rock's wings had been torn open at some unknown point, revealing a horrifying gash, blood gushing out. Little Chi. Yuan Ye saw his contract spirit suffering such a tragic injury, his eyes nearly popping out. Not only that, but the Crimson Rock, unable to maintain its balance, caused Yuan Ye and his group to stagger and nearly fall off. Fortunately, Yuan Ye promptly fed the Crimson Rock some potion, barely healing the bleeding wound somewhat. Then his gaze sharply turned to a certain direction, spotting a face he detested with veins popping. Li Feng, you are dead. Hey brother Yuan, how can you say that? Alas, I can't be blamed. The scene was so chaotic. I initially wanted to help you, but accidentally hit the wrong target instead. Li Feng spread his hands, looking utterly innocent. Hearing this, Yuan Ye was so furious he nearly spat blood. Li Feng, you are simply a scoundrel. How can a peak silver-level person say such things? Why don't you go die? Yuan Ye's gaze was as if it could kill, staring fiercely at the other. We have some unpleasantness between us, but do you not want the golden quality spirit of extreme cold just for the sake of revenge? Just as Yuan Ye was about to continue cursing, he noticed Li Feng's expression change, turning somewhat fearful, and he shakily pointed behind him. You behind. Yuan Ye thought something was wrong, and when he turned around before he could see clearly, the Crimson Rock howled again. Another attack struck the other wing of the Crimson Rock. A mocking laugh followed. Haha, big fool, you believe whatever your father says, don't you? I'm going to dance on your ancestors' grave, haha. The rhinoceros lion beast accelerated and soon disappeared from Yuan Ye's sight. Oh. Yuan Ye was so angry that his face turned red, his whole body trembling violently. Bastard, how dare you? Beside him, Zhu Fei, who had a large chunk of hair sliced off, clung to the feathers of the Crimson Rock, trembling as he sat up. Li Feng's attack had almost grazed his scalp, and Zhu Fei nearly met his ancestors. Just as he regained his composure from the fear and was about to speak, the next moment, there was a violent explosion at the location of the extreme cold rabbit lord. Boom. The massive body exploded, countless remnants flying wildly, and a thick mist of blood spread out. This outrageous scene left all present dumbfounded. Even Yuan Ye, who was about to have a brain hemorrhage from anger, was the same. Amidst the thick blood mist, the blue quality spirit of extreme cold emerged, only to suddenly disappear before their astonished eyes. How is this possible? Shouldn't it be the golden quality spirit of extreme cold? No, how did the extreme cold rabbit lord die? And this spirit of extreme cold, even if it's blue, how could it vanish into thin air? Of course the crowd had no idea that when Li Feng and the others left, Su Xian, who was held in Xin Qing's arms, took advantage of the lack of attention and used destruction and plunder skills. The target of destruction was naturally the extreme cold rabbit lord, while the object of plunder was the dropped blue quality spirit of extreme cold. Fortunately, the extreme cold rabbit lord and the Crimson Rock were engaged in a fierce battle in a terrible state. Otherwise, even with Su Xian's destruction skill, it would be difficult to strike successfully. In this wave, everyone suffered losses while only Su Xian and Xin Qing profited immensely. Boom. The ground began to tremble violently. No, it wasn't just the ground. Even the space began to shatter. Countless extreme cold rabbits' eyes turned red, bloodshot, completely losing their sanity. No, it wasn't just the ground. Even the space began to shatter. Countless extreme cold rabbits' eyes. It seems that the death of the extreme cold rabbit lord triggered an unknown upheaval in the purgatory of extreme cold. 10 minutes later, Xin Qing and his companions returned to the ice house base after traveling at full speed. Looking down at the ground, the traces of the shattered glacier left by Zhu Fei and the others remained, with numerous cracks appearing around and burnt marks visible at the edges. The group had no time to pay attention to these details. At this moment, the entire ice-cold hell was shaking, as if the world was about to collapse. Li Feng's expression was somewhat peculiar. Along the way, he frequently turned back, mumbling, "I didn't even attack the extreme cold rabbit lord. Why does it feel like the beings in this otherworldly space have all gone insane? Miss, we should hurry and get out. It feels like something big is about to happen here." Xin Qing nodded. As the group entered the formation, they saw a number of people dressed in official imperial attire, anxiously pacing back and forth, looking quite distressed. As they looked up, they spotted the returning Li Feng team, and their eyes brightened instantly. "Only you finally made." The speaker was a tall man, a peak silver-level warrior. Although he was not part of the dragon-slaying army, he represented the Empire in guarding the otherworldly space. From his attitude, it was clear he was an old acquaintance of Li Feng and had a good relationship with him. "Old one, what are you doing here?" Li Feng smiled and approached upon seeing a familiar face. "Aren't you usually inside playing cards with the guys at this hour?" "So don't mention it. It's been so obvious that something bad is going on. You must have noticed that ice-cold hell has undergone a major change." Wang Fan had a bitter smile on his face as he pointed to the trembling space around them. "I'm really at a loss. When I was guarding otherworldly spaces, I never encountered such issues. Why is it that this ice-cold hell has to throw me such a curveball? Then again, I remember there was an otherworldly space called something like Ghost Island that also had strange occurrences. Forget about that. Oldly, since you just returned, tell me, is there a bastard causing trouble in there?" Li Feng cleared his throat a few times, his expression becoming serious, as he said, "Oldly, to be honest, I ran into people from the Zhu family in there." He then briefly recounted how someone had stirred up trouble with the extreme cold rabbit lord, causing the lord to go berserk, as well as the Zhu family's involvement. Of course, he mentioned obtaining the golden quality ice-cold soul, but when explaining the reason, he said it was merely to cover everyone's retreat, casually killing a few ordinary extreme cold rabbits, not expecting such a treasure to drop. Upon hearing that Li Feng had obtained the golden quality ice-cold soul, Wang Fan's eyes widened and his breathing quickened slightly. However, knowing Xin Qing's identity from Li Feng's introduction, he felt no jealousy, instead giving a thumbs up and praising Li Feng for being impressive. Li Feng was eager to take Xin Qing away and decided not to chat further with Old Wang. "Old Wang, if nothing's wrong, I'll take the miss away first. General Li is still waiting outside. After I escort the miss out, I'll come back to support you." Mentioning General Li, Old Wang's expression turned serious, a hint of respect flashing in his eyes. Clearly, he was aware of this deputy of the dragon-slaying army, a peak golden-level powerhouse. He nodded slowly and said, "All right, you go ahead. I'll hold the fort here for now." As he spoke, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Don't let me see those Zhu family members. If I find out they're the ones who killed the extreme cold rabbit lord, causing the upheaval in the otherworldly space, I'll definitely make them pay dearly." Su Xian remained silent, observing the surroundings with a detached expression, as if everything was unrelated to him. Boom. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The glacier beneath their feet suddenly began to shatter violently, like broken glass, with countless cracks spreading rapidly. Moreover, the formation maintaining the surrounding ice houses also began to break apart, clearly suffering damage. A terrifyingly powerful aura emerged from the void, incredibly fearsome. Even silver-level powerhouses like Wang Fan and Li Feng changed their expressions. This aura, could it be the emergence of the Hell Sovereign? Xin Qing found the name somewhat unfamiliar, and Li Feng immediately explained to her. "Miss, generally in such otherworldly spaces, various otherworldly beings coexist. Aside from particularly aggressive races, most do not interfere with each other. However, some otherworldly spaces are different as sometimes they can give rise to a king-like existence. Such a king possesses extraordinary dominion capable of ruling all beings within the otherworldly space with their will. Wang Fan, standing nearby, also looked troubled. Indeed, like the ice-cold hell, such a king has emerged. We call it the Hell Sovereign. It probably came into existence about 2 years ago, although its level is peak bronze or low silver. Its strength is terrifying, with all 3 attributes likely in the 5-digit range. Even silver contract masters like Old Li and I would probably be unable to defeat it. However, it's really strange that since its birth this Hell Sovereign has been hiding deep within the ice-cold hell. I've only heard of its existence, but it hardly ever appears before us. Li Feng furrowed his brow. That's true, the strength of the Hell Sovereign is indeed formidable, but compared to our human race's powerhouses, it's still insignificant. If it dares to show itself, if we human powerhouses gather to besiege it, even if it's 1 or even 10 Hell Sovereigns, they can only meet their demise. Crack. As several people quickly exchanged words, the distant space shattered. Accompanied by a roar reminiscent of an ancient era, a massive figure appeared before them. It was a huge humanoid creature. Its body resembled a towering mountain, exuding an immense sense of. Upon closer inspection, it stood about 100 feet tall, its body clad in hard icy armor, with barbs growing at the joints appearing extremely sharp. As for its appearance, it was quite frightening. Its facial features seemed somewhat distorted and unevenly distributed. However, the most striking feature of this Hell Sovereign was the blood-red eye positioned in the center of its forehead, looking quite sinister, constantly scanning the surroundings and radiating extreme malice. Seeing the emergence of the Hell Sovereign, everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. The ground was shaking constantly, and coupled with that terrifying aura, many adventurers who had barely escaped back to the ice house lost their balance and fell to the ground. They were even unable to stand due to their trembling legs, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed at the Hell Sovereign, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair rise within them. Damn it, the Hell Sovereign has actually appeared. Wang Fan and Li Feng's faces instantly darkened, while Xinqing looked shocked, disbelief evident in her beautiful eyes. This was her first encounter with the Hell Sovereign, but the evil eye on its forehead was something she had seen in her dreams before. It was one of the world-destroying monsters belonging to a race known as the Evil Eye Clan. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of terror engulfed her entire being. Xinqing trembled as the terrifying apocalyptic scenes from her dreams had now become a reality. How strange. I remember the official dossier described the Lianyu Zhuzai differently. Wang Fan murmured, staring at the creature. How does it have 3 eyes? He whispered, but did not stop. He ordered people to fetch the weapons from the depot, intending to wound the Lianyu Zhuzai at least to try to prevent further destruction. Wang Fan's words rang in her ears, and Xinqing finally came to. Her slight frame still trembled, but she regained the ability to think. She drew a deep breath, clenched her fists, and her gaze hardened. I cannot just give up. The Xuan Izu are not invincible. Compared to those nearly unsolvable world-devouring monsters, the Xuan can be confronted. If my Xiaoshi can grow, then this world still has a chance. Xinqing rallied herself, steadied her spirit, and looked toward the Lianyu Zhuzai. 2 different streams of information appeared before her. Name: Lianyu Zhuzai. Race: Giant Warrior. Level: Silver 1 star. Strength: 10,234. Defense: 11,392. Speed: 9,567. Skills: Charged Crushing Fist, Air Wave, Racial Rally Call of the King. Description: a king of the icy purgatory from an extra-dimensional space. Its power far exceeds ordinary silver beings. It is currently parasitized by the Xuan Izu, and its mental state is extremely abnormal. Another set of information came from the Xuan Izu. Race: Xuan Izu. Level: Dissuade. Skills: Parasitism, Mental Control, Mental Corruption. Description: an evil presence from the lower abyss, mentally deranged and instinctively corrupting other life. Normal attacks are ineffective, recovery is prodigious, lethal wounds are not truly fatal, and even the strongest silver tier strikes struggle to annihilate it. Xinqing skimmed the Lianyu Zhuzai's information, but concentrated on 3 of its attributes. The numbers were terrifyingly high, even a typical silver peak contracted spirit could not compare. Xinqing's attention centered on the Xuan Izu parasitizing the Lianyu Zhuzai. She had indeed discovered information absent from her dreams. Lower abyss dissuade. Xinqing murmured. In the dream, she had not seen the origin of this monster. The monster's ranking was odd as well, entirely unlike the system she knew. What is this abyss? I've never heard of it. Do those world-ending monsters all come from there? Lethal wounds that are not lethal, no wonder they're so hard to deal with. Boom. As she raced through her thoughts, the surrounding space emitted a strident roar. Someone looked back, face changed, and shouted, "Look! Everyone look! The dimensional rift is closing." What a... At those words, the crowd's faces immediately fell. Turning sharply, they saw the spatial fissures that had connected to Weilon Xingqiu and to Binghan Lianyu slowly sealing amid the recent thunderous noise. Some, seized by panic and with reddened eyes, rushed into the rifts trying to return to Weilon Xingqiu. But scarcely had they entered when agonized screams erupted. The nearby adventurers watched in horror as the space-sliced remains convulsed on the ice, great pools of blood spreading across the surface, the air thick with the metallic stench. It's over, we're finished, no one can get out. Many adventurers went pale, their eyes filled with despair. The king of Binghan Lianyu has appeared, it wants to kill us all. We have no way out. The surrounding environment continued to be torn apart. Gale force winds rose and earthquakes shook. Utter despair spread through the crowd. Don't spout defeat in front of me, I'm not dead yet. At that, a silver-ranking, heavily muscled contractor rose, fury on his face. He strode to the defeatist, seized him, and drove a fist into his face. After sending the man flying, he shouted defiantly, I refuse to believe it. I, a silver contractor, will be undone in a bronze-tier extra-dimensional space. So what if it is the Lianyu Zhuzai? Any silver like me, come with me and take it down. As he spoke, the silver contractor willed forth a massive contracted spirit crocodilian and clad in armored scales which bellowed and readied for battle. His words inspired many, the despair in the crowd ebbed, and several silver contractors rose, their eyes alight with fighting spirit. The giant, please, said, good. I can tell you all, I am a silver 4-star contractor, if we can combine. Before he could finish, a white shockwave slammed through, pouring out horrific energy that struck the giant's position. The glacier shattered, the giant's contracted spirit was blasted into a mangled husk, half its body torn apart. It did not cry out before it lay dead. As for the giant himself, he was ground to powder by that energy wave. The attack had come from the Lianyu Zhuzai. Though it had been hit by ordnance, it bore little visible harm, beating its chest in fury and lashing out in every direction. With a casual discharge of an air wave, it annihilated a silver contractor and his contracted spirit on the spot. Although that silver contractor had clearly been weak, likely inflated attributes averaging barely 3,000, the rank itself still mattered. Seeing such effortless slaughter snuffed out the fledgling hope among the adventurers, who despair deepened in them. The crowd fell into a suffocating silence. Shortly after, someone laughed like a madman. Ha! Everyone will die, every one of us. Unless a gold contractor appears, no one can defeat the Lianyu Zhuzai. Ha ha ha. Shut up. At that moment, Wang Fan and the others hurried over. Seeing the blasted silver 4-star contractor and the desperate crowd, his expression darkened. He turned to the mad laugher and radiated an imposing aura that stifled the spread of hopelessness. Everyone, the Lianyu Zhuzai may be mighty, but it is not without avenues of resistance. It is our task to handle it. You focus on the ordinary extra-dimensional creatures, Wang Fan arranged. Also, now that the Lianyu Zhuzai has appeared, other lord-level beings will likely follow soon. All silver-level contractors, I ask you to take on those lord-tier extra-dimensional creatures. He pointed to where the rift had sealed and urged them on. The disappearance of the rift must be the work of the Lianyu Zhuzai. If you can hold off the pressure of other extra-dimensional beings for us, I promise I will slay the Lianyu Zhuzai and reopen the channel to Binghan Lianyu. Hearing Wang Fan's words, the adventurers kindled a faint hope. Though still lacking vigor, they ultimately followed his plan and turned to confront the other extra-dimensional creatures. Wang Fan continued to coordinate the surrounding adventurers as they battled the frenzied extra-dimensional beast. Li Feng assisted as well. His face was sullen and full of regret for not sending Xinqing away at once. Now they had to find a way to unite the present adventurers to face these berserk extra-dimensional beings. The Lianyu Zhuzai released a hoarse roar. The bloodshot evil eye at its brow swept the surroundings. Its utter malice seemed poised to annihilate everything it saw. Cradled in Xinqing's arms, Su Xian kept his eyes on the Lianyu Zhuzai. Its terrifying presence made him shiver instinctively. He spoke with his system in his mind. System, this thing is abstractly powerful. I can't hope to beat it. Even if I use the destruction skill, I can't harm it. System, host, according to this system's scan, the Lianyu Zhuzai is currently under control. You only need to find an opportunity to destroy the Xian, parasitizing it, and the Lianyu Zhuzai will naturally return to normal. The Xian itself is not powerful. Host, you currently possess the potential to destroy it. Su Xian, slightly puzzled, asked, if that's so, couldn't others simply destroy the Xian? System, host, the Xian is a special existence. Apart from your destruction skill, other attacks, even if they wound the Xian, will be quickly restored. Su Xian, so this still makes me a child of destiny. No, I have always been a child of destiny. But there is still a problem, system. Even if the Lianyu Zhuzai regains its mind with its current strength, I still cannot defeat it. System, host, be reassured, humanity in this world remains formidable. A king born within a bronze-tier extra-dimensional space would not willingly provoke humans. Once the Lianyu Zhuzai's mind is restored, it will withdraw on its own. However, host must note your present strength is weak. The destruction skill requires a period of charging to take effect, and before you use it on the Xuan it may very well detect you. You must find a way to prevent it from locating you prematurely. Xuan fell into deep thought. So I just need to deal with the evil eye that is parasitizing the center of the Inferno Sovereign's brow. Using destructive skills was able to reveal me. It seems this red eye is not a trivial existence. Finally, after several chapters, it's finally time for me to take action. With this thought, Xuan glanced at the pale-faced Xinqing and said, "Guji." Xinqing was still in a daze. Helplessly, Xuan nudged her, and only then did Xinqing notice him. "What's wrong, little Shi?" "Guji, I can deal with that red eye." Guji. However, I need someone to distract that red eye or the attention of the Inferno Sovereign. Oh, I need to build up my strength to unleash a powerful attack." Xuan gestured animatedly, his body changing to an arrow shape, pointing at the evil eye on the Inferno Sovereign's brow. Then he transformed into a large, indicating that he could deal with the evil eye. Xinqing frowned. "Little sure you notice that the Inferno Sovereign is being parasitized by that evil eye too. But this evil eye is hard to deal with. Even if we inflict damage, even fatal wounds, it can recover quickly." As Xinqing spoke, she felt despair herself. After all, even if Li Feng and the others found an opportunity to attack the evil eye, they ultimately would not pose a threat to it. Xuan gestured again, and after a long while Xinqing understood his meaning, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Little sure do you mean that even if it can withstand fatal damage you can still deal with it, but it will take some time, and during that period someone needs to distract the enemy's attention?" Finally, she understood my meaning. Xuan felt a mix of emotions and nodded eagerly. He yearned even more for his evolved human form capable of communication. Talking this way is truly exhausting. Xinqing immediately became excited, but she did not doubt Xuan's words. After all, he was the first being whose attributes even she could not see through. Moreover, Xuan's series of performances after being summoned by her were astonishing. Xinqing quickly looked around and soon spotted Li Feng. At that moment, he was in a state of disarray, responsible for maintaining the safety of other adventurers and organizing them into a combat force. On the other hand, he also needed to protect Xinqing. Seeing her approach, Li Feng, though exhausted, comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, miss, I will definitely protect you and ensure you get out safely. Uncle Li, I have a way to resolve the current situation." Xinqing did not waste time and quickly pointed at the Inferno Sovereign, saying, "Uncle Li, I truly do not understand the Inferno Sovereign, but I have heard about its frenzied state and the evil eye on its brow from my father." Xinqing briefly explained to Li Feng the information she knew about the Evil Eye clan, including their outrageous abilities. Of course, she attributed all the sources of information to her father Xintian. Upon hearing Xinqing's words, Li Feng's eyes lit up. However, upon learning that even a full-force attack would be ineffective against the evil eye, he fell silent. "Uncle Li, my father told me how to deal with the evil eye, but using such methods may be detected by the evil eye, so I need someone to distract the evil eye and the Inferno Sovereign's attention. Uncle Li, right now only I can deal with it. I am not exaggerating, this evil eye is incredibly tricky. It's not just you. Even if you and Uncle Wang Fan join forces and unleash your full power to attack the evil eye, it would be difficult to inflict effective damage on it. Currently, the evil eye has completely controlled the Inferno Sovereign. Ordinary attacks not only cannot affect the evil eye, but the Inferno Sovereign won't give us that opportunity either. Uncle Li, trust me this once, give me enough time, and do not let the evil eye or the Inferno Sovereign." Upon hearing this, Li Feng showed a contemplative expression, and after a long pause he nodded firmly. "All right, miss, I trust you." Li Feng quickly left to find Wang Fan and discuss the matter regarding the evil eye. After listening, Wang Fan looked at Xinqing, frowning slightly. "Old Li, I know the situation of the Inferno Sovereign better than you." Miss Xinqing's words have indeed clarified a doubt for me. According to the information provided, the Inferno Sovereign does not look like this, and it does not have that red eye. However, according to Miss Xinqing, even if we can deal with the evil eye and return the Inferno Sovereign to normal, its inherent attributes are as they are, and its power is immensely strong, making it difficult for us to confront the Inferno Sovereign. Clearly, Wang Fan's focus had always been on the Inferno Sovereign. Even though he knew it might be controlled by the evil eye, he did not regard the evil eye as a threat. Hearing that even their full-force attacks could not inflict effective damage on the evil eye, while Xinqing could deal with it, only tightened his frown. This sounded utterly nonsensical and unrealistic. Old Wang trust the miss. After all, this information is something she heard from the military commander. Furthermore, regarding the Inferno Sovereign itself, I think there is no need to worry too much. It was born 2 years ago, and since then there have been few reports of it revealing itself. Clearly, it still harbors some fear of our human race, and is unwilling to completely tear apart relations with us. As long as we can return it to normal, it is likely that it will not continue to fight against us. I won't get close to it, I just need to ensure that it does not notice me before I attack. But Wang Fan still appeared hesitant. Listening to Shenqing, it seemed she only needed to stay put doing nothing as long as the evil eye did not notice her. This was quite a far-fetched notion. Seeing this, Shenqing added, Uncle Wang, regardless, we cannot let the Inferno Sovereign continue its rampage. Such a special extra-dimensional being with high intelligence, once it regains its sanity, it will surely stop. Otherwise, once our human powerhouses notice this place and forcibly tear apart the space to destroy it, it would not want to see that either. After hearing this, Wang Fan contemplated for a long time before finally letting out a sigh. He gave Shenqing a deep look, said nothing further, and agreed. Just as he was about to collaborate with Li Feng to create an opportunity for Shenqing, a voice of furious cursing came from afar. Li Feng, damn you. You better not die a good death. In the east, about 1,000 meters above the ground, a small black dot appeared. Below the small black, it was a dense mass, a multitude of races from the ice-cold inferno. At this moment, their eyes were red as they charged towards the ice house. The small black that rapidly grew larger, soon revealing the individuals above. It was a crimson rock with gaping wounds in its wings, struggling to fly. On the crimson rock, Zhu Fei and the others looked utterly disheveled, covered in blood. At the front, Yuan Ya's eyes were red, fixed firmly on Li Feng's direction. Although he also saw the Inferno Sovereign rampaging around, exuding a terrifying aura, his eyes were now only on Li Feng, the one who had caused him so much distress. Li Feng, you really deserve to die. The extreme cold rabbit lord was secretly killed by you, right? Damn it, you even took the blue quality ice cold essence it dropped. Do you know how much you have harmed me? Yuan Ya's face was twisted in rage. Because of the death of the extreme cold rabbit lord, not only the ordinary extreme cold rabbits, but also other extra-dimensional beings in the ice-cold inferno had erupted in rebellion. If he hadn't reacted quickly and escaped in time, he and Zhu Fei would have become fodder for these beasts. Just as he was about to continue cursing, an overwhelming sense of crisis swept over him. Yuan Ya's hair stood on end, his face turned pale in an instant, almost instinctively crouching down. Beneath him, the heavily injured crimson rock swayed as it plummeted approximately 200 meters. Boom. In less than half a breath, a shockwave swept through the original position of the crimson rock. The terrifying force tore through space, rippling waves of energy that radiated a heat intense enough to melt even silver contract spirits. Seeing the spot where he had just been so violently attacked, Yuan Ya and the others felt their scalps go numb, an overwhelming sense of horror filling their entire bodies. What the hell was that? This is the king of extra-dimensional space. Old Yuan, hurry and join us in attacking this infernal sovereign. This is our only chance for survival. Li Feng shouted urgently upon seeing Yuan Ya disregarding the curses that flowed from the latter's lips. Roar. On the other side, the infernal sovereign, struck by countless shells, suffered little physical damage, but felt deeply insulted. Already furious, it turned its wrathful gaze towards Yuan Ya upon hearing Li Feng's words, causing Yuan Ya's body to tremble uncontrollably. 10,000 units of force erupted from the infernal sovereign, transforming into the most violent power. Although Yuan Ya was a peak silver-tier contract mage, his physical strength was far inferior to that of his contracted spirit. Moreover, even in its prime, his crimson rock did not possess any values exceeding 5 digits. Faced with the infernal sovereign, escape was the only option. At this moment, he was targeted by the infernal sovereign, which fixed its sinister eye on him from the center of its brow. The power of spiritual contamination emanated, and while fear gripped Yuan Ya's heart, his mind began to feel unbearable pain. Oh, Li Feng, you beast. With a cry of despair, Yuan Ya nearly shattered, and Zhu Fei and the others were in a similar state, struggling to even maintain their stance due to the agony. But this was not the most despairing part. The infernal sovereign spread its arms wide and began to stride toward Yuan Ya, clearly intent on eliminating this potential threat at the first opportunity. Thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled violently, and the entire space shook more fiercely. Yuan Ya watched as the infernal sovereign rushed towards him, his eyes wide with rage, his heart madly cursing Li Feng. You bastard, you've caused me so much suffering. On the other side, realizing that the infernal sovereign's attention was drawn to Yuan Ya, Li Feng paused for a moment, then a smile of delight spread across his face. He quickly turned to Wang Fan and exclaimed, quick, old Wang, old Yuan has finally done something noble by voluntarily taking on the role of bait. Let's assist him from behind and attack the infernal sovereign, preventing it from noticing the young lady. Wang Fan's expression was strange, but he said nothing more. He glanced at Shenqing and saw her affirmative gaze, taking a deep breath as his demeanor grew resolute. All right, Miss Shen, I leave everything to you. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. As long as you can hold them off for a while, I won't let you. Upon hearing Shenqing's response, the two immediately summoned their respective contracted spirits. Li Feng's spirit was naturally the rhinoceros beast, while Wang Fan's was a monstrous creature entirely forged from rock. Notably, the joints of this monster were not stone, but rather molten lava emanating a terrifying heat. Just standing there, the surrounding ice began to melt. Xin glanced over, a sense of worry rising within her. She could easily see that the attributes of the two's contracted spirits were both around 7,000. The rhinoceros beast possessed 6 skills, while the lava giant had 5. This was not considered weak for a peak silver tier contracted spirit. However, compared to the infernal sovereign with its values exceeding 10,000, the gap was still significant. Without hesitation, the two controlled their contracted spirits, instantly vanishing from their locations and charging towards the infernal sovereign. Meanwhile, Xuan began to activate the destruction skill. Unlike before, the destruction skill did not take effect immediately. Xuan could clearly sense an inexplicable force obstructing the power of his skill. He needed some time to gather strength to break through this barrier. Roar! Just as the infernal sovereign roared, about to slam its massive arm down on the crimson rock, the sinister eye on its brow seemed to feel an intense unease rapidly scanning its surroundings. At that moment, the attacks from Wang Fan's lava giant and Li Feng's rhinoceros beast had already arrived. Boom! A piercing roar echoed as the scorching lava and sharp claws struck, tearing the air apart and whipping up a fierce wind. The infernal sovereign felt a pain in its back, and its massive body lost balance. With a roar, it hurriedly steadied itself and glared back with its monstrous head at the two small figures. So you're the one called the infernal sovereign, huh? Come on, let's have a go. I despise bullies like you who prey on the weak. If you have the guts, come at someone like me who is strong. Li Feng shouted arrogantly, his tone dripping with disdain, fully utilizing his taunting skills. Although the situation was grave, Wang Fan could not help but show a peculiar expression. This guy, not only is he attracting the infernal sovereign's hatred, but he also has to take the opportunity to insult Yuanya. Yet this was to be expected. Their enmity wasn't new, and they probably both wished to eliminate each other. Thanks to their actions, the infernal sovereign's attacks did not strike the crimson rock, allowing Yuanya and the others to salvage their lives. But the crisis was far from over. Yuanya, hearing Li Feng's arrogant words, felt his face flush with anger, and a sweet taste filled his throat, nearly causing him to spit blood. Before he could find a chance to retaliate, countless enraged other dimensional beings launched their attacks against him. Although these other dimensional beings were far weaker than the infernal sovereign, they were numerous, and with some leader-level beings mixed in, their strength was not to be overlooked. In an instant, a torrent of attacks overwhelmed the crimson rock, and white smoke engulfed the ground. Among the white mist, cries of wailing and anguish emerged, blood splattering as the scent of blood grew more intense in the air. After a while, a red figure finally managed to escape from the white mist. At this moment, the crimson rock was covered in grotesque wounds, looking utterly tragic. However, it was not the most miserable. As of now, Zhu Fei's group had already lost 4/5 of their members. Zhu Fei himself had suffered severe injuries and lay unconscious, while the Yuanya who barely protected him was also weak, feeling as if he might faint at any moment. Old Yuan, hang in there and help us deal with the infernal sovereign. I believe you can do it. In his state of unconsciousness, Li Feng's voice reached Yuan Ya's ears. Instantly, the battered Yuan Ya's eyes widened, and he jerked his head up to look at Li Feng. Bloodshot. Li Feng, you beast. Boom. Just as he opened his mouth, the infernal sovereign immediately shifted its attack direction, disregarding the rhinoceros beast and lava giant's assaults, and aimed its sinister eye at Yuanya once more. What the hell? The almost enraged Yuanya looked incredulous. Clearly he had done nothing, yet this damned infernal sovereign kept targeting him. In contrast, Li Feng and Wang Fan, who had been attacking it, were ignored by this beast. Yuanya felt a heavy malice directed at him. Of course, if the controlled infernal sovereign knew Yuanya's thoughts, it would probably scoff internally. In its current understanding, Yuanya, being a peak silver tier, posed a potential threat if he chose to attack. However, his state was the worst. It knew that injuring 10 fingers was not as good as losing one. Such simple logic was not lost on it. Boom. The infernal sovereign relentlessly attacked Yuanya. Fortunately, the crimson rock, despite its severe injuries, burst forth with speed in the face of life and death danger. With Li Feng and the others constantly distracting the infernal sovereign, Yuanya might not have held on much longer otherwise. Roar. The more time passed without subduing Yuanya, the angrier the Lord of the Abyss became, continuously roaring while pounding its massive arms against its chest, venting the fury within. The space of the ice-cold abyss grew increasingly unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment. The evil eye on the Lord of the Abyss rotated, and in the next moment it unleashed countless waves of energy towards Yuanya, causing the latter to scream in agony, unsure of where he was sent flying. Then it ceased its attack, raising its arms high, its grotesque head tilted back, mouth wide open. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Fan felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the next moment a strange piercing sound wave erupted from the Lord of the Abyss. The sound was incredibly uncomfortable, causing many adventurers to clutch their ears in pain, blood streaming from their orifices. This This is the special ability of the Lord of the Abyss, the King of Space. It aims to control other dimensional beings. Wang Fan quickly realized his expression growing grim. Roar. Shortly after, various beings from the dimension momentarily froze, then their expressions turned even more frenzied, their eyes revealing a fervent emotion. Afterward, they charged even more fiercely, their assaults becoming incredibly violent, almost completely losing their sanity. Surrounding adventurers found themselves in dire straits under the relentless attacks of these increasingly frenzied dimensional beings. Many adventurers caught off guard were attacked by the madly charging dimensional beings. Some were bitten to death, others were torn apart, resulting in a bloody scene. Damn it, this Lord of the Abyss has gone mad. Wang Fan gritted his teeth, saying, at this rate, it won't even need to stalemate with us. As long as it lets the other dimensional beings deal with the other adventurers, we will ultimately be isolated and unable to escape disaster. He even saw the surrounding dimensional beings starting to frantically attack the areas where weapons were set up, resulting in heavy losses for those present. What to do? How can we create an opening for an attack? This beast's attributes are simply too high. Even when going all out, it's still hard to seize an opportunity. Buzz. At that moment, Li Feng had already mounted the rhinoceros beast and rushed to the Lord of the Abyss feet. He actually planned to make a close-range attack during the moment when the latter was controlling other dimensional beings. Oli, are you crazy? Come back quickly. Upon realizing that Li Feng had recklessly approached the Lord of the Abyss, Wang Fan felt a chill sweep through him and immediately roared. However, Li Feng paid no mind. Soon the rhinoceros beast arrived at the feet of the Lord of the Abyss, leaping up and actually landing directly on its leg, then swiftly climbing upwards. Seeing this scene, Wang Fan felt as if his breath was about to freeze. What on earth is Li Feng doing? Is he truly risking his life? The Lord of the Abyss, which was using its racial uplift ability to control other dimensional beings, noticed the little bug climbing up its leg, and its anger intensified. It lifted its right leg backward and then forcefully kicked forward. Clearly, it aimed to kick Li Feng away. Bang! A massive collision sound erupted, and the ice surface was swept up by a fierce wind, engulfing Li Feng's body. Oddly, Wang Fan's eyes were about to burst, but he was powerless to do anything. Soon as the storm subsided, there was no trace of Li Feng on the Lord of the Abyss leg. Wang Fan felt blood rushing to his head and extreme rage filling his chest. Damn it, damn bastard, I'll fight you to the end. Roaring, Wang Fan prepared to command the lava giant to attack the Lord of the Abyss. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly froze in place. He saw that the missing Li Feng had inexplicably reappeared on the shoulder of the Lord of the Abyss, climbing towards its neck. Quickly, Li Feng reached the throat of the Lord of the Abyss, glaring with red eyes as he shouted, "Beast, die!" Underneath, the rhinoceros beast sensed its master's intent, letting out a roar. Its sharp claws were raised and then fiercely dug forward. Rip! As the claws of the rhinoceros beast scraped fiercely against the Lord of the Abyss neck, bursts of firelight emerged, but they did not inflict significant damage, only leaving a few shallow marks. Although Li Feng had anticipated this, he was still disgusted by the absurd defensive power of the Lord of the Abyss. It's really tougher than a stone in a latrine. Though the Lord of the Abyss suffered minimal damage, Li Feng's actions thoroughly enraged it. Its originally two eyes turned completely red, appearing to have lost all rationality. Two towering arms raised, it forcefully slapped its own neck. Li Feng reacted, swiftly moving forward. Just as the Lord of the Abyss palm was about to hit its neck, he leaped onto its face, the corners of his mouth curling up in a mischievous smile. Little Rhino, let it experience your specialty. The rhinoceros beast's expression also turned lewd, its hind legs slightly raised, a certain part exerting force. The next second, an indescribable foul liquid poured out, cascading from the nostrils of the Lord of the Abyss and dripping into its mouth. To ensure that the Lord of the Abyss didn't notice Shinqing, he was going all out. Under normal circumstances, he wasn't such a lowly person. This is too much damage. Is it necessary to use such means? Roar. The Lord of the Abyss felt the moisture on its face, especially the foul odor, and the liquid threatening to make it vomit, plunging it into sheer madness. The last remnants of rationality in its eyes were swallowed by rage, triggering its indiscriminate rampage mode. Even the evil eye in its forehead seemed unable to control it. A few minutes ago, the evil eye had inexplicably sensed a threat, and had been trying to locate the source of this threat, controlling the Lord of the Abyss to destroy its surroundings to eliminate this threat. But this damned bug kept provoking it, even using such despicable means. Even the Lord of the Abyss it controlled showed signs of losing control. The sense of crisis in the air grew heavier, and the evil eye became increasingly agitated. At this moment, Li Feng was getting closer to it. Originally, the evil eye felt no fear, thinking that a mere silver could not harm it, but the despicable means employed by Li Feng made it unwilling to endure. With no other choice, the evil eye consumed a large amount of mental energy again, further polluting the spirit of the Lord of the Abyss, barely keeping it from losing control. Just as the arm of the Lord of the Abyss was about to strike Li Feng, he and the rhinoceros beast leaped into the air. Ready, you should try my specialty too. Kik. The evil eye sensed trouble and wanted to control the Lord of the Abyss to evade, but it was too late. In midair, the rhinoceros beast displayed an incredibly awkward or rather bizarre posture, presenting its back, or rather its backside, towards the evil eye. Then it forcefully exerted itself. A large mass of indescribable semi-fluid, mixed with an unnameable odor, directly sprayed onto the enraged evil eye, completely enveloping it. Ugh! Wang Fan felt nauseated while the Lord of the Abyss directly half-kneeled on the ground, its face continuously twitching. Meanwhile, Su Xian's destructive skill had completed charging. With a sinister expression, he looked at the evil eye shrouded in filthy yellow matter, roaring in his heart, "Filthy, trash, die for me." Bang! The evil eye exploded. Together with its filthy special product, it burst open, and all. Coincidentally, part of the special product happened to fly to a certain location on the battlefield, striking the red giant rock that had just managed to get up along with the person on it. A strong stench assaulted Yuanya, who had just regained some consciousness. He felt as if his face was smeared with some sticky substance, and his mouth was foul. Instinctively inhaling through his nose, his body shuddered, and his eyes widened in horror as he instinctively gagged several times, ultimately rolling his eyes back and fainting once more. As for Zhu Fei beside him, he was even worse off, completely engulfed, looking like a lump. The Lord of the Abyss kept wailing in agony, appearing to be in immense pain. It bent down, cradling its head with its hands, its massive body trembling constantly, while its ferocious face twisted in distress. Due to the Lord of the Abyss losing control, the surrounding otherworldly beings became chaotic. They had originally been invigorated by the Lord of the Abyss skill, but that feeling suddenly vanished, leaving a trace of confusion in their eyes. The adventurers clearly would not cease their attacks due to their confusion. Instead, they felt they had seized an opportunity. Seeing the Lord of the Abyss in such a miserable state reignited hope in their eyes. Their faces twisted into grimaces as they charged at the surrounding otherworldly beings, slaying many that stood dumbfounded. Before long, these otherworldly beings regained their composure, looking at the adventurers rushing towards them with anger, and began to counterattack. The icy hell had become a meat grinder on the battlefield. If someone were to observe from a god's perspective, they would see battles erupting all over the shattered glaciers, with corpses strewn about, and crimson blood nearly covering the entire glacier. Congratulations, host, skill destruction upgraded. Su Xian, somewhat exhausted, heard the system's words, and his mind became significantly clearer. He immediately checked his panel and discovered that he only needed one more plunder skill to evolve into a slime. Hard work pays off. I am finally going to make it. System, after I evolve into a slime warrior, will I be able to transform into human form and speak? After evolution, the host will naturally know. In any case, the slime warrior will definitely be much better than the host's current state. Hearing this, Su Xian felt something was off, his eyes narrowing slightly as he questioned. No, system clarified. What exactly will happen after my evolution? Seeing the system playing dead, Su Xian was both angry and amused. However, he had no time to deal with the system. He was somewhat depleted, but that was not an issue, as he could replenish energy through plunder and devouring from other beings. This could be considered a bug exploit. Normally, he wouldn't have the chance, but now with the battlefield in chaos, it was the perfect opportunity for him to make his move. With this in mind, Su Xian began to activate his plunder skill against the otherworldly beings nearby. Those otherworldly beings, who originally looked fierce, suddenly felt their bodies inexplicably weaken, their speed and strength drastically reduced, and then they were bitten to death by the rushing, contracted spirits. This was not an isolated incident. Without constraints, wherever Su Xian's gaze fell, otherworldly beings were being robbed of their power. Su Xian instantly felt elated. The impact on the battlefield was tremendous. Many adventurers saw the otherworldly beings before them suddenly weaken, their morale soaring. Connecting it to the situation of the Lord of the Abyss, they imagined a scenario and excitedly exclaimed, "Brothers, we have an opportunity. The Lord of the Abyss must be done for, and so are these beasts. Let's swiftly slay the enemy. Kill, kill, kill. These damned beasts must be exterminated." The adventurers' eyes gleamed with ferocity. Previously, both sides were at a stalemate, but the enemy had suddenly become so weak their attacks were no longer fierce, and their speed was as slow as a turtle. Especially in terms of defense, their contracted spirits had to attack many times to inflict effective damage before, but now a single bite, claw, or elbow strike could kill these vicious otherworldly beings. It could be said they had switched to easy mode. They felt as if they had activated cheats in a game, with each strike resulting in a 999, 9999, immensely satisfying. And the instigator of all this was comfortably reclining in the embrace of a beautiful woman, using the plunder skill to crazily enhance his attributes, equally enjoying the thrill. If only Xinqing wasn't so worried, constantly monitoring the situation of the Lord of the Abyss, she might have noticed Su Xian. Otherwise, if she saw Su Xian's attribute panel, she might have been completely stunned. After an unknown period, the Lord of the Abyss finally recovered and slowly stood up. At that moment, its face looked even more fearsome. It already had a terrifying appearance, and now there was a blood hole in the center of its brow, making it look like a demon crawling out of hell. One must admit its vitality was terrifyingly strong. Despite such horrific wounds, it had not died. Not only did it not die, but the terrifying blood hole was also healing. Moreover, some of the special products belonging to the rhinoceros beast were still preserved. Other changes were evident. Although its pupils were still filled with bloodshot veins, they clearly had gained a bit of clarity. Its gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, and instinctively it froze for a moment, then anger appeared on its face. There were many reasons for its anger. One was recalling how it was controlled by the evil eye its spirit tainted, and also its mouth, which stank terribly. On the other hand, it was enraged to see its subjects being slaughtered by the human race. Especially those foolish ones who not only were slow as molasses, but also had weak attacks. After being attacked by the humans' contracted spirits, they fell immediately. Damn humans, how dare you! And that detestable reedied one. Damn it, this cannot continue. The Lord of the Abyss expression darkened, and in the next moment it threw its head back and roared. The piercing sound waves transformed into visible ripples that rippled outward. The adventurers froze at the sound, then fear flashed in their eyes as they looked at the Lord of the Abyss. Is this recovering? That was too fast. As they trembled in fear, they saw the surrounding otherworldly beings halt their movements, looking towards the massive figure with fervor and reverence, then turned to flee. Adventurers, not fighting anymore. What's happening? It seems the Lord of the Abyss is controlling them to retreat. The adventurers stared incredulously at the scene before them, their heads buzzing. At that moment, Li Feng had arrived beside Wang Fan, who instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing his good brother. Li Feng's face turned black, but recalling the actions of his contracted spirit earlier, he could only sigh helplessly. Patting the rhinoceros beast, Li Feng whispered, "Little rhino, don't do such things in the future. Look how much you're despised. Rhinoceros beast." They then watched the fleeing otherworldly beings and the roaring Lord of the Abyss, their eyes narrow. At that moment, a booming voice echoed in their minds. "Human race, depart, this matter is hereby." Li Feng and his companion were momentarily stunned before quickly realizing that it was the ruler of the Inferno communicating with them. They looked up at each other only to see the ruler of the Inferno touching the bloodied hole on its forehead, and its gaze became significantly angrier as it looked at the filthy object in its hand. Then, sensing the gaze of the two, it suppressed its rage and continued, "Human race, leave this place. Ha, ruler of the Inferno, after causing such a huge mess, do you think you can just end it so casually? I could very well turn your dreams into nightmares." Upon realizing that the ruler of the Inferno's mind had returned to normal, Li Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Compared to the earlier parasitic state, the rational ruler of the Inferno clearly did not wish to offend the human race too much. Li Feng did not plan to let it off so easily, a cold smile appearing on his face. "You have caused such great losses to our human race, it would be unreasonable not to provide some explanation." Hearing this, the ruler of the Inferno, who was about to chase them away and rest, felt even angrier. It extended its hand, feeling the sticky substance on its fingers, which was utterly disgusting. It restrained its impulse to kill Li Feng, revealing the special product of the rhinoceros beast, and angrily declared, "Human, you have committed such a vile act against me. I have yet to seek trouble with you. Furthermore, you should also be aware that this incident was instigated by that unknown reedied monster. Li Feng took a few steps back with a look of disdain and coldly replied, "Ruler of the Inferno, I do not care about that. All I know is that because of you, our adventurers this time have suffered heavy losses. The dimensional rift was also closed by you. Now the outside world has certainly noticed. Even if you do not open it, the powerful of our human race will come and forcibly open the rift. By then, when our human army arrives, you, ruler of the Inferno, will have only one path left: death." Hearing Li Feng's words, the ruler of the Inferno, filled with rage, had to force down various emotions and gritted its teeth, saying, "Humans, what do you intend to do?" I have no specific plans. I just hope that the ruler of the Inferno can roar." Before finishing his sentence, some dimensional beings that were supposed to leave suddenly lost control on the ice. Their expressions turned hideous, eyes becoming blood-red, rationality fading, replaced by an indescribable frenzy. Moreover, their skin began to writhe at the center of their brows, as if something was about to emerge. The ruler of the Inferno quickly sensed this, its already hideous face becoming even more grotesque. It recalled the process of its own control, and combining it with the current scene, suddenly realized what was happening. Damn that reed creature, you actually parasitized my subjects. The roar echoed, and after a few breaths, several Lord-level beings had sinister, evil eyes growing from their foreheads, radiating endless malice as they swept their gazes around. The evil eyes controlled the Lord-level beings, inciting them to incite a revolt among their own kind. In an instant, many-dimensional beings became frenzied again, baring their teeth and preparing to attack the surrounding adventurers. All of you stop. The ruler of the Inferno conveyed its thoughts, which finally calmed many-dimensional beings. However, many still struggled in a state of chaos. After all, while the king of the dimensional space could command them, it was very difficult to go against the will of the lords. Generally, the king would control Lord-level beings to manipulate other dimensional beings. At this moment, the Lord-level beings controlled by the evil eyes clearly had no intention of obeying the commands of the ruler of the Inferno. Seeing this, the ruler of the Inferno became furious, roaring several times before ignoring Li Feng and his companion, directly charging towards the nearest Lord-level being. This was a massive being resembling a penguin, and even the extreme cold rabbit lord appeared small in comparison to it. However, standing before the 100-foot ruler of the Inferno, it was merely a little midget. Die for me. The ruler of the Inferno was exceedingly furious. However, it did not intend to kill this penguin lord, but rather to tear out the evil eye from its forehead. Its thick fingers pierced into the evil eye, the warm, viscous, disgusting sensation coursing through it as it attempted to rip the eye out. However, for the penguin lord, this sensation was utterly unbearable, akin to the ruler of the Inferno tearing at its own eyeball. Moreover, this evil eye was directly connected to its brain. The penguin lord did not possess the ruler of the Inferno's nearly perverse recovery ability. It could barely recover even from having a bloody hole in its head. At this moment, the ruler of the Inferno's head had nearly recovered, save for a few indescribable remnants that emitted an unpleasant odor. Meanwhile, the penguin lord briefly regained consciousness, feeling as if its head was about to explode from the pain. Nevertheless, it endured the intense agony and began to communicate with the ruler of the Inferno. My lord, I can sense that if you directly pull out this reed creature, I will also die. My lord, kill me, but please avenge me. Hearing these words from the ruler of the Inferno's expression became increasingly grim. With no choice, it had to temporarily stop and retract its fingers. Shaking off the pitch-black blood from its fingers and looking at the penguin lord, the latter's forehead, which had been a bloody mess, surprisingly recovered quickly after the evil eye wriggled a few times. The evil eye was crimson, filled with malice, and when it looked at the ruler of the Inferno, it carried an extreme derision. The meaning was quite clear. Little trash, what can you do to me? Want to kill me? Hee, if you have the ability, wipe out your subjects along with me. Hee, perhaps even if you killed your subjects, I wouldn't die. Kekekek. Roar. You should die, reed creature. The ruler of the Inferno was so furious it nearly spat blood, yet could not think of a solution. Watching the penguin lord fall back into a frenzy, losing its rationality, the ruler of the Inferno punched it hard in the head, sending it crashing to the ground. Elsewhere on the battlefield, evil eyes appeared on the foreheads of numerous lord-level beings, glaring maliciously at their surroundings as they began to attack nearby adventurers. The adventurers, who had originally thought the situation was resolved, turned pale at the sight. With no choice, they had to fight against the dimensional beings once more. They quickly realized something was off. Originally, these dimensional beings had their combat power rapidly diminished under Su Xian's influence, giving them a significant advantage. Yet inexplicably, they began to feel their heads grow heavy, their bodies felt as if they were filled with lead, and countless muttering voices exploded in their minds, making their thoughts seem uncontrollable. The spiritual pollution of the evil eyes had already begun to infiltrate. Those dimensional beings affected by the ruler of the Inferno were unable to resist, their faces once again revealing madness. The battlefield seemed to be on the verge of chaos once more. At that moment, beneath a collapsed ice house, Xinqing, pale-faced, looked at Su Xian in her arms, utterly stunned. Little sure, your attributes. What happened? Xinqing's pupils trembled in her eyes. Su Xian's 3 attributes had all surpassed 300. This value, let alone passing the assessment of a contract master, would allow him to dominate others, even in the contract master's academy. Upon hearing the words, Su Xian stopped his plunder and looked at Xinqing with his big, innocent eyes. But Xinqing did not believe him at all, and hurriedly asked, Little sure, tell me the truth, can you really seize the power of other beings? Xinqing's eyes were not blind, and she naturally noticed the strange behavior of those otherworldly beings on the battlefield. Their weakened state was eerily similar to that of Zhu Shui and the unicorn tiger. What puzzled Xinqing was that she had not seen such an ability on Su Xian's attribute panel. Su Xian, stop acting cute. I want to hear the truth. Su Xian felt helpless, but couldn't explain. Not being able to speak was one thing, but even if he could, he wouldn't dare to say he was about to become a calamity that would destroy the world. If he actually said it, he feared that Xinqing would directly annihilate him. Just when he didn't know how to explain, a frenzied ice bear lord broke through the encirclement of surrounding adventurers and charged towards Xinqing. The ice bear lord was enormous, and wherever it passed storms arose, and the ice surface shattered. Countless ice houses collapsed, and many blocking adventurers were crushed into meat paste. Especially its sharp claws, which were extremely pointed, swept in front of it, easily tearing apart anything in their path. Li Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw a lord-level creature charging towards Xinqing's position. He ignored everything else and directly called for the rhino lion beast to charge forward. "Miss, you mustn't be harmed." The ice bear was very close to Xinqing, and they would be too late given the rhino lion beast's speed. Just as Li Feng was about to go mad with worry, he saw the evil eye in the middle of the ice bear's forehead suddenly bulge out, as if it were possessed. It looked as if it had seen something incomprehensible or was being possessed by something. In just a breath, the swollen evil eye quickly shrank back down, almost stopping its rotation. The ice bear lord's crimson eyes also revealed a touch of confusion because of this. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng urged the rhino lion beast to accelerate, finally catching up. Bang! The rhino lion beast suddenly raised its paw and clawed at the ice bear lord. A violent collision ensued, causing the ice bear to feel a pain in its chest, losing balance and falling backward. Taking advantage of the situation, the rhino lion beast pounced on the ice bear lord, attacking it with a flurry of scratches and bites. The ice bear lord instinctively extended its paw to awkwardly defend itself. Though its eyes remained crimson, they occasionally appeared dazed and then frenzied, looking extremely bizarre. Most absurdly, the evil eye in its forehead alternated between shrinking and bulging, resembling a balloon. Meanwhile, Xinqing looked at the fallen ice bear lord, deeply alarmed. Recalling the inexplicable delay just moments ago, Xinqing subconsciously turned to look at Xuan. She saw him staring intently in the direction of the evil eye, his body swelling up. This evil eye is truly outrageous. For other creatures, as long as I plunder their attributes, they cannot recover for a while. But this evil eye can continuously restore its state under my plundering skill. However, to be fair, if it weren't for the current urgent situation, this evil eye could really serve as my experience pack and power bank. Farming monsters is indeed very useful. To completely resolve the evil eye, either use destruction or consumption. The plundering ability can only temporarily weaken them. They can restore lost power at any time with their strong recovery ability. Upon hearing the system's words, Xuan was also deeply shocked. This evil eye is indeed troublesome. He never expected such an outrageous creature existed in this world. Host, this evil eye is not a being originally from this world. It comes from the abyss. System, what exactly is this abyss? Damn. Xuan cursed in his heart. This damn system was doing it again, playing dead whenever there was a problem. Soon Xuan felt his mental energy becoming a bit weak and inwardly thought it wasn't good. By plundering other beings, Xuan could replenish his mental power, but this evil eye was very strange. While his attribute values increased, the consumption of mental energy was even greater. If this continued, he would be unable to continue using the plundering skill. No, I must either completely destroy it or swallow it. Xuan's first reaction was destruction, but after a moment's thought he felt that would be a terrible loss. Not only would he waste his mental energy, but he would also gain nothing. Earlier he had to destroy the evil eye of the parasite ruler out of necessity due to an urgent situation. But now the evil eye of the parasite ice bear was clearly being beaten down by the rhino lion beast. If he didn't seize the opportunity to consume it, he would miss a great chance. Little sure. Thank you for earlier. At that moment, Xinqing's gentle voice sounded tinged with a hint of. Upon reflection, although Xuan had kept things from her, he had never harmed her. Instead, he had taken action multiple times to help her vent her frustrations. It was truly inappropriate to question him about the aspects she didn't understand. Xuan, he didn't mind this. If it were anyone else, and they found out their contract spirit had such an ability, but couldn't see it on the attribute panel, they would feel uneasy. Xuan's body transformed into an arrow shape, pointing at the ice bear lord being beaten by the rhino lion beast. More precisely, it was the evil eye on the ice bear lord's forehead that was beginning to recover, starting to communicate. After a while, Xinqing barely understood Xuan's meaning, and a look of horror appeared on her delicate yet pale face. Little sure, do you mean we need to get close to that evil eye? Can you completely master the other's power this way? After finally understanding Xuan's words, he wiped away the non-existent sweat and nodded earnestly. Xinqing, who had been very worried, thought that since Xuan could destroy even the evil eye of the parasite ruler, then this mere evil eye parasitizing a lord-level being shouldn't be too much of a challenge. Moreover, through observation, Xinqing had also seen the attributes of this evil eye. In other aspects, it was similar to the evil eye of the parasite ruler. The only difference was the level. The evil eye of the parasite ruler was of high level, while the one before her was of lower level. Judging by level, this one was definitely not as powerful as the other. With that thought, Xinqing agreed with Su Xian's plan and communicated briefly with him to confirm it. She turned to Li Feng and shouted, "Uncle Li, I would like to ask you for a favor." Li Feng approached Xinqing, who quickly exchanged a few words with him. Upon learning that Xinqing intended for Su Xian to have close contact with the evil eye, Li Feng was taken aback. "Miss, this evil eye can even be controlled by the Lord of the Netherworld. Isn't your contract spirit just?" Of course he did not voice this thought, but Xinqing understood her implication. After a moment of contemplation, Xinqing decided to reveal some information to Li Feng. "Uncle Li, I am confident about this matter. In fact, there is a contingency plan left by my father on Shaoshi." Hearing this, Li Feng was stunned, then looked at Su Xian in disbelief. According to Xinqing's words, the evil eye that had just eliminated the parasite lord was also done by Su Xian, right? Xinqing did not elaborate further, and in the end Li Feng reluctantly agreed. "All right, miss, then I will have my contract spirit restrain the ice bear lord to create an opportunity for your slime." "Thank you, Uncle Li." Xinqing was overjoyed. Su Xian also let out a sigh of relief, his eyes revealing a glint of desire. Soon the rhinoceros beast had the ice bear lord pinned down, but the evil eye in the center of its forehead was almost restored. As he gazed at the rhinoceros beast before him, the evil eye had directly unleashed its mental pollution. The rhinoceros beast became dazed for a moment, its strength waning, and the ice bear lord seized the opportunity to counterattack. Li Feng's face changed dramatically, as he never expected that this evil eye could affect his peak silver-grade rhinoceros beast. He abruptly turned to Su Xian, only to find that the latter had left Xinqing's embrace without him noticing. Su Xian's body had grown several times larger in the air. This was Su Xian's body transformation ability. Now his skill had reached level 2, and combined with his current attributes, the final outcome was that he transformed into a slime approximately 15 meters tall. Is this still a slime? Li Feng had never seen such a slime before. Just from its size alone, it was no weaker than his own rhinoceros beast. But one must know his rhinoceros beast was at peak silver level. What level was this slime? Only a bronze. Before Li Feng could be astonished, he saw the enlarged Su Xian plop down onto the head of the ice bear lord, causing the evil eye to become dizzy. In the next moment, Su Xian leaped up, opened his mouth wide in midair, aimed at the evil eye, and then free fell. Bang! Su Xian swallowed the evil eye, disregarding the ice bear lord's wails as the Devour skill activated. Glug glug! Su Xian shouted excitedly. The moment he swallowed the evil eye, his body grew massive once again, reaching 20 meters within a few seconds, which was simply terrifying. At the same time, he felt an unprecedented pain in his body, as if he had swallowed magma. Oh, it hurts so much. This energy is just too much. Even yesterday's potion combined with the heart of the 5 elements didn't amount to this much. Just in terms of total energy, even the golden quality soul of icy cold doesn't have this much. It's just a bit mixed up with various attributes of power, completely lacking the purity of soul of icy cold. If it were another contract spirit devouring the evil eye, it would be highly likely to be parasitized. Even if it could ignore the opponent's pollution and forcibly devour it while resisting the impact of the energy, the amount of energy it could absorb would only be about 10 to 20%. In comparison, the soul of icy cold was much better, as its energy was pure and would not require much digestion after devouring. It could rapidly convert the energy into its own numerical value. However, with Su Xian possessing a level 2 Devour skill, he clearly did not need to worry about this. The energy's complexity was irrelevant. He could digest it to the maximum extent. After an unknown amount of time, the intense pain in Su Xian's body gradually dissipated, and his body slowly shrank back to its previous basketball size. Congratulations, host. The Devour skill has reached level 3. Plunder skill has reached level 2. Requirements for Slime Warrior evolution met. Would you like to evolve now? As Su Xian felt the power surging within his body, he was overjoyed when he heard the system's voice. This made him even more excited. He had finally met the conditions for evolution. However, he did not choose to evolve immediately, as the surroundings were too chaotic. He did not want any accidents. Not yet. Let's talk after I get out. System, since I've met the conditions for evolution, tell me what abilities the Slime Warrior has. I really admire you. Su Xian was truly helpless. This system loved to create such situations. Before long, he bounced back into Xinqing's astonished embrace, assuring her that he was fine before checking his act. Upon taking a look, it was shocking. After one breath, 2 voices sounded simultaneously. Whoa. Cough. Glug. Whoa. The first voice was from Xinqing, who stopped mid-sentence and swallowed the rest of her words. Su Xian, however, had no such concerns, as no one could understand what he was saying anyway. Moreover, even if he could speak human language, he would most likely express it this way. Both were shocked for the same reason. Su Xian's attribute panel. In the skills section, Su Xian had gained another skill. Evil Eye No level. This was somewhat strange, as the skills of contract spirits usually had levels and could be enhanced. At this moment, having devoured the evil eye, Su Xian not only experienced a massive increase in values, but also gained the other's abilities. After a brief understanding, both Su Xian and Xinqing inhaled sharply. Although this skill could not level up, just looking at its effects made it incredibly formidable. Like the inherent abilities of the evil eye tribe, the evil eye skill possessed the capability to pollute the spirits of other beings. With this skill, Su Xian could completely poison the spirits of other beings, causing them to go mad. Not only that, but the evil eye skill also had a degree of mental control ability, but the prerequisite for control was that Su Xian's spiritual power must exceed that of the target he sought to control. Regardless, this skill was already exceptionally powerful, and Su Xian was quite satisfied. As for Xinqing, her reason for being elated was Su Xian's attributes. Strength 356, Speed 351, Defense 374. Although he remained a bronze 1-star, his values were abstractly extraordinary. Moreover, he possessed 6 skills, which was absurdly excessive. Even silver contract spirits did not have this many skills, and the effects of the latter 4 skills were increasingly astonishing. Xinqing was somewhat dazed, her eyes turning red. After a while, she tightly embraced Su Xian, nearly squeezing the breath out of him, her body deforming considerably. Xiaoshi, you're simply too strong. This world really has hope. Xinqing thought deeply. Not only did Su Xian obtain the evil eye, a skill that could be considered extraordinary, but she also contemplated the future. If Su Xian could devour other world-ending monsters and acquire their skills, the chances of dealing with these apocalyptic creatures would be significantly greater than before. The hope of saving the world had grown. Although Su Xian was still quite weak, Xinqing's heart was already filled with hope. At least she no longer had to witness the world-ending monsters destroying the world in her dreams, feeling utterly powerless. Su Xian felt somewhat bewildered. This was the second time he had heard from Xinqing that there is hope for this world. He truly could not comprehend, was this world really on the verge of destruction? To be fair, although Su Xian felt that it resembled the existence of an evil eye, it was indeed quite sinister. However, he also learned from Xinqing that the human race was incredibly powerful. In the face of the entire human race, the evil eye perhaps did not amount to much. Su Xian's doubts went unanswered. At this moment, Li Feng had already approached Xinqing, his eyes wide open as he stared intently at Su Xian. It was actually swallowed. Li Feng's mind trembled, feeling as if he were encountering a slime creature for the earlier. His rhinoceros beast had nearly been affected mentally, yet Su Xian could devour the evil eye. This was simply outrageous. Uncle Li, I hope you can keep this matter a secret from my father. Xiao Shi has a secret weapon given by my father, which is how the evil eye was devoured. Xinqing hurriedly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression became somewhat peculiar. Although Xintian held a revered position in his heart, and was an object of respect for every member of the dragon-slaying army, that did not mean he was a fool who would believe everything said to him. Even someone like Xintian would not be able to make a slime so powerful, right? If it were truly that strong, Xinqing wouldn't even need to come to the ice-cold inferno, as she could directly participate in the contractual master assessment. He could guarantee that no one would dare to claim that such a defiant slime would fail the assessment. However, in the end, Li Feng still restrained his emotions. He knew this was Xinqing's secret. No matter what, Xinqing was one of their own, and since she did not want him to disclose it, he would keep this secret well. From another perspective, the stronger Xinqing was, the more face the dragon-slaying army would have in the future, right? It would be best to trample all the vile Zhu family members underfoot. That would be sufficiently satisfying. For a moment, Li Feng's thoughts wandered far away. When he came back to his senses, he quickly assured Xinqing that he would not reveal Su Xian's secret. However, he thought of something. Scanning the surroundings, he found that although some people were looking over, it was not a significant issue overall. He leaned down and whispered to Xinqing, "Miss, if the commander inquires about this matter, what should I say?" The meaning behind his words subtly revealed that Li Feng felt Su Xian's ability was actually unrelated to Xintian. Li Feng originally did not want to ask this, but he had no choice. If Xintian really asked, he would also have a hard time responding. Xinqing naturally understood Li Feng's intentions. Although he sensed there were some problems here, he was still willing to help her keep it hidden. With a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes, Xinqing whispered, "Uncle Li, just say that I obtained the golden quality, ice-cold soul. As for the evil eye, that was dealt with by the Inferno Sovereign. It has nothing to do with us." Li Feng nodded slowly, but then thought of an issue. "Miss, what about the evil eye that was previously parasitizing the Inferno Sovereign's head? I don't have any issues here, but that brat Wang also knows that it was the commander who provided you with a solution." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng saw Xinqing blink at him innocently and say, "Uncle Li, what are you talking about? When did I say that my father provided me with a way to deal with the evil eye? Wasn't that your own idea to solve it?" Hearing this, Li Feng was completely stunned. Once he reacted, his mouth twitched wildly. Goodness, the young lady is trying to make him bear the responsibility himself. But how can I, the humble servant, be? Just as Li Feng was feeling bitter and about to speak, he heard Xinqing say cutely, Uncle Liam, just a weak girl. I definitely can't handle the Inferno Sovereign. You're the strongest here, so the Inferno Sovereign must be dealt with by you. Uncle Lee, I know you are the most formidable. A series of cute attacks left Li Feng completely defenseless. Helpless Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, "All right, miss, even if it costs my life, I will bear this. I will go talk to Wang and ensure this guy doesn't go out and say anything crazy." "Thank you, Uncle Lee," Shin Qing exclaimed with delight. "Uncle Lee, if possible, could you also help me with the other dimensional beings controlled by the evil eye? I have a way to weaken those evil eyes and create an opportunity for you to control them. If it's really not feasible, just point your finger at them and Xiaoshi will destroy them directly. For the others with a chance, let Xiaoshi devour them." Li Feng felt overwhelmed upon hearing this. He was just an ordinary Silver Peak contractual master. Dealing with 1 or 2 was fine, but handling so many Lord-level beings controlled by the evil eye was simply impossible. Li Feng felt utterly helpless, his lips twitching, thinking bitterly, "From now on, any tasks related to the young lady, I will refuse to accept, even if it kills me. It's just too difficult." On the other side, the Inferno Sovereign looked at its Lord-level subjects parasitized by the evil eye, seething with rage. "Damn it, greedy ones, you shall perish." The Inferno Sovereign had never encountered such absurd creatures. If they weren't killed outright, even if they suffered heavy damage, they could recover quickly. However, if it were to kill them, well, its subjects would surely perish first. Just now, a temporarily restored Lord-level being, fierce in nature, chose to end its own life to spare its king from difficulty. The Inferno Sovereign witnessed this scene, feeling immense sadness, yet it forcibly endured it, preparing to completely annihilate the evil eye and avenge its subordinates, only to find that the damned evil eye had disappeared and reappeared on other subjects. In its crimson pupils, there was nothing but mockery and derision, driving the Inferno Sovereign to the brink of madness. In truth, it had considered one method, Li Feng. Although it had been controlled before, it still knew that the reason it escaped the evil eye's control was due to Li Feng's intervention. However, it did not feel much gratitude for this. The reason was simple: the other party resolved the evil eye's control primarily for self-preservation. Furthermore, it harbored a deep-seated hatred towards the human race. The humans had slaughtered countless of its subjects to obtain resources. Yet in the face of such a situation, it found itself utterly powerless, even afraid to appear in front of the human. Otherwise, it would surely attract many reckless human powerhouses surrounding and killing it to obtain the resources they desired from it. If that happened, the other beings in the ice-cold inferno would also suffer calamities as a result. Thus, it had always turned a blind eye to the human race. It was also for this reason that even when its subjects were parasitized by the evil eye, it did not speak up asking the humans for help. It originally intended to intervene and deal with those greedy beings, but it now seemed that it was incapable of doing so. After a long period of impotent rage, the Inferno Sovereign forcibly suppressed its various thoughts and looked complexly towards Li Feng's position. "Human race, I can offer you an explanation, but the prerequisite is that you must help me rescue my subjects." On the other side, Li Feng was feeling overwhelmed by Shin Qing's request. At that moment, the Inferno Sovereign's voice rang in his mind. Li Feng was taken aback for a moment, his eyes instantly brightening. He grinned at Shin Qing, saying, "Miss your matter. I will help. However, please make your move first to weaken these evil eye monsters." As soon as these words were spoken, both Shin Qing and Su Xian felt delighted. Su Xian activated his plunder ability, and in an instant the snarling evil eyes in the vicinity. Li Feng was secretly astonished, glancing over at Shin Qing and Su Xian, especially the latter, for a prolonged moment before retracting his gaze. Steadying his mind, Li Feng did not immediately respond to the ruler of the abyss. He first called over his subordinates and instructed them to notify the nearby adventurers that he had found a way to limit the powers of the interdimensional beings and that they did not need to kill them, just hold on for a while. Afterward, he found Wang Fan. "Old Li, if you're fine, come help me out. These beasts have gone mad, and we've suffered heavy losses," Wang Fan said wearily as he approached Li Feng. Li Feng did not waste words and immediately told him what the ruler of the abyss had just said. Upon hearing that the ruler of the abyss was actually asking for their help, Wang Fan's eyes brightened, and he no longer looked tired. "So, Old Li, what do you plan to do?" Li Feng chuckled and said, "This opportunity is hard to come by. We must get the ruler of the abyss to give us a proper explanation. For example, the soul of Ice Cold. As the king of the Ice Cold abyss, isn't it reasonable to ask for 100 golden quality souls? Isn't that excessive? Aren't you robbing its home? No, even if you did rob the ruler of the abyss, it probably couldn't produce that many golden quality souls of Ice Cold." Wang Fan's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't even want to pay attention to Li Feng. Looking around at the adventurers who were bleeding profusely and his own brothers, he said quietly, "Li Feng, I know you want the ruler of the abyss to give us some compensation for our brothers. But these beasts are currently attacking our people frantically. If we keep stalling, not to mention compensation, their lives might be left here." "I know that. Li Feng's expression became serious. However, have you not noticed that those interdimensional beings controlled by the evil eye are now significantly weakened in power? Our adventurers who are still here have reached a stalemate with them, and neither side has suffered too much damage. My. Wang Fan was taken aback, then looked around carefully. He saw that on the battlefield, although the adventurers and interdimensional beings were indeed fighting fiercely upon closer inspection, the scene was quite bizarre. This strangeness was mainly reflected in the interdimensional lords parasitized by the evil eye. The evil eyes at their foreheads were inexplicably shriveled. This also led to a weakened control of the lords by the evil eyes, and the pollution level for other ordinary interdimensional beings was also reduced. Originally, those adventurers were supposed to fight desperately, but because Li Feng's people were stopping them everywhere, and seemed to have promised something, these adventurers ultimately chose to stalemate with the interdimensional beings no longer attacking their vital spots. Wang Fan was shocked. He suddenly turned to look at the indifferent Li Feng, exclaiming, "Old Li, what's up with those evil eyes?" As soon as he spoke, Wang Fan immediately looked at Qing. He recalled that it was Qing who had mentioned a way to deal with the evil eyes. And indeed, the evil eyes of the ruler of the abyss were resolved by Qing. Ahem. Li Feng coughed lightly, blocking Wang Fan's line of sight, and said seriously, "Old Wang, the lady has already told me the method of the general, so I have a way to control those evil eyes. Of course, this is a secret of our Dragon Slayer army, so don't ask further. Now you and I will go communicate with the ruler of the abyss and see what it should give us as an explanation. By the way, just to mention, I can deal with those evil eyes, but the interdimensional lords that are parasitized are still a bit tricky. If the ruler of the abyss cannot or is unwilling to control them, you need to help me later." Wang Fan was still a bit dazed, but upon hearing Li Feng say this was a secret of the Dragon Slayer army, he didn't ask further and ultimately walked over with Li Feng to the vicinity of the ruler of the abyss. Using all its strength, the ruler of the abyss controlled several lord-level beings. Upon seeing that Li Feng and Wang Fan finally responded to its intentions, a glimmer of joy flashed across its hideous face, but it quickly vanished, replaced by anger. "Human race, you are dawdling like this. Even if my subjects are being controlled by this reed monster, you humans also suffer great casualties. Do you not care at all?" "Hee, ruler of the abyss, of course I care. Moreover, even though I know you are in a hurry, please do not rush." Li Feng smiled and said, "Why don't you take a look at the situation around you first?" Upon hearing this, the ruler of the abyss was visibly taken aback, then scanned its blood-red eyes around. In the next second, it was utterly stunned. It saw that those red eyes had inexplicably shriveled, appearing weak. "Human race, how did you do this?" The ruler of the abyss truly did not understand it. Despite trying every method, it could not deal with these reed monsters, yet Li Feng seemed to have done nothing, and these reed monsters had fallen into such a weak state. "Don't worry about that, ruler of the abyss. Let's talk about the terms now. You have caused such great losses to the human race in terms of compensation. Isn't 200 golden quality souls of ice cold reasonable?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ruler of the abyss eyes widened in shock. Its massive body trembled violently, nearly toppling over. Even the several lord-level beings it controlled almost broke free from their restraints. Fortunately, the ruler of the abyss reacted in time and regained control over them. During this time, it also took the opportunity to attack the shriveled evil eyes, only to be astonished to find that although the evil eyes had become so weak, it still had no way to eliminate them. Li Feng did not mind the ruler of the abyss actions. Wang Fan, on the other hand, was twitching at the corner of his eye, looking at Li Feng in disbelief, his mouth agape. It seemed to be saying, "Dude, are you kidding me? Just 100 was already outrageous enough, and now you want 200. It was as if he was deliberately looking for trouble. He never expected such words to come out. Sure enough, the ruler of the abyss roared in anger, its voice exploding in their minds. "Human race, are you looking for trouble? 200 golden quality souls of ice cold, how could you even—" The ruler of the abyss felt as if its head was about to explode from rage, even cursing. Its nostrils flared as it exhaled hot air, its expression growing more and more ferocious. Li Feng smirked and spread his hands. "Ruler of the abyss, if you feel this is unreasonable, you can— I would say the losses you have caused to us humans are so severe that even 200 golden quality souls of ice cold would be hard to—" "Enough." The ruler of the abyss was about to vomit blood and quickly interrupted. "I can give you at most 3 golden quality souls of ice cold. That is my bottom line. Are you trying to send me away like a beggar?" Li Feng was furious. 70 golden quality souls of ice cold, not a single one less. If not, then trade for something else. For example, if you lack 1 golden quality soul of ice cold, then trade it for 1,000 blue quality souls of ice cold. "Human race, you are courting death." The ruler of the abyss eyes were filled with fury. Golden quality souls of ice cold are certainly precious, but to trade for 1,000 blue quality souls of ice cold, is that something a human could even conceive? Meanwhile, Wang Fan watched Li Feng and the ruler of the abyss bargaining like it was a market, spitting saliva everywhere, and glaring with wide eyes momentarily lost in confusion. This situation is not right. Isn't this a battlefield? Aren't we facing a life-and-death crisis? How did it turn into this? Of course, the reason they weren't embroiled in a bitter battle right now and could argue here was mainly because the slime was carrying the weight forward. Xuan currently felt that the slime had reached its peak. Because the human adventurers and interdimensional beings were at a stalemate, he could not only plunder the power of the evil eyes, but also freely siphon the mental energy of other interdimensional beings, making it an exhilarating experience. Xinqing was also in a daze watching Su Xian's attributes rise rapidly without any sign of stopping. Humans at most 5 gold quality Binghan Ji Pa ice cold souls. That is my absolute bottom line. The Purgatory Overlord's gaze was murderous, yet Li Feng showed no fear. 5. Do you think I will simply accept that? Li Feng's face betrayed no concession. Inwardly, however, he was utterly stunned. Damn, this Purgatory Overlord is rich. If I had not pressed him, I would never have guessed he possessed so many gold quality Binghan Ji Pa. One must remember this place is merely a bronze-tier interdimensional space. A single gold quality Binghan Ji Pa is astronomically valuable, and on top of that it cannot be removed. 5 of them. To buy that in currency would require billions. There is no way to obtain them otherwise. Human, it seems you have no intention of cooperating. If you force me, I will entrap and slaughter you all here. The Purgatory Overlord, furious to the core, began to threaten. Li Feng sneered, entrap and slaughter us. Dare you? Let me tell you, the Zhanlong army has no cowards. Why stand here? If you have the guts, come kill me. I believe that if anything happens to me, the Empire will be enraged. Then every creature within Binghan Purgatory will be buried with me. Purgatory Overlord, I dare to bet my life on this. Do you? In truth, Li Feng did not truly dare to gamble. Although the humans did possess the capacity to massacre within Binghan Purgatory. But that was not the crux of the matter. Xinqing was also inside Binghan Purgatory. Had it been only his own life, he might not have flinched. Yet Xinqing, as the daughter of the Zhanlong army's commander, was sacrosanct to Li Feng. He would rather die than let harm come to her. Wang Fan was stunned by Li Feng's words. His mouth twitched as he fought the urge to look at Xinqing's place. Clearly he understood that with this young lady present, Li Feng would not truly gamble. Fortunately, the Purgatory Overlord did not know this. Moreover, in its mind, its own subjects were paramount. After a long while, the Purgatory Overlord regarded Li Feng's indifferent face, and finally yielded a sliver of despondency surfacing in its blood-red eyes. Humans, how will this be? Speak plainly. Although you can control those reed creatures, your hold cannot last long, I suppose. If they recover, it will benefit neither you nor me. A glint of delight flashed in Li Feng's eyes before he composed himself. After murmuring that he could control them for as long as needed, he finally revealed his bottom price. Purgatory Overlord, do not worry. If I can destroy them, I can surely control them. Also, I know you are furious, but this time your damage to my people has been great. Then let's not prolong this. 10 gold quality Binghan Ji Pa. In addition, I want 50 blue quality Binghan Ji Pa and 200 white quality Binghan Ji Pa. The Purgatory Overlord's face darkened. After a long silence, it said, I only have 7 gold quality ones. As for blue quality, I do not have that many. I can give you 300 white quality items, but at most 20 blue quality. Then make it 30 blue quality as compensation and 500 white quality Binghan Ji Pa. Li Feng's tone. Purgatory Overlord, do not refuse further. This is my final bottom line. The Overlord's expression shifted, but ultimately it acceded to Li Feng's demands. Very well, humans, I agree. Now strike and annihilate those damned reed creatures. And remember, none of my subjects must come to harm because of this. Upon the Overlord's consent, Li Feng rejoiced inwardly, but molded by years of experience, kept his composure. Wang Fan, meanwhile, was utterly bewildered. The recompense promised by the Overlord represented an almost unimaginable fortune. At least an imperial coin. Li Feng had never seen such sums in his life. The gold quality Binghan Ji Pa was equally rare. He had seen only one before. This Overlord was truly wealthy. Don't be hasty, Purgatory Overlord. Give me the goods first. What if you renege later? The Overlord laughed angrily. Humans, is it not you who so often betray? As the king of Binghan Purgatory, once I promise, I never go back on my word. This is an insult to the... Li Feng believed the Overlord's promises of an interdimensional sovereign were weighty, either seldom given, or if given, always kept. Yet words aside, the resources were so precious that even a 1 in 10,000 chance of betrayal was intolerable to Li Feng. Purgatory Overlord, give me the promised goods now, and I guarantee I will act at once. The Overlord's brow furrowed deeply as it returned to a calm demeanor. It looked at Li Feng and said sullenly, humans, I currently hold my subjects under control. How can I hand them over to you? Then help me first to eliminate the reed parasites upon them. The Overlord referred, of course, to those a few it presently controlled. Li Feng considered the request, then agreed. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the Lord-class beings the Overlord controlled. This was what he had discussed with Xinqing. Any evil eyes they could not devour must be destroyed outright. Snap! In the space of a breath, the evil eyes and the brows of those lords burst. The lords writhed in searing skull pain and howled, yet their lives were not at stake. Fortunately, the evil eyes were only minor curses, and Su Xian's attributes had risen significantly, increasing his destructive potency. Otherwise, even destroying the evil eyes would have cost several lord-class lives. Before long, the lords regained consciousness clarity, returning to their blood-red eyes. The Overlord was overjoyed at the sight. Truly solved. My king, what is this? A lord-level creature looked bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. It's all right now, all is well. The Overlord offered a brief explanation, then looked to Li Feng, clearly indicating he should continue freeing the other lords from control. Li Feng merely sneered, saying nothing. The Overlord read his meaning, contemplated briefly, and sighed. The Overlord swept its immense arm across the air, and a rift opened. It was not a portal to the Azure Planet, but rather the vault where the Overlord stored resources. Binghanji Po of various qualities were quickly produced and handed to Li Feng. Seeing the expanses of items radiating golden blue and white light, Li Feng was intensely stirred. Yet he soon perceived something amiss. Purgatory Overlord, these quantities are wrong. You only gave me 3 of the gold quality ones, the counts of the other qualities fall far short. The Overlord replied calmly, help me free my other subjects. Once the task is done, I will of course give you the rest. Li Feng frowned, but upon seeing the Overlord's resolve, he slowly nodded. Agreed, but I require that you help me simultaneously restrain all the parasitized beings. Do not refuse, I know you are capable, and I wish to resolve this quickly and depart Binghan Purgatory. If the Overlord controlled all the parasitized beings at once, it would divide its attention, thus granting Xinqing's contracted spirit the opportunity to devour the evil eyes. He had once feared the Overlord might refuse, but now that so many resources had been offered, he thought the Overlord would hardly deny such a small request. The Lord of Purgatory gazed deeply at Li Feng and finally agreed. Good human race, I will control them. I hope you can seize the opportunity to eliminate all these damned reed monsters. Hurry up, will you? Li Feng's expression was impatient. The Lord of Purgatory did not delay. It tilted its head back, took a deep breath, and then activated its skill. Call of the King. Once this skill is activated, all beings from the alternate dimension born of frosty purgatory will respond to their king's summons. This skill has an incredibly strong control effect. Ordinary beings from the alternate dimension immediately cease their actions, reverently lifting their heads to look at their king. Even the beings parasitized by the evil eye could not resist the call that originated from deep within their souls. Although they were under the control of the evil eye, its power was being plundered by Su Xian, allowing them to regain some awareness. Under the interplay of forces, these parasitized beings from the alternate dimension struggled internally, ultimately revealing expressions of reverence as they looked at their king. The Lord of Purgatory, busy casting its skill, had no energy left to pay attention to Li Feng, only urging, human, act quickly. Li Feng was about to notify Xinqing when he saw a mass of frost mist drifting towards the parasitized beings from the alternate dimension. Then it suddenly expanded, engulfing the evil eye before rapidly shrinking and disappearing into the crowd. Li Feng. He suddenly thought that this seemed to be the effect of the Frosty Soul skill. It could create ice blocks to freeze objects as well as generate frost mist to affect the surrounding environment. Thinking about how Su Xian had swallowed the golden quality Frosty Soul, he understood the reason for the other's possession of this skill. He was still contemplating that even if the Lord of Purgatory didn't have the energy to notice Xinqing's contracted spirit, with so many people present, how could Su Xian possibly consume the evil eye without others noticing? Unexpectedly, this slime had such a clever use of the Frosty Soul skill. However, he remembered that the probability of comprehending this skill was quite low. Is this luck, or does the golden quality Frosty Soul have a high comprehension probability? Li Feng muttered to himself. Su Xian was swallowing at an astonishing speed. On the battlefield, those adventurers who saw the alternate dimension beings being controlled were momentarily stunned, only to suddenly feel a chill in their bodies. Once they regained their senses, they saw a mass of frost mist sweeping and directly enveloping the heads of the alternate dimension beings. Moments later, the frost mist dissipated and the evil eye was gone. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the evil eyes were consumed by Su Xian. The parasitized beings from the alternate dimension began to regain clarity, looking around in confusion. But soon they were influenced by the call of the king, their faces showing reverence as they gazed at their king. The Lord of Purgatory seemed to sense something, feeling somewhat incredulous. Lord of Purgatory, all the evil eyes have been dealt with. You can settle the account now. The Lord of Purgatory's head buzzed, though it believed in Li Feng's ability to resolve the evil eyes. The speed of it was simply too fast. Forcing a portion of its attention to observe the surroundings, it quickly discovered that all its subjects had indeed returned to normal. Before long, the excited Lord of Purgatory forcibly suppressed the surging emotions and lifted the call of the king. It gazed deeply at Li Feng and said, "Human, my promise shall naturally be honored. Once you receive my explanation, it's best for you to leave immediately." Li Feng, somewhat impatient, replied, "This is none of your concern. Adventurers may stay if they wish, as long as you don't take action, everything will be fine." The Lord of Purgatory snorted, coldly disinterested and saying more to Li Feng. It opened a spatial rift again, intending to hand over the remaining frosty soul to Li Feng and send this plague away quickly. On the other side, Su Xian had already dismissed the frosty soul skill, burping contentedly, and returned to Shun Qing's embrace. Shun Qing stared blankly at Su Xian, utterly dumbfounded. Ray Slime Potential F-Level Bronze 1-star Strength, 467 Speed, 455 Defense, 496 Skills, Charge LV2, Shape Change LV2, 5 Elemental Power LV2, Frosty Soul LV1. Evil, I know level evolution conditions. Mech can communicate with contracted spirit, choose whether to evolve. After a long time, Shun Qing finally shifted her gaze from Su Xian's 3 attribute values. Her brain seemed to have crashed. My initial purpose for entering Frosty Purgatory was merely to create an excuse for Little Sure to take a casual stroll, and then inform outsiders that Little Sure had swallowed the golden quality Frosty Soul, thereby explaining Little Sure's extraordinary attributes. But unexpectedly, not only did I obtain a golden quality Frosty Soul, but I also acquired 2 of them. Let that go. Later, I even encountered the world-destroying monsters of the Evil Eye race. Little Sure can not only deal with them, but can also absorb energy from them. Shun Qing pondered deeply. She had merely come to enhance Su Xian's status, yet unexpectedly ended up gilding him with layers of genuine gold. From the current situation, it wasn't merely about having achieved the objective, rather it led her to think of something even more important. I remember, for a contracted spirit to pass the assessment of the contracting master, the average of its 3 attributes must be above 20. On this standard, for every additional 5 points, the score becomes a watershed. Shun Qing dared not imagine what expressions the assessors would have if they learned about Su Xian's attributes. Or rather, she couldn't even fathom how high Su Xian's score would be. Generally speaking, for the contracting master assessment, as long as the total score reached 201, could enter the contracting master academy. The score composition includes the potential of the contracted spirit, its level, attributes, skills, practical performance, and the duration for which it can be summoned. Aside from the low score and potential Su Xian's other conditions, especially the values, if calculated into scores, Shun Qing could hardly imagine how high they would be. I remember last year the highest score in the Shanghai province was held by someone who contracted an SS-level spirit, whose 3 attributes averaged over 110. His score was over 1,000, the highest in the Shanghai province in nearly a decade, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius in the Shanghai province. Suddenly, Shun Qing felt dry in her throat, because with just the score from Su Xian's attribute values, it had already far exceeded 1,000. "Miss, the matter has been resolved. Oh, we should leave quickly. Miss, are you okay?" Li Feng, having received the explanation, quickly approached Shun Qing. He intended to take her away from Frosty Purgatory, but saw Shun Qing in a daze, seemingly lost in thought, causing him to feel anxious. Could it be that something went wrong after resolving the Evil Eye? Shun Qing came to her senses, and upon seeing Li Feng's worried expression, understood his thoughts, and quickly said, "Uncle Li, I'm fine. Are we leaving now?" Li Feng, still uneasy, observed her again. Confirming that Shun Qing was indeed fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Fan also arrived, and he saw Li Feng grinning, saying, "Miss, we have made great gains this time." Having said that, Li Feng noticed Wang Fan's presence, and without hesitation handed him some Frosty Soul. Among them there was 1 gold and 10 blue, and as for the white ones, there were 100. Li Feng whispered, "Old Wang, this is just for you. Take the extra and distribute it among your brothers. Those adventurers also need compensation. Just tell them that the Lord of Purgatory gave us 10 blue quality Frosty Souls and 100 white quality ones." Wang Fan's mouth twitched at this. This guy not only offered a meager quantity, but wouldn't even give a single golden quality one. He was truly greedy. Even what he took was more than what those adventurers got. Clearing his throat, Wang Fan said helplessly, "Old Li, I know you handled everything. Without you, none of us would have been able to deal with those evil eyes. But what you offered is a bit too little, isn't it?" Li Feng shot him a glance and replied irritably, "You know it was me who solved the problem. Old Wang, you witnessed it. If I hadn't dealt with these evil eyes, not only would we not receive any rewards, but we might all have ended up dead. Giving them something is already generous. I wonder who dares to complain." Seeing Li Feng's stubbornness, Wang Fan felt more helpless, but still advised, "Old Li, what you have is indeed yours, but you should understand human nature. Before, everyone was facing death, but now that we've survived, each will definitely have their own thoughts. Moreover, you just told these adventurers that as long as they stalemate with the otherworldly beings they would receive compensation. Giving them so little will surely cause a commotion. Let them make a fuss. I want to see who is foolish enough to seek death in front of me. Old Wang, don't say any more. For your sake. I'll add 50 white quality ice-cold spirits. That's the best I can offer. Seeing Li Feng's fierce attitude, Wang Fan felt even more helpless and sighed repeatedly. By the way, old Li, there's one more thing. Ice-cold spirits can only be used in the ice-cold purgatory. Miss Xinxing will definitely want to go out later, and between you and your subordinates, it will be difficult to absorb so many. Having so many is useless. Haha, old Wang, even if I can't use them, I can sell them to those silver contract masters. Surely they would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy high-quality, ice-cold spirits from me. As he said this, Li Feng chuckled. He had just discussed briefly with Xinxing, who in turn had communicated with Su Xian. Ice-cold spirits. No matter the amount, Su Xian can absorb them, but if others find out about this like Wang Fan, it wouldn't be good. Xinxing felt that she could privately sell the high-quality ice-cold spirits to others who needed them. Surely they would be willing to expend assets that might exceed the actual value of the ice-cold spirits. Li Feng briefly discussed with Wang Fan, and in the end they reached an agreement. Thinking that Li Feng was really greedy, Wang Fan chose not to say more. After all, without the other party, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many ice-cold spirits. He had already profited immensely, especially the golden quality ice-cold spirits, which he coveted greatly. The words he previously said were also meant to appease the other adventurers, not for his own profit. However, on the other hand, if it weren't for Li Feng being on good terms with him and the fact that he was from the dragon-slaying army, this crisis would have been resolved by him. With so many ice-cold spirits, he probably wouldn't have been able to control himself and might have attempted to seize them. Actually, Li Feng felt the same way. If it weren't for his good relationship with Wang Fan, he might give some ice-cold spirits, but he would never give out any golden quality ones. Boom. Soon the rift to the other world slowly opened, and the passage was gradually forming. The ice-cold spirits were distributed among the subordinates of Li Feng and Wang Fan. To Wang Fan's surprise, most of the adventurers were not very dissatisfied after receiving the ice-cold spirits. Instead, they were extremely excited. Of course, those with stronger abilities, such as the silver-level contract masters, had less favorable expressions, clearly feeling that their rewards were too little. However, their numbers were few, and they couldn't stir up much trouble. This relieved Wang Fan, who secretly sighed. Fortunately, these guys don't know how much Li Feng gained this time. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be so easy to talk. Wang Fan also felt that he was trapped in a cognitive bias. Although he knew that Li Feng gained a significant amount this time, the other adventurers were unaware. If these adventurers knew the true gains of Li Feng, they certainly wouldn't give up easily. On the other side, Li Feng also discussed with Xinxing, who obtained 2 golden quality ice-cold spirits, while the other qualities were deemed unnecessary. Su Xian absorbed them on the spot, and not only did his attributes improve, but the level of the ice essence skill also increased, directly rising to level 3. Moreover, other skills also rose to level 3. Li Feng was somewhat silent as he observed Su Xian's expression, faintly sensing that this guy was dismissive of the other qualities of ice-cold spirits. This guy, even the blue quality ice-cold spirits are needed by silver contract spirits, yet a bronze-level slime is picky. After complaining in his heart, Li Feng let his rhinoceros beast absorb a golden quality ice-cold spirit, almost laughing foolishly. If only Su Xian knew his thoughts, he would definitely jump up and smash him. Who's being picky? No matter how low the level of the ice-cold spirits is, or how many there are, he wouldn't be picky at all. The reason he didn't need them was that he had the ability to devour. As long as the devoured items had energy, it didn't matter if they were mixed or pure. Thus, the remaining ice-cold spirits were better traded with other adventurers to turn into assets than exchanged for other resources, maximizing the utilization. After waiting for the rhinoceros beast to finish absorbing, Li Feng received feedback, and he was astonished. He had never received golden quality ice-cold spirits before, so he wasn't very familiar. The rhinoceros beast was already saturated after absorbing just 1. Yet Su Xian had absorbed 2 before, and was now swallowing another 2 without any issues. Is this still a bronze-level slime? This is absurd. After stealing a few more glances at Su Xian, Li Feng decided to keep this matter to himself. Even within his team, he wouldn't say a word. Of course, his team members were even less aware of how many golden quality ice-cold spirits a contract spirit could absorb. At this moment, the team members looked at the ice-cold spirits they received, grinning like a bunch of fools. For them, even white quality ones were enough, let alone they had mostly received blue quality. Converted into resources, it was enough for their income for a year, or even longer. The rift to the other world was fully open, the passage formed, and various fluctuations surged in creating chaos. People from outside had even started to enter the passage. Li Feng knew that the people outside were getting anxious. He even sensed a more terrifying aura than Li Yuan, which shocked him. At this rate, if they delayed coming out any longer, the human powerhouses might really force open the passage. The Lord of Purgatory had already disappeared with the Lord-level beings, and otherworldly beings were leaving one after another. Some silver contract masters sighed in frustration and planned to leave, but were stopped by the dragon-slaying army members. Friends, we saw your contributions just now. Our captain decided to make a deal with you to show his gratitude. The captain has a personal collection of high-quality ice-cold spirits, but the quantity is extremely limited. He is willing to sell them to you. In the end, Li Feng and Xin Qing received resources worth 900 million. Both were astonished, completely not expecting to earn so much. However, this was also thanks to Xin Qing's suggestion. She had instructed the dragon-slaying army members to trade with those silver contract masters, making them think that the ice-cold spirits they possessed were also scarce, which led them to offer high prices. Of course, there were some who suspected it, but after all, their lives were saved by the other party. Moreover, now that the passage to the other world was opened and people were starting to come in, if they missed this opportunity, who knows when they would be able to obtain high-quality ice-cold spirits again. In the end, Xin Qing received 700 million, and the rest was given to Li Feng and his team. Initially, Xin Qing thought she wouldn't get this much, but it was Li Feng who sincerely said that if it weren't for her, he might not have survived. Only then did Xin Qing accept it, expressing her gratitude to Li Feng. Li Feng also had his own little thoughts, subtly hinting that if the higher-ups felt that he had contributed significantly this time, could they promote his position. Upon hearing this, Xin Qing felt helpless and amused, realizing that Uncle Li was waiting for this. It was a small matter for her, so she naturally agreed readily. When Xin Qing emerged, Su Xian had already returned to the contract spirit space. Apart from her, the other adventurers also came out together. Boom. Before she could clearly see the scene before her, a series of thunderous sounds echoed. In an instant, countless people surrounded her. Their expressions varied, but most looked grim. What happened in the ice-cold purgatory? Why did the passage close? I don't know, but fortunately it has opened now. Thankfully, there are many survivors. Although they look severely injured, it shouldn't be anything serious. The discussions of the crowd naturally reached Xin Qing and the others' ears, and their faces instantly turned strange. Nothing serious. Damn it, they nearly died in there. How could this not be serious? Some adventurers looked pale, blood all over their bodies, and they had no idea how many bones were broken. They had no intention of staying here and wanted to leave, but were stopped by officials who wanted to ask questions. Seeing this, the adventurers' anger surged, but upon feeling an overwhelming force, they had no choice but to comply obediently. Someone even approached Xin Qing, their expression cold, not even bothering to look at Li Feng beside her. Just as they were about to speak, they felt their bodies struck by a tremendous force, unable to resist even a bit, feeling intense pain, and were directly sent flying. Miss, I'm truly sorry for being late. How do you feel now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? A burly man, having rushed from somewhere, appeared in front of Xin Qing with a worried expression. It was Li Yu. Naturally, it was he who had acted earlier. Asking others about the situation was one thing, but daring to ask about Xin Qing was tantamount to seeking death. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Feng showed a look of awe, while Xin Qing excitedly said, Uncle Li, Miss, I saw that the passage of ice-cold purgatory had closed, so I immediately went to notify the military leader. But the military leader couldn't come in time. The passage was delayed in reopening, and I went again to inform the imperial officials, which is why I couldn't greet you right away and almost let someone disturb you. As he spoke, Li Yuan subtly glanced at a nearby elder dressed in a green robe. The other party appeared to be an ordinary person dressed leisurely, yet several exceptionally distinguished individuals stood respectfully beside the elder. Even in Li Yuan's eyes, a hint of apprehension appeared. The elder seemed to sense Li Yuan's gaze and turned his attention towards him. Seeing this, Li Yuan slightly cupped his hands and then introduced Xin Qing to the elder. Elder Qi, this is the military leader's daughter, Xin Qing. Thank you for acting promptly upon hearing my news, and luckily the miss is safe. Although the reopening of the passage has nothing to do with this, Elder Qi, I must acknowledge this gesture of coming. Seeing Xin Qing, the elder revealed a smile on his aged face. This young lady is the military leader's daughter. Truly extraordinary. Indeed, a tiger father does not beget a dog daughter. Elder Qi's words of praise came readily, clearly a seasoned veteran. Xin Qing also gracefully saluted the elder, her demeanor respectful, yet not servile. Li Yuan was just about to introduce Xin Qing to Elder Qi when suddenly a voice laced with anger rang out. Li Yuan, you dare to touch my people, seeking death. As soon as the words fell, Li Yuan felt a scorching wave of energy rushing towards him. His expression changed abruptly, and he immediately summoned his contract spirit. A blue giant dragon several dozen zhang long appeared out of thin air, exuding a terrifying aura. The dragon opened its mouth, and a violent hurricane gathered in front of it. With a fierce exhalation, the hurricane swept forth, colliding with the incoming terrifying wave, instantly creating a violent explosion. Boom. Layers of air waves surged, the wind howled, and countless pieces of rubble, ice, and beams from the ground were directly swept into the sky. The adventurers below changed their expressions dramatically. The attack was in the air, still a distance away from them, but the mere shockwave caused their faces to sting painfully. Some who were closer were even struck by the flying stones and fainted immediately. Elder Chi frowned at this. He slowly extended his hand and pressed towards the location of the explosion. In the next moment, it was as if an invisible giant hand crushed everything, flattening everything in its path. As the wind and waves calmed, two towering figures emerged from the dust. Below, a blue dragon faced off against a being resembling an angel with 4 wings. Li Yuan, Zhu Xian, this is not a place for you to fight. Elder Chi's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, but the two dared not move again. Elder Chi, you witnessed it. This beast attacked first. Though he remained still, Li Yuan did not hold back. This bastard attacked out of nowhere, and the mist is still with me. What are Zhu's intentions? Elder Chi, upon hearing this, fell silent and simply watched quietly. The man named Zhu Xian was also a large man, not inferior to Li Yuan, but appeared to be somewhat older. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, he directly cursed. Li Yuan, you harmed my person. I only targeted you and had no intention of harming Miss Xuan. Zhu Xian was from the financial division and also a member of the Zhu family. Their division head, who was the current head of the Zhu family, although at odds with Shen Tian, it did not mean they wanted to make enemies now. If it were just minor squabbles among younger generations, that would be fine, but if Shen Tian found out he harmed his only daughter, he would definitely not let it go, and even the division head couldn't protect him. The reason he acted earlier was that he saw his subordinate covered in blood lying in a heap of rubble. Only Li Yuan could have caused such injuries and dared to attack his people. Li Yuan sneered. Harmed your people. Do you know that your person just attempted to murder the miss? Had I not discovered it in time, she might have suffered his fatal blow. Zhu Xian frowned. Li Yuan, stop talking nonsense here. How could my people lay a hand on Miss Xuan? This was the truth. Unless one day their division head could kill Shen Tian, they truly dared not lay a hand on Shen Qing. Feeling perplexed, Zhu Xian suppressed his anger, approached his subordinate, helped him up, and fed him a healing potion, then quietly asked, Zhao Wu, what happened? Director, I just wanted to ask Miss Xuan some questions. I absolutely had no intention of harming her. Hearing Zhao Wu's words, Zhu Xian felt his head was about to explode. They were already at odds with the dragon-slaying army, but targeting Shen Qing required the younger generation of the Zhu family to step up. As an ordinary member of the financial division, who gave him the right to question Miss Xuan? For this, getting beaten was merely asking for it. Zhao Wu looked aggrieved and said, Director, it wasn't me who wanted to ask, it was young Master Zhu Fei, who also entered the ice-cold purgatory, but he hasn't come out yet. Zhu Xian was stunned for a moment, his face instantly darkening, but he still questioned in confusion, Zhu Fei. He seems to have returned, but how could he be in ice-cold purgatory? At this, Zhao Wu lowered his head, not daring to speak. He couldn't just say it was because Zhu Fei had designs on Shen Qing that he specifically stayed in ice-cold purgatory, could he? Seeing Zhao Wu's foolish expression, Zhu Xian recalled Zhu Fei's personality and immediately guessed the situation, his face darkening. You fool, truly a fool. Don't you know the enmity between your father and the Shen family? How dare you provoke Shen Tian's daughter? Don't even think about Shen Qing having feelings for you, but even if she did, Shen Tian would be the first to cripple you. Zhu Xian was furious, cursing this audacious nephew in his heart. Zhu Fei must be trying to please Shen Qing, and if given the chance he might resort to unscrupulous means. Perhaps this nephew thought that if he could win over Shen Qing, the enmity of their family would be nothing, but such thoughts were utterly foolish. After cursing inwardly for a while, Zhu Xian suppressed the urge to kick Zhao Wu to death, and forced himself to look at Li Yuan, speaking in a deep voice. Li Yuan, my subordinate, only wishes to ask Miss Shen Qing a few questions. Shut your mouth. Li Yuan cursed directly. Don't even mention this dog, even you old dog have no right to question the young lady. Don't talk nonsense with me. I know one thing, if your people approach the young lady, it's definitely with ill intentions. As for the younger generation, I can't be bothered, but if an old dog like you dares to harass the young lady, do you believe it'll bring my Dragon Slayer army brothers to find the direct descendants of your department head? Under Li Yuan's barrage of anger, Zhu Xian's face grew darker. Yet he had no way to refute, especially since Zhao Wu, this fool, had indeed gone to question Shen Qing. It would have been fine if no powerful members of the Dragon Slayer army had seen it, but unfortunately, it was Li Yuan, a scoundrel, who witnessed it. This fellow had a notably volatile temper. Aside from being polite, when speaking to Shen Tian or Shen Qing, anyone else who angered him would be met with a barrage of foul language. At this moment, Zhao Wu couldn't hold back any longer. He knew his superior was furious enough to kill, but he still forced himself to remind. Director, young Master Zhu Fei is still inside. Shut up. Isn't it all because of you? Why didn't you tell me in advance that Zhu Fei went to the ice-cold hell? Is there something wrong with your brain? Why did you specifically offend Shen Qing? Zhu Xian angrily turned around, glaring at Zhao Wu, the fire in his heart finally erupting. He wasn't worried about Zhu Fei. The reason was simple. Including him, the direct descendants of the Zhu family all had soul tokens. If they truly died or suffered life-threatening injuries, the department head would have informed him long ago. Since there was no news, it meant there was no danger to life. Zhu Fei had always been quite proud, as long as he wasn't dead, facing some setbacks was fine. No matter what happened, this experience would be a good thing for Zhu Fei. The Zhu family naturally had its own pride, and as long as the direct descendants didn't die, it was no big deal. Zhu Xian thought that perhaps Zhu Fei had suffered some losses or was temporarily trapped somewhere, which was why he hadn't come out. Moreover, he remembered that Zhu Fei had returned, this time accompanied by Yuanya, who was at the peak of the silver level. Yuanya was no ordinary figure. His contract spirit, the Crimson Rock, was in a great contract spirit, making it quite easy to ensure Zhu Fei's safety. Zhao Wu, scolded by Zhu Xian, dared not raise his head, feeling quite aggrieved. He naturally knew that Zhu Fei was unlikely to be dead, but he was worried about any accidents. It wasn't that he had a particularly good relationship with Zhu Fei, mainly Zhu Fei's mother was aware of Zhu Fei's trip to the ice-cold hell. Zhao Wu was not only Zhu Xian's subordinate, but also a member of the finance department, and he was also close to Zhu Fei's mother. This matter concerned more than just Zhu Fei's life and death. If Zhu Fei suffered any grievances outside, Zhao Wu might also bear the blame. After a long while, Zhu Xian calmed down. Taking a deep breath, he ignored Li Yuan, and instead looked at Shun Qing, forcing a smile. Miss Shin Qing, this time, it's my failure to manage my subordinates causing you distress. Rest assured, I guarantee that such matters will never occur again in the future. Of course, if my Zhu family's younger generation comes to communicate with you, it would be inappropriate for me, as an elder, to intervene. Zhu Xian's words held deeper meaning. He indeed couldn't do anything to Shin Qing, but if the other party suffered grievances from the Zhu family's younger generation, it would have nothing to do with him. Your elder Shin Qing wouldn't dare to interfere with the younger generation either, right? Otherwise it would be as if you were the ones tearing the facade. Old dog, stop barking there. What ability does your Zhu family's younger generation have besides being disgusting? My young lady hasn't suffered any grievances from your Zhu family's younger generation. Since you want to apologize, at least show some sincerity. How about this? Just give my young lady 10 billion, and we can consider this matter settled. Li Yuan wore an impatient expression, as if accepting his misfortune. Zhu Xian was nearly spitting blood from anger upon hearing this. 10 billion. You really dare to say that? Your worthless life isn't even worth this much money, right? Li Feng clicked his tongue, looking at Li Yuan with admiration. Many things he learned from this commander. This was evident from his previous performance in the ice-cold hell. But now, compared to Li Yuan, his abilities seemed trivial. After some bargaining, Zhu Xian reluctantly took out 30 million as emotional damages. After giving the money, Li Yuan still cursed, showing no mercy. He directly split the money with Shin Qing, right in front of Zhu Xian. On the other side, Elder Qi, unwilling to get involved in the affairs of these two, was communicating the situation in the ice-cold hell with a serious expression. At this moment, an official who had entered the ice-cold hell to investigate came out, head down, his face twitching, as if suppressing something. He quickly approached Elder Qi, whispering about a piece of information he had obtained inside. This information concerned Zhu Fei. Elder Qi's expression suddenly became strange, even nearly unable to avoid looking at Zhu Xian. He finally decided to distance himself from the matter, quietly instructing, "You didn't see this, and neither did our people. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Then, Elder Qi, shall we just leave that?" Cough, cough. "Elder Qi, I will continue to investigate." This person wanted to say they would just leave Zhu Fei alone, but saw Elder Qi glaring at him, immediately realizing his foolishness and quickly leaving. Elder Qi no longer focused on this trivial matter. He furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with worry, and this incident is very similar to the situation with the Ghost Island. But no, according to what the surviving adventurers said, this time it seems even more dangerous. What on earth is happening in these dimensional spaces? Why have they suddenly undergone such bizarre changes? After pondering for a long time, Elder Qi sighed. After today, the higher-ups might temporarily seal off another dimensional space. The changes occurring in this world made even someone like him, a platinum contract master, feel extremely uneasy. I hope such changes won't happen again. Elder Qi murmured softly. Soon after, Li Yuan called out to Elder Qi and took Shin Qing away. As they left, he continued to curse Zhu Xian, spewing a variety of filth without repeating himself, making Zhu Xian nearly spit blood from anger. Not long after, Zhao Wu and the silver contract master from the finance department, who had rushed over, entered the ice-cold hell to search for Zhu Fei. About half an hour later, Zhu Xian looked at Zhu Fei, who was neatly dressed, but had a very gloomy expression, furrowing his brows. It wasn't because of Zhu Fei's expression, but as a peak gold-level contract master, he had a keen sense of smell. He detected a scent similar to blood from Zhu Fei. Yuanya, who entered with him, also carried this scent, but they kept silent about it. After they left, Zhao Wu was left behind. Zhu Xian, in his capacity as superior, ordered him to clarify Zhu Fei's situation. Reluctantly, Zhao Wu stammered, using scattered words to summarize Zhu Fei's experiences. Upon hearing the end, Zhu Xian's face turned green. His fist clenched tightly, veins bulging. After holding back for a long time, he finally spat out one word. Damn. He had spoken too early. Oh, besides life and death, there were some matters that even the Zhu family found difficult to tolerate. Huh. So that young Zhu actually gained fortune from misfortune. Surely, if not for your contracted spirit's specialty, that young Zhu might well have been killed by those frenzied extra-dimensional beings. Huh. This is the most satisfying thing I've heard all year. Xinqing and the other watched Li Yuan burst into laughter, helpless and exasperated. Especially Li Feng, his lips twitched faintly, and even his dark complexion flushed slightly. Though he could boast of this feat elsewhere before his superior, he felt nothing but acute embarrassment. Yet it was undeniably true. If Zhu Fei hadn't been shunned by surrounding extra-dimensional beings due to his specialty-granted protection, he very well might have perished. Snap! With a broad smile, Li Yuan slapped Li Feng's shoulder and declared, Xiao Li, you truly show great promise. You've done an outstanding job protecting Miss Shen. Your mission has been flawlessly completed. Upon hearing this, Li Feng immediately lit up with excitement. Xinqing recalled Li Feng's earlier words to her and hastily interjected, Uncle Li Yuan, Uncle Li truly rendered me immense assistance. Had it not been for him, I would have been in grave peril. Even measured against the merit points of the Dragon-Slaying Legion, this feat cannot be overlooked, can it? Moreover, Uncle Li also secured for me multiple specimens of Golden Tier Frost Soul Essence. Li Yuan was instantly stunned. He had not anticipated that Xinqing had actually obtained Golden Tier Frost Soul Essence, a rarity so precious even Golden Tier contracted spirits coveted it. From Shun Tian, he knew Xinqing's contracted spirit possessed certain peculiarities, thus her expedition to the Frost Inferno had primarily served as a cover, to conceal something deeper. Musing thus, Li Yuan glanced at Li Feng, who stood grinning foolishly beside him, and asked, astonished, you two were truly blessed. How did you manage to acquire such high-grade Frost Soul Essence? Li Feng failed at first to grasp the implication behind Li Yuan's words, then suddenly recalled what Li Yuan had said before entering the Frost Inferno, and instantly bowed in profound admiration. This servant merely rode upon Miss Shun's coattails, reaping extraordinary fortune. General, no wonder you predicted we'd obtain Golden Tier Frost Soul Essence upon entering the Frost Inferno. It appears Miss Shun possesses truly transcendent abilities. Before Li Yuan could inquire further, Xinqing swiftly interjected, Uncle Li Yuan, given the scale of today's incident, in the Frost Inferno, higher authorities will certainly take it very seriously, won't they? After all, that evil eye monster was capable of controlling even the sovereign of extra-dimensional beings. At Xinqing's words, Li Yuan's expression turned solemn. Moreover, something else seemed to occur to him. His features subtly tightened. Yet almost instantly he forced a smile and said, enough. So long as Miss Shun is unharmed, matters concerning the extra-dimensional realm can wait. The Empire will handle them. By the way, miss, perhaps you should contact Commander Shen first, not to worry him. As he spoke, Li Yuan dialed Shun Tian's number. Yet strangely there was no answer. Li Yuan frowned, redialed, and again silence. After several attempts, he sighed in resignation and explained to Xinqing, Commander Shen must be on assignment. He mentioned as much previously. Xinqing pressed her lips together, unconcerned. Her father was perpetually occupied, an unanswered call was hardly unusual. Yet Li Yuan's evasiveness betrayed that he concealed something, perhaps even linked to those apocalyptic monsters. Yet she dared not voice such suspicions. Though Li Yuan was her father's most trusted confidant, revealing foreknowledge of the monsters, gleaned from dreams, would invite disbelief, not credence. Xiao Li, you've earned tremendous merit this time. The Dragon-Slaying Legion never fails to reward its loyal and accomplished servants. Overjoyed, Li Feng profusely expressed his gratitude. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Feng hurriedly took his leave. His Frost Soul Essence still remained within the Frost Inferno now that Elder Qi himself had appeared, and so many investigators swarmed the site. Access to the Frost Inferno might soon be prohibited. Li Feng needed to retrieve the remaining essence without delay. Once Li Feng departed, Li Yuan grew curious about Xinqing's spoils. She smiled faintly and revealed her financial gain, 700 million credits. What? Li Yuan's tiger-like eyes widened in utter disbelief. It's only 700 million. Uncle Li Yuan needn't get so worked up. The Inferno Sovereign provided compensation. Uncle Li Feng distributed part of the resources among the adventurers, then sold the remainder to silver-tier contracted spirit artificers. Xinqing's grin stretched ear to ear as she elaborated. A sharp involuntary intake of breath escaped Li Yuan. Xinqing's fortune bordered on the miraculous. In mere hours, she'd secured Golden Tier Frost Soul Essence and transformed herself into a young heiress. Then again, she'd always been affluent. It was simply that until now she'd never possessed such vast sums freely at her disposal. Uncle Li Yuan, father won't seize this money, will he? These are hard-won earnings. blood and sweat. Xinqing's expression turned wary, as if recalling something, and inwardly chided herself for carelessness. Her father had never granted her such sums before, largely fearing reckless spending. Childhood New Year gifts were often saved by father under the pretense of safeguarding them for me. Seeing her anxiety, Li Yuan chuckled helplessly. Rest assured, miss. This belongs entirely to you. Commander Shin will not claim it. His expression shifted to concern, but miss, this was perilously close. Had Uncle Li Feng not proven reliable, your life itself might have hung in the balance. Li Feng had omitted Su Xian's role in explaining the crisis. Xinqing likewise remained silent. So Li Yuan naturally assumed Li Feng alone had vanquished the monsters. A chill ran through Li Yuan. After conversing with Xinqing for some time, another thought struck him. By the way, miss, may I ask the attribute values of your contracted spirit? Of course, if it's inconvenient, please feel free to decline. Li Yuan genuinely wondered. Her contracted spirit had always displayed unusual traits, especially exceptional aptitude in absorbing elixirs. Now, having consumed golden tier frost soul essence, he wondered how far those attributes had soared. Xinqing fell silent. She didn't distrust Li Yuan, her father's most trusted aide, but speaking the truth risked disbelief. After brief reflection, she replied, attribute value, over 400. That wasn't deception. Su Xian's current stats stood at strength 490, defense, and speed, both exceeding 500. Such figures represented the absolute zenith, achievable only by contracted spirits of unparalleled, transcendent potential even at the peak of bronze tier cultivation. Li Yuan froze, stunned, mouth slightly agape as if words formed and dissolved before they could escape. Seeing Li Yuan's dazed expression, Xinqing sighed inwardly. She'd known no one would believe her. Suddenly Li Yuan erupted into unrestrained laughter, eyes alight with elation. Truly worthy of being Miss Shun's spirit. Extraordinary. To surpass 400 across all three core attributes. Uncle Li is utterly awestruck. Even last year's prodigy couldn't match that total. Li Yuan genuinely rejoiced, for this was the daughter of the person he revered above all. Moreover, having watched Xinqing grow since childhood, his affection for her rivaled that for his own daughter. Xinqing, upon hearing his words, stood momentarily speechless. When comprehension dawned, she could only shake her head wryly. Li Yuan had mistaken her spirit's single attribute value for the sum of all three. Yet it was understandable. Any reasonable person would assume precisely that anything else would shatter conventional cosmology. After a long time, Li Yuan's emotions gradually calmed down. Looking at Xinqing, his eyes were filled with relief. Seeing Li Yuan like this, Xinqing immediately lost the desire to explain. Just the three attributes combined are 400, and Li Yuan looks like this. If the other party really knew Su Xian's specific attributes, Xinqing even suspected that Li Yuan would directly doubt life on the spot. Miss, the assessment in a week will also include that girl from the Zhu family. I heard that girl even threatened you, and her attitude is quite arrogant. I wonder how her expression would be if she knew your contracted spirit's attributes. Li Yuan grinned. Of course he knew about Zhu Shui. However, after all, the other party is just a junior from the Zhu family. Although he disapproves, it is not appropriate for him to step in personally. Originally, he was a bit worried, but now that he heard Xinqing say her contracted spirit's attribute value is 400, he was completely at ease. That girl from the Zhu family, your face might get swollen by then. Li Yuan laughed, even more happily. He really disliked the people from the Zhu family. All of them were arrogant and had an air of superiority, which was quite annoying. He had even imagined in his mind how a week later Xinqing would make the girl from the Zhu family cry. Xinqing saw Li Yuan like this, and her expression became somewhat strange. This assistant of her father seemed to hate the people from the Zhu family even more than she did. However, Xinqing did not say anything. Although her main goal was to resolve the crisis of annihilation, she would be very willing to slap the faces of the Zhu family along the way. The two chatted for a while, and after Li Yuan sent Xinqing home, he immediately left. He seemed to have important matters to handle. Upon returning home at the entrance, Ku Shu immediately greeted her, and a big smile appeared on the screen. Little master, you are back. Looking at the mist this time, the harvest must be quite abundant. Ku Shu is happy for you. Clearly Ku Shu had returned to normal. Seeing Ku Shu approaching, Xinqing smiled slyly and said, Ku Shu, my harvest this time is indeed quite substantial. Why don't you guess what my contracted spirit's attribute value is now? After saying this, she summoned Su Xian. Su Xian, the size of a basketball, naturally jumped into Xinqing's arms with a silly expression. In fact, with his current attributes and the size change skill upgraded by 2 levels, he could definitely become smaller. Reducing to a third of his current size would be no problem. The reason for maintaining his current size is that it allows him to better understand Xinqing's heart. As a contracted spirit, mutual understanding with the contract master is also very important. Ku Shu, seeing Su Xian, kept the smile on the screen head unchanged. He observed for a while, then tilted his head and tentatively said, Little master, according to my data, some exceptionally talented contracted spirits, if they have enough opportunities, their individual values can even exceed 100. Could it be that you're contracted spirit also? Kushu, you guessed half right. Xinqing smiled even more slyly. My little sure, now apart from the power value being a bit low at only 409, the other two attributes have already exceeded 500. Saying this, Xinqing helplessly raised her head and sighed. I am very conflicted now. What value should I let little sure show in the assessment a week later? I can't just crush others' confidence like this. Hurting others' confidence doesn't matter. Xinqing doesn't care if others' Dao hearts are shattered. But if others knew about Su Xian's astonishing values, it could very likely bring about great trouble. Kushu, do you think that a week later Hey, Kushu, why are you smoking again? Xinqing looked at Kushu with a face of surprise, discovering that the latter's screen could no longer display any images and smoke was rising from his head again. Just as she was secretly laughing, she suddenly saw electric sparks flashing across Kushu's head, startling her. Kushu, are you alright? Don't scare me. Xinqing suddenly felt a bit regretful. Ever since she entered high school, it has been Kushu accompanying her. Since Kushu is a high-intelligence robot with cognitive abilities not much different from ordinary humans, Xinqing has regarded Kushu as family. Moreover, with Kushu possessing a comprehensive database, it seemed there was nothing he didn't know. Xinqing has always admired Kushu, often asking him questions. Once by chance, Xinqing made Kushu smoke by asking him a question. At first she was quite worried, but since Kushu is a high-intelligence robot, he quickly began to automatically repair himself. After realizing this, Xinqing added a new form of entertainment to her daily life, which was to ask Kushu some strange questions when she had nothing to do, hoping to see him smoke again. Unfortunately, Kushu's intelligence library is simply too powerful, and she hasn't seen him smoke for a long. Until yesterday, she summoned Su Xian. Just now she was thinking of this, wanting to see Kushu's shocked expression when he smoked again, but unexpectedly this time, he directly sparked. Fortunately, the electricity quickly disappeared, and Kushu's screen activated the smart repair function. After about 5 minutes, Kushu returned to normal, and Xinqing finally felt relieved. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Kushu's screen head reveal a smile, happily saying, "Little master, you are back. Seeing you so happy, you must have had a bountiful harvest. Kushu is happy for you." Xinqing, Omega, goodness, this is a direct reboot update. Not teasing Kushu anymore, Xinqing took Su Xian back to her room. Seeing Xinqing return to her room, Kushu's screen head immediately changed from a smile to a shocked expression, murmuring, "The little master's contracted spirit is truly extraordinary. It almost burned out my CPU." If Xinqing saw this scene, she would probably be dumbfounded on the spot. She would never have thought that an intelligent robot could be this intelligent. Just as she entered the room, coincidentally, or not, Xintian's video call came in. After connecting, a face that was both dignified and worried appeared in front of Xinqing. "Xiaoqing, I heard from Li Yuan that the ice-cold hell is having problems. I had something to deal with earlier, so I couldn't come over immediately." Hearing the guilt in her father's tone, Xinqing smiled and said, "It's all right, old man, I'm back safe now. By the way, you might not know that this time the ice-cold hell has undergone a great change." Seizing the opportunity, Xinqing told her father about the evil eyes. She also casually mentioned some words, wanting to inquire about news from her father. "Father, these evil eyes are very strange and even quite sinister. I feel that there might not be just this kind of sinister monster. Have you encountered similar monsters before?" Xintian's reaction was somewhat unexpected for Xinqing. He did not reveal the existence of such a creature, nor did he explain to her that such a creature did not exist. Instead, he became somewhat silent. This state was somewhat similar to Li Yuan's previous reaction. Xintian quickly revealed a smile and said, "Xiaoqing, encountering the evil eye monster before is already quite a unique experience. But actually, according to the official records of the Empire, this creature has appeared before." Xinqing wore a look of disbelief. The Empire has recorded this. How could she not know? If she had not researched it, it would be understandable, but after having a world-destroying dream, she immediately searched for various materials. Since her father is the commander of the dragon-slaying army, Xinqing could access information that is difficult for outsiders to find. Yet even so, she found absolutely no records about the evil eye. "By the way, Xiaoqing, since your contracted spirit has swallowed the golden quality ice-cold soul, has it undergone any special changes?" Xintian seemed unwilling to discuss this topic further. He abruptly changed the subject and began to inquire about Su Xian's situation. Xinqing pouted thought for a moment, and then said, "Xiao sure has indeed gained quite a bit. After swallowing the golden quality ice-cold soul, it awakened the ice soul skill." As soon as she finished speaking, Xinqing noticed Xintian's pupils tremble, as if he were somewhat shocked. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Dad, I learned before that some contracted spirits that swallow the ice-cold soul have a chance to gain skills, but the probability is very low. Xiao sure swallowed a golden quality one, so it gaining a skill isn't strange, right?" Why does it feel like you? Xinqing secretly complained, thinking that her father, as one of the top 3 superpowers in the Shanghai province, should be well informed. How could he be shocked by such a trivial matter? Hearing Xinqing's words, Shun Tian came back to his senses and chuckled. Girl, you don't understand the effects of ice-cold soul. Its main function is to enhance the attributes of the contracted spirit and has a small probability of assisting in improving skill levels, which even applies to golden contracted spirits. Moreover, it cannot be taken out of the ice-cold abyss, making it extremely precious. The golden quality ones are even rarer, appearing once every few years is not unusual. Xinqing blinked her large eyes, unsure of what her father was about to say. If a contracted spirit swallows the ice-cold soul, there indeed is a chance to comprehend skills. But do you know how low that probability is? I can tell you a statistic. If it's a white quality one, the probability of comprehending a skill is about 1 in a. Moreover, even if a skill can be comprehended, it is highly likely to occur when the contracted spirit already possesses water or ice attribute skills, causing the effects of the original skills to change to some extent. The probability of directly comprehending a new skill is even more pitifully low. In the room, Xinqing was already dumbfounded. She had heard that comprehending skills from the ice-cold soul was very difficult, but she did not expect the probability to be this low. But soon Xinqing countered, Dad, what you mentioned is just for the white quality one. Xiao sure swallowed a golden one. I know that. Xintian sighed. That's why I said your luck is quite good. However, even for a golden quality one, the probability of comprehending a skill is only 1 in 1,000. Xinqing was stunned. 1 in 1,000. Compared to 1 in 100,000, it was indeed much higher, but still negligible. Could it be because Xiaoshi swallowed 2 golden quality ice-cold souls? Xinqing recalled that Su Xian comprehended the skill after swallowing 2. That's still a probability of 1 in 500, which is still quite low. Thinking this, Xinqing could only marvel at her, or rather Su Xian's incredible luck in managing to comprehend the ice soul skill. In Xinqing's arms, Su Xian heard this and muttered to himself, is the probability really that low? I remember when I swallowed the first one, I already had some understanding of the ice soul skill. Xinqing overlooked one thing. At the time, Su Xian had swallowed 2 golden quality ice-cold souls in quick succession. Even if Su Xian had not swallowed the second one, he could still comprehend the ice soul skill. In fact, that was also the effect of devouring skills, maximizing the use of resources. Then Xinqing thought of something and immediately asked, Dad, does the ice soul skill need to continue swallowing the ice-cold soul to upgrade its level? It has some effect, but it's not necessary. Xintian nodded and shook his head, explaining, Xiaoqing, you have just summoned your contracted spirit and have had very little understanding of them before. In fact, it is quite challenging for a contracted spirit to upgrade its skill level. Aside from extremely special materials like the ice-cold soul, for a contracted spirit to enhance its skill level, the key relies on their own comprehension. Simply relying on resources has little effect. Xintian suddenly sighed. Take me for example. I am my assistant, which is your Uncle Li. His contracted spirit, the blue dragon, awakened the breath skill as soon as it was summoned. Now your Uncle Li is a peak golden contracted master. Can you guess what level his contracted spirit's breath? Xinqing was taken aback and tentatively said level 4. No, level 3. Xintian shook his head and laughed. Only level 1, it has never been upgraded. What? Xinqing was shocked. She couldn't help but look at Su Xian, who had 5 skills aside from the evil eye with no level. The other skills were all level 3. She couldn't help but ask, is it because the blue dragon's breath skill is only level 1? Of course not. Xintian shook his head. In fact, the level of a contracted spirit is also a profound subject. You will know once you enter the Contract Master Academy. There are specialized courses for this. Many pieces of knowledge are extremely important, girl, don't underestimate them. It's difficult for me to explain the matter of skills clearly to you right now, but I can tell you that although the current skill cap for contracted spirits is generally around level 7, some have theorized that there is actually no upper limit to the levels of contracted spirit skills. Your Uncle Li's contracted spirit is not incapable of upgrading its skill level. It is just incredibly difficult, to the extent that even though he is at the peak of gold, the breath skill is still at level 1. Moreover, even materials like the ice-cold soul that can enhance the attributes of contracted spirits mainly improve their comprehension abilities rather than directly raising skill levels. Upon hearing this, Xinqing couldn't help but think, what about skills that have no levels? Of course, Xinqing only thought about it. It was still better to keep the matter of the evil eye skill a secret. Seeing his daughter in a daze, Xintian couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, as if he thought of something, he asked, Girl, has your contracted spirit eye soul reached level 2? Xintian was somewhat surprised. Generally speaking, for a contracted spirit to upgrade a major level, like breaking through from bronze to silver or increasing many stars, there are opportunities to enhance skill levels. Swallowing a golden quality ice-cold soul and comprehending the ice soul skill could indeed be considered incredibly lucky. But to upgrade its level would require extraordinary comprehension. with the slime's level of comprehension. Objectively speaking, for it to elevate the ice soul skill from bronze to gold, it would be considered quite intelligent. If Xuan really upgraded to level 2, that would be considered a stroke of immense luck with a probability no less than comprehending the ice soul skill. As for level 3, Shintian didn't even consider that possibility, because he knew of someone in the Empire who possessed the ice soul skill, and their level was only 3 with strength that was even comparable to his own. In the room, Xinqing was contemplating the matter of the evil eye, somewhat lost in thought, when she heard her father's words, and instinctively responded, "It has improved a little. Xiao Shi's ice soul skill is now level 3, which should be alright." Cough, cough. Realizing his emotions had grown too intense, Shintian tactically cleared his throat to regain composure. Yet disbelief still gripped him, prompting him to ask once more, "My dear daughter, how much did you say?" Xinqing watched her father's flustered expression, pursed her lips, and silently scoffed. "Is this really necessary?" Before replying, "Level 3. Is that unusually high? It's not even level 7. Shintian's mouth twitched involuntarily. He'd initially assumed he'd misheard. Now he fervently wished he had. What utter nonsense. A bronze-rank slime possessing a level 3 skill. If anyone heard such a claim, they'd dismiss it outright as sheer fantasy. By level 7, he meant the absolute pinnacle attainable by any contracted spirit, far beyond platinum-tier beings. Xinqing added, "It's not just the ice spirit skill. All its skills have reached level 3. Dad, doesn't skill advancement seem easier than you described?" Shintian fell silent, his eye twitching. "And easier? Child, wait until you enroll in a contract master academy and witness firsthand the grueling sacrifices masters make to elevate their contracted spirit skill ranks. Then you'll truly understand what difficult means." Enough. No more questions. He feared that if word of Xinqing's situation ever reached other contract masters, they'd lose their minds on the spot. Shintian steered the conversation away from skills and towards Xuan's attributes instead. "Oh, by the way, Xiaoqing, I heard from your Uncle Li that your slime's 3 core attributes combined exceed 400. In truth, Shintian had been utterly stunned upon first hearing this news, bordering on disbelief. Yet now, having learned Xuan's skills had all ascended to level 3, this figure suddenly seemed plausible. Just as Xinqing opened her mouth to reply, she recalled something and asked softly, "Dad, what we discussed over the phone, no one else can overhear it, right? If others discovered Xiao Shi's existence." Hearing this, Shintian chuckled. "You're cautious, my girl, but rest easy. Our calls are encrypted. Eavesdropping is virtually impossible." Sensing Xinqing's lingering unease, he added reassuringly, "At least within this villa, you may breathe freely. I've taken every precaution." Only then did Xinqing relax, warmth blooming in her chest, before addressing Xuan's attribute values. "Well, about Xiao Shi's stats, Uncle Li's understanding is slightly off. Xiao Shi's individual attribute exceeds 400, not the sum of all 3. Dad, are you alright?" Xinqing stared as her father froze mid-motion, rigid as a statue's soul seemingly adrift. Indeed, Shintian's mind reeled when awareness finally returned. His breath came in ragged gasps. "Daughter, what exactly did you say Xiao Shi's attributes are?" Shintian felt his entire worldview. He'd barely accepted that Xuan's combined attributes totaled 400, yet now she claimed each surpassed 400. No one in their right mind would believe it. Here we go again. Xinqing rolled her eyes. Why was her father reacting so dramatically to every minor revelation today? After repeating the figure, Shintian sucked in a sharp breath and began pacing back and forth. 400 exceeding 400. Bronze rank 1. Slime. Every attribute above 400. Dad, Xiao Shi's defense and speed attributes both exceed 500. Xinqing reminded him gently. Shintian lifted his head, forcing a strained smile. "My dear daughter, this case is unlike anything I've encountered in my entire life. Haven't you said that already?" Xinqing muttered inwardly. "Now, do you see the wall to the right of your room? The one with bookshelves? Ask your contracted spirit to strike it. Embedded sensors will estimate its output." This time Xinqing was the one stunned. "Dad, since when does my bedroom wall have sensors? How come I never knew? And why install them in the first?" Shintian sighed, exasperated. "My girl, did you truly think I'd let you live alone without safeguards? But Cousin Ku is with me." "Yes, Cousin Ku is present, yet he cannot guarantee your absolute safety. These sensors alert my team instantly should an intruder breach the premises. That's what I meant by arrangements, and it's not limited to your room. The entire villa is fitted with them." Had Xuan's attributes not been so extraordinarily transcendent, Shintian wouldn't have disclosed this. Even now he preferred silence. He feared Xinqing might misinterpret his caution as suspicion. Her brow furrowed. Her father would never harm her. These sensors then must serve as defense against others. For a moment she couldn't discern whether his vigilance stemmed purely from prudence or whether tangible threats. She set aside the question and instructed Su Xian to strike the wall. In the next instant, Shun Qing recoiled in shock. A force nearing 500 units left the wall utterly unscathed. Consider this: a robust adult male typically possesses only 5 units of raw strength. To render it tangible, that equates to 500 gene, roughly 250 kilograms. Su Xian's strength alone approximated 50,000 gene, and this was merely a baseline estimate. Factoring in defense and speed, the actual manifestation far exceeded this figure. Was this wall forged from some ultraalloy? Meanwhile, Shun Tian stood equally dumbfounded. The sensor feed streamed directly to his phone, displaying Su Xian's staggering metrics. An eerie silence settled between father and daughter. After nearly 3 minutes, Shun Qing ventured hesitantly, "Dad, I have a question." Go on. Shun Tian blinked, dazedly, instinctively responding. A breath later, he steadied himself, his expression smoothing into calm. Shun Qing couldn't see it, but her father's fingers trembled faintly. His reaction was hardly unwarranted. Su Xian's total power output had just eclipsed 100,000 units, sufficient to shatter weaker silver-tier contracted spirits with casual impact. "Dad, I noticed something unusual while examining Xiaoshi's interface. Xiaoshi can evolve, and has already met the evolution criteria." Gurgle. Both Shun Tian and Su Xian spoke simultaneously, faces alight with astonishment. The former had never heard of a slime capable of evolution. The latter realized with surprise that Shun Qing already knew of his potential for transformation. Su Xian had intended to reveal this at a more opportune moment. "Evolve? Into what?" Shun Tian asked, intrigued. "I don't know. Only that Xiaoshi fulfills the conditions." Shun Qing shook her head, then asked, "Dad, should I let Xiaoshi evolve?" She worried evolution might trigger unforeseen mutations. She'd hoped her father possessed knowledge on the matter, but clearly even he knew nothing of contracted spirit evolution. "Daughter, let me think." Beside her, Su Xian could contain himself no longer. Gurgle, gurgle. Shun Tian peered at Su Xian through the video call, puzzled. "My girl, what on earth is your slime babbling?" Su Xian's expression darkened. He moved to the bookshelf, rummaged until he found a pen and a few sheets of paper, and a portion of his body stretched forth. Under the two people's astonished stares, a tendril formed, awkwardly gripped the pen, and scrawled on the paper, "I want to evolve." Though writing was laborious, Su Xian deliberately added an exclamation mark. Shun Qing and the others were nearly dumbstruck. Especially Shun Qing, her mouth forming and her pupils trembling. Xiaoshi. She did not even know what to say. A contract spirit writing. The idea was so abstract, she half wondered if she were dreaming. Shun Tian also looked incredulous. He was a super strong figure of Songhai province, experienced and worldly, yet today his understanding had been overturned time and again. Shun Qing reacted first and asked immediately, "Xiaoshi, do you know you can evolve?" Su Xian wanted to roll his eyes inwardly. Of course he knew his own condition. After speaking, Shun Qing's face flushed as she felt she had said something foolish. She glanced at her father and found him staring fixedly at Su Xian, unmoving for a long time. Feeling Shun Qing's gaze, Shun Tian finally withdrew his stare, and as calmly as he could said, "Xiao Qing, since your contract spirit can communicate with us in this way, its cognitive abilities must be impeccable." Shun Tian continued, thinking that it explained why Su Xian had grasped things so quickly and why his skills improved so fast. Many contract spirits can understand human speech, but those that can actually speak human words aloud are exceedingly rare. As for writing human script, that was rarer still. Perhaps stunned too many times today, Shun Tian had grown in the room. Upon hearing her father's words, Shun Qing decided to let Su Xian evolve. "Xiaoshi, then evolve now. Do you need me to do anything?" Su Xian fell silent and contacted the system, unusually excited. "System, hurry, I want to evolve. After evolving, will I be able to speak human words?" The system replied, "Cannot." Su Xian cursed under his breath, and the simple word cut his joy in half. System host has chosen to evolve. System, slime warrior evolving. After those 2 lines, Su Xian felt a subtle, mysterious change ripple through his body. The sensation was difficult to describe. He scanned his body, but saw no visible change. Just as he was puzzled, the system's voice sounded again. "System, evolution complete. System, congratulations, host, you have become a slime warrior." Su Xian, no, the entire slime, was utterly dumbfounded. "No, system, what are you doing? I haven't changed at all. Didn't you say that after evolving, I would be very different? And what about the promise that I could pinch and reshape my body, it will become whatever I like? You are deceiving my feelings, you bastard." As Su Xian seethed and argued furiously with the system, Shun Qing's astonished voice rang out, "Xiaoshi, evolved into a slime warrior." Su Xian froze and looked at Shun Qing. He had not changed. How did she know? He soon realized his own foolishness and cursed himself silently. Shun Qing could see part of his attribute panel. Judging by her expression, perhaps his attributes had shifted. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared. Name Su Xian. Potentially. Level Bronze 3-star. Seeing this, Xuan felt a ripple of joy. His potential had indeed improved, albeit still low. As for level, despite having devoured so much and rapidly increasing his numerical stats, his level had long remained unchanged. Reading further, Xuan fell silent. His 3 core attributes had not changed, they were the same as before. He had gained 1 skill, combat. Aside from that, there was no other change. Seeing the skill name, Xuan almost laughed. Who was a slime supposed to use combat against? He did not even have hands. In summary, this evolution left his appearance untouched. At best, his potential and level rose slightly, and he acquired a rather abstract skill. Xuan was nearly furious. After finally meeting the conditions to evolve, this was the result. System speak. Is this the great change you promised me? You liar. The system replied, host, I know you are anxious, but please do not be hasty. Do you remember the assessment I gave you back then? Xuan paused, his expression darker than before. The system had previously said that many contract spirits in this world were worthless. System host, my current assessment is this: there are many worthless contract spirits, but some of them upon seeing you would hail you as a great master. The slime made a muffled chuckle. The system continued, warning him not to be disappointed and that he did not yet comprehend the importance of potential and level. System, have you not noticed that no matter how many resources you devour, your level remains unchanged? Xuan was too weary to argue. If it had been before, he might have valued levels, but after the Binghan Lianyu Ice Cold Purgatory episode, when he saw a bronze-ranked interdimensional creature defeat silver-ranked contract spirits, he felt that level alone meant little. System level cannot fully measure combat power nor be equated with raw stats, but it is closely linked to them. For example, contract spirits at bronze peak have stat limits around 500. Breaking through that is extremely difficult. As for you, host, because of this system, your stat cap far exceeds that of other contract spirits or interdimensional beings. Xuan did not refute this. After all, at bronze 1-star, his attribute values had indeed been around 500. System host, if your level does not rise, your stat cap will be roughly around 600. Once you reach that value, even if you devour massive resources, further gains will be negligible. In other words, raising level increases the ceiling of your stats. Otherwise, even if Xuan later devoured vast resources, it would be difficult for his stats to improve. Hearing this, Xuan asked with concern, system, if my stats reach their limit, does that mean I cannot use the 3 special skills? System, of course you can. In that case, if I use Devour and Plunder by their effects, I would still obtain energy. Then if my stats cannot increase, where will that energy go? System, good question. Host, you have hit the key point. The system's voice carried a note of approval as it explained further. System, let me put it in terms you understand. In games, characters need experience to level up, but in special circumstances, perhaps because certain quests remain unfinished, experience can exceed requirements while the level stays stuck. At that point, the quest must be completed to unlock the level up. Similarly, if your stats reach the cap and you continue to use Devour or Plunder, the power will be temporarily stored and will convert into stats once you break through the level. Xuan understood. Realizing his stats were nearing the cap and that the recent level increase had removed the bottleneck, Xuan's mood brightened considerably. Then what use is potential? And me, a slime. What good is a combat skill? Host, the concept of potential is something you can understand in this world, but since this is your first inquiry, let me explain it simply. In simple terms, potential represents the upper limit of the level you can reach in the future. So if I don't evolve, does that mean my upper limit is set here for this lifetime? It seems the system is right. Evolution indeed brings significant changes for me. Not to mention with the large assets that Xinqing obtained this time, if they were converted into resources and absorbed by Xuan, it should have resulted in an exponential increase. But if there's no evolution, Xuan's value would hit a wall at 600. With this thought, Xuan felt a bit relieved. So that's how it is. I misunderstood you. It's nothing, host. To help you become the strongest cataclysmic disaster, it's no issue for a small system like me to endure a little grievance. The emphasis on the word small was increasingly heavy. Xuan twitched his mouth and changed the subject, saying then, when can I have a human form? Host, isn't it good to be a slime? You can even cuddle in your contract master's arms every day. Who's cuddling in her arms? I have no choice. Xuan retorted angrily. But your shape-shifting skill hasn't even reached the limit of shrinking. The system said quietly. I did that to make Xinqing feel more comfortable. Forget it, let's not talk about this. This evolution is still acceptable, but what's the use of the fighting skill? The fighting skill is naturally for combat. Xuan got angry. How can a slime fight? By headbutting. Host, you're right about that. Of course, once you can transform into a human form, the skill's effectiveness will be maximized. Noticing Xuan was about to explode, the system quickly changed its tone. The conditions for the next stage of evolution are to break through 1,000 in all attribute values, and for all current skills to reach level 3, excluding the evil eye. Host, I assure you the next stage of evolution will satisfy you. You can check the attribute panel. Su Xian coldly snorted in his heart and began to examine his next form. Slime Sovereign. Su Xian sighed, so I can't get away from being a slime, right? What happened to the promised cataclysmic disaster? Am I going to evolve into a cataclysmic slime? Although Su Xian had spoken so much to the system, not much time had passed. In the room, Xinqing looked at Su Xian's panel, but didn't pay too much attention to potential and level. After all, she didn't know the numerical limit of Su Xian's current level. She noticed that there wasn't much improvement in Su Xian's attributes, and there was that extra fighting skill. She couldn't understand how a slime could fight. In the video, Shen Tian heard Xinqing's words and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoqing, has your contract spirit completed its evolution? Why is it still called a slime warrior? He was a powerhouse above platinum with extraordinary vision, yet he didn't notice any change in Su Xian. Besides that, what the heck is a slime warrior? He had never heard of such a race. Could it represent the warriors within the slime race? But even so, it shouldn't change the name, right? A series of questions arose in Shen Tian's mind. Xinqing didn't know how to explain it to her father. She briefly mentioned that Su Xian's potential and level had improved and brought up the assessment a week later. Dad, what do you think is an appropriate numerical value for Xiaoshi to exhibit during the assessment in a week? If other contract masters heard this, they would surely be enraged. Goodness, other contract masters were all striving hard, wishing for their contract spirit's attributes to be as high as possible, yet Xinqing was thinking about controlling the points well. Shen Tian's gaze lowered slightly as he pondered. After a while, he slowly spoke, I think you could have your contract spirit exhibit a value of 200. Xinqing was shocked. She didn't think that value was low. On the contrary, she felt it was too high, even outrageous. Dad, I remember that genius from the Songhai province last year had average attributes far lower than this, right? Xiaoshi is only a level exhibiting such a high value, I'm afraid. Su Xian felt like rolling his eyes. What's wrong with being a level? He is the future cataclysmic disaster, okay? This value is fine. Shen Tian said with a smile, a hint of guilt on his face. He felt somewhat indebted to his daughter. If only his strength were strong enough, Xinqing could fully showcase her contract spirit's power. It wouldn't be necessary for her to hold back. After taking a deep breath, Shen Tian smiled and said, it's okay, although your contract spirit is only a level the slime warrior. Since it adds warrior, it's a new species that has never existed before. Anyway, others won't know, and besides, it really does have this name. Xinqing was somewhat dumbfounded. This 200. This value has appeared in the contract master assessments and has been recorded in the history of the entire human race. That individual gained the attention of the entire human race alliance with various rich resources tilted towards him. Now he is one of the strongest in the human race, but unfortunately he is not from our Hanyue Empire. Shen Tian explained and added, of course the decision is in your hands. 200 is the highest value I suggest for you to exhibit. If you think it's too high, you can lower it appropriately. In any case, if you perform excellently, more people will pay attention to you, and you will get more resources. Xinqing agreed with this. Not to mention the cataclysmic monsters the human race also faces threats from other dimensional spaces, and resources are prioritized for the strong. If you are ordinary, who would be willing to cultivate you and provide you with resources? Only by being sufficiently outstanding and remarkable can you attract the attention of those strong individuals willing to tilt massive resources towards you to help you grow quickly. Of course, excellence must have its limits. If you can crush silver at the bronze level, that's talent. If you can battle against gold, that's a prodigy. If you can hold your own against platinum, that's a prodigy among prodigies. But if you can defy platinum or even higher level beings, then perhaps to some you are a godlike existence, but more likely you will become a monster in the eyes of others, even someone they want to eliminate at all costs. Xinqing pondered for a moment, her gaze becoming determined as she spoke. I've made up my mind, Dad. If I want the best cultivation, I must demonstrate my value. Didn't that supreme being exhibit a value of 200? Then I'll show 201. I want to fight to seize those resources. I want to become stronger. Seeing Xinqing's determined appearance, Shen Tian was somewhat surprised, but still supported her, saying, all right, since you've made up your mind, I won't oppose it. This value, I can handle it. After all, Su Xian had devoured the golden quality cold soul, and not just one. At that time, he would say that Su Xian had extraordinary talent in devouring resources to enhance himself, and conveniently he evolved into a slime warrior. Nobody would know about it, and this race had never appeared in history, so who would dare to voice their opinions? Those members of the Zhu family might have opinions, but their opinions don't matter. By then, when Xinqing is noticed by the top 10 academies and receives focused training, let's see how the Zhu family dares to make a sound. The conversation between father and daughter had largely run its course. Then Shen Tian, as if struck by a memory, smiled and asked, my dear daughter, I heard from Li Yuan that you've become a little wealthy this time. Xinqing's hair stood on end. Talking with Dad until now, he had lost count of how many times had said, I heard from Uncle Li. Why does Uncle Li tell everyone everything? She thought in exasperation. Xinqing looked at her father's smile, imagining in her mind her small savings sprouting wings and flying away. Hastily she said, "Father, I'm a bit tired today. Let's talk another time." After speaking, she for the first time deliberately hung up. With lingering jitters, she set Su Xian down, flopped onto the bed, and buried her little head in the pillow. "That girl," Shen Tian muttered, staring at the darkened phone screen with equal parts amusement and exasperation. He put the phone away and stepped out of a sealed chamber constructed of special materials that blocked nearly all sound. Indeed, a sealed chamber. Shen Tian had intentionally chosen this place to speak with his daughter, not only to keep their conversation private from others, but also to prevent certain information from being overheard by Xinqing. "Army Lord, you're finally out." A soldier of the Zhanlong army saw Shen Tian emerge. A trace of relief crossed his face, but it quickly gave way to anxiety. "Army Lord, something terrible has happened. We just received word that those who entered Guitan were virtually annihilated." "What?" Shen Tian's pupils shrank as if his head had been struck by 1,000 thunderclaps. Guitan, a golden-level interdimensional space, the highest-ranked dimensional realm in their Shanghai province. 2 days before the day prior to Xinqing summoning her contract spirit, an incident had occurred in Guitan. Unlike Binghan, Lianyu, Guitan's spatial passage had not closed to outsiders could still enter, yet almost none of those who ventured in ever returned. Spending some time within an interdimensional space was ordinarily unremarkable. It became apparent something was terribly wrong when powerful factions discovered their champions' soul tokens had shattered. All those champions had entered Guitan. That meant they had fallen within Guitan. This was a calamity of the. After all, those able to enter Guitan were at least golden-rank powerhouses. They had once been bulwarks in their respective regions, yet now they had inexplicably perished inside Guitan. The Empire's authorities immediately launched an investigation. Many powerful factions sent their own elites to probe the matter, naturally including the Zhanlong army. As Army Lord of the Zhanlong army, Shen Tian found the prospect that those investigators might be harmed or that his own men had perished almost unbearable. He forced himself to steady, adopted a grave expression, approached the Zhanlong soldier, and said in a low voice, "What happened? Make it clear. Did the champions we later dispatched all have their soul tokens shattered?" "Army Lord, their soul tokens did not shatter." The man hesitated when he noticed Shen Tian's frown and hastened to explain. "However, one dignitary from the Inspection Directorate, a platinum-rank elder, did come out. He is gravely wounded, hanging by a thread, and his mind seems disturbed. Many of us saw it then. No matter what the other dignitaries asked him, he gave no reply, and his expression was terrifying." The man shivered as the memory of that elder's grotesque, contorted visage rose in his mind. Not only that, he kept muttering that there were terrible monsters in there, and that everyone was doomed. When asked what monsters they were, he completely broke down and began screaming and shouting on the spot. The Zhanlong soldier spoke with growing fear. If even a platinum-ranked existence had been driven to such a state, all the more so for someone like him. Fortunately, he was only silver rank and had not been sent into Guitan. Shen Tian's face darkened instantly. The Empire had sent only that single platinum powerhouse. He had indeed come out alive, but his condition was more dreadful than death. One must understand that a platinum powerhouse carried immense dignity and an aura of authority. Even Shen Tian himself, who was gentle before Xinqing, would behave deferentially in their presence. If others met him, who would dare be anything but respectful? Among outsiders, Shen Tian even had a sobriquet, Shen the Devil. Has everyone been informed of this matter? Shen Tian meant the other Shanghai provinces and the Empire's. Everyone knows, Army Lord. Only you remain uninformed. Shen Tian nodded and said, "Lead the way." "Yes." The Zhanlong soldier hastened forward to escort Shen Tian to the others. At that moment, Shen Tian's phone vibrated. He picked it up and upon seeing the message paused. It was a private message from a friend. The Guidan situation had been half resolved because a powerhouse from the 10 great academies had arrived in Shanghai province, reportedly a king-level figure. With such a presence, the problem in Guidan would be nothing. His friend urged Shen Tian to hurry and pay respects to this king. Someone from the 10 great academies came, and he's a king. Shen Tian was shaken. The upheaval in Guidan was indeed alarming. Ordinarily, the Empire would inform the 10 great academies and request their assistance. But usually such matters took time. The Weilon planet hosted many empires, and the Hongyue Empire was not particularly powerful, so it rarely drew immediate attention. Even if they did respond, it would typically be an ordinary instructor, at best someone above platinum. But a king-level arrival was no trivial matter. The Hongyue Empire's strongest was only a half-king. That meant if this king wished, he could single-handedly slaughter the entire empire. Shen Tian could not quite comprehend it. What was a monumental crisis for Shanghai province might be the smallest of concerns to a king. Not even the Hongyue Empire's half-king would make a special trip for Guitan. And yet this king had come so swiftly. What on earth is going on? While puzzled, his friend sent another private message. Old Shen, hurry. We're just missing you. They say this dignitary holds Wang Xintian in high esteem, the prodigy who shook our Songhai province last year. So upon learning of our troubles, he came personally to inspect. I also heard that after dealing with Gatan, he plans to observe our province's contractor assessments to see if he can find more promising talent. He has already gone into the matter should be resolved soon. Hurry over so we can welcome him together. Shen Tian understood, and the tightness in his chest eased considerably. He recalled the prodigy who had rocked Songhai province the previous year and murmured, "It seems our province still benefits from that genius reputation." He even attracted a king-level powerhouse. It seems this incident can be resolved. Despite his relief, Shen Tian felt a pang of unease. According to the survivors, others who had entered, including members of the Zhanlong army, had suffered mishaps. There might be a turning point. The entrance soul tokens had not been shattered, and the claim that their finished lacked concrete detail about what had occurred. But with the king intervening, as long as they remained alive, they would likely be saved. With that thought, Shen Tian wasted no more time and set out at once. On the way, he could not help imagining if the matter were resolved, and the king inspected Songhai province's contractor assessments, his daughter's contract spirit's performance might astonish even a king. This matter is indeed an odd coincidence. A week passed by in a flash. Shen Tian, holding Su Xian, opened the door and immediately saw a familiar figure with a smile. "Li Feng, Uncle Li, you're here." Shen Qing greeted with a smile. Her father seemed to be busy with something and couldn't come, and so did Li Yuan, so she had to rely on Li Feng. "Hello, miss," Li Feng replied with a smile, feeling somewhat excited. Thanks to this person, everyone in their team had made a fortune. Not only had their average strength improved, but their status in the dragon-slaying army had also jumped to a new level. Moreover, he was publicly praised by Li Yuan, who called him a rising star in the dragon-slaying army with a bright future ahead. The eyes of his former teammates turned green with envy. They whispered that Li Feng must have stumbled upon luck, as his strength was nothing remarkable, but he had landed a good assignment and soared to new heights. Not only was he promoted, but he also caught the attention of Li Yuan and even Shen Tian, making his future look incredibly bright. Many people lamented, wishing they had taken on the task of escorting the young lady back, then otherwise it would have been them basking in the limelight. Li Feng secretly scoffed at their words. "You all want to take on the task? If you had come, perhaps you wouldn't even have had the chance to step out this time." Li Feng had once vowed never to take on tasks related to the young lady, as they were simply too dangerous. However, after splitting the remaining ice-cold soul and watching his brother's strength soar, coupled with the immense attention he garnered, Li Feng suddenly felt that accepting a task related to Shen Qing wasn't out of the question. This time Li Feng seized the opportunity and, relying on his exceptional performance last time, successfully obtained the task of escorting Shen Qing to the examination. This made others in the dragon-slaying army incredibly envious. The other dimensional space might pose some danger, but escorting the young lady for an examination was completely devoid of difficulty. The key was that he could have close contact with the young lady. Not to mention that she was a stunning beauty, a being with her would lift his spirits. If he could impress her and casually say a few good words to the military commander, wouldn't his future be bright? Shen Qing placed Su Xian in the contract space to rest, and then boarded the flying device, with Li Feng setting off together towards the examination site. Songhai Province, Xianyang City, Xianfeng District. By the time the two arrived at the examination point, it was already a sea of people. At a glance, various contract spirits followed their masters. Many of those participating in the examination had companions with them. Shen Qing looked at the scene before her and felt somewhat emotional. As a student of Zhangxian High School, she could have participated in the contract master examination in Longxi District. The reason she came to Xianfeng District was due to her father's suggestion. Needless to say, Xianyang City is the largest jurisdiction in Songhai Province. Xianfeng District is the largest examination point in Xianyang City, with powerful examiners known for their keen eye and broad knowledge providing relatively fair scores. At this moment, someone asked if their contract spirits had poor potential. Their scores might be very low in a normal, thus they wanted to go to remote places for the examination. If they used certain means, they might achieve scores higher than they expected. Unfortunately, while their thoughts were beautiful, the Contract Master Academy was not foolish. They organized entrance tests for every candidate entering the academy. The purpose of the test is not only to enhance the motivation of contract masters, but also to see who has if a contract spirit's performance does not match its previous scores. At best, they would have to retake the examination, and the rules during the examination would be stricter, basically squeezing the scores to the limit. At worst, they would be blacklisted directly, and the information would be submitted to the empire the candidate belonged to, demanding punishment of the candidate. Regardless of the empire, any cheating would be severely punished without any leniency. After all, contract masters are crucial for humanity's fight against other dimensional beings, and the higher-ups of the human race would never neglect this matter. There have been instances in the past where someone performed exceptionally during the contract master examination and entered a good contract master academy, but due to poor results in the entrance examination, they were expelled and seriously punished, a true miscarriage of justice. This was also one of the reasons Xinxing came to the Xianfeng district for the examination. Due to situations like the one above, the Contract Master Academy reformed its examination process. They allowed empires to set up large examination points arranging for teachers certified by the top 10 academies. Candidates taking the examination at these points would not face immediate expulsion from the academy, even if they performed exceptionally during the exam and later did poorly on the entrance test. Xianfeng district is naturally such an examination point, and for this reason many people come here for the examination, leading to fierce competition that even requires some connections to participate. As the daughter of the dragon-slaying army commander, it was quite easy for Xunqing to participate in the examination here. There was one more reason Xun Tian spoke of it mysteriously. He mentioned that a significant figure would be present at the examination point in Xianfeng district this year. Miss, let me take you to rest first. The examination won't start for another hour. Li Feng planned to take Xinqing to the hotel he had booked in advance. Naturally, it was difficult for ordinary people to book a hotel at the Xianfeng district examination point, but for Li Feng, it was a piece of cake. Xinqing nodded and intended to leave first. Oh, isn't that our genius, Xinqing? I didn't expect you to actually come to participate in the contract master examination. You, a student from Longxi district, aren't taking the examination in that small place, but instead came to Xianfeng district. TSK Tisk, our genius wants to make a big splash, huh? Annoying yet familiar words floated over from not far away. Xinqing immediately guessed the identity of the speaker, her brow furrowing as she cursed her bad luck inwardly. Nearby, many candidates were also drawn in, their gazes turning toward the source, faces showing a hint of astonishment. Who is so impressive? For those wanting to enter the Contract Master Academy and officially become Contract Masters, today is the most important day. Candidates were on high alert, fearing to leave a bad impression on the teachers who could appear at any moment. Moreover, there was only 1 hour left before the examination officially began. Everyone was quite anxious, some even trembling in their legs. At this moment, someone dared to mock. Wasn't that a sign of insanity? Some people from Longxi district looked particularly displeased, frowning as they glared at the speaker. They saw an exceptionally good-looking youth dressed elegantly striding toward another beautiful girl with an astounding figure, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Some failed to see her face and nearly mistook Zhu Shui's gender. Xinqing originally didn't want to bother with this flat-headed idiot, but the people Zhu Shui brought had subtly surrounded her. Li Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He didn't expect to be so unfortunate as to encounter the second young lady of the Zhu family among so many people. Li Feng was about to speak when Xinqing raised a hand, silencing him. Zhu Shui, observing Xinqing's cold, impassive expression, assumed his despondency stemmed from despair of passing the contractualist examination, and a smug smile flickered across her face. Xinqing, I told you before, during the contractualist examination, I will show you what true genius looks like. And frankly, creatures like your wretched slime stand no chance whatsoever. I must admit I'm impressed by your audacity. Rather than seeking out some remote examination site, you dared come straight to the Zhuangfeng district testing ground. Yet this works perfectly for me. Had you chosen another venue, perhaps I might have spared you, but your arrogance knows no bounds. You actually dared appear here. Fine then. Everyone shall witness exactly how humiliating your failure will be. Xinqing suppressed a bitter inward sneer, irritation simmering beneath his calm exterior. How dare this fool presume to judge his slime? Wretched. Humph. By the time the examination began, that brainless oaf's face would likely be swollen beyond recognition. The sole consolation was Zhu Shui's presence alone. Zhu Fei, that despicable wretch, had not shown up. And indeed, after what had transpired between them, even someone as shameless as Zhu Fei would hesitate to face Xinqing so soon. Were both brothers present, Xinqing feared he might retch on the spot. He turned to leave, only for Zhu Shui to materialize once more, blocking his path like an inescapable shadow. Zhu Shui tilted her nose upward, declaring with haughty disdain, Xinqing, why don't you summon your pathetic slime? Let everyone see it. Are you insane? I summon it when I wish, and withhold it when I choose. What business is it of yours? Besides, you haven't summoned yours either. What exactly are you prattling about? Humph, refusing to summon it. Clearly you simply lack the nerve. Xinqing cursed silently. If I unleashed it now, it would trample you into oblivion. As for mine, my unicorn tiger is nothing your trashy slime could ever rival. It's an A-rank contracted spirit. Zhu Shui deliberately raised her voice, ensuring every bystander heard. With a subtle glance, she signaled her entourage to clear space, then summoned the unicorn tiger. A thunderous roar shook the air. Before the crowd stood a colossal, awe-inspiring tiger, its brow crowned by a single spiraling horn. Gone was the creature's former frailty. the week-old depletion of its power now fully reversed. Its attributes hadn't merely recovered, they had surged to 40 or 50. As the unicorn tiger's overwhelming aura washed over the assembly, faces paled and gasps rippled through the crowd. Many examinees wore expressions of naked envy. An A rank, with such potential, admission to the Contractualist Academy is virtually assured. Even one of the 10 great academies remains within reach. Hearing these envious murmurs, Zhu Shui's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Yet a rare few remained utterly unmoved, clearly unimpressed by an A-rank spirit. Their own contracted spirits evidently possessed equal, or greater, potential. Across the entire Xianyang city, only some 60 or 70 A-rank, or higher potential, contracted spirits emerged each year. Meanwhile, roughly 1,200 candidates gained entry to the Contractualist Academy annually, meaning an A-rank spirit practically guaranteed success. As for slimes, several examinees cast sympathetic glances toward the stunning young woman before them, her figure exquisite, her beauty arresting. Frank potential spirits had passed the Contractualist examination, but slimes, not a single one ever. Some examinees, already doubting their own chances, began fantasizing, perhaps I could approach Xinqing now. If we both fail, shared disappointment might kindle something deeper. Their daydreams shattered as hushed voices rose around them. Who is this woman? So arrogant. Her nostrils practically pierced the heavens. An A-rank spirit doesn't justify such insolence. She's downright vicious. True. And yet the other girl bears it all with such grace. Pity though her contracted spirit is a slime. Her dream of entering the Contractualist Academy is doomed. Shoo, keep your voices down. You don't know who these two are. Huh, brother, do they truly command such renown? Pray enlighten us. Hear of the dragon-slaying army's commander in Songhai province. That beautiful girl whose contracted spirit is a slime. She is his daughter. What? Impossible. If she were truly the commander's daughter, this woman wouldn't dare mock her. Not unless she wished to die. Exactly why you're ignorant. She's the daughter of the finance department director. Both families wield immense influence. Only then did the onlookers grasp the gravity of the situation, alarm flashing across their faces as they instinctively stepped back, terrified of calamity striking before the examination even began. Those who'd entertained thoughts of comforting Xinqing abandoned them instantly, relief flooding their veins, followed by sharp self-reproach. The commander's daughter. Thank the heavens they'd held their tongues. Everyone knew his infamous epithet, Xuan the Demon Lord. Gurgle. Su Xian materialized, cradled silently in Xinqing's arms, his expression unreadable. Xinqing knew Zhu Shui wouldn't dare order the unicorn tiger to attack him directly, but summoning Su Xian, with that fool's intellect, who could predict her next move? Since she'd pressed her provocations relentlessly, restraint had lost its purpose. Should she command the unicorn tiger against Su Xian, Xinqing would have no qualms revealing part of Su Xian's strength early, ensuring Zhu Shui wouldn't even reach the examination. Sure enough, Zhu Shui's gaze swept over plump round Su Xian, and contempt flared in her eyes. You actually dared summon this wretched thing, to humiliate yourself publicly, eh? Without hesitation, she willed the unicorn tiger to unleash its aura, to freeze the slime in terror. The moment Su Xian appeared, he locked eyes with Zhu Shui, and upon hearing her insult, fury ignited within him. A walking death wish. Your stats don't even reach 1/10 of mine. Yet you posture you threaten me. Indeed, over the past week, billions in resources had been poured into Su Xian, pushing all three of his core attributes past 900. His defensive stat alone surpassed 1,000. He could stand motionless while the unicorn tiger struck, and not only would it fail to land meaningful damage, it might well injure itself in the attempt. Obeying its master's command, the unicorn tiger bared its fangs at Su Xian, ready to strike. Su Xian in turn prepared to activate his absorption technique. Suddenly, a chorus of startled cries erupted from the front of the crowd. Instantly, every soul present, examinees and officials alike, erupted into feverish commotion. There atop the marble dais of the examination ground stood a stern-faced, middle-aged man, surrounded by a cluster of deferential examiners engaged in quiet conversation. He seemed to have appeared from nowhere. No one had sensed his arrival. Though outwardly unremarkable, a single glance at him triggered visceral awe, an involuntary halt to thought itself. This seismic shift in the crowd's energy radiated entirely from him. Xinqing forgot Zhu Shui entirely, his breath stilled as his gaze locked onto the man. This, he realized, must be the eminent dignitary from one of the 10 great academies, just as his father had. This is a teacher from the top 10 academies. He actually came to watch our assessment. What's going on? I remember that this has never happened before. A teacher from the top 10 academies actually came to personally observe our assessment, and coincidentally, it's in our Xianyang city. Brother, you are just ignorant. Last year, the top scholar from our province came from Xianyang city. It is said that he was highly regarded at the top 10 academies, and even the higher-ups have begun to pay attention to our Xianyang city. Is that so, buddy? Do you really know about this news? Someone questioned the authenticity of this information. What's so rare about it? I have a brother who is from the top 10 academies, and he was the one who told me about this. The speaker had a proud expression. The middle-aged man was naturally the king-level powerhouse who came to resolve the mysterious platform incident. His arrival in the Songhai province was not particularly hidden. Or rather, many people were paying special attention to the movements of someone like him. He didn't bother hiding his visit to Songhai province, but his true purpose was to resolve the mysterious platform incident. Apart from a few high-ranking officials in Songhai province, not many knew about it. However, his visit to observe the contract master assessment in Xianyang City spread widely. This was intentional, meant to cover up his true mission of resolving the mysterious platform incident. At that time, after meeting this person, Xintian learned that he was entrusted by a genius from Xianyang City, which is why he chose to intervene personally after knowing that Songhai province had sent a distress signal to the academies. Xintian naturally didn't tell his daughter the true purpose of this person's visit to Songhai province. He only mentioned that he came to see if Xianyang City would produce another genius this year. The teachers from the top 10 academies have indeed come. Zhu Shui's eyes instantly lit up. In fact, she initially planned for Xinqing to go for the assessment at that place, while she took another route. But upon learning that a significant figure from the top 10 academies would come to the Xianfeng district assessment site, she immediately abandoned that idea. What a joke. She wasn't foolish. Watching Xinqing embarrass herself was fine, but if she missed out on this prominent figure, that would truly be the height of stupidity. Zhu Shui speculated that the reason Xinqing hadn't gone elsewhere was most likely due to this significant figure. But what good would that do? Her contract spirit was garbage. Being seen by such a figure would only be more embarrassing. Zhu Shui despised Xinqing in her heart, while her gaze towards the middle-aged man became increasingly fiery. Before long, her eyes revealed a look of surprise as she felt herself about to faint from excitement, because she saw that the middle-aged man from the top 10 academies was actually looking at her, and it seemed he even could it be that he is interested in my unicorn tiger? He is encouraging me. Haha, this young lady knows that a person of my extraordinary talent would surely catch the attention of a teacher from the top 10 academies. On the stage, Qin Yu's gaze fell on Xinqing, or rather on Xinqing's slime, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the daughter of the dragon slayer Lord Xuan? Recalling a week ago, after resolving the mysterious platform incident, he had met Xintian. This person's strength was quite average. Initially, he had no particular interest in him. However, later Xintian approached him inquiring about his daughter's contract spirit, stating that his daughter had summoned the contract spirit for only a few days, fed it some potions, and discovered its absorption ability was exceptionally strong, with the values rising dramatically, eventually exceeding 200 in a single category. Even Qin Yu, as a king-level powerhouse, was intrigued. He was well-versed and had never encountered such a situation. Logically speaking, a bronze-level contract spirit could absorb potions, but the quantity would be extremely limited. Moreover, even if absorbed, the efficiency would be very low, with most of the medicinal properties wasted. Therefore, Qin Yu paid attention to the daughter of the Dragon Slayer Lord from Songhai province. At first glance, upon seeing Su Xian, he felt she was just an ordinary slime with nothing special. But upon closer observation, he, being a king level, keenly sensed something was off. King-level powerhouses are highly sensitive to power, especially when they carefully sense, so he discovered that the energy within Su Xian seemed to be quite high, even at a different level compared to other contract spirits. Upon realizing this, Qin Yu smiled, feeling a sense of joy in his heart. Initially, he had just come to take a look, but now it seemed he might uncover another genius. The Hongyue Empire, Songhai province. Unexpectedly, unusual contract spirits have appeared for 2 consecutive years. This is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, in Xinqing's arms, Su Xian suddenly felt a sense of being scrutinized, as if he were completely exposed to the gaze of others, being openly probed. Su Xian immediately felt a chill. He quickly identified the person peering at him, realizing it was a middle-aged man. What's going on? Why is he paying attention to me? Su Xian was filled with confusion. He was being so low-key and hadn't even used any skills just now. He knew this person was a prominent figure from the top 10 academies, but he had no connection with him. And why did that smile feel so eerie? I'm just an ordinary slime, and don't look at me. Su Xian silently. Fortunately, Qin Yu merely observed Su Xian briefly and smiled back at Xinqing when he saw her looking. Before Xinqing could react much, Zhu Shui's triumphant laughter rang out nearby. Huh. Seeing Zhu Shui's triumphant face, her gaze almost glued to Qin Yu, Xinqing immediately guessed what this foolish girl was thinking. Sighing, Xinqing couldn't be bothered to deal with her anymore. Due to Qin Yu's presence, Zhu Shui naturally refrained from mocking Xinqing again. The latter also didn't allow Su Xian to siphon her power. Even the plan to rest at the hotel was cancelled. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed, and the assessment officially began. Xinqing temporarily bid farewell to Li Feng, entered the examination room according to the pre-assigned number. Uncertain if it was good luck or bad luck, Shinqing and Zhu Shui ended up assigned to the same examination room. It was a large stadium filled with contestants. Haha, Shinqing, I didn't expect you to be in the same examination room as this young lady. It seems this is fate. Heaven has destined this young lady to witness your embarrassing moments, to see you publicly turn into a clown. Facing Zhu Shui's ridicule, Shinqing glanced at Qin Yu, then withdrew her gaze, and said, Zhu Shui, I have never heard that the teachers from the top 10 academies like overly arrogant individuals. Especially those who clearly lack ability, yet shout and act madly everywhere. But there's nothing you can do about it since you have always been so vicious. At the mention of being vicious, Zhu Shui was taken aback, her face turning pale. Who are you calling vicious? Naturally, whoever is the most anxious will be the one referred to. Shinqing scoffed. This girl was like a complete fool. Every time she said this to her, all she did was get angry with no other reaction. It had always been like this in the novel, and this girl truly had no resistance. Someone who gets triggered so easily. Shinqing really couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Zhu Shui was about to argue with Shinqing when the examiner called for all candidates to enter the test. Casting a hateful glance at Shinqing, Zhu Shui led her one-horned tiger toward the assessment area. The first assessment was simply to record the potential of the contracted spirits. This was straightforward. Most contracted spirits already had recorded potentials, and the examiner only needed to confirm them on the spot to finalize the result. Of course, there were exceptionally rare contracted spirits known to only a few, and since only contract masters could view a spirits panel, some masters who possessed rare spirits would occasionally lie about their spirits' potential. Such incidents happened almost every year. There were always those hoping to pick up a bargain. The recording began quickly, and most candidates possessed common types of contracted spirits, so their entries were filed in short order. Zhang Tian, contracted spirit Taiyin, turtle, potential grade C, 50 points. Xie Jian, contracted spirit reed rabbit, potential grade E, 10 points. The logging process proceeded swiftly, and most entries required only a glance, after which the examiner would touch the spirit, identify its species, and confirm its potential. Another circumstance that occasionally arose during recording was that some candidates had fed their contracted spirits resources intended to raise potential grades. Such cases were quite rare. After all, for a bronze-tier contracted spirit, even consuming vast amounts of resources made raising its potential rank incredibly difficult. Faced with this, there were two choices. One could present an official certifying test report proving that the spirit's potential had indeed been elevated through resource consumption. The other option was an on-site test, but few chose this path because it was troublesome and incurred personal expense. If the elevated grade was confirmed, the score awarded would correspond to the improved potential. For example, if a grade C spirit had been raised to grade B, the final score would be calculated according to grade B. The reason was simple: resources and luck were also elements of strength. And if one wanted to measure pure luck, who could surpass those who had summoned contracted spirits with innate SSS potential? The testing moved quickly. Most candidates possessed spirits of grade C or B potential. An occasional grade A spirit would draw gasps from those nearby. The stadium where Shinqing stood was vast, and roughly 400 to 500 people were testing alongside her. Half an hour into the recordings, the first grade A contracted spirit was logged. A hulking black bear appeared, its claws keen enough to rend steel. When the black bear manifested, many examinees cast envious looks at its contract master. The spirit's master wore a face of obvious pride. Shinqing remained in line and paid the spectacle little heed. Cradled in her arms, Su Xian did not even bother to open his eyes. To him, such a creature was trivial and unremarkable. Zhu Shui witnessed the scene as well and sneered with disdain. Humph. My one-horned tiger is also grade A, and among grade A spirits, it is a formidable species. A mere black bear is only at the bottom of the grade A tier. I do not see what there is to be proud of. Wait until my one-horned tiger is recorded. It'll leave all of you stunned. Soon it was Zhu Shui's turn. The examiner smiled upon seeing her, performed a brief inspection, and announced, Zhu Shui, contracted spirit, one-horned tiger, potential grade A, 150 points. Those nearby erupted into exclamations of astonishment and envy. The score for a grade A contracted spirit was exceptionally high. The points awarded for potential alone nearly matched the entrance threshold of the Contract Masters Academy. The remaining 50 points could easily be obtained with one's eyes closed. After the recording, Zhu Shui strode proudly through the crowd. She deliberately came to Shinqing's side, glanced at the Su Xian cradled in her arms, and scoffed with contempt. Su Xian longed to snatch away the fool and the power of her one-horned tiger once more. Recordings continued. Those who completed the potential test were, under other teachers' arrangements, subjected to blood draws for their contracted spirits. The procedure resembled human blood draws that did not extract spiritual essence, only ordinary blood. The purpose of the blood draw was to check whether a contracted spirit had ingested any potions. Some examinees hoping to pass administered banned elixirs that temporarily and greatly boosted attributes before the test. Such behavior was blatant cheating and harmful to the contracted spirit. It could adversely affect the spirit's future capacity to improve its rank. Of course, potions that permanently increased a spirit's attributes were not subject to the same scrutiny. After all, who could deny that financial power was part of a contract master's strength? Before long, a commotion arose among the examiners. Xinxing looked up and saw a young man pointing at his oddly shaped contracted spirit, shouting at the examiner teacher, "I object. My Hui is a special species. Although few have seen it, and it is unrecorded elsewhere, I can read its panel. Its potential is clearly grade A. How can you claim it is grade C? Moreover, I have an official test report." The excited youth produced a sheet of paper folded many times and handed it to the examiner. The examiner's expression remained cold, and he scarcely took the paper, asking lightly, "Candidate, are you certain your contracted spirit has never consumed any resources that could raise its potential?" "Of course it has never used any. Even if it had, it would not alter the truth. I am not trying to deceive you," the youth retorted, furious. "My Hui was born with grade A potential." The examiner's face grew even colder. This contracted spirit is indeed a Hui. The species is extremely rare and its records are scant. However, by chance I happen to know this species. The Hui's natural potential is grade C. Only if it had mutated or had been steadily raised to its current maximum potential and then consumed elevating resources twice in succession could it possibly reach grade A. Thus your contracted spirit absolutely cannot be grade. Even grade B is highly unlikely. The examiner looked at the youth, who had turned pale, and pointed at the paper in his hand. "Also, your forged report is amateurish. I have seen countless fakes of this type." To show the others, the examiner took the paper from the youth, unfolded it, and glanced over it. He tapped a fold and told those behind him, "Here is the official anti-counterfeit mark. Many forgers imitate it, but if you examine closely you will see they omit a particular abrasion. For that reason, counterfeiters often fold the paper several times so others cannot detect the flaw." At his words, the crowd erupted into talk. Many people pointed and whispered about the youth. "Ha, cheating again this year, and of all places it's our testing ground. What rotten luck." "Exactly. Grade C spirits are not weak. With proper training they stand a good chance of entering the academy. Yet he chose to cheat. Serves him right." The examiner looked at the youth, whose legs were trembling, and asked coldly, "Do you have anything to say?" The youth's voice trembled as he replied, "I." The surrounding jeers and taunts washed over him. Flushed with anger, the youth cried out, "This is unfair. Why can those with good fortune summon such powerful contracted spirits? What ability do they possess? Is it not all luck? If only I had that luck, I could become strong too." The examiner remained calm. He had seen people like this countless times, too many to number. Each believed their own luck insufficient and imagined that if fate had favored them, they could soar to greatness and become a powerhouse overnight. He did not deny that some were born fortunate. Their summoned contracted spirits did possess exceptionally high potential and aptitudes, but such was reality, cold and unforgiving. No one cared whether you lacked luck. They only cared whether you were excellent and whether your contracted spirit was strong. If so, you would attract attention and be granted abundant resources. If not, then becoming a contract master might not be for you. Living as an ordinary person and spending a peaceful life could be a fine choice. After all, contract masters often had to fight in other dimensional spaces where brutal extra-dimensional creatures did not care about your luck or talent. If you could not defeat them, the consequence was death. In a sense, these measures were also intended to protect people. The youth's affair caused a stir. He was eliminated and soon escorted away as the recordings continued. Before long, Qin Yu's arrival set all the examinees aflame with excitement. An old man accompanied Qin Yu, his face adorned with a broad smile, speaking with great respect. "Teacher Qin Yu, what do you think of the overall quality of this year's candidates in the Xianfeng district?" As the old man spoke, a sense of pride swelled within him. This year luck was particularly favorable. Not only was a powerful figure from the top 10 academies visiting, but there were also many promising talents emerging. So far, over 40 potential contract spirits of a grade or higher had appeared in their Xianfeng district. In comparison to previous data, the entire Xianyang city typically had around 60 to 70 contract spirits with a grade or higher potential. Their Xianfeng district already had more than half of that. Qin Yu nodded slightly, showing no emotion. To him, these contract spirits were rather ordinary. "It's acceptable." Hearing Qin Yu's indifferent remark, the old man's heart sank a bit, but he did not show it on his face, maintaining his smile. However, Qin Yu's demeanor reminded him of certain matters. "I've heard that in those particularly powerful empires, the geniuses that emerge each year are terrifyingly strong. They include grade and even SS grade talents, which are not rare overall." With this thought, the old man felt somewhat helpless, even powerless. Not to mention the Hongyue Empire, even in their Shanghai province, only a few grade geniuses appear each year, while SS grade ones are exceedingly rare. It's been many years since an SS grade appeared, only last year did one emerge. The old man had naturally heard of this, and it seemed that the reason this powerful figure was willing to visit Xinyang City was due to that genius. After all, that genius hailed from Xinyang City. Qin Yu didn't continue conversing with the old man, his deep gaze sweeping across the sports field, finally resting on Xinqing. At that moment, there was only one person left in front of Xinqing. Lin Fan contract Spirit Armored Beast potential grade 50 points. The examiner's expression was bland as he recorded the information and paid no further attention. Lin Fan looked somewhat nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Upon hearing this, he exhaled deeply, immediately stood up, respectfully thanked the examiner, and took his contract spirit for a medical test. Xinqing walked up with Su Xian. The people around her displayed expressions of surprise upon seeing the slime in her arms. Some even sneered, muttering about the necessity of assessing a slime. The examiner glanced at the list, his eyes landing on Xinqing's name, momentarily stunned. He felt that the name sounded familiar. Looking up at Xinqing, he recognized her. This was none other than the daughter of the notorious Shin Devil. No, the daughter of Commander Shun. The examiner was from Songhai province, a golden rank, and considered part of the upper echelons. He naturally recognized Shin Tian and was aware of his daughter's name and appearance. Unlike his previous indifference, even though Xinqing only had a slime as her contract spirit, a smile appeared on his face, and his tone softened considerably. Hee, it's you, classmate Xinqing. Please allow me to take a look at your slime. I need to record it. Seeing the examiner, who had shown little friendliness since entering, suddenly changed his attitude upon seeing Xinqing, everyone around was taken aback. What more could you assess about a slime? Is there any doubt about its grade potential? Or could it be that in this world that values appearances, the examiner's attitude changed simply because this girl was pretty? The few who had just criticized Xinqing wore expressions of shock. This was too blatant a double standard. However, upon learning about Xinqing's identity from the people around them, they fell silent. Then they began to lament. Background really matters. If it were anyone else, the examiner would have just given a glance and recorded the potential. Yet when it came to Xinqing, even the slime was given special treatment for a thorough check. Just as the examiner was about to do a superficial check and record that Su Xian was grade, Xinqing suddenly spoke up. Teacher, my contract spirit is a bit different. It's called Slime Warrior, and its potential is a grade. The examiner's hand froze midair, and the other candidates were dumbfounded. At that moment, Zhu Shui had just finished drawing blood from her unicorn tiger, and upon hearing Xinqing's words was taken aback before bursting into laughter. She instinctively wanted to mock her, but seeing Qin Yu had indeed come here, ultimately held back her words. However, she couldn't help but say, Xinqing, do you know what you're talking about? Who doesn't know that slimes are grade? Even if they consume potions or resources, their potential can improve. Otherwise, how could they earn the title of the most worthless contract spirit? You actually brought up something like Slime Warrior. That's just absurd. Now that the teachers from the top 10 academies are present, are you trying to deceive them in front of everyone? Can I assume you don't think highly of the teachers from the top 10 academies? Zhu Shui immediately placed a huge hat on Xinqing. She felt that Xinqing was even more foolish than she had thought, and joy filled her heart. Haha, Xinqing, I thought you were just trying to take a chance, but I didn't expect you to be this silly. What kind of occasion do you think this is? You dare to talk nonsense about a slime being a grade. Do you take everyone else for fools? The people around couldn't help but whisper among themselves, but compared to the previous youth who claimed his fire wing was a grade, they spoke about Xinqing in much lower volumes. The examiner's expression stiffened. He had just dealt with that candidate who lied and publicly exhibited the evidence of the other person's forgery, intending to remind the subsequent candidates not to attempt to use unrealistic means to deceive. But who could have guessed that the daughter of the Shun Devil would pull such a stunt? Classmate Xinqing, did you misinterpret? The examiner spoke softly. He genuinely did not want to offend Xinqing. The others, upon hearing this, what the heck? Just a moment ago you directly criticized the liar, and now that it's Xinqing you question whether she's mistaken. Xinqing replied calmly. Teacher, what I'm saying is true. It's simple to verify. Just use the detection device. As she spoke, Xinqing's gaze turned toward Qin Yu outside, stating, Teacher, I'm not foolish. The teachers from the top 10 academies are right here, why won't lie? There's no benefit to me in doing so. Hearing Xinqing's confident tone, the examiner and everyone present felt somewhat bewildered. Xinqing didn't seem like someone who would lie, and given her background, there was no need for her to fabricate. Moreover, the difference between grade and a grade was really not significant. Both were difficult potentials to qualify for a contract master academy. It was somewhat understandable for the previous candidate to stretch their contract spirit's potential from grade to a grade, but what was Xinqing aiming for? Of course, even though Xinqing's attitude didn't seem like she was lying, they couldn't believe that there was such a thing as a... They had never heard of it. Not only the candidates, but even the examiner had never heard of the term Slime Warrior. Naturally, Shenxing's commotion caught the old man's attention. He recognized her identity and furrowed his already wrinkled brow even deeper. Cautiously glancing at Qinyu, he found that the latter's expression showed no change. Tentatively, he inquired, "Teacher Qin, have you heard of the slime warrior?" Clearly, the old man had never heard of the term either. Qinyu did not respond, but instead looked at Shenxing with an increasingly profound gaze. After a long while, he spoke lightly, "Let her go test it now." Okay." The elder hurried to make arrangements and soon produced a professional device. "Shenxing, please bring your slime forward for testing." "Teacher, my contracted spirit is a slime warrior," Shenxing corrected. The elder's mouth twitched, but Shenxing was supposed to pay for the test, but considering the student's status, the elder decided to cover the cost himself. He only wished the matter would conclude swiftly, without Qinyu belittling them and without offending Shenxing. The testing apparatus resembled an infrared sensor gate. As Su Xian passed through, the computer immediately began its analysis. Everyone widened their eyes awaiting the final result. Zhu Shui glanced at the crowd with disdain and thought, "This isn't worth watching. It's a slime, its potential must be class." 3 minutes later, the result appeared, and an eerie silence fell over the testing hall. A large letter E flashed on the screen. Seeing that soft, cute lump of slime, the crowd went dumbstruck. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a slime's potential be anything other than class? The examiners were stunned, their faces blank. The elder looked as though his world had been shaken, brow furrowed, and turned to Shenxing. "Shenxing, could we test it once more to confirm the result?" Shenxing nodded, and Su Xian was tested again. It was still E. The elder stared at the screen. The third horizontal bar, something that in theory should never appear, shattered his understanding completely. Could there really be a slime whose potential was not class? No, according to Shenxing, this so-called slime warrior. The elder could not comprehend it. He even wondered if the machine had malfunctioned and looked toward Qinyu. Qinyu did not look at Su Xian, but skimmed the machine and remarked, "The device is fine." The elder believed him and wore an expression of newfound knowledge, silently astonished. The candidates realized what had happened and erupted into exclamations. "No, the machine isn't broken. This slime's potential is really E-class. Unbelievable. I feel like the entire field of contracted spirit potential is nonsense. Didn't the book say slimes are extraordinarily rare and a race that cannot possibly have improved potential? Could it be a mutation? But that name feels wrong too. What a revelation, it's the first time I've seen such a slime. Wait, that girl said it was a slime warrior. Could that count as a new race? That would be absurd. Just add a profession to an existing race, and it becomes a new race. If that were true, if my Taiyan Gui had a guard added to its name and became a Taiyan Gui guard, would that also be a new race? People murmured among themselves. After all, this was their first encounter with such a thing. It was hardly their fault. Within their understanding, a slime was simply a slime with no other forms. Although slime warrior sounded like a warrior within the slime tribe, logically, it should be merely a profession and not affect potential, nor would it change the species name. Of course, none of them could see Su Xian's stat panel, so they could not verify whether Shenxing's claim was true. But that no longer mattered. The key point was that Su Xian's potential was indeed E-class. Impossible, this is impossible. Zhu Shui's face contorted in anger among the crowd. "Shenxing, you contracted nothing but a slime. This so-called slime warrior is a lie." Shenxing shot Zhu Shui a glance and said calmly, "When I made the contract a week ago, it was already a slime warrior. Though its name differs from ordinary slimes, it is fundamentally different. Its potential is different as well. Unlike common slimes that are forever stuck at class, it can change." Shenxing spoke thus to emphasize Su Xian's uniqueness. This also served as a prelude for her later revelation of Su Xian's attributes. Zhu Shui clenched her fist. Seeing Su Xian was not the rubbish she had expected, her mood plummeted, and she felt like lashing out. But with Qinyu present, she restrained herself. E-class, what of it? That is only 10 points. Your chance of entering the contracted Master Academy remains negligible. Shenxing, I'm curious. What are your contracted spirit's attributes? Shenxing replied coolly, "You will know soon enough." Seeing Shenxing's composure only infuriated Zhu Shui further. "What do you seriously think your contracted spirit stats could surpass my Dujiao Haas? Who can say for sure?" With that offhand remark, Shenxing turned to regard the stunned examiners and the teacher. "You can register the potential now, right?" Oh, yes, my apologies, Shenxing. Indeed, it is my own short-sightedness." The examiner recovered and, embarrassed, hurriedly apologized and recorded Shenxing's result. The onlookers' faces twitched with displeasure. That examiner was truly two-faced. For ordinary candidates, he would likely have said nothing, and at most adjust. After the registration, Shenxing took Su Xian for a medical examination. Su Xian had worried that his outrageously high stats and his identity as a world-ending calamity might be exposed. The system comforted him. "Rest assured, host. They will only detect that you are an unremarkable, even somewhat trashy slime. nothing else will be found. Su Xian retorted inwardly that his stats were high. Who would dare call him trash? The medical test could not reveal inherent attributes, otherwise the following assessments would be unnecessary. Of course, this also meant Su Xian's true values could not remain hidden for long. The medical check concluded, and Shen Qing passed smoothly. Half an hour later, every candidate's contracted spirit potential had been registered. The examiners began to summarize the results. The elder watched the records with an involuntary smile. Were it not for Qin Ye's presence, he might have been grinning foolishly. This year's results were excellent. At their Xianfeng District Testing Center, there were 14 contracted spirits rated a class or higher. That was 12 more than last year. Of course, last year produced Wang Jintian. Honestly, his single SS level contracted spirit could rival 100 levels. Among those 14, there were also 3 S-class contracted spirits. It was a pity that no S-level spirits had appeared this year. Regardless, overall the pool of talent had grown, perhaps no top-tier genius this year, but many more promising. The elder mused that perhaps because Wang Jintian rose to fame here last year, many aspiring geniuses had come to bask in that reflected glory and take the test. Across the whole of Xianyang City, the results might not differ much from last year. The elder discreetly observed Qin Ye's expression, but to his regret, Qin Yu showed no change, appearing utterly indifferent. The elder sighed inwardly. Indeed, the one he cared about was still the very top-tier talent. The second assessment began, and the candidates' faces immediately turned far more serious. This assessment constituted the bulk of the score and was the decisive factor in whether they would pass. The content of the test was the attributes, the stat values. Simple and unadorned, yet weighty beyond measure. A contracted spirit's attributes are invisible to anyone but its master. Thus, to determine those values, 3 attribute tests would be arranged. Generally, test results closely approximate the panel values, though performance on the day can matter greatly. For example, if a contracted spirit strength is 30 with an excellent performance, it might display 40, or with a poor showing, only 20. Such swings are not unheard of. However, large deviations from inherent values are exceedingly rare unless special potions that grant a last burst of power are used. This is precisely why contracted spirits undergo medical checks. The 3 attribute tests are conducted together, and unlike the earlier queue ordered by registration number, the order for attribute testing is assigned according to contracted spirit potential. The higher the potential, the earlier the turn. Pride painted Zhu Shui's face as she stood at the front of the crowd, and cast a glance back, noting Shen Qing's place was so far back as to be nearly out of sight, filling her with smug satisfaction. So what if it's an E-class slime? It's still trash. The tests progressed swiftly. The 3 grade potential contracts were the first to be evaluated. After about 5 minutes, the results for the 3 emerged, causing the crowd to erupt in exclamations of astonishment. Among them, the highest was a contract spirit resembling a phoenix, known as the Fiery Phoenix. Its average of 3 attributes exceeded 90, nearing a perfect 100. This figure was not far off from last year's phenomenal talent that caused a stir in the Songhai province, the one valued by Qin Yu Wang Jintian. The other examinees were filled with envy, murmuring among themselves. Heavens! This value is too high, almost approaching 100. And grade contract spirit is truly outrageous. There's simply no comparison between contract spirits. My contract spirit is only grade with attributes just above 20. I don't expect it to perform exceptionally. I only hope it can show a normal level of ability. The other 2 also performed quite well, essentially double my contract spirit's values. The elder accompanying Qin Yu was nearly bursting with joy, unable to contain his excitement. As for the other 2, their averages hovered around 70, which was still quite impressive even among the grade. An average of 90. It seems the candidates from my Xianfeng district this year are still the best in Xianyang City, possibly even the highest in Songhai province. With this thought, the elder cautiously glanced at Qin Yu, who displayed a remarkably calm demeanor, his eyes betraying little fluctuation. Although this was not unexpected for the elder, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, the talents that Qin Yu has encountered are simply extraordinary. In the elder's eyes, an average attribute value of 90 already qualified as a top talent, yet to Qin Yu, it was nothing remarkable. Once the grade tests concluded, the A-grade contract spirits began their assessments. As A-grade spirits were more numerous, some grade spirits were also preparing. The values displayed by the A-grade contract spirits generally fell within the range of 30 to 50. The observing candidates exhibited expressions of envy. Some even stroked their contract spirits, murmuring softly, mostly wishing for their spirits to perform well. Zhu Shui's results were also announced. Her unicorn tiger achieved an average attribute value of 53. Upon seeing this result, her smile was uncontainable, raising her head proudly like a peacock. This was indeed higher than her panel values, representing an exceptional performance. Her score for the attribute values soon came in precisely 250. Upon seeing this score, Zhu Shui's expression briefly darkened, But soon her heart swelled with joy, brushing aside her earlier thoughts and wearing a proud expression. With the score from her contract spirit's potential included, she already reached 400. This score would not only secure her a place in a reputable contract master academy, but would also ease her entry into some prestigious institutions. However, gaining admission to the top 10 academies still posed some difficulty, as the admission line for these institutions had historically hovered around 550. This meant that her unicorn tiger needed to achieve a total of 150 points in the remaining assessments. This score was neither too easy nor too difficult. Before long, Zhu Shui looked back, and after a short search found Xinqing waiting in line. Due to her grade potential, Xinqing still had a while before her test. Zhu Shui strutted over to Xinqing, proudly declaring, "Hey Xun, did you see? My contract spirit's value is 53. With my current score, I could already enroll in a very good contract master academy. But for some with low potential like those with only a grade, even a pitiful score of 10 still requires 190 points to enter the most inferior contract master academy." Zhu Shui's words could be seen as a widespread attack, as the candidates in line with Xinqing were mostly of low potential. Hearing Zhu Shui's remarks, they cast furious glares at her, already anxious about their own prospects. Zhu Shui was unafraid. Her unicorn tiger emitted a slight aura, causing the contract spirits of these people to tremble in fear. She was not foolish, merely scaring them without taking any real action, thus the examiners could not intervene. Some attempted to speak, but upon learning of Zhu Shui's identity from those nearby, they dared not utter another. However, though they refrained from speaking, they began to direct various unkind thoughts towards Zhu Shui. Xinqing glanced at this vicious person with indifference and remained silent. Su Xian was too lazy to lift his eyes. He felt this person was indeed foolish, which explained Xinqing's disregard. At that moment, a sudden commotion in the front drew everyone's attention. They saw a petite girl in front of the testing device, her face filled with despair as she looked at her contract spirit's values. "Teacher, this can't be right. My Xianjia beast is a grade contract spirit, and I can see it has a power value of 27. How could it test at only 11? Please, can I test again? My Xianjia beast cannot possibly have such low values." The girl's voice trembled on the verge of tears. Her grade contract spirit had limited potential scores to begin with, and her family was not well off. They had barely managed to afford potions to reach the maximum limit, but the resources for acquiring skills were beyond their means. She had hoped her Xianjia beast could perform normally, or even exceptionally, to overturn its low scores. The examiner's expression remained largely unchanged. He believed the girl was not lying, and suspected her reliance on potions might have been excessive. However, one must understand that an over-reliance on potions may yield high superficial values, but in actual tests various complications could arise, leading to disappointingly low performances that could even fall short of half of the panel values. The examiner glanced at the elder. Such situations were not uncommon. If a contract spirit performed poorly, there was indeed a chance to apply for a retest, but it was quite troublesome. The elder pondered for a moment and decided to grant the girl another opportunity. She was overjoyed, hurriedly expressing her gratitude, and then bending down to comfort her contract spirit. Soon the Xianjia beast was retested. The result showed a power value of 10, slightly lower than before. Even an F-grade contract spirit would likely outperform this. How could this happen? Woo-woo. The girl completely broke down in tears. The examiner, although maintaining a neutral expression, sighed inwardly. The other candidates felt pity for the girl, but such situations generally arose from over-reliance on potions, neglecting the actual condition of their contract spirits to boost superficial panel values, which led to these results. Thus it is said that sometimes what is seen on the surface cannot be fully trusted. However, Su Xian had no such issue. If he exerted his full strength, the values he exhibited would only surpass those on his panel. Under the consolation of the examiner and surrounding classmates, the girl managed to calm her emotions, wiped her tears, and braced herself to continue testing speed and defense. Likewise, the results for these two tests were also disappointing, showing values that fell far below her panel. Upon seeing these results, the girl completely collapsed, crying in utter despair. "Why is this happening? What's wrong with my Xianjia beast? Its values aren't this low. Woo-woo, my family spent so much money to nurture my contract spirit, and even sold many assets at low prices. They've exhausted all their savings hoping I could enter a contract master academy. How am I supposed to explain this to them?" This sentiment was not unique to her. Other candidates, upon seeing their contract spirits perform significantly below their panel values, also fell into despair, emitting sobs. Where there are tears, there are also smiles. In contrast to those whose performances faltered, candidates whose values exceeded their panels radiated joy, grinning foolishly. Among them there were others like Zhu Shui, who looked disdainfully at those underperforming contracted spirits. A group of contracted spirits without any talent. Even if they get into the Contract Master Academy, they are doomed to be of no consequence. It would be better to just accept fate and live as an ordinary person. Clearly, upon realizing that their results allowed them to enter the Contract Master Academy, and even a respectable one at that, they felt elevated above others. The final assessment was a skills test which required all contracted spirits to complete their value tests, leaving those who had finished with nothing much to do. Xuan naturally stayed close to Xinqing, eager to witness how this guy's contracted spirit would Xinqing was somewhat speechless himself. His little Sure had at least consumed a golden quality ice-cold soul in the ice-cold abyss. At that time Zhu Fei was also present. This rascal had seemed intent on snatching it from him, clearly harboring wicked thoughts. In the end, it was Li Feng who repaid kindness with kindness, allowing the rhinoceros beast to protect him with its specialty during the dimensional creature uprising, thus saving his life. Did Zhu Fei not tell his sister about this? Xinqing was puzzled. Oh, anyone who knew this would not think that his little Sure's attributes could be so low. To be fair, Xinqing had no idea that after Zhu Fei was rescued from the ice-cold abyss, he had rushed back to the academy, without even returning home. Having experienced this, Zhu Fei naturally did not want to discuss his ice-cold abyss situation with others, so he did not inform Zhu Xue that Su Xian had consumed the golden quality ice-cold soul. Amidst Zhu Xue's intermittent taunts, Xinqing finally arrived at the testing stage. Zhu Xue, like a lingering shadow, followed closely beside her, excitement and contempt gleaming in her eyes. The first test was strength, and during the test no contracted spirits were allowed to use any skills. They could only rely on their own strength. Except for Zhu Xue, the other testers maintained a certain distance from Xinqing. Due to the nature of the contracted spirit test, the noise was generally quite loud, and others were concerned about being accidentally harmed. Of course, generally speaking, there was no such worry when facing a slime, but this had become a habit. Xinqing cast a glance at Zhu Xue nearby, secretly amused. Feigning a frown, she said, "What are you doing standing there? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt?" Zhu Xue almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Getting hurt? Xinqing, since when did you become so good at telling jokes? If you want my unicorn tiger to test, there is a chance of injuring those nearby, but this piece of trash. Slime, who can it possibly hurt? Qin Yu was present, so Zhu Xue refrained from using profanity. Internally she thought, still pretending in front of me, you tramp, don't make me laugh. Seeing that Zhu Xue wouldn't leave, Xinqing did not stop her. She turned to look at the testing apparatus, a hint of a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. If you want leave, then don't blame me. Little Sure released the body transformation skill. With a simple thought, Little Sure leaped from Xinqing's embrace, directly jumping into the air. As the body transformation skill ceased to take effect, Su Xian's previously shrunken body quickly expanded before everyone's eyes. Zhu Xue was just about to witness Xinqing's embarrassment when the next moment a massive blob rushed toward her. It felt as if a single-story house was crashing down. Zhu Xue's smile remained, and she didn't react at all, her vision filled only with a large mass of gelatinous substance engulfing everything. Just as Su Xian was about to slam into Zhu Xue, the unicorn tiger reacted fiercely, its eyes widened, letting out a low growl. As its limbs tensed up in a split second, it knocked Zhu Xue aside, while bracing itself against the expanding Su Xian. Opt! Roar! Zhu Xue and the unicorn tiger both took off, performing a free fall in the air, wailing in agony, their cries sending shivers down one's spine. Smack! Although the force of impact on Zhu Xue's front was significantly reduced, combined with Su Xian's terrifying strength, in the unicorn tiger's collision, she flew several meters away. Zhu Xue's face was covered in blood, her head buzzing, and her body was in excruciating pain, feeling as if she might pass out. The unicorn tiger, which had been hit Hedon, fared even worse, directly resembling a cannonball launched into the startled crowd. The elder set the unicorn tiger down and instinctively turned to look at Su Xian, whose body had suddenly grown to about 20 meters tall, slightly dazed, as it had knocked Zhu Xue and the unicorn tigress. The elder set the unicorn tiger down and instinctively turned to look at Su Xian, whose body had suddenly grown to about 20 meters tall, slightly dazed, as it had knocked Zhu Xue and the unicorn tiger aside during its expansion. Feeling the sticky sensation on his hands, the elder turned back to check on the bloodied unicorn tiger, hurriedly examining its condition. Soon the elder's expression changed. He discovered that nearly all of the unicorn tiger's bones were broken, and it seemed to have sustained foundational injuries. This was too dire, especially since this was during an assessment that might lead to accountability. At that moment, the assessment official, who had nearly been stunned by the 20-meter-tall Su Xian, hurried over to check on Zhu Xue's condition. After finding that she looked severe, but was actually fine, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After administering a healing potion to Zhu Xue, she finally awakened slowly. Her head was throbbing painfully, and Zhu Xue's expression was one of agony. After finally opening her eyes and recalling everything that had just happened, she immediately pointed at Xinqing and the 20-meter-tall Su Xian, her face contorted in rage as she shouted, "Teacher!" Her head was throbbing painfully, and Zhu Shue's expression was one of agony. After finally opening her eyes and recalling everything that had just happened, she immediately pointed at Xin. At this moment, the onlooking candidates stared at the 20-meter-tall Su Xian, their pupils shaking, looking utterly stunned. Those who didn't know would think a mountain had been summoned. With extremely high attributes, Su Xian's size had also begun to become outrageous. Of course, this was also related to his evolution into a slime warrior. At the time of evolution, he appeared unchanged, but in reality his original size had become larger. Xin frowned and said, "Zhu Shui, I already told you to step back. It was you who refused to listen. It's common sense to maintain a certain distance during the contracted spirit test, and you failed to adhere to that rule." This statement held truth, as such situations had occurred before. If someone insisted on staying nearby during a contracted spirit test, despite being told to leave, they would bear the responsibility. Zhu Shui was furious, her head nearly smoking. How could she have imagined that a slime could grow so large and cause such a commotion? At this moment her heart was filled with rage towards Xin, and she didn't even notice the state of her contracted spirit. She glared at the assessment official beside her angrily, saying, "Teacher, do you think she violated the rules?" The assessment official appeared troubled. He had just seen Xin warn Zhu Shui, who had insisted on staying instead of leaving. In theory, it was the assessment official's responsibility to remove her, but the slime in Xin's arms looked harmless. Cough cough, well, he had misjudged it. Zhu Shui suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Teacher, I remember that during the contracted spirit test using skills is prohibited. Look at this slime's current size. It is clearly a skill that Xin used to deliberately enlarge the slime, intending to harm me. I demand immediate punishment for her, and she must compensate for my losses." The examiner frowned, and the others began to whisper. Su Xian's physique was somewhat absurdly large, perhaps due to the use of a skill. If it was because of the skill that Zhu Shui was injured, then it would be Xin's responsibility. An old man approached, bringing the unicorn tiger with him. Zhu Shui was stunned upon seeing her contracted spirit injured to such a degree, and she immediately fell into a state of madness. "Xin, how could you harm my contracted spirit like this? I will make you pay the price." Zhu Shui's eyes turned red as she hurriedly took out numerous healing potions to administer to the unicorn tiger, but found them of little use. Enraged, she bared her fangs and was ready to fight Xin. Naturally, her actions were stopped by the old man. "Teacher, Xin has seriously violated the rules. Do you intend to cover for her?" Zhu Shui's face was filled with resentment, and she felt a wave of collapse rising within her. Her contracted spirit was so severely injured that it would definitely have a significant impact on the upcoming assessment. Under normal circumstances, with the skills assessment scores added in, she could have been admitted to a prestigious academy. Even after entering the academy, achieving high scores in the assessment would allow her to receive better training. But with such a major mishap, all of this might be ruined. Xin had destroyed her future. The old man frowned. As the chief examiner for this Xianfeng district assessment, I, Wang Xian, will naturally uphold fairness and will not ignore any violations of the rules. Wang Xian turned to Xin, his expression becoming serious. "Xin, did you allow your contracted spirit to use a skill that increased its size to attack Zhu Shui?" No, Xin shook her head. She not only did not use a skill, but had in fact had Su Xian cancel the skill state. "You are lying." Zhu Shui's anger intensified, and in a frenzy she pointed at the tournament turtle Su Xian and almost shouted, "We all saw it. Your contracted spirit size suddenly became larger, and it is this big. Isn't this using a size-increasing skill, eh?" Even if Su Xian's size had been decreased, she had seen with her own eyes the size of Xin's summoned Su Xian at that time. It was never this big. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had never seen such a large slime, and the pressure it exerted was truly formidable. It was simply terrifying. Xin chuckled coldly. "My little slime's normal state is like this. Previously, when I held him in my arms, it was because he used a size-changing skill to shrink. Now he has merely returned to his original size." Xin appeared indifferent, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. "What do you mean he has merely returned to his original size? Is this what you call his original size? What kind of slime can grow this large? It's almost the size of a house." Wang Xian frowned slightly. In fact, at his level he could sense if a contracted spirit used a skill, and when Su Xian was in Xin's arms earlier, he indeed felt her use a skill. But now with the inflated size, he did not sense her using a skill. This was also why Wang Xian did not determine Xin had violated the rules when Su Xian knocked Zhu Shui away. Wang Xian's gaze turned again to Qin, you only to find the latter was scrutinizing Su Xian with a strangely rare expression. Qin, you had naturally seen what had just occurred. Under normal circumstances, it is the contracted spirit that releases skills to harm others. But this slime, the warrior on the contrary, was so large by nature that it ended up injuring someone when the skill was cancelled. This is indeed interesting. Wang Xian happened to arrive next to Qin Yu, who then shared this matter with him. After hearing it, Wang Xian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This incident had escalated. Soon Wang Xian realized something, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Qin Yes words also indirectly proved that Su Xian's original size was indeed this large. Wang Xian couldn't help but look again at Su Xian, who was as tall as a small building, feeling as though his worldview had received quite a shock once more. In this day and age, can slimes even grow this large? What have they been eating to grow this big? Shocked as he was, Wang Xian explained to the crowd, Qing's contracted spirit has not committed any violations. The assessment will continue. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shui was the first to explode, her face contorted. Why do you say she hasn't violated the— Wang Xian, feeling helpless, explained to her, Zhu Shui, according to the rules, if Qing's contracted spirit released a skill that caused you to be injured, then she would indeed be responsible. However, before she conducted the assessment, she had already warned you to stand back. Moreover, even if she hadn't said anything, Zhu Shui, you should have known this common sense. Zhu Shui's nose crinkled in anger. Teacher, are you going to blatantly favor her? As soon as she said this, Wang Xian's expression changed slightly, becoming more unpleasant. He was a certified examiner for the top 10 academies. To be accused of favoritism, this touched his bottom line. Under normal circumstances, he would have already exploded in anger. But considering that Qin Yu was present, and Zhu Shui had a strong background, Wang Xian restrained himself, continuing to explain, Zhu Shui, Qing's contracted spirit has actually always been in a shrunk state, which is also its skill. During the assessment, skills cannot be used, so it is normal for it to revert to its original state. Each academy has long had regulations that during the contracted spirit testing period, bystanders must maintain a certain distance, or otherwise, unless the contracted spirit actively releases a skill to attack, the responsibility falls on oneself. You were too close to her at the time, so when Qing's contracted spirit returned to its original form, it accidentally harmed you. This is not her responsibility. Wang Xian's tone gradually intensified. Although Zhu Shui was injured and bore some responsibility, it did not mean he could accept her unreasonable behavior. How old are you, and you don't even know basic common sense, yet you are dragging others down with you? Wang Xian was boiling with anger. But Zhu Shui still refused to back down. Teacher, are you saying that Qing's contracted spirit was originally this big? Although it seemed unbelievable, it was the truth. After all, not only he but even Qin Yu from the top 10 academies had confirmed it. That's right, Wang Xian nodded. Zhu Shui, upon hearing this, felt an intense wave of anger nearly swallow her rationality. How could such a large slime possibly be its original size? Isn't this just blatant favoritism towards that wretched Qing? Seeing that Zhu Shui seemed ready to cause more trouble, Wang Xian could no longer hold back, and was about to angrily reprimand her, when Qing casually spoke. Zhu Shui, are you not convinced? Of course I'm not convinced. You must have deliberately made this slime use its skills to attack me, trying to ruin my future. Zhu Shui's face was filled with a deeper resentment. Qing merely laughed. Your future? What is there to ruin about your future? If my contracted spirit is ranked while you are merely ranked, you are jealous of me. You are destined not to be admitted to the Contract Master Academy, so you are doing this. Jealous of you? Qing smiled helplessly. She had initially just intended to teach Zhu Shui a lesson. Who would have thought she was so weak? Forget it, no need to pretend any longer. Oh, let's lay it all out. Qing ignored the testing instrument for strength, which had already started up. With a thought, Su Xian understood and immediately jumped up, delivering a small attack to the strength testing instrument. Bang! The ground trembled. The crowd felt a strong shock again, and just as they were dazed, they saw the numbers on the instrument. What the hell? 240. In the examination hall, gasps of astonishment erupted one after another. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the numbers on the screen, their eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? Is this machine broken? How could it possibly be 240? No one believed. Some people even collapsed directly to the ground, unable to stand up. This value was too frightening, too terrifying. Especially for those within a level potential, their contracted spirits' combined values didn't even reach this high. Wang Xian was also stunned, staring at the number on the screen, his head buzzing. His first reaction was that the machine was broken. But that couldn't be possible. All the testing instruments were uniformly provided by the top 10 academies. Moreover, a value of 240 was quite high for these candidates, but for them, it wasn't anything extraordinary. There were at least thousands of machines on the market capable of testing strength. A value over 200 shouldn't be impossible to test. Moreover, the commotion caused by Su Xian just now was indeed significant, so having such a value didn't seem too surprising. Wang Xian thought to himself that in all the years he had overseen assessments, the highest value he had encountered was from last year's Wang Zhentian. At that time, Wang Xian had remarked that perhaps he had encountered the highest potential genius of his lifetime. There had been no predecessors, and likely there would be no successors. Originally, he was already incredibly excited to see someone with an average of 90. But now there was actually a slime. Slime warrior with a strength attribute of 240. This value not to mention the level's 3 attribute values, not being able to compare, even those 2 level contracted spirits with average values around 70 couldn't match it. Wang Xian felt as if he was witnessing the rise of an unparalleled powerhouse in human history. Zhu Shui, upon seeing this result, had her expression freeze in anger. After a few breaths, she finally reacted, her face twisting even more, shouting uncontrollably, without regard for her image. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Shenqing, your cheating is simply foolish. Even in historical records, the highest strength value in the contracted spirit assessments is only 232. That person's contracted spirit was reputed to have potential exceeding SSS level, which is how it achieved that terrifying value. You, a mere level slime, tested such a value. Do you believe it yourself? Zhu Shui shouted at Wang Xian. Teacher, did you see this? Shenqing is blatantly cheating. Are you still going to continue to protect her? Wang Xian's face suddenly darkened. What does it mean to continue to protect her? He had never engaged in any protective behavior. As a platinum-level contracted spirit master, Wang Xian's status was quite high. Moreover, he was a certified examiner through the top 10 academies. In the Shanghai province, even the Dragon Slayer Army's commander Shen Tian or the director of the financial department, Zhu Xiao, wouldn't speak to him like this. Although Wang Xian's expression was not pleasant with Shenqing's outrageous value displayed before him, he was too lazy to pay attention to Zhu Shui. Glancing at Qin Yu, he noticed the latter also had a hint of surprise on his face, and Wang Xian's heart was equally shocked. Even the Wang level is astonished. It seems this result is indeed real. After confirming this, Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement in his heart, his aged face filled with wrinkles from smiling. Shenqing had emerged from his assessment point, and he felt a sense of pride. Even in future discussions with other colleagues about this matter, he would have a good reputation. With this thought, Wang Xian wore a kinder smile than when he had seen Wang Zhentian's results last year, and walked towards Shenqing. Ha ha, congratulations, Shenqing. Wang Fan ignored Zhu Shui at the side, or rather directly. Zhu Shui was so furious she was on the verge of madness. Today I am truly fortunate, opening my eyes to not only witnessing a previously unseen contracted spirit, but also witnessing history. Your slime warrior's value among the newly appointed contracted spirit masters of the human race is unprecedented. Wang Xian's face, filled with smiles, carried a hint of emotion. Other candidates, upon hearing this, had their shocked expressions freeze for a moment, and then various discussions erupted, causing the entire examination hall to be in an uproar. The chief examiner has acknowledged it. This value is actually real. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. I thought the machine was broken. Bro, I actually thought the same at first, but this machine was produced by the top 10 academies. How could a newly appointed contracted spirit master like us break it? A golden powerhouse might be able to, but not us. Truly, witnessing history. I remember the highest record in history was 231, and this exceeds it by 9. Indeed, and we still don't know the panel attributes of this slime warrior. Perhaps its values are even higher than the tested results. The surroundings began to refer to it as the slime warrior. Comparatively, this name was still more acceptable, as it was unthinkable for a slime to be so extraordinary, right? Although the name was similar, there were still some differences. In contrast to the shock of those around her, Zhu Shui could not bear it at all. She saw Wang Xian not only failing to stand up for her, but even congratulating Shenqing, and an ominous premonition arose in her heart. According to common sense, when a platinum powerhouse acknowledges it in front of everyone, it indicates that the result is beyond doubt. But Zhu Shui absolutely refused to believe such an outrageous number, especially since it was exhibited by Shenqing, whom she looked down upon. The slime she considered worthless. Gritting her teeth, even though Zhu Shui knew this platinum powerhouse was displeased with her, she still steeled herself to say, Shenqing, are you daring enough to let your contracted spirit test again? I don't believe your slime warrior truly has such a value. While saying this, Zhu Shui also felt that perhaps Su Xian was really not a slime, but a new race. Shenqing, after responding to Wang Xian with a smile, glanced at Zhu Shui. Seeing this, Wang Xian quickly reprimanded Zhu Shui. Zhu Shui, the test result is real. This is an open test, and the instrument has no issues. Shenqing's contracted spirit is indeed powerful in strength value, that is beyond doubt. If you continue to make a scene, I have the right to revoke your examination qualification. Once these words were spoken, it was as if even the director of the financial department wouldn't receive face from Wang Xian. Wang Xian had done what he was supposed to do, and despite Zhu Shui's multiple provocations he endured. Even if Zhu Xiao learned of this matter, he wouldn't say anything to him. Instead, it was more likely that he would personally come to apologize. Zhu Shui's face turned pale upon hearing this. Her lips trembled, feeling aggrieved and uncomfortable, the anger in her chest nearly consuming her entirely. At this moment, Shenqing spoke up. Teacher, if possible, I don't mind testing the strength attribute again. After saying this, she looked at the utterly devastated Zhu Shui and calmly said, "What if we test again? No matter how many times we test, the result remains the same. By the way, didn't your brother tell you that I found 2 golden quality ice-cold souls in the ice-cold purgatory to give to my slime warrior? The reason my little slime's attributes are so high is because it swallowed the ice-cold souls. If you have the ability, you can let your unicorn tiger consume such resources too. Hehe, but that wouldn't be right. Regardless of whether you have such luck, even if you went to the ice-cold purgatory and found golden quality ice-cold souls, your unicorn tiger might not even be able to digest one." A small portion of people were taken aback upon hearing about the golden quality ice-cold souls, unsure of what it was. However, most people knew, their eyes displaying extreme shock, their mouths forming an O shape, and envy appeared on their faces. Golden quality ice-cold souls. This could be said to be the pinnacle resource needed by bronze-level contracted spirits in the Shanghai province. Moreover, there had been no news about this item for a long time. It was said to greatly enhance attributes for bronze-level contracted spirits. No wonder it has such astonishing attributes. It turns out luck is so extraordinary. Many people thought. Xinqing looked at Zhu Shui's dazed expression and laughed again. "Also, I just heard you say that I'm jealous of you because you can get into a good contracted spirit master academy, while I can't even get into an academy, so my contracted spirit took the opportunity to attack. But the facts show that my little slime's strength value is higher than the combined attributes of your unicorn tiger. Zhu Shui, you wouldn't deliberately frame me by getting so close to me pretending to be injured as an excuse to slander me, would you? You shameless." Zhu Shui was about to spit blood from anger. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. Xinqing, that despicable woman, was truly too shameless. To actually claim that she had intentionally gotten injured just to slander the other party. Is that even a reasonable statement? If Zhu Shui hadn't been knocked away by the unicorn tiger earlier, whether she could still be standing here and speaking was a question. The unicorn tiger was utterly crippled and was now lying there, its body occasionally convulsing, seeming as if it could pass at any moment. Thinking about what she had just said, Zhu Shui felt even more humiliated and furious. She had just claimed that Xinqing would definitely fail to enter the Contract Master Academy, feeling jealous of her own abilities, and had resorted to despicable means in secret. But now just the power attribute value of the other party was higher than the combined 3 attribute values of her unicorn tiger. This was simply too much of a slap in the face. Soon Su Xian conducted another strength test. The level has increased. As this number was revealed, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd, plunging them into utter shock. Qin Ye's gaze was fixated on Xinqing, and Su Xian, his eyes unusually gleaming with excitement. He intends to take on a disciple. Is it only the strength attribute that is so high, or are the other 2 attributes equally impressive? However, even if it is only the strength attribute that is so high, as long as the other 2 attributes are not too low, the performance of this contracted spirit can be considered overall at the SSS level. Zhu Shui was completely dumbfounded, repeatedly murmuring that it was impossible. In a moment of distraction, she unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the assessment officer stepped forward to help her up. It is precisely because of her astonishing background that otherwise no one would have paid any attention to her. Even so, Zhu Shui remained in a state of shock, looking as if her soul had left her body, or one might think she had been gone for a while. Wang Xian's face was about to split with laughter. Originally, a score of 240 was already outrageous. He thought that was Su Xian's limit. Unexpectedly, after the first test, the second attempt showcased even better results. This also suggests that Su Xian's panel values might even be higher. Wang Xian was tempted to ask Xinqing what Su Xian's panel values were, but he ultimately forced himself to hold back. Soon the test for speed and defense commenced. 3 minutes later, the test concluded. In the examination hall, everyone fell into a peculiar silence. On the screen, the average total score of Su Xian's 3 attributes was displayed. "It's too brutal," many people thought to themselves. Soon the crowd was engulfed in extreme chaos, and even the examiners trying to maintain order found it difficult to intervene. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I can't believe I'm in the same examination hall as such an amazing contract spirit. Ooh, I've really made it. Haha, this will definitely be recorded in the history of the human race. Our Shanghai province will become famous again, and even the Empire Alliance will be shocked. Seeing that these candidates completely ignored him, the teachers, feeling helpless, turned their gaze towards the numbers on the screen, feeling both shocked and excited. We are truly witnessing history. At this moment, Zhu Shui lay beside the oblivious unicorn tiger, staring blankly at Su Xian's final value, her lips moving as if she were saying something. In contrast to the excitement and thrill of witnessing history amongst the crowd, Xinqing remained silent. She felt a deep sense of guilt. Dad, the pressure you're under this time might be a bit too much. This time the value displayed by Su Xian was much higher than what she had previously agreed upon with Xintian. However, Xinqing felt somewhat helpless about this outcome. She originally planned to keep a low profile during the strength test, but Zhu Shui, that foolish girl, kept provoking her. Plus, it was Su Xian's first time using the official testing equipment, which resulted in a higher value. The second test could have been lowered, but Xinqing really wanted to slap Zhu Shui in the face, so she let Su Xian show a bit more strength. Moreover, it wasn't solely because of Zhu Shui. Xinqing had been observing and naturally noticed the change in Qin Ye's expression. However, this might also be an opportunity. If I can gain his favor, there will be no problem at all. Moreover, according to my dad, this person is a powerhouse even among the top 10 academies, and someone of such stature must have mastered the distribution of many resources. My current assets are still too few, and the resources are insufficient. I must make Xiaoshi grow quickly to combat those world-destroying monsters. Originally, Xinqing planned to maintain the overall average value at around 240, which would be sufficient. However, Su Xian's defensive power was too high, making it difficult to breach his defenses even when he allowed others to attack. In the end, Su Xian employed a clever maneuver using a plunder skill to temporarily bypass his own defenses, which barely reduced the defensive value. Hehe, Xinqing, right. You performed well. My name is Qin Yu, but you can call me Teacher Qin. I come from... At that moment, Qin Yu smiling approached Xinqing. When I first came to Songhai province, I met your father. His strength is impressive, and he is very decisive in his actions. I've heard about you from your father, and today it's clear that you are indeed outstanding. Are you interested in applying to Beiming Academy? Beiming Academy, of course, is the institute where Qin Yu works, one of the top 10 academies on the Azure Planet. The top 10 academies are the most powerful institutions under the jurisdiction of the Human Alliance, training the strongest new contract masters. Seeing Qin Yu come down personally to recruit candidates even before the assessment had ended, the candidates present displayed expressions of immense envy. According to the rules, this was certainly against the regulations. If a teacher from an ordinary academy were to say such things publicly, they might even be taken away by the examiners. But who is Qin Yu? A king-level powerhouse. Even the strongest in the Hongyue Empire is no match for him. In such a situation, naturally no examiner would dare to say anything. In fact, they were quite envious as well. Qin Yu himself didn't see any issue with it. Strong individuals have privileges. As long as you are powerful enough, those rules will naturally bend. Moreover, not to mention the Hongyue Empire, even those more powerful empires wouldn't dare to say much to him. Because of Qin Ye's recruitment, even Zhu Shui, who seemed to be in a daze, came back to her senses, filled with resentment and jealousy. Xinqing was slightly taken aback when she heard Qin Yu extend an olive branch towards her. She hadn't expected him to say such things before the assessment had ended. This was essentially a preemptive recruitment. Qin Yu also specifically mentioned Xintian, clearly trying. This further indicated his regard for Xinqing. Otherwise, a dignified king-level powerhouse wouldn't say that someone who hasn't even reached semi-king level is impressive. Teacher Qin, I remember that if I get into one of the top 10 academies, the academy will reward the candidates. If I enter Beiming Academy, will the rewards be greater compared to other academies? Also, if I agree early, will the academy be willing to give me additional rewards? For example, resources that allow the contract spirit to comprehend skills or enhance potential. Xinqing's intentions were clear, as she wanted to see if Beiming Academy or this Qin Yu in front of her could offer her some gold coins. As soon as Xinqing's words came out, the other candidates were stunned and then gasped internally, shouting, "Are you kidding me? This person has personally invited you to Beiming Academy. You don't immediately agree to this and are still asking about rewards. Are you really not afraid of offending him? For some, entering a top 10 academy is worth risking everything." Qin Ye's smile grew even more pronounced, and he seemed to appreciate her. In the face of a king-level powerhouse, Xinqing didn't act timidly. Instead, she was quite generous, a commendable disposition. He kindly said, of course there are rewards. To be frank, Xinqing, your contract spirit performed beyond my expectations. Even in the history of the academy, it is quite rare. If you agree now, I can reward you with a core from the king of an alternate dimension suitable for your contract spirit right now. Hiss. The sound of gasps filled the examination hall. The source of the sound was not solely the candidates, but mostly the evaluators. Few candidates were aware of the king of the otherworldly dimension, but the evaluators were well informed. They couldn't help but glance at Xinqing, their eyes filled with envy. The birth of a king is a rare occurrence, and each otherworldly space can only produce one at most. For instance, the ruler of the ice hell had not seen a king for a long time before it became one. Often the emergence of a king signifies fierce battles behind the scenes. After all, the victor becomes. Do not be fooled by the fact that after becoming a king, the ruler of the hell treats the beings of the other world as its subjects. Even in the face of the threat from the evil eye monster, it was willing to offer a large amount of ice-cold soul to solicit Li Feng's help. But if you think carefully, where did so many ice-cold souls, especially the high-quality ones, come from? They were all obtained from other beings in the ice hell. Before becoming a king, the ruler of the hell must have annihilated numerous lord-level beings to acquire these. Moreover, had it not been for his values having reached their limit, preventing further absorption of ice-cold, soulsly foam, would not have obtained so many resources at that time. A hint of surprise appeared on Xin-Qing's face. She did not expect that Qin Yu was willing to offer the core dropped by the king of the otherworldly beings as a reward. If this item were to be placed on the market, it could easily fetch billions. When she and Li Feng harvested so many high-quality ice-cold souls, they sold them to adventurers at prices far exceeding the item's intrinsic value, ultimately netting only 9 billion. And this was merely the value of a bronze-level king. Furthermore, to find a core of the king of the otherworldly dimension suitable for her contracted spirit, the cost might be even greater. In the presence of such powerful beings are assets measured in billions. This is simply too wealthy. No wonder my father wasn't moved when he learned I earned so much money. Damn old man, making money so easily, while I had to forfeit my New Year's money when I was young. In an instant, Xin-Qing gritted her teeth, lost in thought. In her arms, Su Xian was filled with excitement upon hearing Qin Yes promise, his mouth nearly unable to contain his joy. The king of the otherworldly dimension. Is it a being similar to that ruler of the hell? Wow, is this uncle really so generous? If I could consume it, wouldn't that mean I could soar? I might even meet the evolution requirements for the slime ruler. After a week in this world, Su Xian had come to understand many things. The reward Qin Yu offered was several times more than what Xin-Qing had invested in herself over the past week. Qin Yu looked at Xin-Qing, who appeared deep in thought, raising an eyebrow. To be honest, the conditions he offered were already generous enough to attract SS-level talents. But in front of Xin-Qing, this extraordinary slime warrior, it was acceptable to raise the stakes. The Biming Academy urgently needed to recruit some exceptional talents. In recent years, the Biming Academy's performance had fallen to the bottom among the top 10 academies, and the students they enrolled were performing increasingly poorly. After all, Su Xian's attributes had set records. If they could recruit Xin-Qing into the Biming Academy, perhaps they could turn the tide in the next competition among the top 10 academies. Thinking of this, Qin Yu sighed slightly. Over the years, many teachers in their academy had suffered heavy casualties. The reason being that all 5 of the king-level otherworldly spaces they guarded had kings appear. Not only had the teachers suffered heavy losses, but the students had as well. The number of applicants to the Biming Academy was dwindling, and their talent was becoming increasingly poor. A genius like Wang Zhentian was among the best students they had enrolled in many years. Moreover, even among SS-level geniuses, Wang Zhentian was considered very strong. Qin Yu valued him highly, and even chose to intervene personally in the upheaval of a golden-level otherworldly space back in his hometown. Xin-Qing, if I'm not mistaken, your contracted spirits level is bronze 3 stars, right? Although a king-level powerhouse could not see Su Xian's specific values, determining the level was quite simple. Qin Yu smiled and said, I still have resources to enhance the level of contracted spirits, such as the Fruit of Nothingness and Starflower. If you are willing to enroll in the Biming Academy, I can give you 50 enhancement materials. This was already the highest offer Qin Yu could provide. If other academies learned of it, their jaws would surely drop. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. 50 enhancement materials. Such materials were incredibly scarce resources. Even a golden-level contracted master might not have the chance to use 50 materials to reach their current level. It should be noted that the level of contracted spirits enhancement is closely related to their potential and can even be said to be constrained by it. If one were to consume such materials, there might be a chance to break through that constraint. Xin-Qing was also shocked. She was just in a daze, wondering why Qin Yu raised the stakes again. And so much. Faced with Qin Yu's sincere offer, Xin-Qing guessed that this was his highest price, revealing a hint of excitement on her face as she immediately nodded in agreement. Then please take good care of me in the future, teacher Qin. Haha, of course, Xin-Qing. That name sounds a bit formal. If you don't mind, I'll just call you Xiaoshan. The change in address also signified a closer relationship. Xiaoshan. Xin-Qing inwardly complained, wondering who was being called Xiaoshan if she were to be together with her father and this man. After Xin-Qing agreed, Qin Yes smile grew even brighter. Xiaoshan, I believe you will not regret your choice today. If it weren't for Qin Yes' inherent authority as a king-level powerhouse, he might have laughed out loud on the spot. Xin-Qing's performance was indeed far superior to Wang Zhentian. Had it not been for his special journey to Songhai province, once Xin-Qing's results were released, she would have surely attracted the attention of other academies. Qin Yu smiled and said, All right, Xiaoshan, you can skip the upcoming assessment and proceed directly to fill out your application. I can help you complete the paperwork immediately. Shall we handle it now? Upon hearing this, the surrounding candidates felt a pang of jealousy, but there was nothing they could do. This meant she wouldn't even need to finish the assessment. Such treatment. Wang Zhentian from last year didn't even receive this. It was said that only super geniuses from powerful empires would be offered such treatment. They all looked at Su Xian with immense envy, thinking how wonderful it would be to have such a contracted spirit. It was a direct leap to greatness. Zhu Shui's teeth nearly ground to dust. Discontent, jealousy, anger. These emotions consumed her heart. Why? Why does this wretched girl get to possess such an extraordinary contracted spirit? She looks like just a slime warrior. Zhu Shui was even reluctant to call Su Xian garbage. After all, if Su Xian was garbage, what did that make her unicorn tiger? Waste that even microorganisms wouldn't want to decompose. Unexpectedly for Qin Yu, Xinqing slowly shook her head, revealing an apologetic expression. Sorry, Teacher Qin, I still want to complete the assessment first. Every year there are rewards for those who achieve high scores in the contracted master assessment in Shanghai province. I want to claim that reward. 3 hours later the assessment concluded. The scores were released simultaneously. The candidates displayed a variety of reactions upon seeing the published results. Some broke down on the spot, tears streaming in the examination hall. Others stood there grinning foolishly, emitting chuckles. Xinqing looked at his score ranked first and felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. This is the total score she obtained from Su Xian's performance during the skill test, where he only showcased 2 levels. Last year the admission line for the top 10 academies was 550. There is no upper limit on the scores for the assessment, but the higher the final score, the greater the rewards from the empire. Naturally, the academies will also reward outstanding contract masters with substantial resources. At this moment, a handsome young man looked at his score of 910, which placed him second, his gaze filled with complexity. He was the one whose contract spirit had an average attribute value of 90 and whose potential was rated class. If it weren't for Xinqing, he would have been first this time. Perhaps he would even be the first in the Shanghai province this year. If that were the case, not only would he receive a considerable amount of resources, but his name would also echo throughout the entire Shanghai province. While he may not be as famous as Wang Zhentian, at least he could leave an impression on some influential figures. However, now his presence had significantly diminished. Everyone's attention was primarily focused on Xinqing, who was surrounded by various discussions, expressions of amazement, and words filled with envy. For a long time a hint of bitterness appeared on his face. Such is fate. Just a moment ago, when his attribute values were revealed, he felt a surge of excitement, even hoping that Qin Yu would notice him and elevate him to greatness. Unfortunately, such a score meant little to Qin Yu. Adding up the 3 attributes only slightly exceeded Su Xian's strength attribute. But then again, Su Xian's actual strength attribute was nearly 1,000. In contrast to this pitiful second place, Zhu Shui looked utterly dejected, her eyes filled with resentment. Her total score barely exceeded 450, a result that guaranteed she would not gain admission to the top 10 academies. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult to get into a first-rate academy. However, she was unwilling. Very unwilling. If it weren't for Xinqing, her unicorn tiger wouldn't have been injured, and she wouldn't have scored so low in the skill assessment. You wretch, you ruined my life. Zhu Shui glared at Xinqing with malice, a hint of murderous intent flickering across her face. But in the next moment, as Qin Yu casually cast a glance her way, Zhu Shui shuddered, fear washing over her, and she immediately lowered her head, trembling all over. For a king-level powerhouse, sensing such murderous intent was far too easy, or one could say it was practically in their face. Su Xian comfortably sat in Xinqing's embrace, glanced at Zhu Shui, and scoffed inwardly. You think you can threaten me with such foolishness? I've tolerated you for long enough, do you understand? If you dare come at me, I wouldn't hesitate to send you straight to hell. Qin Yu naturally paid no mind to Zhu Shui's thoughts. He exchanged a few words with Wang Xian, who had a smile that made it hard to see his eyes, and the chief examiner immediately bowed respectfully before departing. As soon as he exited the examination hall, he took out his phone and was bombarded with messages, with missed calls piling up to the point of nearly overwhelming his device. Clearly, once the results came out, they spread quickly. Xinqing's score was of course visible to everyone, whether it was the higher-ups of Shanghai province, the elite of the Hanyue Empire, or the top 10 academies. Wang Xian opened the messages and was first greeted by one from the top 10 academies who requested that he provide the video of Xinqing's assessment. Wang Xian smirked. Technically, this was against the rules. In the contract master assessments, the entire process was recorded on video. However, this record was typically only made available under significant objections, requiring a series of applications and approvals through many layers of bureaucracy before experts could review it, all under strict confidentiality. Yet this rule evidently did not apply to the top 10 academies, especially not to those in power within them. Given Xinqing's extraordinarily high score, Wang Xian was not surprised by their actions. He simply thought that since Xinqing had already been taken under Qin Yu's wing, there would be no business for other academies. Soon Wang Xian busied himself with his own matters. Inside the examination hall, candidates were gradually leaving. Most people's gazes remained fixed on Xinqing and Qin Yu. Watching the two laughing and chatting, they felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Hee Shaoshan, congratulations on achieving such a high score. Surely this score places you first not just in the Hanyue Empire, but in the entire human race. Now we can go handle the volunteer application process. It just so happens that I'm here, and it'll take you to complete the formalities quickly. Qin Yu wore a smile, but inside he felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to take Xinqing away quickly. Qin Yu was acutely aware that now that the results were out, the leaders of other academies would certainly know about Xinqing's score. If they shamelessly offered a huge price to snatch her away, unexpected incidents could occur. In fact, this was also the reason why Qin Yu had previously been reluctant to let Xinqing continue the assessment. He knew her score would surely be ridiculously high. Even though he had already offered an exorbitant price, what if other academies were also willing to spend lavishly, and Xinqing fell for the tricks of those seasoned figures skilled in manipulation? Who knows what could happen? If it really comes to that, the principal might just kill me. Qin Yu envisioned a volatile old man in his mind, letting out a bitter smile. Xinqing politely nodded and smiled. Teacher Qin Yu, flatter me, this score is merely a stroke of luck. Qin Yu chuckled. Shaoshan, it seems you are not only exceptionally gifted, but also very humble. With your score, even if it were to drop by a few hundred points, you'd still solidly be first. Where's the luck in that? Su Xian, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Indeed, he hadn't even exerted himself to the fullest. The two of them walked out of the examination hall, and outside, it was a sea of people, bustling and noisy. As soon as Xinqing emerged, countless astonished gazes immediately converged upon her, clearly aware of her extraordinary score. Xinqing paid no attention to them. Her gaze swept forward and immediately spotted Li Feng standing at the front of the crowd. The latter looked anxious, squeezed by the surrounding people, and sweat dripped from his forehead. Miss, you're here. Upon seeing Xinqing, Li Feng's face broke into a smile as he immediately called out and pushed through the crowd to greet her. Others, upon seeing Li Feng and Xinqing together, immediately stepped aside, their eyes filled with envy. As Li Feng squeezed to the front, he caught sight of Qin Yu beside her, and his expression turned tense even more so than before. Li uncle, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Qin Yu from Beiming Academy. Teacher Qin, this is my uncle Li. Qin Yu smiled and offered a brief greeting. Li Feng felt somewhat stiff, hardly daring to breathe, and quick. Seeing Xinqing so at ease, Li Feng couldn't help but admire her. As expected of the miss, facing a king-level powerhouse, she remained so composed, not the slightest hint of fear. As he thought this, Li Feng felt he couldn't disgrace the miss, forcing himself to stand straight, though he still appeared. Besides Li Feng, many others nearby who were close to Qin Yu bore expressions of nervousness, hardly daring to breathe too deeply. It was normal for Xinqing not to be afraid. Oi Qin Yu's pressure was indeed significant, but compared to those world-ending monsters, he was still nothing. Moreover, she could see through Qin Yu's attributes. Although his were undeniably high, this diminished the sense of mystery. Before long, the three set off toward the place for filling out volunteer applications. At the volunteer application center, when Xinqing and the others arrived, they found a group of people engaged in animated conversation. Xinqing was stunned when she recognized one of them. Dad! Xinqing's face showed surprise, followed by excitement and exhilaration. She hadn't seen Xintian for a long time, especially since he was very busy with work. Even their chats were only through. However, Xintian's expression seemed a bit strange, perhaps helpless. Xinqing observed and noticed that her father was surrounded by this group of people who were talking to him incessantly. Listening to what those people were saying, Xinqing couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that these people were all related to the Contract Master Academy, and they already knew about Xinqing's results. Therefore, the academy had arranged for them to persuade Xintian, hoping that he would influence Xinqing to fill in her application for their academy. Old Xin, we're old acquaintances. I've watched Xinqing grow up. Do you think I would trick you? Let Xinqing come to the Jiuxian Academy. Although it's not one of the top 10 academies, with her talent, she would definitely receive the academy's full support. If she goes to one of the top 10 academies, she will still be prioritized, but there are just too many geniuses there. As the old saying goes, it's better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. The speaker was a middle-aged man who appeared slightly older than Xintian, but ranked lower in level. He was not from the Songhai province, but from another province in the Hanyue Empire. However, he was also part of the dragon-slaying army and graduated from Jiuxian Academy, having a good relationship with Xintian. After the results were released, Jiuxian Academy immediately began an investigation upon learning that such a remarkable talent had emerged this year. This investigation naturally uncovered Xinqing's family background thoroughly. Soon they arranged for someone to persuade her. Absurd. Another old man scoffed, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. Only those from your small academy would dare to say such shameless things. The old man approached the helpless Xintian and spoke earnestly. Brother Xin, I'm from the recruitment office of the Tianhing Academy, one of the top 10 academies. I must congratulate you on raising such an outstanding daughter. Saying this, the old man disdainfully glanced at the man from Jiuxian Academy and continued, Brother Shun, I must tell you, some people's hearts are completely dark. Xinqing's results are not just remarkable in the Hongyue Empire, but would stand out among all humanity. If she comes to our Tianheng Academy, she would definitely be a leading talent. As for what resources she would receive, haha, the resources of those small academies can't compare to our top 10 academies. Even if they offered all their resources, it wouldn't matter. Just a little bit of what we have is more than they can offer. Especially our Tianheng Academy, which guards 7 royal-level alternate dimensions. Which academy can compare with us in terms of resources? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face immediately turned sour. The old man had appeared suddenly, and he had no idea that the other party was from one of the top 10 academies. Xintian also smiled upon learning that this person was from a top 10 academy. The others, upon hearing this, showed helplessness in their eyes. Competing for students with people from the top 10 academies was indeed very difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, they had to try. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought out Xintian when they knew Qin Yu was already recruiting. Xinqing, wanting to see her father's embarrassed expression, did not rush forward. Instead, with Qin Yu's help, she secretly observed from the shadows, while chuckling softly. Xinqing realized why her father's calls had always been unreachable and why he hadn't called her. He was truly overwhelmed. Beside her, Qin Yu felt helpless. He pondered how to persuade this girl to fill out her application first. At that moment, his phone rang. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, picked up his phone to check the message, and a look of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed in the sky. Accompanying the booming sounds was a deafening cry reminiscent of some giant avian creature. Everyone looked up, suddenly feeling as if the entire sky had rippled. A massive presence appeared in an instant, darkening the sky. As they discerned the situation in the sky, their pupils contracted, revealing their astonishment. A gigantic bird, no, it seemed to be a golden phoenix, was soaring through the sky. The size of this phoenix was truly outrageous. If it were to be described in numbers, it would likely measure 10,000 feet. Wow! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Just as they were wondering what was happening, the golden phoenix suddenly vanished, replaced by a small black. The small dot rapidly enlarged before their eyes, and soon they realized that someone appeared to be free-falling. After a dozen breaths, a figure crashed to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that enveloped everyone. Cough, cough. Those around Xintian who lacked sufficient strength were directly choked by the dust. As the dust cleared, a figure slowly emerged, revealing what seemed to be a somewhat disheveled old man. However, despite his untidy appearance, the old man had a ruddy complexion and wore a smile. The teacher from the recruitment office of the top 10 academy recognized him, and his expression instantly soured. Why did this old man come in person? Things were getting troublesome, as he had already felt overwhelmed facing only Qin Yu, and now another one had arrived. Haha, this is Songhai province of the Hongyue Empire, right? The old man said. Isn't that girl named Xinqing taking the exam here? Saying this, the disheveled old man looked at Xintian, his aged, yet clear eyes brightening instantly. I recognize you. You are Xintian, Xinqing's father. Upon hearing this, Xintian stepped forward and tentatively replied, I am Xintian, and I am also Ziking's father. May I ask, senior? Xintian was right in calling him senior. He wasn't foolish and guessed that this person was also here for recruitment. Moreover, judging from the oppressive aura of the golden phoenix, this might be a figure on par with Qin Yu. Such a person was certainly not someone Xintian could afford to offend. I am from the Huanyu Academy. You can call me Elder Pei, the old man said with a warm smile. Hearing that he was from Huanyu Academy, Xintian was taken aback, respectfully saying, Elder Pei, may I ask, are you here too? I am here to recruit Xinqing to my Huanyu Academy. Since I'm older than you, I'll just call you Brother Xuan. Brother Xuan, you must have heard of the name of Huanyu Academy, right? Of course I have heard of it. I've heard people say that Huanyu Academy is now referred to as the world's #1. Huanyu Academy not only is one of the top 10 academies, but has also performed exceptionally well in recent years, subtly trending toward becoming the #1 academy. Haha, well said. Since you know this, it will be easier to talk. Elder Pei laughed heartily, looking particularly pleased. Your daughter is very talented. Her results this time are unmatched. Not even the geniuses from the 5 great empires can compare. Such a talent naturally belongs in my Huanyu Academy, as it is the best place for her. Elder Pei spoke. Really? I don't think so. Huanyu Academy relies on the sheer number of students and teachers to barely maintain its reputation as the best. But Shaoxin is an unparalleled genius. A factory-like academy like yours that mass-produces so-called geniuses is entirely unsuitable for her. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, cold sweat immediately beading on their foreheads. Who said that? I didn't hear anything at all. Especially Xintian, whose face darkened at the mention of Shaoxin. Elder Pei's smile froze. What do you mean by that, old Pei? Qin Yu was furious. Pei Yuan's words were tantamount to stepping on the face of their beaming academy. Pei Yuan showed no fear, turning to Qin Yu with a cold smile, and saying, Qin kid, you're really living in reverse. A dignified king-level powerhouse, visiting the contract master assessment for no reason, and even recruiting people in advance. I have never seen such a shameless person. As Pei Yuan's words fell, many around were drenched in cold sweat, and trembled slightly, quickly retreating silently. They were all sharp individuals. Analyzing the words of the two in front of them, they realized they were both from the top 10 academies rumored to be king-level, and the conflict was quite deep. At such a moment, being too close to them could easily lead to collateral damage. Qin Yu continued to advance, disdainfully saying, "What's wrong with the contract master assessment? If you want to watch, you can naturally come too. You old Pei lack this fortune while I have it. I witnessed Xiao Shun participate in the assessment with my own eyes. This is heaven's arrangement. I curse your grandfather." Pei Yuan swore, directly causing veins to bulge on Qin Yu's forehead. This bastard old man, while lacking in character and extremely shameless, held a higher status than even the head of the academy. If it weren't for this reason, he would have truly wanted to slap him first. "Qin kid, I've watched the video. How shameless can you be to not let classmate Shin Qin finish her assessment before recruiting her into the academy? Such disregard for rules. Do you deserve the title of king-level powerhouse?" Qin Yu was both angry and amused. "Old Pei, haven't you done similar things at your Huanyu Academy? At least I watched Xiao Shun undergo the assessment, and thought she performed well, which is why I intended to let her enter my Biming Academy. But what about your Huanyu Academy? Sometimes you contact high-potential students privately and recruit them without even letting them participate in the assessment. Is this how you recruit? I say it is your Huanyu Academy that has corrupted the atmosphere." Pei Yuan scoffed. "Can you blame us for that? Our Huanyu Academy is the world's top academy. This concept is deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Those geniuses are naturally proud and will choose the strongest academy. We are merely fulfilling their wishes." As he spoke, Pei Yuan turned his gaze to behind Qin Yu, where there was a shadow. Pei Yuan smiled and said, "Qin kid, you are not being fair in this matter. The father of that little girl is also here, and you're hiding others. What you can offer in Biming Academy, our Huanyu Academy, can naturally provide too." Pei Yuan waved his hand, releasing a wave of spatial fluctuation. Shin Qing, who was secretly watching the drama, felt the world shift, and when her vision cleared again, she found herself in front of everyone. Shin Tian saw his daughter, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. She also regained her composure and gave her father a V. At that moment, a cheerful old face leaned in, inspecting her closely, and smilingly asked, "Little girl, can I see your contract spirit?" Shin Qing guessed the other's identity and glanced at Qin Yu, who despite his grim expression nodded slightly. Shin Qing summoned Su Xian, and Pei Yuan's smile grew even wider. Little girl, both you and your contract spirit are quite remarkable. Even after living so long, I have not seen many geniuses like you. Little girl, talents like you should naturally come to the strongest academy. Our Huanyu Academy is surely your..." Pei Yuan did not wait for Shin Qing to respond, but glanced at Qin Yu and continued, "Little girl, don't feel any pressure. Qin Yu is not honest. A one-sided competition is often the most unfair, and there will be many information discrepancies. Many morally corrupt individuals often manipulate situations like this, deliberately causing you trouble." Qin Yu's nose was almost twisted in anger. What does this bastard old man mean? Is he trying to poison my mind here? Furthermore, who is causing trouble? He is offering the highest conditions which even Huanyu Academy might not match. Old Pei, don't slander here. Based on your usual behavior, you must have watched the footage from the assessment, right? The conditions I offered, do you dare say they are unfair? Pei Yuan remained dismissive. Anyone can speak empty words. Besides, at that time there was only one king level present. Was it hard to alter the footage? Even if you didn't alter it, given the circumstances at the time, would the little girl dare to refuse you? What if she saw others reject you, and you went mad slaughtering everyone? What the heck? Qin Yu truly admired this shameless old man. Twisting the truth and blurring the lines was indeed an art. Furthermore, the original intention of our Huanyu Academy is to cultivate better talents for the human race. As for your so-called assembly line, it's simply laughable. Do you not realize how your Biming Academy's students have been beaten by us? Only last year did the few talents you recruited like Wang Jintian Fan and Su Qing perform relatively well. Ignoring Qin Yu, Pei Yuan looked at Shin Qing, his expression turning gentle. Girl, don't listen to that assembly line nonsense. Our academy relies on a strict management system which promotes the growth of contract spirits. In contrast, Biming Academy is becoming more lax, with rules disappearing and their results worsen year by year. If you really enter Biming Academy, it would be equivalent to being ruined. Pei Yuan. Qin Yu finally couldn't hold back, his eyes turning cold and his tone unfriendly. What do you mean by entering my Biming Academy is equivalent to being ruined? You better clarify your words. Pei Yuan rolled his eyes. Qin kid, don't be so unconvinced. Take your performance last year as an example. Aside from a few geniuses like Wang Jintian Fan and Su Qing, the other students were simply unbearable. As he spoke, Pei Yuan snorted coldly. Even students outside the top 10 academies can defeat you. Our 9 academies have been humiliated by you. If you really want to save face in Biming Academy, you should voluntarily remove your title as one of the top 10 academies. That would be a good deed. Pei Yuan, you dare insult my Biming Academy. Qin Yu shouted loudly, his powerful aura suddenly erupting. As a king-level powerhouse, even without summoning his contract spirit, his strength was still terrifying. The expressions of those present turned grim, feeling as if they were suffocating under this terrifying pressure. They felt like floating duckweed caught in a cataclysmic storm. King level, too powerful. So strong it instills despair. Qin Yu, do you dare to make a move? Pei Yuan raised his brows, his aura rising as well. He glanced around at the crowd, frowning and saying, if you wish to battle, I will accompany you for a fight. Just right, the little girl can see that the teachers of that academy are even stronger. There are too many people here, let's go up to the sky. Are you afraid? Pei Yuan, I also want to see if your strength is as formidable as the rumors say. Pei Yuan snorted coldly, leaping into the air and vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already 10,000 meters high. Looking down, Pei Yuan saw the astonishment in Shun Qing's eyes, a smirk appearing on his lips. Showing off in front of people was inherently satisfying, and letting this girl witness his power would surely make her yearn for Huanyu Academy. However, just as Pei Yuan was feeling proud, he suddenly saw Qin Yu retract, all his aura, the angry expression on his face disappearing as he smiled slightly at him. Then, he pulled out something resembling a red peach and stuffed it into Su Xian's mouth. That was the core of a bronze-level dimensional king. Pei Yuan froze for a moment, and when he recovered, he wore a look of fury. Qin Yu, what are you doing? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished and reappeared before everyone. Qin Yu no longer bore the earlier anger. Seeing Su Xian swallow successfully, his smile grew broader. Turning to Pei Yuan, Qin Yu said with a grin, Elder Pei Shaoshun's contracted spirit has already swallowed the interdimensional king's core I gave it. It was nurtured by my Biming Academy, and Shaoshun is of course a student of Biming Academy. Xinqing stood beside them, stunned. Before she could even react, she watched Su Xian being fed what looked like a peach. When Pei Yuan revealed, it was the core of an interdimensional king, Xinqing's pupils constricted in shock. Shen Tian and the others were equally astonished. From their experience, they could immediately recognize what it was. Sure enough, it's a core of an interdimensional king, and it seems to be bronze grade. But what exactly is this core? Shen Tian looked puzzled. Although worldly and knowledgeable, he did not claim to know everything. Yet among those present were people who understood its nature. This is the core of the Xinqiang king. Qin Yu has really splurged. Looks like Xinqing will be entering Biming Academy. The old man from Tianheng Academy's admissions office was first shocked, and then sighed. Seeing the crowd could identify the object, but not its effects, he began to explain. This core is called Xian Tao, dropped by the Xinqiang king of the Xinqiang forest. It should be the previous Xinqiang king. He was slain 10 years ago, and a new king only appeared in the Xinqiang forest 3 years ago. The old man sighed with emotion that the core of a king who died 10 years ago had been preserved until now, illustrated just how precious it was. What was more astonishing was that this relic was in Qin Yu's possession. Qin Yu acted decisively. After keeping it for a decade, he simply shoved it into the slime's mouth. In truth, Qin Yu had once intended this for one of his students, but that student lost their life during trials within an interdimensional space. Generally, when an interdimensional king is slain, it drops between 2 and 7 cores. The Xinqiang king, as a bronze-grade interdimensional king, dropped 2 cores at the time. Among those 2 cores, compared to the other Honggu, the Xian Tao is worth at least twice as much. Hearing this, the crowd grasped its origin, but remained curious. What exactly did Xian Tao do that made it so valuable compared with other dropped cores? The old man did not withhold anything, and continued, everyone should understand that unlike Lord Class B, in interdimensional spaces, the king that arises is unpredictable in species unless it gains the space's final blessing. One cannot know in advance what kind of creature will become king. Therefore, even within the same space, if an earlier king is slain, and later a new king is born and slain, the cores they drop will be different. The old man sighed softly. Thus, every interdimensional king's core is very special. The cores inherit part of the king's attributes, or put plainly, part of its power. Some of those powers are mundane, while others are extraordinarily potent. For example, Honggu grants comprehension of the Baoxue skill, greatly raises strength attributes, and has a chance to boost other skill levels. Indeed, most interdimensional king cores serve to raise skill levels. As for Xian Tao, if swallowed, it not only elevates attributes, but can actually upgrade the contracted spirit itself. Even this single effect left everyone stunned. Level-up resources are notoriously rare and exorbitantly expensive. Many interdimensional king cores can increase skill ranks, yet cannot raise the contracted spirit's own level. Not only does it grant levels, Xian Tao can also enhance a contracted spirit's mental strength. Mental strength is difficult to increase. It doesn't even show on standard stat panels, but it is crucial. It governs how many skills a contracted spirit can unleash. In game terms, mental strength is akin to the mana bar. When Xuan casts special skills, mental strength is a key factor in how many times those abilities can be used. The crowd shuddered at that. Merely achieving these two enhancements would demand vast resources. And those are not even Xuan Tao's primary functions. Its most important effect is to guarantee that a contracted spirit which consumes it will with absolute certainty comprehend the Xingqian King's core skill from 10 years ago, Huanming, illusory dream. This skill can trap its victim within a dream woven by the caster. The greater the disparity in mental strength, the more devastating the effect. One slip and being trapped in that dream forever is not beyond possibility. The old man seemed to recall something. Inside it is said that the Xingqian King elevated Huanming to an extraordinarily high rank. In the end, even after the king was erased, those who had been struck by the skill never awakened and remained lost in the dream. Horror flickered across the faces of those present. The casters were dead, yet the skill's effect persisted. What kind of world-defying matter was this? Xingqian was astonished, and a thought occurred to her. In future battles, if Xiaoshi first uses Xian to disrupt an enemy's mental power, and then follows with Huanming, wouldn't that be a devastating combination? The old man added, at the time many knew of this, but the Xingqian forest lies outside your Hanyue Empire, so it is only natural you were unaware. This is in a way fortunate. Xingqian forest is only a bronze-grade interdimensional space. Had its rank been higher, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The assembled people nodded in agreement. One curious individual, noting how well-informed the elder was, tentatively asked, "Senior, you said each interdimensional king's core differs. Xian Tao must have been seldom used in the past. How do you come to know its effects?" Others leaned in at the question, ears pricked. The elder cast a sidelong glance and replied calmly, "That is classified. I am not at liberty to disclose it. You need only understand that for our 10 great academies such knowledge is readily available." The questioner looked abashed and dared not press further. While they debated, Pei Yuan's beard bristled with fury. All right, you brat Xin, so this is your trick. Feigning that posture to bait me into combat, and all along you planned to seize the chance to use this Xi. I did not expect that you at king level would carry a bronze-grade interdimensional king's core on you. Xin, you laughed brightly. Hey, Elder Pei, you handed me the opportunity. If you hadn't just had Xiaoxin summon her contracted spirit, I wouldn't have been able to feed the interdimensional king. Everyone knows your spatial control is superb, Elder Pei. Even at such close range, it would have been difficult for me to administer this to the slime warrior otherwise. Elder Pei Xiaoxun is now one of Biming Academies. If there's nothing more, you'd best take your leave. Shameless. Elder Pei's face flushed an even deeper red. He had not anticipated that upon learning of Xingqian's results, he would rush here with all haste, fully expecting to easily poach her from the naive young man Xinyu. Yet this brat had played a devious hand against him. Especially vexing was the memory of Su Xian, originally resting peacefully within the spirit contract dimension, whom he himself had insisted Xingqian summon forth, thereby granting that wretched Xinyu his opportunity. Elder Pei felt as though he might vomit blood. No wonder you didn't intervene just now, you insolent whelp. Very well, I concede. Elder Pei cast one last faintly regretful glance at Xingqian and her contracted spirit, particularly at Su Xian. Though plainly a slime, the being radiated an inexplicable aura. And yet after consuming the heart peach, it exhibited no conspicuous transformation. Having swallowed the core of a sovereign of the extra-dimensional realm, and still showing no reaction, this slime warrior is truly extraordinary. That must be precisely why its stat values are so extraordinarily high. A flurry of thoughts flashed through Elder Pei's mind before he decided to depart without further delay. With a parting remark, that Xingqian could consider transferring to their Huanyu Academy should she find Biming unsatisfactory. He strode away under Qin murderous glare. Boom. The golden phoenix reappeared, rippling the air before vanishing entirely. Seeing his greatest rival depart, Qin, you finally exhaled in full relief. A smile bloomed across his face as he turned to address Xingqian, only for Su Xian to erupt with an overwhelming surge of energy. Of course, overwhelming was relative to a royal tier. Cultivator, the aura was negligible. Yet even so, Qin's eyes flickered with astonishment. He sensed it. The true attribute values of Su Xian might far surpass what any bronze-rank entity ought to possess. Others stood frozen as if witnessing a specter. They too perceived Su Xian's presence as more threatening than many silver-rank contracted spirits. This was utterly terrifying. After all, when a contracted spirit ascends across major tiers, its attributes typically double. For instance, a bronze 5-star spirit whose average stats hovered around 500 would likely reach 1 or 2,000 upon ascending to silver, a feat scarcely difficult. Only sovereigns or lords of the extra-dimensional realms could accomplish such a leap while remaining at bronze. Gurgle gurgle. Huh. Exhilarating. Su Xian fully assimilated the heart peach using his Devour skill, his entire slime body trembling with ecstatic euphoria. The core's energy was immense, more potent in fact than the sum total of every resource he had ever consumed before. Yet paradoxically the energy remained astonishingly pure, akin to the golden tier frost soul essence he'd absorbed earlier, allowing him to avoid drastic external transformations despite processing such overwhelming power. With a mere thought his attributes manifested. Race Slime Warrior and Contractor Shin King Latent Potential in Rank Bronze 5-star in Strength, 2786 in Speed, 2876 in Defense, 2988 in Skills, RAM LV. 5 Morphology Shift LV. 5 Elemental Affinity LV. 5 Frost Soul LV. 4 Evil Eye Unranked Hand-to-Hand Combat LV. 3 Dreamweave LV. 1 In Special Skills Devour LV. 3 Plunder LV. 2 Annihilation LV. 2 NSU Xian's attributes had undergone a comprehensive staggering enhancement. Not only had his already exceptional base stats doubled, but his rank had surged from 3-star to 5-star. Previously, even after consuming vast quantities of resources, his rank had remained stubbornly unchanged. His skills had faintly trembled on the verge of breakthrough, yet lacked that final spark. Now under the Heart Peach's influence they had shattered their ceilings. Moreover, he had acquired the new skill Dreamweave. He recalled the elder from Tianheng Academy mentioning it, an ability capable of inducing dreams in others even persisting beyond the caster's death. Though Su Xian dismissed that last detail outright, he was destined to become the world-annihilating cataclysm, a slime who would never perish ignobly. The sole exception was his 3 special skills, unchanged. A pang of mild regret stirred within him as he recalled how swiftly those skills had advanced during the Frost Inferno Crucible, prompting silent reflection. It seems these 3 skills require repeated use against living targets, and against inanimate resources they function, but yield no advancement. After a fleeting sigh of disappointment, excitement reignited within him. Once I enter a contractual arts academy, countless opportunities to enter extra-dimensional realms will arise. Then, my domain advantage shall manifest in Heya. Extra-dimensional beings become fuel for the cataclysm's ascension. Host, please maintain appropriate demeanor. At that moment the system spoke, rarely breaking silence. And did you not previously declare you wished not to become a world-annihilating cataclysm? System, having feigned dormancy all this time, why choose now to speak? And since when did I ever claim I didn't wish to become the cataclysm? From the very first day I met you, I declared my fervent ambition to become the world-annihilating cataclysm. Su Xian denied it outright. And the system fell silent once more. Su Xian muttered inwardly. This system was growing increasingly human-like. Dismissing the system, Su Xian turned toward Shinqing, only to find her staring blankly, soul seemingly adrift, much like Shintian's expression upon first hearing Su Xian's stats. Su Xian's attributes had shattered her worldview anew. And little Shen, how does your contracted spirit feel after consuming the Heart Peach? Qingyu chuckled warmly. Only then did Shinqing snap back to reality, hastily bowing her thanks. Thank you, Teacher Qing. Xiaoshi's attributes have increased tremendously. His rank has reached bronze 5-star. NSSSSS. Onlookers gasped in utter disbelief, their breath so sharp it seemed to vacuum the surrounding air. Bronze 5-star. Is this some kind of joke? And isn't this slime only a week old, summoned just 7 days ago? Their entire understanding of reality crumbled. Among those present, even within Songhai province, they ranked among the elite. Their contracted spirits mostly held a rank potential interspersed with a few ranks, and 2 ranks 1s. Yet even their strongest spirits required at least a year and a half to ascend from bronze 1-star to bronze 5-star. And now they were being told that a spirit summoned just 1 week prior had vaulted directly from bronze 1-star to bronze 5-star. What utter nonsense. If others come to compete with me for students, then they might as well leave. Qingyu glanced at the others around him and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, those who had come for student recruitment sighed helplessly and eventually left awkwardly. There was no choice. Didn't even the king-level figure from the first academy, the Huanyu Academy, leave in defeat? Now Qingyu was the only king-level here. If they were still blind enough to stay, they would surely suffer later. Among them were some officials from the finance department who had come specifically to gather information. When they saw how much emphasis Qingyu placed on Shinqing, even offering the core of the otherworldly beings, their expressions instantly turned sour. Now Shintian had indeed latched onto the thigh of a king-level powerhouse. With Qingyu as their backing, their finance department might not have an easy time in the future. In the end, only Qingyu, Shintian, and a person named Li Feng remained at the volunteer registration desk. At this moment, Li Feng was looking at Shintian with eyes full of admiration. This person was a legend among all the dragon-slaying army soldiers in their Songhai province. Last time, when escorting Xinqing, Li Feng had no chance to meet him, but unexpectedly he saw him today. Shen Tian also noticed this person and smiled at him. When Li Feng saw that the Commander Xuan was actually smiling at him, an overwhelming joy caused him to laugh out loud. Of course, in the end, he managed to steady himself. Not wanting to disturb the few people, Li Feng politely greeted the three, and then left on his own. Dad, this is Teacher Qin Yu. Teacher Qin, this is my father Shen Tian. Xinqing hurriedly introduced. She certainly knew that the two had met before, but given the current situation, if she didn't speak first it would be awkward. Brother Shen, we meet again. Your daughter is very talented. Once she enters my Biming Academy, she will definitely receive the best training. After others had left, Qin Yu's attitude towards Shen Tian improved significantly. Naturally, Shen Tian did not dare to be presumptuous, quickly saying, I will trouble Teacher Qin to take care. Speaking of which, Teacher Qin, having come a long way to visit the situation of our Shanghai province's contract master assessment, as the commander of the dragon-slaying army, I have not properly thanked you yet. If you have time this evening, I will host a banquet, and we can have a good chat. Last time Shen Tian referred to Qin Yu as Senior Qin, but clearly Xinqing called him teacher. If he called him that too, wouldn't it be a lower status than Xinqing? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head and smiled, saying, Brother Shen, to be honest, I originally intended to stay and have a good conversation with you. But there are some urgent matters at the academy, and after handling Xiaoshen's affairs I need to return. So I apologize, but if there is an opportunity, I will certainly drink and chat with you, Brother Shen. Hearing Qin Yu say this, Shen Tian did not think the other party was declining. After all, a king-level powerhouse personally came to help Xinqing fill out her volunteer applications, and even offered the core of the otherworldly beings, which clearly showed his importance. Moreover, Qin Yu had indeed been in Shanghai province for several days, and it was reasonable for him to have urgent matters at the academy. Without saying more, the three of them, along with the slime, went to fill out the volunteers. A total of 3 choices could be filled out. Originally, Xinqing only needed to write Biming Academy in the first slot, but Qin Yu insisted that she fill all 3 slots with Biming Academy. Seeing Xinqing's puzzled expression, Qin Yu smiled and said, Xiaoshen, there are some things you are not quite aware. Among the top 10 academies, aside from my Biming Academy being upright and despising conspiracies, the others, take the old man Pei from earlier, for instance. Do you believe that if I were not here, he would directly take you away, without considering your wishes, forcing you to become a student of Huan Yu Academy? At this point, Qin Yu snorted coldly, saying, as contract masters, we should not act so disgracefully, it's simply shameful. Shen Tian and his daughter exchanged glances, remaining silent. Xinqing hurriedly lowered her head and began filling out her volunteers. She was afraid that Qin Yu would see her expression. Once she finished, Qin Yu finally let out a sigh of relief, his face full of smiles. He looked at Xinqing with satisfaction, informing her that the Biming Academy would officially start in a month, and he also passed on some materials to her. Then he turned to Shen Tian, exchanged a few words, and left. 20 minutes earlier, in the conference room of the 10 major academies, the heads of the 10 major academies under the leadership of the Huan Yu Academy had specially convened this meeting. Such special meetings had been held in the past. However, this one was more special than before, as it was solely for one person. Xinqing. The video started. The faces of the 10 heads appeared on the screen. They varied in age and gender, but most had grim expressions. Only one old man with his legs crossed comfortably, closed his eyes, seemingly humming a tune, stood out among the others. The others couldn't help but secretly curse at how leisurely this old man was. What a lucky head of Biming Academy. He had hit such a huge stroke of fortune. Clearly the academy was about to drop out of the top 10, yet this year, they unexpectedly landed a great bargain. The Empire of the Azure Planet had over 300 empires, among which the 5 most powerful empires stood out. The Human Alliance was formed by these 5 empires with the purpose of resisting the beings from the otherworldly. The 10 major academies were established with the support of the Human Alliance, with the aim of cultivating talents among the human race and nurturing powerful contract masters. This year, among the 300-plus empires, the one who scored the highest in the contract master assessment was naturally Xinqing. Her score was directly in the lead by 300 points ahead of the second place. To say that the second place would have been a rare genius in the past, their average in the 3 attributes reached a staggering 201. For others, this was already outrageously abnormal. Unfortunately, this year, someone even more abnormal and the head of Xuan Academy suddenly coughed, not waiting for the head of Huan Yu Academy to speak first, and directly opened his mouth. Well, let me say something. Head of Biming Academy, I watched the assessment video earlier, and to be honest, your academy's Teacher Qin Yu has overstepped his boundaries. As soon as this was said, the smile on the Biming Academy head's face instantly disappeared. He slowly raised his gaze, scanning the head of Xuan Academy, and coldly laughed. Overstepped? What boundary? Who set the boundary? When we see suitable students, the 10 major academies naturally have the right to select and admit them early. Besides this, student Xinxing also agreed, so it is a win-win situation. However, the head of Xuanwu Academy shook his head. Head of Biming Academy, you can't say that. Your Biming Academy's students have been performing worse year by year, and now you actually have no qualification to maintain the title of 10 major academies. Thus, your earlier statement was incorrect. It should be that we 9 major academies have the right to early admission. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura erupted. The head of Biming Academy suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with anger. Xuanwu, do you want to fight me? The head of Xuanwu Academy sneered. Head of Biming Academy, how can you say that? This is a video conference, how can we fight? Don't be so agitated. I was merely stating facts. Facts my ass. The head of Biming Academy cursed fiercely. The Human Alliance hasn't issued any formal documents, and you are here making evaluations. Xuanwu, do you dare to bet that this year our Biming Academy's students will definitely outperform your academy's people? Ahem, head of Biming Academy, don't be agitated. Someone immediately stepped in to mediate. The Human Alliance hasn't issued formal documents, so your Biming Academy is indeed still one of the 10 major academies. Then don't talk to me about those irrelevant matters. The head of Biming Academy had a face full of anger. Seeing his expression, the other heads furrowed their brows, about to say something. The head of Xuanwu sighed and said, Biming, you needn't deliberately put on that expression. We all know what kind of person you are, don't we? Moreover, even if you are still barely maintaining the title of the top 10 academies, it actually holds little significance. He continued, in my opinion, student Xinxing's potential is astonishing. He should come to my Xuanwu Academy so as not to waste his talents. Bang! With a furious clap, head Biming smashed the table, exclaiming angrily, Xuanwu, you better explain to me what you mean by that. What do you mean by wasting talent? Head Xuanwu rolled his eyes. The results of your Biming Academy have been declining year by year. If this year you're still at the bottom, unable to surpass even the other contracted master academies outside the top 10, the Human Alliance will officially issue a document removing your Biming Academy's title, allowing other superior academies to inherit the title of the top 10 academies. If Xinxing were to join your academy, he would not only be deceived, but also lose his future, and he might even come to resent you later. So I say, Biming, it's time for you to face reality. Biming sneered, Xuanwu, let me tell you, as long as Xinxing enters my Biming Academy with our full support, whether in this year's top 10 academy competition or the subsequent academy exchange competition, my Biming Academy will surely claim victory. Head Xuanwu was also furious. Biming, are you placing your academy's hopes on a child? As a royal level, don't you feel guilty doing such a thing? Head Biming was unfazed. Then your Xuanwu Academy should prove itself by not enrolling any students from now on. Year after year, you always recruit geniuses ahead of time, admitting them into your academy, without even assessments directly taking in the talents. This practice is becoming increasingly blatant. Do you have the right to judge me here? Trying to morally bind me? Do you think I care about what you say? You, Head Xuanwu was furious. The expressions of the other heads also turned sour, and they had all done similar things, noticing which genius was outstanding and contacting them in advance before assessments, offering a wealth of resources to attract them to enroll in their academy. The purpose of this wasn't only to nurture geniuses, it also aimed to ensure that these geniuses could achieve good results in the top 10 academy competition or in competitions against other academies. This way, not only could they gain fame and showcase their strength, but the Human Alliance would also allocate resources based on the students' performances. Thus, the appearance of Xinxing was of utmost importance to the heads of the top 10 academies. It was a pity that they had no prior knowledge of such a talent, otherwise they might not have convened this meeting at all. They had learned that Biming Academy had actually sent a royal-level Qinyu in advance, and were mentioning something about observing the contracted master assessments. In their eyes, this was merely an excuse. It was clearly an attempt to create an information gap to recruit Xinxing ahead of time. In fact, they were indeed mistaken. Aside from Xinxing himself, even his father Xintian, no one knew that Xinxing's performance would be so extraordinary this time. Biming, you don't need to focus too much on this student Xinxing, another head spoke up. This time it was the head of Zhufeng Academy. If you want to achieve good results in the upcoming academy competition, relying solely on 1 or 2 talented seedlings is not enough. Otherwise, how about this? Let student Xinxing come to my Zhufeng Academy. I can offer you a batch of talented seedlings and some resources to support the education of your Biming Academy. Before Biming could respond, Xuanwu immediately expressed discontent. Zhufeng, if that's the case, my Xuanwu Academy can also let go of some talented seedlings. Biming, do you know my grandson? His score this year is over 1100, which is quite high. If you agree, I can let my grandson enter Biming Academy to bring glory to you. How about that? You could even tell him to beat up the people from my Xuanwu Academy during the competition, and if he performs well, you can reward him. Of course, he'll provide the resources. As soon as these words were spoken, the heads fell silent. Several of them twitched at the corners of their mouths, looking speechless. Goodness, is he sacrificing his own grandson just to recruit Xinqing? In no time the other heads also spoke up, willing to give up talented seedlings, hoping that Xinqing could enter their academies. Biming scoffed. Don't even think about it. Am I Biming Academy's teacher? Qin, you has already accepted Xinqing. You all saw it. I say this meeting is completely unnecessary. A Xinqing is destined to be a part of my Biming Academy. Xuan Wu was furious. Biming, you are truly delaying this child. I'm delaying your grandpa. The two began another round of insults. At this moment, the head of Huan Yu, who had been silent, seemed to have received some news. Side glanced at everyone, and finally fixed his gaze on Biming. Heads, we don't need to argue anymore. Xinqing belongs to Biming now. The heads were stunned, completely not expecting Huan Yu to say such a thing. After all, this meeting was organized by head Huan Yu. Biming, your academy's Qin Yu is quite prepared. The core of the Star King, the Heart Peach, has already been fed to Xinqing's contracted spirit. The crowd was taken aback, their pupils contracting. What is going on? The assessment just ended and the core of the Dimensional Life King was already fed. Wait, why is head Huan Yu so well informed? Head Huan Yu closed his eyes and calmly said, this news was just told to me by Elder Pei from our academy. Your academy's Qin Yu is quite cunning, using the name of battle to deceive Elder Pei, who wields spatial powers, and took the opportunity to feed the Heart Peach to that slime warrior. Let's call it a day. After the words fell, Huan Yu left first. The other heads were momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. This Huan Yu is too shameless. He gathered us for a meeting and directly sent someone to snatch a student. I was here planning to discuss the ownership of this child properly, yet I didn't expect Huan Yu to do such an outrageous thing. Unlike the other angry heads, Biming's aged face revealed a smile, feeling pleased in his heart. Little Qin did well this time. At the same time, looking at the other heads cursing loudly, he thought disdainfully, each one a cunning old fox pretending here. They must have sent people out already, otherwise how could they be so at ease in this meeting? Truly shameless. In fact, Biming's thoughts were entirely correct. All the heads present had sent people to recruit Xinqing as soon as they learned the news. They weren't foolish. If they could get Xinqing to come directly to their academy, what would there be to compete over? Unfortunately, in the end, it was still Biming who benefited. Amidst the cacophony of curses, the online meeting hastily concluded. At Huan Yu Academy, in the head Huan Yu sat at his desk, fingers pressed to his forehead, seemingly deep in thought. The secretary entered, walked to the desk, and respectfully said, Governor, it has been investigated thoroughly. Qin Yu's original purpose for going to the Hongyue Empire was to resolve an incident in a gold-level dimensional space. This is a request from Wang Jintian of the Biming Academy, as he hails from the Shanghai province. The governor of Huan Yu nodded slowly. How much do we know about Xinqing? Xinqing just turned 18 a week ago. Her father is the commander of the dragon-slaying army in Shanghai province of the Hongyue Empire, ranked at Diamond 3 stars, with a contract spirit that is an S-level flame red dragon. The strength is rather average. The governor of Huan Yu raised an eyebrow. Moreover, the Hongyue Empire is not particularly strong, and its resources are not abundant. What exactly is Xinqing's contract spirit? How can its value be so high? The secretary took out a document and said, a week ago when Xinqing summoned her contract spirit, many people witnessed it was a slime. But according to what she said during the assessment, it is called a slime warrior. The secretary felt quite puzzled as he pronounced this name. Slimes are quite common, but he had never seen one with the suffix slime warrior. The governor of Huan Yu murmured softly, quickly regaining his composure. This slime warrior's talent is a rank, which is indeed not something the slime race can possess. However, we cannot completely rule out the possibility. The slime race might have methods to evolve. The secretary couldn't help but look up. It had been hundreds or even thousands of years since slimes first appeared. The potential of slimes improving. Such a thing had never been seen before. Let's set that aside for now. What about the extreme cold soul? What is its purpose? The governor of Huan Yu had previously seen in the assessment footage that Xinqing stated her slime warrior became so powerful due to consuming 2 doses of the golden quality extreme cold soul. The secretary immediately explained, Governor, this is a special resource from the Shanghai province's bronze-level extreme cold purgatory. It cannot be taken out and can only be used within extreme cold purgatory. This item can greatly enhance the attributes of the contract spirit. It is said to even benefit gold-level contract spirits. Wait. The governor of Huan Yu frowned. Gold-level beings cannot enter bronze-level dimensional spaces. How was that conclusion reached? Governor, it's a coincidence. It is said that a silver peak contract spirit broke through to gold within extreme cold purgatory and just happened to find a golden quality extreme cold soul. After consuming it, its attribute values increased significantly. The governor of Huan Yu raised an eyebrow. If it works for gold, then it's quite impressive that a bronze-level contract spirit could consume 2 doses. Can this item enhance the potential of the contract spirit? It cannot, the secretary denied. Besides increasing attribute values, it also enhances the contract spirit's understanding of skills, with a very small chance of comprehending a skill named Ice Soul. The secretary briefly explained the Ice Soul skill, but the governor of Huanyu's expression remained largely unchanged. This skill was indeed decent, but only for low-level contract spirits. The governor of Huanyu slowly closed his eyes, his expression neutral. The secretary understood the implication. It was time for him to leave. However, after a moment's thought, he softly said, "Governor, there is actually one more thing. According to my investigation, Xuan, you spent a full day and a half inside the mysterious platform before coming. For a king-level powerhouse, resolving a gold-level dimensional space shouldn't take that long. However, the passage of the mysterious platform is now closed, and others who entered are recuperating. I haven't had time to gather more information. Governor, should we continue to investigate this matter?" The governor of Huanyu opened his eyes again, a hint of contemplation appearing in his gaze. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. After all, it's just a gold-level dimensional space in a remote area. Perhaps there were some strange skills or dimensional beings within that caused Xinyu to delay. In the end, he still came out, which indicates that a king-level being is sufficient to handle the situation inside. Our most important task now is to monitor the situation in the 6 king-level dimensional spaces that we guard." As he spoke, the governor of Huanyu instinctively tried to pinch the space between his eyebrows, but decided against it. Recently, the activity in Tianlong Township has been quite intense, and I even suspect that a king might be born there. The secretary's face changed instantly, and he no longer paid attention to the so-called gold-level dimensional space. The birth of a king-level dimensional space in their guarded area was a major event. "Governor, what should we? Prepare yourself. After Elder Pei returns, we will personally go to Tianlong Township to assess the situation. If a king truly appears." The governor of Huanyu's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone carrying a hint of murderous intent. This intent was quite subtle, not aimed at anyone in particular. But the secretary immediately felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss and instinctively lowered his head. Fortunately, this murderous intent dissipated quickly. Seeing the governor of Huanyu close his eyes again, the secretary respectfully nodded and left. It was not until the door to the office closed that the governor of Huanyu opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue that was hard for others to notice. His lips moved as he almost murmured, "Such a talent not entering my Huanyu Academy is indeed a pity. But then again, it is fate. I hope that Baiming doesn't delay others and doesn't lose the reputation of the 10 great academies. Old man, don't let me look down on you." In the volunteer registration office, watching Qin Ye's departing figure, Xintian did not react much, but Xinqing indeed felt a bit strange. She had just been with Qin Yu and naturally noticed that he seemed to change his expression after seeing a message on his phone. What could have happened to make even a king-level powerhouse show such an expression? And there's another thing that's quite strange. Why did he suddenly come to our Shanghai province for a visit? If it's because of last year's SS-level genius, that doesn't quite add up. Just because there was a genius last year doesn't mean there will be one this year, and that genius was only born once in decades in Shanghai province, and is something to be encountered but not sought. Could it be that this person came to our Shanghai province for some special reason? Xinqing thought about the events within extreme cold purgatory. If entities like the evil eye were to appear in higher-level dimensional spaces, then Qin Ye's arrival in Shanghai province wouldn't be so strange. Not long after Xinqing and the others exited the volunteer registration area. Seeing that no one was around, Xinqing looked up at her father and softly probed, "Dad, Teacher Qin has really done a great service for our Shanghai province this time. If it weren't for him, our Shanghai province would have suffered greatly." Xintian was clearly taken aback for a moment, his expression slightly changing as he quickly scanned the surroundings. After ensuring no one was nearby, he immediately took Xinqing to his flying vehicle. The flying vehicle took off swiftly. Xintian activated several internal formations to ensure complete soundproofing, then turned to Xinqing with a serious expression. "Xiaoqing, what did Teacher Qin tell you?" Xintian was somewhat skeptical. Even if Qin Yu valued Xinqing so much, he probably wouldn't divulge such matters. There was clearly something amiss. Xinqing's mind jolted, her delicate face showing seriousness. "Teacher Qin mentioned some things. They seem very similar to the evil-eyed monsters I encountered in the ice-cold purgatory. By the way, Dad, didn't you say there were records of this evil-eyed monster in the Empire's documents?" But when I asked Teacher Qin, he didn't know either. "You must have been lying to me back then, right?" Since Qin Yu had returned to the academy, and they could no longer communicate, Xinqing naturally didn't worry about being found out. Xintian was taken aback, lowering his gaze. After a while, he slowly raised his eyes to look at Xinqing, sighing, "Girl, you really have grown up. There are some things that I haven't told you. On one hand, such matters need to be kept confidential, and on the other, it's because I didn't want you to know. But I didn't expect that Teacher Qin, a king-level figure, would share these things with you. It seems he believes you can be of help." Xintian's expression was slightly wistful, as if his daughter had grown up, while Xinqing appeared a bit guilty, lowering her head slightly. By the way, did Teacher Qin tell you if there are any unusual races besides the evil-eyed ones you saw before? Shin Tian wanted to confirm one last time. If Shin Qin couldn't recall, it would mean that the girl was sharp-minded and had discovered something on her own. If that was the case, Shin Tian would have to change his approach. Shin Qin smiled. The impression the annihilation monster left on her was too deep to forget. Recalling the annihilation monster from her dream, Shin Qin lost all other expressions on her face. Shin Tian noticed and furrowed his brows just as Shin Qin began to name several terrifying monsters. The first few left Shin Tian confused, but when he heard about a tentacled creature that could drain energy from other living beings, his expression changed instantly. When Xin Yu emerged from the mysterious platform, some survivors were also brought out. These survivors and their contracted spirits appeared extremely weak, clearly of gold rank, yet looking as if they had been hollowed out. Moreover, much like that platinum creature, these survivors' spirits seemed abnormal, taking a while to barely. Xin Yu didn't tell them what happened inside, but the survivors managed to convey some messages. A tentacled monster appeared in the mysterious platform. The original other-dimensional beings were almost entirely parasitically controlled by this creature. Or rather, one couldn't say it was parasitic, as the other-dimensional beings might only be empty shells, merely puppets. Not only that, they could also drive other creatures into madness, causing them to lose their sanity. When Shin Tian heard the information about those tentacled monsters, his expression grew exceptionally grim. The high-ranking members of the other Songhai provinces were similarly affected, their furrowed brows never relaxing. In the end, with Qin Ye's assistance, they temporarily sealed the passage to the mysterious platform using formations. As for those tentacled monsters not being completely eradicated, Qin Ye's exact words were, "They shouldn't pose a threat to you for quite some time." This statement brought some relief, but also a hint of worry. "Girl, I didn't expect Teacher Qin would tell you all this." With a slight sigh, Shin Tian finally briefly recounted to Shin Qin what had happened in the mysterious platform. Shin Qin fell silent, her small hands clenched tightly. The annihilation monster in her dream, indeed, was gradually descending. The tentacled monster was a race known as the evil cephalopod. They were overall a bit stronger than the evil eyes, but not to an overwhelming extent. Su Xian in her arms showed a somewhat unusual expression. Tentacled monsters, driving others mad. Isn't this Cthulhu? Does this world also have such things? System brother, can you explain? He host doesn't need to worry at all. Your skill was bestowed by this system. It is the most powerful skill, surpassing all others. No existence can withstand the effects of your skills. If they appear before you, they will either be devoured or... Hearing such domineering words from the system, Su Xian felt reassured. Although this system was a bit eccentric and its manner of speaking was not likable, it wouldn't deceive her in such matters. "Girl, are you alright?" Seeing Shin Qin remain silent for a long time, Shin Tian felt a bit worried. What was going on? Didn't Xin Yu tell her some things? Shin Qin came back to her senses, hiding her emotions, and smiled. "I'm fine, Dad. I was just thinking about some things. Let's head back. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Tonight you must take me to eat something delicious." Seeing his daughter smile, Shin Tian also breathed a sigh of relief, laughing. "You little rascal, you scared your old man." That evening, Shin Tian specifically booked a large hotel. Not only he and Shin Qin, but also some high-ranking generals from the dragon-slaying army came. Shin Tian accompanied his daughter, looking at Li Yuan, who was red-faced from drinking and bragging with his colleagues, feeling helpless. "Old Li, you really don't know how to read the room. I haven't had a chance to spend time alone with Xiao Qin for a long time." Shin Qin's high scores made everyone in the dragon-slaying army feel proud. Especially Li Yuan. To him, Shin Qin was no different from his own daughter. Seeing her suddenly become famous among the entire human race, his emotions were simply indescribably excited. Not long after, everyone drank to the point of drunkenness, the snoring almost lifting the hotel's roof. Shin Tian, however, was not drunk. He watched these old buddies, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Today his daughter was the main character. Yet he couldn't tell whether the celebration was for whom. Shin Qin was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Honestly, the news from earlier made her quite worried and immensely exhausted. But because of these uncles, she felt much better now. Looking at Shin Tian beside her, Shin Qin actually had a strong impulse to tell him about the apocalypse and the annihilation monsters. However, she didn't dare. She really didn't dare. In her precognitive dreams, Shin Qin had done so before. At first, her father in the dreams didn't fully believe her until those annihilation monsters descended one by one. For some reason, every time she informed her father about the apocalypse in her dreams, he would be taken away by those monsters right before her eyes. In dreams, she could still attempt various methods to resolve it. But in reality, there was no remedy, and Shin Qin really didn't dare. Thinking of this, Shin Qin sighed deeply. Why have I not dreamt since 10 days ago? Wait, I can't dream on my own, but little Sure can help me. Shin Qin scolded herself for being foolish for not thinking of this sooner. She turned her head to the other side, looking at Su Xian, who was happily eating as a panel appeared before her. She gazed at Su Xian's skill dream illusion. This skill can trap its target in a dream. Could I ask little Shi to help me dream again? As this thought crossed her mind, Xinqing's heart raced wildly. She decided that once she returned, she would definitely try it immediately. Soon the victory banquet came to an end. Naturally, those from the dragon-slaying army who were drunk were taken to the hotel to rest by others. Shen Tian personally sent Xinqing back to the villa apologizing. Xiao Qing, your father has matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Xinqing naturally understood her father was always very busy, and with the matters of the treacherous altar, Shen Tian even wished he could clone himself. Dad, please take care of your health, Xinqing said earnestly. Shen Tian smiled. Of course, my girl, you should rest. Just as he was about to leave, he thought for a moment, and added, if I have time later, I will definitely come back to accompany you. Xinqing pouted. She had heard such words many times in her childhood, yet she had rarely seen her father truly keep his promises. Even as a powerful being, he still made such empty promises. After Shen Tian left, Xinqing chatted with Uncle Ku for a while. 3 minutes later, as Uncle Ku was smoking, Xinqing contentedly returned to her room. Gui. Su Xian was summoned. With big adorable eyes, he looked at Xinqing, his expression slightly puzzled. Why does Xinqing's expression look so strange? It was no wonder Su Xian thought this way, as from his perspective Xinqing's expression seemed like she wanted to eat him. Gui. Please don't look at me like that, Xinqing. I'm just an ordinary slime warrior. Xinqing couldn't understand Su Xian's words and had no idea about his thoughts, otherwise she might have directly swung her fist. Little sure your dream illusion skill can help me dream right. If I do dream, is it random or fixed? Gui. What do you mean, Xinqing? You want to dreams? Su Xian was curious. Seeing that Xinqing still didn't understand, he had no choice but to find paper and pen and started writing slowly. To be honest, it was really inconvenient for a slime to write. It was harder than a human writing with their feet, so he really didn't want to write unless it was something important. 2 minutes later, seeing the crooked letters on the paper, Xinqing nodded and said, little sure, actually, I used to dream. And they were quite special, but I haven't dreamed at all for the past 10 days. Can your dream illusion skill help me dream again? What do you mean by a special dream? Su Xian asked, curious. Not dreaming for 10 days. Doesn't seem too strange, does it? When I was human in my past life, I didn't like dreaming unless it was a dream. Su Xian pondered for a moment and replied, my current dream illusion skill is only level 1, but it can indeed help you dream. However, unlike passive dreaming, this dream will be subject to my subjective interference and control. If my dream illusion level increases, I could guide your cerebral cortex into a dreaming state. But right now I don't have the ability to weave dream content. Even if I help you dream, it's likely to be a blank dream, simply entering a dream state without much meaning. If I were to let you dream like before, the probability is very low. Xinqing pursed her lips, looking somewhat. In the end, she said, little sure, just use your dream illusion skill on me to try. No need to weave any dream content, just let me dream. Su Xian looked at Xinqing's serious demeanor, and his curiosity grew. After thinking for a while, he ultimately didn't ask Xinqing why, but said, all right then, get ready. Xinqing lay down on the bed, closing her eyes. Su Xian jumped to the side and began to cast dream illusion. Zhu family. Snap. Various sounds of things shattering echoed. Get out. You all get out. From Zhu Shue's room came a curse filled with resentment. This left the butler outside wanting to check on the young lad's condition, along with a few people from the finance department looking utterly helpless. Everyone, the young lady is in a bad mood today, please don't take it to heart. The butler apologized. Hearing this, the finance department members did not dare to act rashly and quickly said, what are you saying, Butler Lee? We've heard a bit about the young lad's situation. One can only say that the Xuan family is too despicable with malicious intentions. We are also here on orders from above to check on Miss Zhu's condition. If Miss Zhu is unable, we won't disturb her. Seeing Butler Lee nod, these people hurriedly left. Butler Lee saw them offside and approached the door of Zhu Shue's room. Miss, it's been all night. You should at least eat something. Snap. There was no response, only the sound of things being violently smashed. Butler Lee felt even more helpless. With no other choice, he had to leave first and wait for the young lady to calm down. Inside the room, Zhu Shue curled up on the bed, her body wrapped in blankets, her originally well-kept hair in utter disarray. A pair of blood-red fierce eyes stared fixedly at the wall before her. On the wall hung a photo riddled with knives depicting Xinqing. Bitch, bitch, Zhu Shue repeated over and over. Why don't you go die? Why is this bitch still a slime warrior? Why can't I summon a contract spirit like that? Zhu Shue suddenly shifted her blood-red eyes to the side where a bound unicorn tiger lay limp on the ground, its breath faint. Even with Zhu Shue using expensive potions, the healing effect was minimal. At this rate, even if the unicorn tiger could survive, it would likely be rendered useless. Damn it, Xinqing, this bitch really deserves to die. Zhu Shue buried her head, continuing to vent her anger. Just at that moment, the environment of the room changed. Darkness began to engulf everything, starting from the door of the room. Zhu Shue was still muttering to herself, And after an unknown amount of time, when she finally lifted her head to stab the photo of Xin with the knife again, she realized the original room was gone. Endless darkness filled her vision. Zhu Shui's fierce expression froze, and then fear appeared in her eyes, uncontrollably screaming. Oh, what is going on? Where's this place? Who brought me here? Come out. Zhu Shui stood up abruptly, but since her whole body was wrapped in blankets, she nearly fell. Fortunately, the unicorn tiger covered in bandages was still there, giving Zhu Shui a negligible sense of security. A light laugh sounded mysteriously. In this darkness it felt particularly eerie. Zhu Shui, the second daughter of the Minister of Finance from the Songhai province of the Hanyue Empire. A voice reminiscent of a demon whispered after an eerie chuckle. You hate Xinqing, don't you? Zhu Shui's face was filled with fear, her voice trembling even more. Who are you? Li Xian. Where have you gone? Hurry and come save me. Li Xian was the butler of the Zhu family. Zhu Shui frantically shouted around, but unfortunately there was no he. The eerie low laughter echoed again. Miss Zhu, there's no need to waste your efforts. This place is temporarily cut off from the outside. No one will notice you. Even a platinum powerhouse would have no way to help. Zhu Shui shouted for a long time, growing increasingly desperate. In the end there was a hint of weeping in her voice. Who are you really? Zhu Shui asked, her voice trembling, hugging her unicorn tiger and softly sobbing. Miss Zhu, you truly have a short memory. Didn't I just ask if you hated Xinqing? Zhu Shui suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of resentment appearing in her eyes with her fear somewhat diminished. Are you sent by that bitch Xinqing? Of course not. As soon as the words fell, a humanoid silhouette appeared. This silhouette appeared to be much taller than an average person, at least 2 to 3 meters high. Coupled with the surrounding dark environment, it exuded an oppressive aura. Chilled to the bone, Zhu Shui wanted to leave, but found her body unresponsive and unable to move. Miss Zhu, there's no need for such hostility between us. In fact, I dislike Xinqing very much, and even hope for her demise. We could work together to find an opportunity to make her disappear from this world. Zhu Shui was taken aback by these words. After a long moment, she finally spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse. Do you have a grudge against Shen Tian, the commander of the dragon-slaying army? No, I don't know Shen Tian. The eerie voice replied. Zhu Shui was puzzled. Then why do you hate that bitch Shen? Though she only reveals her true nature before me, she pretends very well in front of others, acting like a pure lotus flower. Zhu Shui gritted her teeth at this point. That hypocritical bitch. Miss Zhu, I have my reasons for hating her. Now you want to kill her, and I too want her to disappear from this world. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can definitely cooperate. Friend. Zhu Shui laughed in anger. You brought me to this place without saying a word, and you dare to claim we are friends. Hiding in the shadows, it's clear you aren't a good. Smack. Before Zhu Shui could finish her sentence, her vision was enveloped by a mass of shadows. She didn't even have time to react before feeling a slap land heavily on her face, causing her immense pain and making her see stars. Zhu Shui was directly sent flying by the slap, letting out a scream. The humanoid silhouette looked at Zhu Shui, who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, its voice carrying a hint of coldness. What Xinqing said was indeed correct. Miss Zhu, you are nothing but a fool. If I wanted to, a single slap could, and even if I killed you, no one would discover that I was the one who did it. In such a situation, how dare you speak more? If it weren't for the fact that I find you somewhat useful, you would already be dead. Zhu Shui trembled as she touched her swollen cheek, nearly fainting from the pain. A surge of intense resentment rose in her heart, but she eventually regained her clarity of thought. She closed her eyes, forcibly suppressing her emotions. I must not provoke him, or else I will be killed by him. After a long while, Zhu Shui opened her eyes, looking at the humanoid silhouette, forcing down her anger. With your abilities, if you want to kill Xinqing, why not do it yourself? Why do you involve me? Zhu Shui indeed hated Xinqing, but that didn't mean she was a fool. If she really did this and succeeded, the Xuan family and the Zhu family would definitely go to war. If that happened, everyone in the dragon-slaying army would take killing her as their utmost goal. Faced with those completely mad individuals, even her father might not be able to protect her. The humanoid silhouette's voice took on a mocking tone. Miss Zhu, do you think Xinqing's situation is the same? The place you live in seems heavily guarded with countless people serving you, but it cannot withstand a real powerhouse. But Xinqing is different. Even I find it difficult to infiltrate. Comparing this, Miss Zhu, your life is truly miserable. Shut up. Zhu Shui was extremely angry, unwilling to hold back her fury, and shouted. As soon as she shouted, she regretted it, a hint of fear appearing in her eyes. She was afraid this strange person would become enraged and take her life. However, the strange person seemed unfazed and changed the topic, saying, Miss Zhu, you could have gone to one of the 10 great academies, but you were ruined by Xinqing. Don't you feel unwilling? Zhu Shui let out a sigh of relief in her heart, but her face revealed resentment. How could I not feel unwilling? If it weren't for that bitch Xinqing, I would have certainly been able to go to the 10 great academies and become a powerful contract master. That bitch actually controlled her bastard contract spirit, taking advantage of the testing opportunity to deal such cruel blows to me and my contract spirit. And that examiner, just like that Xinyu from the 10 great academies, is also a bastard. Especially the latter, who could have prevented all this, but didn't. He just washed his eye, and my unicorn tiger got injured, and in the end, he even accepted that bitch Xinqing ahead of time. Zhu Xue harbored hatred not only for Xinqing, but also for Qinyu. However, due to the other party's strength, Zhu Xue dared not show it at all. The humanoid silhouette once again let out an eerie chuckle. Miss Zhu, your unicorn tiger doesn't seem to be in very good condition. If this continues, it might just be ruined. At that time, even if you enter a regular academy, you can only be at the bottom or even be expelled. Zhu Xue fell silent. Bowing her head, she gently stroked her unicorn tiger with her trembling hand. As if sensing her touch, the unicorn tiger wrapped in bindings slightly shook and let out an extremely weak groan. Zhu Xue's hand paused. She had previously thought that if the unicorn tiger truly became useless, she would have no choice but to give it up and summon a new contract spirit with a contract stone. However, that would mean she would have to wait until the following year to participate in the assessment again, and the potential of the second summon contract spirit would be limited, just like those slimes unable to improve. Miss Zhu, I can help you heal your contract spirit. Moreover, I can significantly enhance your contract spirit's attributes. What did you say? Zhu Xue snapped her head up, shock blazing in her eyes. You do not believe me? Then come and see. As the words fell, the humanoid silhouette raised a hand. Something behind him swelled rapidly. Zhu Xue could not see it clearly, only sensing vaguely that something was writhing. After a breath, a tentacle-like black shape shot from the humanoid outline and plunged into the bandage-wrapped body of the Du Jiaohu. Zhu Xue froze and cried out, about to check on it, but was stopped. Just wait, the humanoid silhouette said. In the darkness, visibility was poor. Although Zhu Xue and the Du Jiaohu were close, she could only barely make out its form. Fortunately, the gloom was not absolute, otherwise she might truly have been frightened senseless. Through the bandages, Zhu Xue saw as if a snake writhed beneath the creature's skin, chilling in the extreme. Her fingers clenched, anxiety wrapped her heart. The Du Jiaohu's status panel had appeared before her eyes, seemingly the only comfort she could cling to. Its heartbeat quickened. Before long, the Du Jiaohu's pulse raced, and its breathing grew far more rapid. The weakness that had afflicted it slowly ebbed away. Had there been light, Zhu Xue might even have seen the creature's face flush with a ruddy color. Even without seeing it, the terrifying aura the Du Jiaohu exuded and the changes on its status panel plunged Zhu Xue into an almost absurd astonishment. Race Du Jiaohu. Potential rank. Level bronze 2-star. Strength 300. Speed 300. Defense 300. Skills bite LV3, rend LV3, tiger wind claw LV3. How is this even possible? Zhu Xue felt her worldview being remade. The Du Jiaohu's attributes had leapt to a miraculous height in an instant. All those contract spirits recorded in history as having potential beyond SSS, all those slime warriors. Their astonishing, even despair-inducing numbers now seemed trivial before the Du Jiaohu. If the Du Jiaohu were entered into the trials now, the entire human race would tremble because of her. Not only that, but the skills as well. Zhu Xue had once fed the Du Jiaohu a core, and by luck it had comprehended the skill Tiger Wind Claw. Yet advancing skill levels was difficult. Before this, they had all been merely level 1. Now it had leapt directly to level 3. Even many golden rank contract spirits have a maximum skill level of only 3. Zhu Xue's breath grew rapid, excitement flushed her cheeks. An exquisite joy rose within her mind, threatening to swallow her reason. Logically, anyone witnessing such a dramatic change in their contract spirit would feel more fear than exhilaration, for this far surpassed ordinary comprehension. Yet Zhu Xue seemed oblivious to any wrongness, her heart filled only with ecstasy. At that moment, the black shadow slid out from the Du Jiaohu's bandages and flew swiftly back to the humanoid silhouette, vanishing. The Du Jiaohu rose to its feet, its tiger eyes flashed wide, pupils brimming with bloodthirsty killing intent. Such a ruthless aura was the sort one would expect only from contract spirits forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Strangely, Zhu Xue was not frightened, but instead wore a sickly, obsessive smile. Haha, it's done. These attribute values. Even that bitch Xinqing cannot compare. The humanoid retracted the shadow, and hearing Zhu Xue laughed. Second Miss Zhu, now you see the power I possess, do you not? With your Du Jiaohu's current attributes, if your family contacts the people of the 10 great academies and shows them even a little, I believe they would gladly admit you by special exception. After a long moment, Zhu Xue's smile finally subsided. About what you said earlier, killing Xinqing, do you have a plan? Or rather, how do you want me to cooperate? As she spoke, the skin at her elbow bulged slightly, then vanished. She did not even notice the oddity herself. Of course there is a plan, but it requires you to go to the 10 great Besides the Biming Academy that Xinqing chose, and the Huanyu Academy, you may choose any of the other 8 academies. 3 months after the semester begins, there will be a grand freshman competition among the 10 great academies. In the past, this contest has been held within a bronze-level interdimensional space, where a king was born. That will be your opportunity. No sooner had the humanoid finished speaking than an unremarkable black shadow slid out from Zhu Shui and quickly sank into the darkness. A flicker of confusion passed over Zhu Shui's eyes, but her mind was soon filled with delight that her Du Jiao, who had grown so powerful, and that Xinqing and her contract spirit would soon be slain by her. Fine, I understand, Zhu Shui agreed. Haha. A strange laugh issued from the humanoid silhouette, sounding more satisfied than before. Then, let us cooperate happily. In an instant the darkness receded. Zhu Shui felt an unprecedented drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. The Du Jiao, who was the same. Power continued to surge from its body, yet its nerves seemed hypnotized, and it could not resist the overwhelming sleepiness. Guji, how do you feel? At the bedside, Su Xian saw Xinqing awaken, but pale. He asked. Xinqing felt her head heavy. She shook it slightly, then remembered something, and excitement flashed in her eyes. Sure, it really worked. Although I only dreamed a fragment of the image, at last I saw it again. The dream had been of 10 days ago, the first time Xinqing had seen the precognitive vision, the moment where it all began. Unlike her usual precognitive dreams, Xinqing seemed to have experienced only 3 minutes within this vision. Even so, she was ecstatic. Su Xian looked at Xinqing on the bed, puzzled. Not only had he not understood her words, but her expression was oddly conflicted, part happiness, part terror. Was that a nightmare? But if it were a nightmare, why be so excited? Su Xian felt regret. It's a pity my illusory dream skill is only level 1. I cannot see what Xinqing dreamed, otherwise I would satisfy my curiosity. At that, Xinqing turned to Su Xian and said, sure, let me dream once more. Su Xian paused, then fell silent. Xinqing was puzzled and saw Su Xian spring up and move beneath. Guji, you've already slept for a whole day. Oh. Xinqing's pupils trembled, appearing utterly incredulous. She felt as if she had only slept for a brief moment, yet so much time had passed. Looking at the clock, Xinqing discovered that Su Xian had indeed understated the situation. She had unexpectedly slept for 28 hours. Sure, didn't Uncle Ku call me for a meal? Xinqing asked in a daze. I did ask, but I dismissed it, Su Xian replied, awkwardly. This is also my first time using the dream illusion skill, and am not quite sure what specific effects will occur. I called out to you before, but it was futile. You simply couldn't wake up. Even if I lifted the dream illusion skill later, it would be the same. Cough cough, it's just that my level is too low, so my control is limited. Upon hearing Su Xian's explanation, Xinqing understood. Not long after feeling hungry, she took Su Xian out to eat. At the dining table, Uncle Ku brought out dish after dish of hot food. Once all the dishes were served, a peculiar expression appeared on Uncle Ku's screen as he glanced at Xinqing, saying nothing further before leaving. Xinqing wore a puzzled expression. Sure, what's wrong with Uncle Ku? It's nothing, perhaps the noises you made while sleeping were a bit strange. As Su Xian ate heartily, he hastily scribbled on paper. Strange. Xinqing felt even more puzzled. Su Xian offered no further explanation. For some reason, it was one thing for Xinqing to shout loudly in her dreams, but sometimes the sounds. For the next, while the two focused on their meal. After satisfying their hunger, they were about to return to their room. Just as they reached the door, they found Uncle Ku waiting there as well. His screen displayed an expression that seemed hesitant. Finally, when Xinqing arrived, Uncle Ku remarked, Miss, according to my database, while your physical condition is indeed at its peak at this age, you must also pay attention to moderation. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Ku left, leaving Xinqing in a state of bewilderment, her eyes wide as saucers. Quickly, Xinqing clenched her fists, her delicate body trembling, her entire face flushed as she ground her teeth, saying, What is Uncle Ku talking about? I definitely didn't. Suddenly, Xinqing remembered something and immediately looked down at Su Xian, frowning as she asked, Sure, tell me the truth, did I make any unusual noises after I fell asleep last night? Su Xian stiffened, silently cursing Uncle Ku for having no emotional intelligence, completely unaware of human sentiments. He felt wronged. Su Xian chose to remain silent, pretending to be oblivious. Seeing this, Xinqing grew even angrier and directly began to pinch him. Su Xian felt exhausted. Back in the room, Xinqing sat on the bed, contemplating how to make the most of the coming week. The most important thing now is to re-enter my previous dream and gather more information about the world-destroying monsters. In reality, there's only one chance, and errors cannot be afforded, but in dreams there are countless possibilities to start over. Moreover, I have Sure. If I dream about Sure in the dream, perhaps I can see what he will become in the future. Xinqing had always been curious about Su Xian. He was the most unique spirit she had ever encountered. Unable to perceive attributes with her own eyes, he inexplicably had an evolution direction along with a power of plunder she had never seen before, even capable of directly annihilating enemies. It was simply absurd. Looking at Su Xian, the latter appeared harmless. If he didn't show his prowess, who would know about his terrifying power? Xin couldn't help but inquire, "Xiao Shi, where exactly do you come from?" Su Xian Omega. Oh no, why is she suddenly asking me this question? Could it be that she discovered something? He heard Xin muttering to herself. According to the information, humans generally believe that contracted spirits come from the universe from creatures on other planets. After signing a contract with humans, both parties grow together, and their rate of progress far exceeds the This is the greatest difference between contracted spirits and those beings from other dimensions. The latter are not beings from the universe, but come from elsewhere. As she spoke, Xin fell silent. So where do the world-destroying monsters come from? Why did they suddenly descend to destroy this world? This was actually Xin's biggest confusion, for these world-destroying monsters were not beings from other dimensions. After thinking for a long time, Xin sighed. Regardless, rather than thinking about such useless things, it's better to quickly find a solution. Enhancing Xiao Shi's dream illusion skill, so I can dream again about the world-destroying monsters' information, is the most important thing. Secondly, I need to enhance Xiao Shi's strength. Having made her decision, Xin was about to open the door, but recalled Uncle Cuss' words, feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed. She decided to check her phone first to see how much assets she had left, which would help her plan how to buy resources to enhance her skill comprehension. Before long, Xin saw her bank account and was flabbergasted. 3,327,000,000. Xin's mouth formed an O shape. In her impression, the assets she currently possessed should be the money beyond 3 billion, but what was this additional 3 billion? Xin hurriedly checked the source of this money, discovering that it had actually come from Xintian. Xin was even more astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. Dad transferred me 3 billion. He wouldn't have mistakenly added an extra zero, would he? Immediately, Xin dialed Xintian's number. In a short while, the video call connected, revealing Xintian's face. He looked much less fatigued than before, even a smile gracing his lips. Xintian looked at the astonished Xin and said with a smile, "Girl, you received the transfer from your old man, right?" Xin immediately asked, "Dad, do you know how much you transferred me?" Xintian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. 3 billion, what's wrong? Seeing her father's indifferent tone, Xin couldn't help but exclaim, "No, Dad, you actually didn't just add an extra zero. You truly transferred me 3 billion. Why is the sun rising from the west today?" Xintian was at a loss for words. "What's wrong? Transferring a bit of pocket money to my daughter isn't normal. You are now close to the Contract Spirit Academy, and it's one of the top 10 academies. This is recognized as the strongest among the 10 academies by the Human Alliance. Once you enter, you'll need to expend a large amount of resources to cultivate contracted spirits. I suppose you've already experienced this during this period, right? Girl, when cultivating contracted spirits, resources are indispensable. The expenses required to make them stronger are astronomical. Especially, Xintian instinctively wanted to say especially for contracted spirits with low potential. But then he remembered that Su Xian, as an A-rank contracted spirit, had directly demonstrated values that shook the top 10 academies, and ultimately, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. "Got it," Xin said sweetly. She was also secretly apologizing in her heart. "Sorry, Dad. In the past, all my New Year's money was taken by you, and I never even saw a shadow of it, which led me to misunderstand you for so long. Hee girl, I am your father. What is there to thank or not thank?" Although Xintian said this, his smile grew even brighter. After chatting a bit longer, Xintian had to hang up due to other matters. In the room, Xin held Su Xian and whispered, "Since there is this money, I can also buy potions to enhance my skill comprehension now. Little sure I believe in you. You won't disappoint me." Su Xian, relying solely on potions isn't very effective, sis. I need to rely more on absorbing life energy. Even if it's a potion to boost skill comprehension, most likely it will just increase my attribute values. Su Xian felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Potions to enhance skill comprehension are generally useful, but after all, he is just a contracted spirit with a level potential. This potential not only represents the upper limit of his level, but also indicates the difficulty in upgrading his skill levels. For someone like him, even possessing a Devour skill, the potential is simply too low. Unless he obtains resources as extraordinary as the golden quality ice-cold spirit or the core of a dimensional creature king, the effects would really be limited. Of course, Su Xian didn't voice these thoughts. After all, what if? What if Xin really bought some extraordinary items? Also, even if it only increases attribute values, that would still be a good thing. For the purchase of resources, Xin decided to let Su Xian take the lead and communicate with Uncle Ku. According to Xin, she didn't want to deal with him these past few days. Su Xian secretly rolled his eyes and complained again. After all, it's just an intelligent robot. It really can't talk. Its emotional intelligence is worrying. Soon Su Xian found Uncle Ku with a piece of paper written by Shen Qing along with the other party's bank card. The electronic screen of Uncle Ku was filled with confusion. Miss usually comes to talk to me in person. Why is it written on paper this time and handed over to you? Gugue. Hee. Uncle Ku muttered a few words before starting to work. This kind of task was something it was quite familiar with, as it had a powerful database in its mind that could maximize cost-effectiveness to purchase suitable resources for Su Xian based on the specific situation and existing funds. Uncle Ku looked at Shen Qing's requirements and found that she wished to purchase intangible resources to enhance mental skills. 20 minutes later, the order was successfully placed, spending 500 million. Half a day later, someone delivered the resources. The quantity was enormous. Even though these items were expensive, under Shen Qing's lavish spending, several specially modified trucks were needed to successfully deliver them. The person delivering the resources seemed to be receiving such a large order for the first time. After getting out of the car, his legs were trembling. He had been on edge the entire way, although the commission for this order was high. If anything went wrong, he might be repaying debts for the rest of his life. Looking at the delivery location, a large villa, the person's eyes were filled with envy. Truly rich. Shen Qing personally came out receiving the goods under the astonished gaze of the delivery personnel without acknowledging Uncle Ku at all. Uncle Ku's electronic screen was filled with grievance, not knowing where he had gone wrong. Humans are truly an incomprehensible species. Su Xian chuckled upon hearing this. Who said that? I'm very easy to understand. In my previous life as a human, if someone genuinely praised me for being good at games, I could be happy for a day. After collecting the items, Shen Qing took Su Xian to the basement. Indeed, beneath this villa, there was a specially designed basement intended for training contracted spirits. The basement was about the size of a high school lecture hall, but it was very high. Even without a size-changing skill, Su Xian could fit comfortably. The walls around were made of special alloys, extremely durable, with excellent soundproofing, making it a perfect training environment. Little sure, deactivate your size-changing skill. Let me see how big you are now. Gugue. Su Xian jumped down from Shen Qing's arms and deactivated the skill. Instantly, his basketball-sized form rapidly expanded, quickly growing to the size of a small mountain, exerting tremendous pressure. Fortunately, he didn't hit the ceiling and still had some distance to spare. Shen Qing looked at the colossal figure before her mind shaken. She felt as if she were enveloped in shadow. That size must be at least 25 meters. Little sure, if you were to use your size-changing skill to grow larger, wouldn't you reach hundreds of meters? Just imagining that scene terrified Shen Qing. A bronze-level contracted spirit reaching hundreds of meters. Forget about other bronzes, even silvers would be crushed. Su Xian also pondered. He had never tried fully amplifying his size. Based on current estimates, if he maximized his size, reaching 200 meters was not impossible. Shen Qing only thought about it briefly and didn't dwell on the issue for too long. She took out her phone, opened the app, and pressed a button. Boom. The sound of mechanical gears meshing and rolling echoed, and soon a metal wall opened, revealing a passage equipped with a conveyor belt. Shen Qing instructed the delivery person to move a large quantity of resources to a specific location, allowing them to be sent down directly. Little sure, show me your performance. Gugue. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and various resources were directly swallowed into it. Devour skill activated. The energy within the resources was consumed frantically by the Devour skill, causing Su Xian's size to collide once more. Shen Qing had left early and was in another room watching through the glass as Su Xian, now enormous, nearly occupied half of the basement, her pupils shaking. At the same time, she felt a sense of anticipation. I wonder how much the Dream Mirage skill will improve after swallowing these resources. After Su Xian finished devouring one batch, the transport passage would send in new resources. 10 minutes later, several large trucks worth of resources were devoured by Su Xian, leaving Shen Qing's jaw nearly dropped. Little Sure's digestion ability is truly getting stronger. Even a golden contracted spirit might only have this level of digestion ability. Watching Su Xian gradually shrink in the basement, the shock in Shen Qing's eyes slowly faded, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. Watching Su Xian gradually shrink in the basement, the shock in Shen Qing's eyes slowly faded, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted as she began to check Su Xian's attribute panel. Shen Qing's expression was dazed, as if she were a statue. Such a massive quantity of resources would surely lead to an increase. Moreover, Shen Qing had also purchased 3 bronze-level cores of dimensional creatures, all of which could help contracted spirits enhance their skill comprehension. Little sure, your attribute values have actually surpassed 4,000. But why? Is your Dream Mirage still level 1? Gurgle. Su Xian was still savoring the exhilarating surge of newfound power when Xinqing's words instantly wiped the grin from his face. Why was he still at level 1? There was no helping it. His innate potential was genuinely low. Back then his other skills had leveled up so rapidly only because he consumed high-grade resources. Give him another core of a sovereign from an alternate dimension, and his skill levels would skyrocket before your eyes. Xinqing sighed in resignation, finally accepting reality. Now I understand why Father once said skill level progression would be exceedingly difficult. 3 cores. You've just mastered a new skill, and even evolved Ice Spirit into Mystic Ice Spirit, yet Phantom Dream remains utterly unchanged. Leveling up Ice Spirit alone is already arduous. Evolving it into Mystic Ice Spirit is even more formidable. We're outsiders to learn that this already formidable skill, Ice Spirit, had evolved merely after consuming several bronze-tier sovereign cores from alternate dimensions, yet Xinqing still wore an expression of dissatisfaction. Their Dao hearts would shatter on the spot. Especially those contract masters who had fed their contract spirits countless frost essence crystals, yet never unlocked Ice Spirit. They might collapse outright. Sister, if you disdain it, we certainly don't. If you won't take it, may we have it. How can you master new skills so swiftly, yet struggle so desperately to raise their levels? Oh well, at least I've grown significantly stronger. That's still cause for celebration. Next I'll research which resources might enhance Xiaoshi's comprehension of the Phantom Dream skill. Moments later, Xinqing escorted Su Xian back to her room. She lay down, closed her eyes, and murmured softly, Xiaoshi, use Phantom Dream on me once more. Su Xian fell silent. Though baffled as to why Xinqing so fervently desired dreams, he ultimately complied and activated Phantom Dream. Drawing on prior experience, Su Xian carefully modulated his spiritual energy this time, using far less, to ensure Xinqing wouldn't lapse into a full day's slumber as she had before. 1 week later, 9 o'clock in the morning, Xinqing slowly opened her eyes. A sorrowful shadow flickered across her face. After a long pause, she exhaled deeply, then composed herself. Another failure. Counting this attempt, it was her 3rd precognitive dream. With Su Xian's Phantom Dream still at level 1, the odds of Xinqing achieving such visions were vanishingly slim, entirely dependent on chance. Yet fortune favored her, not entirely. Though her first precognitive dream lasted only 10 minutes, subsequent ones grew progressively longer. The dreamscapes overlapped heavily with her earliest vision, granting Xinqing repeated opportunities to experiment within them. She had tried countless approaches, yet against those apocalyptic monstrosities her efforts yielded negligible results. Gurgle. Su Xian leapt onto Xinqing's bed, gazing up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Xinqing lifted her gaze, her expression a complex tapestry of emotion. Within that week, nearly 3 billion credits had been spent, consumed at a terrifying rate. Su Xian's growth too defied belief. All 3 of his core attributes had surged past 7,000, a truly staggering leap. Even sovereigns born in bronze-tier alternate dimensions, those standing at the apex of their tier, could not boast such extraordinary stats. Even the former lord of the netherworld, whose attributes soared above 10,000, attained that magnitude only after ascending to the silver tier. Xiaoshi, Gurgle, you've ascended so rapidly, yet why does Phantom Dream remain stubbornly unaltered? I purchased only resources designed to enhance skill comprehension. Your attributes have soared, your other skills have leveled up. So why does Phantom Dream stand motionless? Fatigue tinged Xinqing's voice, alongside a fraying edge of despair. Su Xian remained silent, inwardly sighing in equal helplessness. His absorption ability devoured every ounce of energy from materials, but skill comprehension. He felt absolutely no improvement whatsoever. Xinqing rose promptly and headed out for breakfast. Beside her sat Uncle Ku, his screen glowing with a broad, cheerful smile. Miss, today's menu features all your favorite dishes. Thank you, Uncle Ku, she replied, eyes crinkling with delight as she swallowed a bite. Her warmer demeanor toward Uncle Ku stemmed from 5 days earlier. Uncle Ku remained oblivious to his misstep, yet he erased all memory of Xinqing's anger. Upon learning this, Su Xian could only whisper, incredible. Such a maneuver demanded a mind forged of tempered steel, far beyond ordinary cognition. With savory fare settling comfortably in her stomach, Xinqing's spirits lifted markedly. She resolved to savor this rare moment of respite. Ding! Her phone vibrated. Xinqing paused mid-bite, set down her chopsticks, and murmured, could father have discovered I've spent all 3 billion credits? She picked up the device and froze. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Xian, still feasting, glanced sideways to see Xinqing staring blankly at her screen and curiously sidled over. Dear student, Xinqing Biming Academy will officially commence its term in 3 days. Unless exceptional circumstances arise, please report 1 day prior. Moi. Has the semester been advanced? Su Xian's eyes lit up. This meant he might soon enter alternate dimensions. Whereas Su Xian radiated excitement, Shen Qing's expression hardened with gravity. She had never heard of a contract master academy advancing its opening date, not even among the 10 great academies. Could this be a scam? Shen Qing immediately tasked Uncle Ku with verification and confirmed it was an official notice from Biming Academy. It's truly been advanced. Stunned, Shen Qing barely registered the incoming video call from Shen Tian, whose solemn visage materialized on screen the instant she accepted. At the sight of her father's stern countenance, Shen Qing instinctively lowered her head, guilt tugging at her conscience. Father's expression. He must already know I've exhausted the funds. Xiao Qing, have you received Biming Academy's notification? Shen Tian asked gravely. I just did, she blurted. Then catching herself added hastily, Father, you've heard about this too. What on earth is happening? This has never occurred before, not once in history. I have no idea, Shen Tian shook his head. But Professor Qin sent me a message, ordering me to escort you to Biming Academy personally. Shen Qing stood speechless. After a long silence, she ventured, Professor Qin instructed you to escort me personally. Is that truly necessary? Beneath those words lay an unspoken truth. Her journey to the academy might entail grave peril, hence her father's unprecedented involvement. Otherwise, sending Li Yuan would have sufficed. Shen Tian understood Professor Qin's intent perfectly, but seeing his daughter's anxiety, he smiled gently. There's no need for excessive worry. My earlier warning was meant to keep you vigilant. He teased, truth be told, I suspect our daughter's talents are simply too extraordinary. Your assessment score verges on 2,000 points, an unprecedented feat perhaps unmatched for generations to come. Biming Academy is practically warring amongst themselves just to secure your enrollment. Professor Qin even fed your contract spirit, the core of an alternate dimensional sovereign. Even if the journey poses no real danger, should you ultimately decline Biming Academy's offer, they'd have nowhere left to weep. Father. Shen Qing's voice was considerably louder, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly showing some shyness. Otherwise, that Qin, you wouldn't have come rushing to deliver money. Thinking this, Su Xian remained silent, as speaking would only lead to mumbling. Shen Tian laughed heartily and teased, girl, you used to act like a boy all the time. I didn't expect you to be shy. Father, how can you say that? Haha, all right, no more teasing. Shen Tian restrained his laughter. Get ready, I will take you to the academy this afternoon. Biming Academy. Conference room. The head of Biming sat in the main seat with a group of teachers on either end of the conference table. Qin Yu sat near the head of Biming, clearly indicating that his status was extremely high even within Biming Academy. Nearly 20 people were in attendance, including 7 royal-level contract masters. Such a large-scale meeting was rare in the past. The head of Biming appeared somewhat fatigued, rubbing his temples, and spoke. Lulan, have you arranged your matters and notified everyone? A middle-aged man in gray clothing, Lulan, about 40 years old, quickly replied, seriously, head, I have arranged everything as you requested. Not only have we implemented comprehensive protective measures within the academy, but we have also stationed a large number of personnel in the surrounding city conducting round-the-clock patrols. The head of Biming nodded, looking at Qin Yu, how about your arrangements? Qin Yu appeared much more relaxed and replied, rest assured, head. For this admission, I have prioritized those with composite scores above 800, ensuring their smooth arrival at the academy without any issues. For those with powerful families, I have notified their families' experts to escort them. For those without, I have arranged for teachers from Platinum Peak to Diamond Peak to personally escort them. I even mailed them a small device in advance which allows me to be contacted no matter their location. If any issues arise, I can arrive immediately. The head of Biming nodded again, but his expression remained grave. This year, we have more promising talents than before. We cannot afford any accidents and must ensure their safe arrival at the academy. As he spoke, the head of Biming seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, what about that student Shen Qing? How did you? Head Little Shen's father is a diamond-level contract master. I have already notified him to personally bring Little Shen to the academy. Moreover, I have secretly arranged for a teacher to escort them on the way for their safety. The head of Biming spoke sternly. Qin, you remember, nothing must happen to this student Shen Qing. If there are no other matters, keep a close watch on her movements to ensure her safety. Rest assured, head, I understand. Qin Yu nodded. The head of Biming continued, in the past, I wouldn't have been so anxious, but now. You should all know what happened recently. As he spoke, the expressions of everyone present turned solemn. 3 days ago, after the vice head of Tianfang Academy returned from the diamond-level alternate dimension for some reason, he went on a killing spree against the people inside the academy. Almost 4/5 of the teachers and students were slaughtered. The head of Tianfang is also trapped in that diamond-level alternate dimension and has not returned. Someone couldn't help but ask, head, that Tianfang Academy is at least a first-rate academy, and their head is a royal-level contract master. How could they be trapped in a diamond-level alternate dimension? The top 10 academies have been investigating the situation, but even we teachers have not received any news. What exactly happened in there? The teacher who spoke was a diamond-level contract master and had been to diamond-level alternate dimensions many times before. For him, although there were some dangers, it shouldn't lead to death, let alone a royal-level contract master. With such strength, even if the alternate dimension were to riot, it shouldn't be impossible for him to escape. This matter is still somewhat unclear. The head of Biming glanced at the speaking teacher and said slowly, "For some reason, the passage to that diamond-level alternate dimension has become very unstable. Although it can be traversed, if one does not possess royal-level strength, they may easily get lost in the spatial turbulence. Even for a royal level, their strength would be diminished upon entry. We previously sent royal levels to investigate, but this is an alternate dimension where a king exists. If our royal level contract masters were not weakened, it would be fine, but now we can only communicate with them rather than forcefully investigate. From what I know, that head's whereabouts are unknown, and that king is unaware of why the vice head of Tianfeng Academy went mad and started a killing spree within the academy." Head. The teacher who spoke earlier couldn't help but interject, "How can we trust the words of those bastards? How many of our fellow humans have sacrificed at the hands of these beasts? We already have a grievance that cannot be reconciled. They have harmed our human kin, drank our human blood, and slaughtered our human bones. We cannot trust their words." This teacher was somewhat agitated. He harbored a deep hatred for beings from alternate dimensions. In his youth, his family had heroically sacrificed while dealing with invading beings from alternate dimensions. As an adult, he and his teacher gathered intelligence in alternate dimensions, but unfortunately got caught in the struggle between kings of alternate dimensional beings. His teacher sacrificed his life to protect him. Now, as a teacher himself, the students he painstakingly nurtured also perished in the alternate dimensions. Thus, upon hearing the ridiculous explanation from the king of alternate dimensional beings, he immediately became agitated. "Teacher Han Fei, please calm down," a nearby teacher hurriedly advised. The head did not say to trust the words of that king of alternate dimensional beings, it's merely the king's own statement. Han Fei snorted coldly. Regardless, the disappearance of the head of Tianfeng Academy and the vice head going mad are inextricably linked to this king. In my opinion, there is no need to listen to what this bullshit king has to say. What if the royal level strength is weakened? Together, the 10 academies and the Human Alliance will send people. Do we still fear him? Some teachers around nodded in agreement, while others shook their heads, indicating that such a stance was too radical. The head of Biming looked at the noisy scene before him, feeling somewhat exhausted. After a long while, he finally spoke. "All right, everyone, stop arguing. The incident has already occurred. Instead of investigating the cause, we should focus on resolving it. We have only captured one of the 3 mad vice heads, who is already dead. Although the other 2 are severely injured, they have escaped. Now they are hunting down those young contract masters who are about to enter the academy, sparing even the ordinary people in the areas where these young contract masters reside. Although we have temporarily suppressed the news, we do not know how long it will last, so we must capture them as quickly as possible. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't need to start school early." Moreover, some remaining teachers and students of Tianfeng Academy, they had no choice but to escape into the alternate dimensions for self-protection, actively severing the spatial passage. The 10 academies are also discussing how to rescue them. If Xinqing were here to hear this news, she would surely be shocked. It turns out the reason the academy started its term early is because a powerful being from another dimension has begun to unleash a massacre upon the students and teachers of the academy. Not only that, but they have also begun hunting down the newly appointed contract masters who are about to enter the academy, and even ordinary people in their area are not spared. In the conference room, after the head of Biming Academy finished speaking, he allowed some of the teachers to leave. Qin Yu, Lu Lan, and others were asked to stay. "Head, is there anything else?" Lu Lan asked softly, looking at the solemn expression of the head. The head of Biming Academy glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Actually, there is one more thing I didn't mention earlier. This early start of the term is not just to ensure the safety of the students. The heads of the 10 major academies once discussed whether we could select outstanding talents from the new students to complete missions for those students and teachers trapped in the Tianfeng Academy within the other dimensional space." Everyone was stunned. "Head, why is that? Isn't it because the passage to the other dimensional space was cut off for the students and teachers of Tianfeng Academy?" The head of Biming Academy sighed. "To be honest, we thought so too before. But the deputy head who was killed said before dying that those students and teachers did not escape due to good luck or strong abilities, but because they were deliberately led into those other dimensional spaces." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Head, what happened to those deputy heads of Tianfeng Academy? Their actions could be considered a betrayal of humanity." This statement was reasonable, as the Human Alliance had long established regulations ensuring the safety of every student studying at the Contract Master Academy, especially within the academy. Even randomly assassinating an innocent contract master within the academy is a serious crime, let alone such a large-scale massacre. The head of Biming Academy shook his head. I don't know, but what can be certain is that while their mindset has become somewhat insane, their basic logical thinking abilities have not changed. This is the first time we have encountered such a situation, so it is a bit troublesome to handle. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. I kept you here because I hope you can discuss and select outstanding candidates among the new students to focus on nurture. Once we successfully connect those other dimensional space passages, we will need them to take action. Of course, this counts as a mission, and whether the students wish to participate is entirely up to their own will. The head of Biming Academy paused for a moment and continued. This matter is confidential, including the names of any new students you value and are willing to participate in this rescue operation. There must be no leaks whatsoever. The crowd exchanged serious glances and said in unison, "Rest assured, head, we will absolutely keep this confidential and not allow any chance of this matter leaking out." "Good, I believe you." The head of Biming Academy smiled. Then he thought for a moment and added, "By the way, if anyone is willing to participate in this mission, you can inform them that regardless of the outcome, they will receive a silver-level Lord course suitable for their contract spirit. On this basis, set goals and rankings. The better the mission is completed, the more rewards there will be. This time I plan to take out some items from the Academy's secret stockpile to reward the top 3 performers." Upon hearing this, everyone looked astonished. The Academy's secret stockpile? This is no trivial matter. Only top-tier resources or materials can be included. Under the same conditions, even cultivating a contract spirit with SS-level potential would be considered excellent. The head is really putting in a lot of effort. After explaining everything, everyone left one after another. In the end, the head of Biming Academy remained alone in the conference room, staring at the empty seats before him, his gaze becoming profound. In fact, there was one more thing he did not mention. The mad deputy head before dying said one last thing. "Heads, do you really think there are only 3 of us like this? Perhaps the teachers in your academy have already changed. Given the opportunity, your academy will also encounter the same situation." After saying this, that deputy head laughed maniacally before finally dying. To hunt down these 3 individuals, the ones who took action at that time were the heads of the 10 major academies, along with 5 heads from first-rate academies. This scene sent chills down the spines of the heads present. Thankfully, there were only them, so the news did not leak out. The head of Biming Academy slightly closed his eyes, reminiscing about the scene he had witnessed. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes and let out a faint sigh. Alas, it truly is a time of turmoil. I don't know why, but there have been continuous changes in the other dimensional space. Before it was only bronze, and now even half-king level and king level can be affected. If this continues, even the human alliance may not be able to resolve it. A day and a half later, Xuan arrived safely at Biming Academy under her father's escort. At the school gate, both of them looked shocked. Biming Academy is vast. Just the school gate is unimaginably large. To put it this way, even if Xuan transformed to his largest size, entering through the school gate would still be an easy task. Through the school gate, one can see the environment inside. It can be said to be completely different from the outside. Xuan even felt that this was as if Biming Academy had directly moved other dimensional spaces here. Ice mountains, magma waterfalls. Are these things something that can be gathered together to show? Xuan felt as if she was a complete bumpkin for the first time. Naturally, Xintian was also astonished. Although he is a diamond contract master with a respected status, he is still just in the Hanyue Empire. For an academy like Biming Academy that stands at the pinnacle of humanity, it is completely insufficient. Girl, once you enter, you must be well. If there's anything you lack, just tell your old man, and I will do my best to support you. Before parting, Xintian gently patted Xuan on the head, his voice tender. Although they usually rarely meet, they both know that the other is in Shanghai province. But this time the distance between them has increased significantly, almost half a blue planet away. Xuan lowered her head, touched by her father's words. She tentatively said, "Then Dad, can you give me some gold coins?" Xintian was taken aback, his hand frozen in midair. After a moment he said in a deep voice, "Xiaoqing, didn't I just give you 3 billion a week ago? A little sure eats a lot, and all the resources I bought were consumed by it." "Consumed them all?" Xintian's face showed astonishment. Even his own contract spirit could spend a long time with 30 billion. Yet you're saying that a bronze-level contract spirit used it all up in just 1 week. What a joke. Xuan saw the disbelief on her father's face and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There was no other way, or she leaned close to Xintian's ear and whispered, "Dad, my little matter, my current attributes have actually all broken through 7,000. As soon as she finished speaking, Xuan got to closely observe her father's soul leaving his body. After a long time, Xintian finally opened his mouth and said directly, "What are you joking about?" Xintian was truly shocked to his core. A bronze-level contract spirit with all attribute values above 7,000. Is this still considered bronze level? Ever since learning about Xintian's worldview had been reshaped multiple times. He thought he had seen it all, and believed nothing could make him lose composure. It now seemed he was still too young. Shin Tian recalled that his contract spirit had all attributes surpassing 7,000. What level was that? It seemed to be Silver, Tier 3. He couldn't remember clearly, but silver and bronze were completely different concepts. Shin Tian felt embarrassed in front of his daughter. Although parents hope for their children to succeed, this disparity left even him, the dragon-slaying army commander. Shin Qing blinked and was about to say something when she saw Shin Tian directly pick up his phone. After a flurry of operations, Shin Qing's phone rang. Before Shin Qing could react, Shin Tian turned without hesitation and walked towards the aircraft. Kiddo, I'm leaving. I'm quite busy these days, so please don't contact me unless it's necessary. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shin Tian sat in the aircraft. He planned to return and properly supervise his contract spirit to break through to the semi-king level as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would truly feel ashamed to face his daughter. Shin Qing stared blankly at the aircraft that flew into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, her heart filled with speechlessness. After a long time, she quietly murmured, "Is it really necessary for my old man to act this way?" She looked around and found it strange. How come I don't see anyone? Everyone should have started school early, right? Forget it, I'll check my phone first. Shin Qing remembered that Shin Tian had operated on his phone just now, and then her phone rang, most likely regarding a transfer of gold coins. She picked up her phone, and indeed there was a transfer from Shin Tian. Shin Qing's pupils trembled, almost speechless. 1 billion. What on earth? Why did the academy start school early this year? At the welcoming point, a group of senior students at Beiming Academy chatted idly after receiving a few new students. Who knows? For us, it doesn't make much difference whether it starts early or not. The academy's tasks are heavy, and there are many courses. There's hardly any time to rest. Even during the holidays, most of us at the academy stay on campus. A boy with a buzz cut casually remarked. At that moment, a long-haired boy with a somewhat melancholic demeanor suddenly said, "By the way, I remember that our academy is admitting more students this year than usual. Do you think I'll have a chance to find a partner this year?" Upon hearing this, the others glanced at him and laughed. "Lu Xian, are you out of your mind? You're already at the Contract Master Academy and still thinking about finding a partner. If it were a regular academy, it might be acceptable, but in our type of academy, who has that much energy?" Lu Xian shook his head. "I don't think so. My family has already told me I must find a partner before graduation." Lu Xian shook his head. "I don't think so. My family has already told me I must find a partner before graduation. Otherwise, they will cut ties with me." The others were speechless. A boy couldn't help but ask, "Wait, Lu Xian, is your family really that unreasonable? You've been saying this for a year now." Lu Xian replied seriously, "I'm not joking. In this past year, I've realized that it's incredibly difficult to pursue girls in the same grade. They're basically all snatched up by seniors first. Now that I'm a senior too, I have to leverage my status. What the hell does leveraging status even mean? Moreover, your approach to finding a partner is so abstract that it's a miracle anyone would take you seriously." The others inwardly scoffed. Just then, an unfamiliar figure slowly approached. Everyone instinctively looked up and was directly stunned. It was a girl, stunningly beautiful, with an exceptional figure. For an academy like Beiming, which had been declining in student quality year by year, a girl of this caliber was a significant shock. Wow, this beauty and figure. At least a 9 out of 10. Lu Xian's pupils trembled, his lips quivering. What kind of luck did our academy have to attract such a girl? Finally, the quality of girls in our academy can improve. Upon hearing this, the surrounding senior girls immediately showed disdain. Some even wore unfriendly expressions, not knowing whether they were thinking of teaching this lecherous person a lesson. The newcomer was, of course, Shin Qing. Upon entering the academy, she realized something. The astonishing scene she had seen at the school gate was all fake, like an illusion. Once inside, she found that it was just an ordinary campus. Of course, this ordinary was in comparison to what she had seen outside the school gate. In fact, the architecture inside Beiming Academy was grand and magnificent, breathtaking. I wonder what Beiming Academy is trying to achieve with this stunt. Shin Qing inwardly complained. At the same time, Shin Qing noticed another thing. After entering, she did see a few people, but most of them looked hurried, showing no intention of chatting. What was even stranger was that in such a large academy, she didn't see a single teacher. "Hee, are you a junior?" "Hello, my name is Lu Xian." Lu Xian tossed his hair, his long locks flowing. He looked at Shin Qing, displaying a smile he thought was charming. This scene made the others scoff inwardly. This guy is starting to flirt again. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xian has probably hit on hundreds of girls in a year, yet not a single one has worked out. If it were anyone else, they would have given up, but this guy's perseverance is truly remarkable. Now seeing a junior, he's making his move again. Someone nodded in agreement. Exactly, others gain fame in the academy, either through great strength or outstanding talent. This guy, however, has made a name for himself solely based on his already outdated looks. But one can't blame those girls for Lu Xian's approach to flirting. Any normal person would find it unacceptable. As the crowd chatted idly, they didn't approach. Logically, a stunning beauty like Xuan would attract seniors and juniors alike, eager to introduce her to the academy's happenings. But since Lu Xian went first, they had no qualms about letting this guy embarrass himself as usual, and then they'd step in to create a good impression through comparison. Sure enough, Lu Xian started to show off again. Xuan smiled slightly at the senior approaching her, preparing to ask some questions about the academy. But she saw the senior twitching as he approached her, collapsing to the ground about 3 meters away, foaming at the mouth. Xuan, Omega. Is this a staged act? Just a moment ago, he was talking to me normally, welcoming me, but in the next second, he collapsed, foaming at the mouth, looking like he was about to pass out. Xuan raised her eyes to look at others, only to find that the senior students had no intention of helping, only staring at Lu Xian, who was foaming at the mouth. The seniors occasionally whispered something and chuckled softly. A few of them straightened their clothes and flashed a self-proclaimed handsome smile at Xuan. Honestly, it looked a bit sleazy. The senior girls rolled their eyes at these guys, looking utterly speechless. Xuan pondered for a moment, no longer paying attention to Lu Xian, and walked directly towards other senior students. Seeing this scene, the senior students burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. At the moment Xuan walked past Lu Xian, the latter's body stopped twitching, and he no longer foamed at the mouth. He got up from the ground, dusted off his clothes, and sighed as he looked at Xuan, who was ignoring him. "Sigh, did I fail again? Why didn't this junior sister give me mouth-to-mouth? This doesn't make sense. My father relied on this trick back in the day." Xuan paused, her fists clenched tightly, suppressing the urge to turn around and hit someone, continuing to walk towards the others. Other seniors mocked him internally but feigned righteousness, saying, "Lu Xian, don't do such sleazy things. Look, you scared the junior sister." One senior approached with a smile and said, "Did our junior sister get scared? Haha, don't mind him, he's just a fool. Ooh, just ignore him. Actually, we don't want him to embarrass himself, but there's no other way. If we stop him, he might jump off a building in a minute. We are quite helpless too." Other seniors nodded in agreement. Xuan's face twitched slightly. This was just too absurd. It's even more ridiculous than what I just guessed. The senior who spoke earlier laughed and said, "Junior sister, let me take you to the dormitory. I'm an old hand at Biming Academy, and I know the ins and outs of the academy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you don't mind, let's exchange contact information first." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. Other seniors saw this and also crowded around, pulling out their phones. "Junior sister, add me first so I know more. If you need anything, just call me, and I promise to be at your service. By the way, just to mention, my contract spirit's potential is SS level at the peak of silver. I've had girls confess to me since I was young, but I've never been interested in love and have always been single." As soon as these words were said, the corners of Xuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Who cares about that? Other seniors began to introduce their own situations, each one boasting more than the. Lu Xian silently returned to the crowd, holding his phone, replaying the events in his mind, while also thinking about how to get Xuan to add his contact. That junior sister must have been too shy just now, that's why she didn't give me mouth-to-mouth. Yes, that must be it. When I did this before, the girls at least would come check on me, but this junior sister showed no sign of that at all. This must be because she has feelings for me after seeing me, but doesn't know how to express them, which is why she shyly walked away. I must say, if Xuan knew about this absurd thought, she might really not be able to help, but let Su Xian take him. Just as the seniors were about to surround Xuan, the senior girls snorted coldly. "Humph, a bunch of perverted idiots." A senior girl with a regal demeanor stepped forward. Her aura seemed extremely cold, and standing next to her, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop significantly, making it hard to breathe. As soon as the senior girl stood here, some seniors couldn't help but shiver. Upon seeing her, their expressions changed, and they retreated a few steps. Soon a path opened up, allowing this regal girl to walk smoothly to Xuan's side. She coldly glanced at the surrounding boys, then turned to Xuan, a smile breaking through her icy demeanor, which was quite incongruous. "Hello, junior sister, my name is Lung Hanjing. If you don't mind, I'll take you to the dormitory." She casually scanned the boys around and said, "You all have no objections, right?" The seniors, caught under her gaze, immediately shuddered, forcing smiles as they nervously replied, "Hee. Since Lung Jie has spoken, who would dare to disobey? Exactly, can we please exchange contact information with this junior sister? Just forget I said anything." Seeing Lung Hanjing's expressionless face, the seniors showed bitter smiles, ultimately not daring to say another word. Xuan was quite surprised by this scene. From the introduction of the earlier senior, these individuals likely had silver-level power, and many might even be at their peak. Such power in their Songhai province could guard a bronze-level alternate spatial realm by themselves. Moreover, not only in level, but also in terms of value, they were certainly higher than ordinary silver contract masters. At least Li Feng wouldn't be able to compare. Yet such a group of people gathered together were actually afraid of this senior girl named Lung Hanjing. Xuan roughly scanned the area, There were about 30 seniors with around 20 of them being boys. With Long Hanjing alone able to intimidate so many seniors, how strong must her power be? Just as Xinxing was pondering, Long Hanjing's gentle voice rang out. Junior sister, let's go. Xinxing came back to her senses and quickly replied, okay, thank you, senior sister. You're welcome. Long Hanjing smiled, more gently, completely contrasting with her earlier icy demeanor. The other seniors watched, lips curling, yet they didn't dare to say a word. As they watched such a beautiful junior sister leave, someone lamented, sigh, it's a pity I didn't get her contact. Indeed, it's a shame, but thinking about it, it doesn't matter that I didn't get it. What's key is that you all didn't either, which makes me feel balanced. Others gave him a middle finger. Honestly, this year is much better than before. There are about 1,000 new students this year, nearly double last. With more new students, there will be more girls. We might not have missed our chance. Someone nodded, that's true. By the way, I heard the reason for the increase in new students is because of a super genius who appeared in the contract master assessment, and she was recruited into our academy. Moreover, she seems to be a girl. A senior curiously asked. I've heard about this too. They say her contract spirit is quite unique, never seen before, with a potential that is neither SSS level nor even SS level, but her values are ridiculously high, only at E level. Tisk, I wonder what this girl looks like. If she's not ugly, it's worth getting to know her. Just as Xinxing was about to leave with Long Hanjing, she heard this and paused, slowly turning her head to look at the group of seniors, smiling as she said, seniors, my contract spirit is not unique. It's very powerful and is my partner. If there's a chance, my contract spirit can spar with yours. After saying this, Xinxing ignored the stunned seniors and left with Long Hanjing. Junior, are you the genius who scored over 1,700 points? On the way to the dormitory, Long Hanjing couldn't help but speak up. A rare expression of surprise appeared on her icy face. Clearly, she had not expected that Xinxing was the same person who achieved the highest score in the contract master assessment, a peerless genius among the human race. Xinxing smiled slightly. Senior, you flatter me. I indeed scored 1,700, but to call me a genius? That's a stretch. Long Hanjing felt speechless for the first time. If that score doesn't count as genius, then there truly are no geniuses in this world. By the way, senior, when I was at the school gate, I noticed that the environment inside the academy seems a bit different from what I saw after entering. May I ask why that is? Xinxing was truly curious. It couldn't just be for show, could it? Long Hanjing noticed the confusion in Xinxing's eyes and guessed her thoughts, smiling. Junior, this is naturally not just for show to outsiders. In fact, these are secret realms within the academy. The lava glaciers, deserts, and other environments you saw from the outside were all brought from other dimensional spaces to form specific secret realms. Xinxing was astonished. Senior, can dimensional spaces be moved? Long Hanjing replied with a smile. When I say moved, it actually means that the passages to those dimensional spaces were brought into the academy. But such a feat is quite difficult to accomplish. These dimensional spaces are different from the outside. The beings within them are specifically nurtured by the academy, considered a kind of resource. The academy does this to accommodate different students as the environments suited for contract spirits vary, and they grow at different rates in different environments. Ultimately, it's all for better nurturing of contract spirits for students like us. Xinxing understood. I see. Thank you for clarifying, senior. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Biming Academy to go to such lengths to cultivate contract spirits. Most academies would find it hard to achieve this. After all, even dimensional space passages are not something everyone can manipulate, let alone move. But speaking of which, what environment is suitable for my little historian? It seems like they are all quite similar. Soon the two arrived at the girls' dormitory. The dormitory manager was a middle-aged woman. Hearing some noise, she looked up and said lightly, Are you a new student? Name. Saying this, she opened her computer to register. Hello, Annie, my name is Xinxing. The woman responded with a sound, inputting Xinxing's name into the computer. 3 seconds later, her expression froze. When she looked up again, her eyes were filled with shock, and then her expression turned kind, her attitude gentle. Haha, so you are Xinxing, right? It's nice to meet you. You have been assigned to dormitory area Zhuke, A building 1. Saying this, she looked at Long Hanjing beside her, her smile still warm. Ah, it's Xiaolong. I wondered why I rarely saw you personally bringing someone, so it turns out you were escorting this The woman sighed. Being young is great. You are all so beautiful. I'm sure you have many boys pursuing you. Suddenly she stopped talking as she remembered Long Hanjing's reputation among the boys. It could be said that very few boys in Biming Academy were not afraid of her. Long Hanjing smiled slightly, not saying much, while Xinxing felt curious. What had this senior Lung done that made so many boys too afraid to approach her? Clearly her physique and appearance were both top-notch. Soon Xinxing completed her registration. The woman initially wanted to personally escort her to the dormitory, but seeing Long Hanjing there, she abandoned that thought. Xinxing actually wanted to ask where exactly her dormitory was. After all, the dormitory manager mentioned building 1 without a specific room number. However, seeing that Long Hanjing didn't speak up and directly led her away, Qing chose not to ask. Soon she saw her dormitory and finally understood why the woman only mentioned building 1. Senior Lung, my dormitory is a villa. Qing's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Living in a villa wasn't a big deal since she had always lived in one. But the key point was, this was an academy. How could a mere student live in a villa? Moreover, this villa was quite large with all sorts of arrangements around, not lacking a garden or swimming pool. From the outside, it looked to be 3 stories tall, and the decoration was quite grand. Long Hanjing smiled. Junior, you are not mistaken. This is indeed your dormitory. However, you needn't have that expression. Not everyone can live in a villa within the academy. As for new students like you, only those with S-level contract spirit potential or an overall score above 1050 are qualified to live in a villa. As for those with S-level potential, they live alone, but their places are much smaller. Other students live in shared rooms ranging from doubles to quads, but they are still larger than the average school dormitory. Long Hanjing pointed to the villa before them. Junior, your score is the highest among the new students, so living in such a villa is quite justified. However, you also need to pay attention. For new students like you only have 1 year of residency rights. In the second year, everything will depend on credits or contributions. For this villa, if you wish to continue living here in the second year, you will need to pay 1,000 credits. Qing couldn't help but ask, Senior, are you implying that credits within the academy can be traded like Long Hanjing smiled. Of course, Junior. Additionally, the value of credits, while not discussed elsewhere, is quite significant in Banquet Academy. If converted, 1 credit is approximately equivalent to 1 million outside. What? Qing, Senior, doesn't that mean that if I want to live here in the second year, I would need to spend 1 billion in a year? Seeing Long Hanjing nod, Qing couldn't help but suck in a breath. That price was simply outrageous. Even when she collaborated with Li Feng in the ice-cold hell and earned so many ice-cold essences, her total profit didn't amount to this much. After all, that was the entire wealth of the ruler of the hell. Long Hanjing seemed to sense Qing's thoughts and smiled. Junior, you need not worry about this. There are many ways to earn credits in our academy. Not to mention, just a trip to a dimensional space can yield considerable rewards. If you perform well in the academy, it will also award you a substantial amount of credits. Long Hanjing and Qing chatted for a while before preparing to leave. Junior, here is my contact information. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. Senior is heading to the orientation point now. I wonder if those boys will cause a commotion in my absence. Qing expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for your help, Senior. You've answered so many of my questions and I've gained a lot from it. Long Hanjing smiled and said, It's just a small matter. As she was about to leave, she suddenly turned back and remarked to Qing, By the way, Junior, what you said to those boys earlier was quite impressive. Senior appreciates you. With that, Long Hanjing left. Qing watched her departing figure and blinked. Once the person had completely disappeared, she lowered her head and murmured softly, No one can speak ill of my little history. After organizing her belongings, it was already dark outside. Although Qing didn't bring a suitcase, she used a spatial ring and packed more items, which took her a considerable amount of time. Of course, Su Xian was summoned as well, and the two of them, along with the slime, cleaned up together. After finishing, Qing didn't go to the cafeteria, but chose to eat the bento made by Uncle Ku with Su Xian. Not long after they finished eating, her phone rang. Qing initially thought it was her father and casually picked it up, only to find it was a call from Qinyu. He had originally planned to personally welcome her, but it seemed he had something else to attend to and couldn't make it. Once she answered the call, she heard Qinyu's laughter on the other end. Haha, Xiaoshun, I heard you've arrived at the academy. So how do you find the environment of the academy? Qing replied with a smile. Teacher Qin, Banquet Academy is quite good. The environment is beautiful and the seniors are very warm. Especially the senior brothers. They seem overly enthusiastic. Haha, that's great. Xiaoshun, the dormitory assigned to you by the academy is of the best quality. Various formations have been set up outside. Whenever you have free time, you can release your contract spirit. The formations can subtly enhance its attributes' potential and understanding of skills. Hearing this, Qing was astonished. She hadn't expected that the villa she was staying in had such functions. If that's the case, it could explain why the prices here are so steep. By the way, Xiaoshun, if you're free, come to my office now. I need to brief you on a few matters. After Qing agreed, Qinyu hung up the phone. Soon Qing received the address Qinyu sent her, and she couldn't help but sigh. Banquet Academy is indeed vast. I can't believe Teacher Qin's office is so far from me. If it weren't for the map, Qing wouldn't have realized that Banquet Academy was larger than she imagined. To compare, the Longxi district where Qing previously resided might not even be this large. Half an hour later, holding Su Xian, Qing arrived at Qinyu's office. Seeing Qing arrive, Qinyu smiled. The tea on the desk had already been brewed. Xiaoshun, you're here. Make yourself comfortable and have another cup of tea. To be honest, seeing this setup, Xin felt a bit overwhelmed. Even though Yu had admitted her into Banquet Academy, and she called him teacher, it felt a bit too much for her to have a king-level figure personally brewing tea for her. Sensing Xin's awkwardness, Yu said with a smile, "There's no need to be so restrained. In Banquet Academy there are indeed rules, but they are not meant to bind you completely. Isn't it quite normal for a teacher to brew a cup of tea for their student?" With that, Yu took another sip and pushed the teacup toward her. Xin remained silent. Was this normal? Perhaps, but she still felt somewhat out of place. Ultimately, she still drank the tea. The moment it touched her lips, she felt a warm sensation and her eyes brightened. She felt much of her fatigue dissipate, and she appeared much more spirited. Yu had naturally noticed Xin's change, and said with a smile, "Make yourself comfortable. I'll reiterate, don't be so restrained." Then, as if he thought of something, he added with a smile, "But speaking of which, if you had chosen Xuan Academy back, then you wouldn't have this treatment. Xuan Academy has many strict rules and high demands on students. The students there basically have no..." Yu sighed. "I don't deny that the contract masters they cultivate are generally strong, but this approach ultimately represses the innate nature that contract masters should have. Over the years, although the number of king-level contract masters that have emerged from Xuan Academy is the highest, if we talk about strength, their king-level masters are generally weaker than their peers. This is also why I contested with that old man Pei back then. Personally, I didn't want you Xiaoxin to go to such a place." Yu then looked at Su Xian in Xin's arms and smiled. "I feel like your contract spirit has gained a lot of strength. Although it's still at the bronze 5-star level, its attribute values seem to have increased significantly." Xin thought for a moment and replied, "Teacher Qin, in just 1 week, my contract spirit's attributes have each increased by about 200. As soon as she finished speaking, Xin felt something was off. Yu appeared. Very silent, his expression frozen. In fact, Yu was shocked inside. 200. This value. Is he sure he heard it right? Even for the contract master assessment, having each attribute of your contract spirit at 200 is considered an outstanding talent that the 10 major academies would compete for. In just 1 week, you've managed to raise it by 200 points. If the other freshmen knew, their hearts would likely Xin felt a bit regretful. So did I say too much? But speaking of it, Teacher Qin's composure still needs improvement. After all, even my father didn't react much when he learned the true attribute values of the little history. I didn't expect that here with Teacher Qin, a mere 200 points would elicit no reaction. Just as she thought this, she heard a light chuckle. Looking up, she saw Yu smiling slightly, his demeanor cultured and amiable, as if nothing had happened. "Haha, the attribute values have increased so much. This was within my expectations. Let's get back to business, Xiaoxin. Actually, I called you in to ask you something. The academy has a task, and of course it's not mandatory. This task is quite dangerous, but the rewards are high. Just by participating, you can obtain a silver-level core from an alternate dimension suitable for your contract spirit. Those who perform excellently can even receive precious resources." Xin was taken aback, and after a long while replied, "Teacher Qin, you said this task is dangerous. Does that mean there's a risk to life?" Yu pondered for a moment and sighed. "To be honest, if you participate, the place you will go is just an ordinary bronze-level alternate dimension. Under normal circumstances, with our academy's teachers leading the way, it shouldn't be too dangerous. However, this situation is a bit special, and I can't guarantee what will happen. Of course, still it's up to your discretion whether or not to participate in this task. The academy will never force you. By the way, regardless of your decision, please keep this matter confidential and do not disclose it." Xin fell into deep thought. Yes words sounded somewhat strange. If it were someone else, they might not have realized the situation. But Xin was different. She was almost certain that this was related to the world-ending monsters. Although Yu and the others might not know how terrifying those world-ending monsters were, they must have felt it was a tricky situation. Perhaps they had not even seen the monsters themselves, only observing the effects on others who had come into contact with them. Guji. Compared to the silent Xin, Su Xian appeared quite excited. Entering the other dimensional space. This is a good thing. Only those other dimensional beings can help upgrade my special skills. Su Xian was very eager to break through and evolve to the next stage. At the desk, you took a sip of tea and chuckled. "Xiaoxin, it seems your contract spirit is quite interested in this matter." Xin smiled helplessly, as she had naturally sensed Su Xian's thoughts. Xiao sure must be itching to plunder energy from those other dimensional beings, right? After a moment, Xin replied, "Teacher Qin, I've agreed. I will participate in this mission. I wonder when this mission will specifically take place." Upon hearing Xin's agreement, Yu smiled and first assured her that the accompanying teachers would prioritize the student's safety. He then stated, "As for the exact time, I am not quite sure either. During this time, I will send you some materials containing information about the other dimensional beings. You should memorize them just to be safe." Besides that, it's about improving your own strength. As he spoke, Qin Yu couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. This statement might apply to other new students, but for Qin, her contract spirit's strength enhancement was terrifying, leaving no room for concern. The two chatted for a few more moments, and Qin Yu had finished discussing everything that needed to be said. Finally, he mentioned the opening ceremony scheduled for the next day. By the way, Xuan, regarding tomorrow's opening ceremony, there is something you need to pay attention to. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yu finally revealed something to her. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Qin's pupils shook. Her face revealed disbelief as she couldn't help but say, "Teacher Qin, is it really necessary?" Xuan, this is not something I can decide. By the way, perform well tomorrow, it would be best to. The next day, the opening ceremony. The welcoming music for the new students was lively, resonating throughout the academy. The crowd surged like a tide. The new students stood in line together, their expressions varied. Some wore expressions of excitement and eagerness for entering the academy, curiously surveying their surroundings. Others remained silent, lowering their heads, as if everything were unrelated to them. Even more so, some appeared pale, as if they had experienced something despairing. Qin stood at the front of the girl. She too was observing the circumstances around her. Those with unpleasant expressions instantly caught her attention. Qin frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. Entering the Contract Master Academy, especially one of the top 10 academies, shouldn't everyone be happy? What are those expressions about? Could it be related to starting school early? After thinking for a long while, Qin could not come up with a conclusion, so she decided to stop pondering. Compared to the new students, the older students were much calmer, yet when they gazed at the newcomers, there was a subtle smile on their faces. About half an hour later, the time reached 9 o'clock. On stage, the head of Biming Academy and the teachers appeared. Clap, clap. A thunderous applause erupted. The head of Biming Academy wore a warm smile as he looked at the contract masters below, cheerfully saying, "Today marks the opening ceremony of the 1956th cohort of Biming Academy. On this day, we welcome the new students." As the head of Biming Academy, Qin welcomed the arrival of the new students. Clap, clap. Another round of applause followed. Qin observed from below. The head of Biming Academy appeared to be around 60 years old, with a rosy complexion and an upright posture, clearly in good health. In the ensuing time, Qin encouraged the new students while urging and caring for the older students. The new students felt somewhat bored listening to the lengthy speeches, and their initial excitement and joy had diminished significantly. The older students seemed to be listening to Qin's speech, but unconsciously their gazes gradually shifted towards the new students, their lips curving up as if anticipating something. Next, I will introduce to everyone the students who have achieved excellent results in the Contract Master Assessment. When I call out your name, please come up to receive your award. Duan Fei Contract Spirit Water Sprite S-Level Potential Assessment Score of 1250 points. Lulan Contract Spirit Fire Phoenix S-Level Potential Assessment Score of 1160 points. Qin spoke quickly. In no time, nearly 10 people had taken the stage. Many new students watched with envious expressions. The individuals called up by Qin had assessment scores above 1,000 points, which was quite outstanding. Although the number seemed large, it should be noted that only about 1,000 students entered Biming Academy this year. From the ratio, only a few could truly make a splash at the opening ceremony. Soon after the 11th person took the stage, Qin congratulated them, and then looked down at the audience, pausing for a moment before saying, "Lastly, I would like to introduce the student with the highest score in this year's Contract Master Assessment. She not only has the highest score in Biming Academy, but also the highest score in this Contract Master Assessment. That is Qin Contract Spirit Slime Warrior A Level Potential Assessment Score. 1007. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Before long, everyone looked in shock at a girl with an incredibly sweet appearance and an outstanding figure as she walked onto the stage. The boys seeing this scene were wide-eyed as various discussions erupted. Wow, a super beauty. Our academy actually managed to recruit such quality girls. Not to mention, buddy, isn't your focus a bit strange? Our academy is recruiting contract masters, not holding a beauty pageant. Ahem, by the way, does anyone know what kind of race a slime warrior is? Is it a type of slime? I've never heard of it before. I don't know, but this talent is quite low. Ahem, not very high? How could she score over 1,700? It is said that the attributes of this contract spirit broke the records of the human race. Oh, I don't know if that's true. I don't know, but this talent is quite low. Ahem, not very high? How could she score over 1,700? It is said that the attributes of this contract. Alright, everyone stop talking and just wait and see. Qin stepped onto the stage, and Qin extended his hand with a cheerful smile. There was something peculiar in her eyes, yet she still wore a smile as she shook hands with him. Qin Yu stood aside with several teachers, his face filled with satisfaction. Old Qin, you have done a great service this time, remarked a teacher who appeared to be of a similar age to Qin Yu. I never expected that the old man from the Huanyu Academy would take action personally, yet you managed to snatch someone. If it weren't for this year, where the top scorer Xinqing applied to our academy, perhaps we wouldn't have attracted so many outstanding talents. This statement holds true. Among the geniuses standing on the stage now, half of them were drawn here, because of Xinqing, the top scorer. This could be considered a celebrity effect, which also explains why the 10 major academies held a special meeting specifically for Xinqing. Xinyu smiled, and said, "It's also a matter of luck. Speaking of which, this girl, and that brat Wang Jintian hail from the same place. I wonder if anything interesting would happen if they were to meet." At that moment another teacher leaned in, gossiping. Tisk, they say that a talented man deserves a beautiful woman. I think these two are quite well matched. Xinyu frowned at these words. We are in the Contract Master Academy. Everyone is here to enhance their strength, not to engage in romantic affairs. As teachers, we should focus on serious matters rather than indulging in frivolities. The teacher who spoke earlier pouted and fell silent. This remark seemed to imply, "Were you not suggesting this earlier?" On stage, the other geniuses also looked at Xinqing with curious expressions. One girl, looking particularly spirited, had eyes filled with combat intent. She appeared ready to challenge Xinqing's contract spirit. Another handsome young man brightened upon seeing Xinqing, a slight smile appearing on his lips, his gaze fixated on her, and unwilling to leave. Congratulations, Xinqing, on achieving first place. This is a reward from the academy for you. Hanqing flipped his palm, revealing a spatial ring, which he directly handed to Xinqing. Compared to the spatial rings given to the other geniuses, Xinqing's appeared significantly more advanced with a larger storage capacity. Xinqing, this ring contains resources that include those that enhance contract spirit attributes, improve skill comprehension, and facilitate level breakthroughs. The level referred to here pertains to the level of the contract spirit. Besides these, as the first place winner, in addition to the core given to you by Teacher Qin, there is also a core from a Silver Peak Dimensional Lord. Upon hearing this, everyone felt an immense envy. A Silver Peak. This meant that this Dimensional Lord was qualified to become a king. Of course, this was merely a qualification, and to become the king of dimensional beings, one had to fight through bloody battles. Nonetheless, such a core greatly enhances a contract spirit. Even if one does not use it themselves, it can be exchanged with others. Thank you, Academy Head. Xinqing smiled slightly as she accepted the spatial ring handed to her by Hanqing. Unlike the other geniuses, she did not display excessive eagerness, but instead remained remarkably composed. Logically speaking, even the bronze-level core of a dimensional king given to her by Qin Yu back then was not as valuable as today's reward. Yet Xinqing's demeanor seemed a bit too calm. What a steady young girl, Hanqing thought to himself, and his smile grew even more pronounced. After distributing the rewards to the geniuses, he gazed down at the envious freshmen. Hanqing smiled and said, "Students, do you wish for rewards?" The freshmen were stunned upon hearing this. They did not understand what the academy head meant. However, someone still quietly spoke up. We want them." With one person initiating, the others naturally echoed. After all, everyone came to the Contract Master Academy with the hope of becoming stronger, and more resources were certainly better. Hanqing glanced at the crowd, his smile fading. "Students, your voices are too soft. I cannot feel your desire for these resources at all. As the academy head, I need to say a few more words to you. After you summon your contract spirits as contract masters, entering the Contract Master Academy means that you will face many hardships in the future. You did not miss here. I am not speaking of difficulties, but hardships and even disasters." Hanqing's tone grew increasingly serious. Many freshmen straightened their backs, their expressions becoming solemn. If you had not entered the Contract Master Academy after graduating high school, going to an ordinary university would also be good. This means you could lead a normal life and live safely until the end. But entering the Contract Master Academy means that your future likely involves entering dimensional spaces and battling various ferocious dimensional beings. After all, if you do not go to dimensional spaces, where will your contract spirits obtain resources? Without resources, how can you enhance their strength? At this point, Hanqing looked at the senior students, his tone heavy. Do you know how high the probability of death is once you enter dimensional spaces? Different dimensional spaces carry different levels of danger, and each academy's situation is also distinct. But I can tell you that in our Biming Academy, including contract spirits, and even the contract masters themselves, the injury rate exceeds 70. Many freshmen gasped in shock upon hearing this. Clearly, they had not been aware of these realities before. While they all knew about dimensional spaces in their perception, human powerhouses had already suppressed them back. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue became somewhat tense. Of course, this was mainly for the freshmen, and for the seniors, it was no longer a novel matter. Seeing the freshmen's reactions, Hanqing reiterated, "The reason I mention all this is not for any other purpose, but to hope that you understand how difficult it is to obtain resources. These were seized by countless contract masters with their lives and those of their contract spirits. Compared to now, it was even harder for contract masters in the past to obtain resources, and there was hardly any concept of academies. They were willing to kill, rob, and sacrifice their lives for the resources they needed. Back then, there was no notion that geniuses deserved to enjoy more resources. The more talented you are, the more resources you need, which could instead lead to fatal consequences. Throughout history, geniuses often meet their end the quickest. So students, you are fortunate. Anything is possible. Oh, do not shrink back or give up just because others are geniuses, nor should you merely stand by enviously. If that's the case, you might as well not have come to the Contract Master Academy in the first place, and just find a place to live as an ordinary person. Since you have come, do not just watch others grow stronger while you remain idle and fade into the crowd. In the future, when you graduate from the academy and step into the real world of contract masters, you will also fight for the resources you need. Go and kill. What does it matter if they are geniuses? If you have never truly fought, how can you know whether you cannot compete with those so-called geniuses? Now within the academy, you have a rare period of protection, allowing you to acquire resources through your own efforts without the threat of life. Now tell me, do you want to obtain resources? As soon as Han Qing's words fell, the freshmen's voices erupted like a thunderclap, their momentum soaring as if they could shatter the heavens. We want it. Academy head, we want resources. Even if we have to compete, to fight, to get hurt and face dangers, we still want to obtain resources. The freshmen clenched their fists tightly, their eyes reddening. Han Qing saw the effect had been achieved, feeling satisfied. Finally, he smiled and pointed at the geniuses beside him, saying, "Now your opportunity has arrived. All freshmen, you have 3 minutes to prepare. After 3 minutes, a timer of 20 minutes will start. During these 20 minutes, you can seize the rewards from these geniuses without harming others or their contract." The atmosphere exploded. The freshmen below were stunned, their breaths quickening as they looked up at the geniuses on stage with reddened eyes. The older students chuckled, filled with excitement. Some even took out sunflower seeds and benches, setting up shop right there, appearing as if they were watching a show. They had finally reached this stage, and they no longer needed to pretend. On stage, the geniuses were dumbfounded. They looked at Han Qing in disbelief, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. Wait, wasn't the director just motivating us? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Are we supposed to fight 12 against 1,000? A boy with a buzz cut, his name was Zhao Tianxi, and he had scored 1080 in the assessment. Originally, he had planned to go to the Huanyu Academy, but upon learning that the top scorer came to Beiming, he decided to come here. After hearing Han Qing's words, Zhao Tianxi felt encouraged. He glanced at Xin Qing and secretly vowed not to fall behind anyone. But now he realized that Han Qing's intention in saying those words was to incite the freshmen below to gang up on them. Geniuses, I believe you won't refuse. What I just said was also meant for you. Since you bear the title of genius, you must also bear more responsibility. After Han Qing finished speaking, he vanished. The other teachers did the same. Qing Yu cast a deep glance at Xin Qing before leaving. Only the 12 on stage, including Xin Qing, remained. Looking at the group of freshmen below with red eyes as if they were ready to devour them alive, Zhao Tianxi felt his legs tremble. Damn it, this Beiming Academy is really a trap. Zhao Tianxi wanted to cry without tears. Charge, brothers. Summon your contract spirits, and let's take down these so-called geniuses. That's right, as long as we unite. What if they're geniuses? Can they really fight against 100 of us? Brothers, I'm going to deal with that skinny one. I remember his contract spirit was only strength and weak in attack. Isn't he with me? I'm going to hit that arrogant-looking one. He just annoys me. Brothers, let's beat him together. The two geniuses mentioned turned pale, cursing inwardly. What do you mean my contract spirit is only strength? How many of you have contract spirits with that potential? There's even one a rank here. Why are you targeting me? Another person retorted angrily. What do you mean I'm arrogant? I just don't like to talk. Oh, I've always been like this. If you want to pick a fight, just say it. Though he said so, he understood that the freshmen below indeed wanted to pick a fight. Before long, the audience had chosen their targets and were waiting for the 3-minute countdown to end. Among them, the most chose Xin Qing. This was understandable, as she had received the most and the best rewards. Even though everyone knew her contract spirit had high stats, what could that change? No matter how high, can she deal with so many contract spirits alone? On stage, Xin Qing's expression remained unperturbed. It wasn't that her adaptability was exceptionally strong, it was because what happened today had already been forewarned to her by Qin Yu the previous night. Watching the contract spirits being summoned below with various roars and howls echoing, Xin Qing's expression didn't change much. As long as she wished, she could end the battle instantly, but doing so would expose her strength. Sister Xin, can you think of a way? These bastards lack loyalty, and when trouble strikes, they all fly away. A voice filled with anxiety rang in her ears. Xin Qing turned around to see Zhao Tianxi hurrying to her side. Following him was a dragon man about 3 meters tall, wielding a machete, exuding a formidable presence. However, this was of no use, thousands of contract spirits were coming together, and a single spit could drown them. Xinqing raised an eyebrow. What did you call me? The person before her looked too mature and even referred to her as sister. Zhao Tianxi was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Was this the time to care about such trivial matters? If they didn't think of a way soon, they were doomed. Xinqing smiled. Just call me by my name. All right, Sister Xuan. Cough, cough, Xinqing. Zhao Tianxi forced a grim smile, pointing to the side. Some geniuses clearly had no intention of joining forces to fight. No way with so many people who could withstand it. The contract spirit of the water spirit Duan Fei had already summoned his contract spirit, creating a large expanse of water on the ground, wrapping himself in the water spirit and sinking underground. Lu Lan sat atop the red phoenix, soaring into the sky, and from the looks of it, she was nearly 100 meters high. These two had chosen to protect themselves. The others also employed their methods, trying their best to last through the next 20 minutes. Xinqing observed the actions of others without much reaction. On stage there were still a few geniuses like Zhao Tianxi, who had no way to cheat, their faces pale, and their heart. Of course, there were also those who were very stubborn, looking as if they were indifferent to life and death, ready to fight if they didn't agree. Only half a minute left, Sister Xin, think of something. Zhao Tianxi was almost in tears. He vowed again that if Xinqing could help him through this ordeal, she would be his true sister from then on. Xinqing ignored him, summoning Su Xian and holding him in her arms. Soon the 3 minutes passed, and a formation suddenly rose around the freshmen, isolating the venue. Clearly within the 20 minutes no one could leave. This caused the faces of some geniuses who wanted to sneak away while relying on the speed of their contract spirits to change dramatically. They nearly couldn't help but curse. This is just too much. Below, the restless freshmen's eyes turned completely red as they fixed their gazes on the geniuses on stage and charged forward. Charge, brothers. Resources are beckoning us. Take them down. We won't have to worry about resources this semester. A large group, along with their bizarre contract spirits, surged forward. The scene instantly descended into chaos, with various noisy sounds filling the air. Compared to the other panicking geniuses, Xinqing remained calm. Having experienced the chaotic battle of the ice-cold hell, this minor scene was merely child's play to her. Xiaoshi, transform and enlarge your body. Not too big, just a height of 100 meters will do. Goob. Su Xian responded with a sound, leaping forward and activating his skill. Beside her, Zhao Tianxi looked bewildered, hearing Xinqing's words. What did she mean by not too big, just 100 meters? He couldn't have misheard right. Boom. Boom. The next moment, deafening explosions rang out. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Su Xian's body rapidly expanded, soon towering like a mountain, blocking out the sky and terrifying everyone. In an instant, the freshmen were dumbfounded, feeling as though an ancient giant had suddenly appeared before them, plunging the entire world into darkness, the oppressive force terrifying beyond measure. What the hell? What is this thing? How could such a species exist in this world? Some of the freshmen charging ahead turned pale. Oh, just a few more meters, and they would come into contact with this colossal creature. Their contract spirits were only bronze level. If they were casually touched by this terrifying giant, their contract spirits, along with themselves, would likely turn to mush. While on second thought, perhaps there wouldn't even be any remnants left. Boom. As Su Xian merely moved his body slightly, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Many were unprepared, their centers of balance unsteady, and they fell directly to the ground. Some even fainted from the shock, losing their combat abilities. Before the battle had even begun, some had already fallen. This scene filled the new students with dread. Xinqing appeared unexpectedly above Su Xian, looking down at the new students below. If she hadn't just been on the ground, Su Xian would have jumped into the air and unleashed his skills. The massive size, like a mountain crashing down, would likely have caused an earthquake. Let's create some distance first. This thing is too terrifying. If we get pinned down, we won't have our lives. Those closer to Su Xian looked at the terrifying giant about to crush them and quickly retreated, their throats near. Their eyes were filled with fear, unable to fathom such a ridiculous contracted spirit. Behind Su Xian, or rather below, Zhao Tianxi's mouth was agape in shock. No way is this for real. Zhao Tianxi couldn't comprehend how Xinqing's contracted spirit could be so outrageous. Instinctively, he glanced sideways and saw his own Dragon Man contracted spirit, which had shown arrogance against thousands of contracted spirits, now trembling, unable to steady its weapon, let alone any desire to fight. Bullying the weak. Zhao Tianxi gritted his teeth in anger. Since summoning the Dragon Man, it had acted like a lord, looking down on everyone. However, the Dragon Man had the capital to be arrogant, as its strength was indeed formidable, allowing Zhao Tianxi to rank among the top 10 in the contracted spirit assessment of their empire. Zhao Tianxi then looked at Su Xian, and after a moment a bitter smile appeared on his face. I really was sitting in a well looking at the sky. Earlier I even thought that even if the human race's top would face my Dragon Man in a unknown, even if not a match, it wouldn't fall behind too much. Now it seems I was too naive. Aside from Zhao Tianxi, the other geniuses also looked at the enormous Su Xian with astonishment. Initially, they had not believed they could contend with so many contracted spirits. After all, while their contracted spirits had high talents and decent stats, they were ultimately only at the bronze level. In such a scenario, being surrounded by so many contracted spirits and still thinking of resisting was undoubtedly unrealistic and foolish. But after seeing Su Xian's condition, they fell silent. Is this really a bronze-level contracted spirit? In the sky, Lu Lan, sitting on the Qi Feng, looked at the towering Su Xian, her voice trembling. She couldn't understand why, despite being the same bronze level, this contracted spirit, which looked like a slime, could be so powerful. Su Xian had merely used a size-changing skill, without any deliberate attack, yet the sense of oppression was already overwhelming. Lu Lan even felt her Qi Feng was in fear. Had it not been for the array surrounding them, the Qi Feng would have likely fled the scene long ago. Outside the array, the older students and instructors were also astonished by this scene. An older student stared blankly at the towering Su Xian, then lowered his head, glancing at his credit card. At that moment, his credit card was in the hands of another older student. He had just bet 300 credits, wagering that the geniuses among the new students wouldn't last 5 minutes before their resources were snatched away. Cough, bro, I'm not betting. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the older student swiping the card and quickly deducting 300 credits before returning the card. The older student who swiped the card was relieved at his quick reflexes, but showed a hint of astonishment on his face. Huh, what did you just say, brother? I didn't hear you. The older student who had wagered 300 credits turned dark, his fists clenched, wanting to punch the person before. Damn it, you're all foxes who've been in the academy for years. Why are you playing dumb with me? In the end, he still put his fists down, only glaring resentfully at the other person before observing the situation within the array. Those who could open bets were powerful, and it wasn't just one person, it was a force that the older student couldn't afford to offend. Such situations were happening with other older students as well. They had mostly wagered credits, buying time that the geniuses could endure. From 1 minute to 20 people were buying. Their smiles froze on their faces, and their bodies became somewhat stiff. Those who bought longer durations were all right, but those who bought shorter times wanted to slap themselves hard. Why not take a longer look? There were, however, older students who bought time they believed the geniuses could fully sustain, but those were few. The credits they invested weren't much, mostly based on the idea that losing wouldn't hurt, but winning would yield great returns. Now the ones showing the most excitement were indeed them. Looking at the oppressive Su Xian, their faces were beaming with joy. Su Xian had brought them immense surprises. Who knows, they might really win. Some even secretly increased their bets, the odds fluctuating wildly. Meanwhile, the teachers were also drawn to Su Xian, but the commotion wasn't as great. Lu Lan, with a face full of curiosity, asked Qin Yu, "Old Qin, the student you brought in, is impressive. During the test, did he really show such strength with the size-increasing skill?" Qin Yu was silent. During the contracted master assessment, Su Xian also received a very high score. However, when Su Xian changed his size back, then he only enlarged to about 40 or 50 meters, not as outrageous as now. Qin Yu hadn't been too surprised at the time, as Su Xian's stats were already astounding. Although everyone else present had shown expressions of shock. Inside the array, the new students gradually regained their composure from the shock Su Xian had brought them. Looking at the colossal being before them, they gritted their teeth and said, "Brothers, don't be easily frightened. Although this 100-meter slime looks terrifying, it's still just a bronze level. Regardless, our contracted spirits are all bronze level too. 1,000 against 1, the advantage is ours. In the academy, we can still compete without worrying about our lives, as such opportunities will only become rarer. We can't give up easily." Hearing this, the others were also encouraged. It's just a pity that although they had rallied themselves, their contracted spirits did not. Despite their master's repeated commands, the contracted spirits still trembled, appearing completely unable to move. Most of the geniuses took this opportunity to hide behind Su Xian. Some looked excited, others with complex expressions, but in the end they all expressed gratitude to Shenqing. After all, having such a super slime not only provided immense security, but also likely ensured their resources. There were also some geniuses who silently used Su Xian to attract the new student's attention, yet they remained cold and silent, treating him merely as a tool. Moreover, they secretly despised him. No wonder the stats are so high. Turns out it's due to this kind of skill. Generally, the larger a contracted spirit's body, the more potions it absorbs. Looking at it this way, this so-called number one is really not that impressive. It's just relying on everyone else's low contracted spirit levels, using this appearance to intimidate. Once everyone levels up to silver, or even higher levels, even if this contracted spirit can grow to a kilometer, it will still only be a punching bag. A mere level contracted spirit, just lucky to take first place at the bronze level. These talented individuals have begun to look down upon Shenqing in their hearts. After all, they are all young, and they hail from powerful empires with formidable backing. Moreover, having contracted with a highly promising spirit, it is inevitable that they feel a sense of arrogance. Initially, they were quite dissatisfied with securing first place with an A-level contract spirit. After all, the potential of an A-level contract spirit is evident. Even if its numerical value leads at the bronze level, what does it matter? Even if Xuan's contract spirit possesses S-level potential, they wouldn't be so dissatisfied. A high potential contract spirit, even if its current value at the bronze level isn't high, has a vast room for future enhancement. No matter how powerful your bronze level contract spirit is, can it compare to a golden contract spirit or even stronger ones? Impossible. They entered Baiming Academy not for Xuan, so naturally they hold no reverence. Overhead, Xuan seemed to casually glance at them before letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Her eyes can see through the attributes of all things and provide evaluations. Although she is unaware of the specific thoughts in their minds, she can sense the malice directed at her. Using my little history to attract attention, yet they still dare to harbor malice. It seems I am still too easy to talk to. Just then a voice resembling a battle roar erupted. Roar. The sound was deafening and possessed a strong penetrating power. Upon hearing this sound, many withered and dispirited contract spirits trembled, standing tall, once more as the fear in their eyes faded, their faces filled with battle intent. Xuan raised an eyebrow, her gaze flicking to a certain spot. Interesting, is it a skill akin to the Infernal Sovereign? It actually rejuvenated these contract spirits. Xuan recalled that when the Infernal Sovereign activated its skill, those otherworldly beings, even under the influence of the evil eye skill, remained controlled. The one activating the skill was a contract spirit resembling a lion in appearance. Its contractor was a tall young man. In an instant, the contract spirits on the field rallied and the newcomers were filled with joy. The tall young man shouted, "Brothers, my red lion possesses the battle roar skill, which can enhance the battle intent of other contract spirits to a certain extent. However, this effect is limited to about 15 minutes, so let's seize the opportunity." Others cast grateful glances at him, but some frowned, saying, "This slime is too large. Even if our contract spirits have heightened battle intent and can act again, if they get crushed by it, they will be severely injured if not killed." The tall young man thought for a moment and said, "We can attack from a distance. Are there any brothers whose contract spirits can attack from afar?" Upon hearing this, several people quickly responded, "Mine can." Then many contract spirits received commands and began to unleash their attack skills. Some compressed air to create attacks resembling airwaves. Others, elemental types, unleashed 5 elemental attacks or strikes of wind, thunder, ice, and other elements. Some were even more formidable. They could secrete substances akin to fuel, which when compressed to the limit could create a remote explosive effect. Boom. Various ranged attacks surged forth, targeting Xuan. The prodigies hiding behind Xuan changed their expressions. Some worried whether Xuan could withstand this wave of attacks, while others pondered that if Xuan couldn't hold on, they must seize the opportunity to make their escape. Zhao Tianzi also hid behind Xuan, peeking out with one eye at the dazzling lights spreading towards him, and immediately recoiled in fear. His fists clenched tightly, full of worry. Can Sister Shen's contract spirit withstand this? After a few breaths, Zhao Tianzi's eyes went blank as if his soul had been sucked away. Not only him, but also the other prodigies and the attacking newcomers were equally dumbfounded. Just as countless attacks were about to strike, Xuan the latter opened his mouth wide and swallowed them all. Then, there was nothing more. Xuan remained unharmed, not a trace of discomfort, and even let out a hearty belch. What the hell? Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes? The newcomer's eyes were nearly bursting with disbelief. What had just happened was simply too outrageous, far beyond their comprehension. Someone quivered, saying that attack. Even a silver contract spirit would be injured, right? This slime actually swallowed all those attacks. Did it suffer no effects at all? The person speaking looked around, initially wanting to find someone to agree with him, but found everyone's expression grim, falling silent. Now the atmosphere was awkward, even described as being in a dilemma. Faced with such a gigantic being, if they fought close range, they along with their contract spirits would likely be crushed into mush. And ranged attacks. This 100-meter slime could directly swallow them without a scratch. It was too outrageous. Someone suddenly gritted their teeth and said, "Continue. Brothers, let's press on. I refuse to believe this. Could it be that this slime can really ignore all attacks?" Having said that, this person took the lead in letting his contract spirit unleash its skill, preparing to launch. Others hearing this fell silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly, commanding their contract spirits to continue unleashing skills. If Xuan had shown even the slightest discomfort earlier, they wouldn't be like this. Yet they clearly noticed that after Xuan swallowed all the attacks, not only was he unharmed, but the sense of oppression had become even stronger. Even their own contract spirits had significantly diminished battle intent. Though they thought this way, they were indeed unwilling to give up. Han Xing was right. In the academy, it was a rare opportunity for them to strive for resources through their own outside, let alone graduating. Even if they hadn't graduated, if they died in an otherworldly space, it would simply be death. At most, the teacher responsible for leading and protecting would bear some responsibility. The Human Alliance's protection of contract masters only applies within the academy. In the otherworldly space, no one could intervene, nor could it be managed. The newcomers did not want to miss this opportunity. Even if Su Xian was indeed terrifying, at least he couldn't harm their lives, right? Soon after, another wave of ranged attacks commenced. After a few breaths, the result was both expected and despairing. Su Xian once again swallowed all the attacks unharmed. What the hell? This really is a slime, really is bronze. Does it have some skill to swallow attacks? If so, what level would that skill be? A sturdy-looking young man couldn't help but curse. His contract spirit's attack value approached 200, and it possessed a level 2 ranged attack skill. Although its speed and defensive capabilities were relatively weak when it came to destructive power, he didn't believe his contract spirit would lose even to an SS-level contract spirit. Even if a low-star silver contract spirit stood before him and let his contract spirit attack without defenses, it would still sustain injuries. Yet reality was so cruel. Not only did his contract spirit fail to inflict any damage when attacking at full strength, but even the other contract spirits combined couldn't harm Su Xian in the slightest. Instead, the opponent appeared quite satisfied. Xinqing looked at the panel, murmuring, "These attacks are quite powerful. Little History's attribute value has roughly increased by about 100. Outside the formation, some senior students looked at the time on their phones, almost in tears. Wait, has 5 minutes really passed so quickly? We didn't even manage to seize resources from a single genius. How are we supposed to play this game?" Another senior reminded gloomily, "Dude, in this situation, if it were you, you wouldn't be able to grab anything either. In close combat, we're being crushed, and there's no damage from a distance. This is hopeless." As time passed, more and more senior students were on the verge of tears. At least those who had bought less than 10 minutes were all in the same boat. As for those who had more than 10 minutes, they still managed to keep their rationality. Some of them looked at the helpless new students inside the formation and lamented, "What are these new students thinking? If attacking this slime doesn't work, then just attack the contract master directly. Don't they have flying contract spirits?" Coincidentally, just as these words were spoken, within the formation, some flying contract spirits soared into the sky at the command of their masters. Looking up, there were nearly 100 flying contract spirits. Their target wasn't Su Xian, but rather Xin. At that moment, Zhao Tianxi, standing beneath Su Xian, saw this scene and cursed these people for being shameless. He raised his head to look at the black dot above, ready to remind them, but was left speechless. He saw that the contract spirits near Xinqing suddenly stiffened, becoming weak in an instant. Then Su Xian opened his mouth and a massive fireball began to form. Buzz! The fireball, several meters in diameter, erupted, splitting into countless smaller fireballs in the air, enveloping the flying contract spirits in the blink of an eye. In an instant, piercing cries of anguish rang out, sending chills down people's spines. "Oh, my Firebird. Xiaohan, what's wrong? This slime can actually spit fire. And it's so huge, isn't that a bit too much?" Below, the new students watched their contract spirits engulfed by the fireball, their eyes wide with despair. They couldn't comprehend how a slime could even spit fireballs. Not only that, but the size of the fireball was utterly outrageous. Moments later, in the sky, one by one, the black contract spirits fell, spewing black smoke. The new students rushed to check the situation, only to find that their contract spirits had completely lost their combat abilities. Some new students were almost in tears as their contract spirits looked utterly tragic. Their pitch-black appearance could easily be mistaken for charred remains. In reality, Su Xian had been holding back, and quite a lot at that. The fireball that had just been unleashed looked powerful, but in fact he had used less than 1% of his strength. Otherwise, these contract spirits wouldn't just appear to be defeated, they would have truly been finished. Below Su Xian, Zhao Tianxi's eyes were clear, yet dazed, unable to speak for a long time. A few seconds later, he suddenly felt his face grow warm. He had actually been worried about Xinqing. He now even began to sympathize with the new students trying to seize resources from him. They had it too hard. "Fortunately, I didn't speak up just now." Zhao Tianxi comforted himself. Turning to look at his dragon man, he found the latter's eyes wide with shock. The blade he had been holding falling to the ground without his notice. Zhao Tianxi smirked and said softly, "Dragon brother, didn't you say before that you weren't afraid of any contract spirit in a unknown duel no matter what? You said that at the bronze level SSS potential is a one-for-one trade, and below SSS you're invincible. Now tell me, can you defeat this slime?" The dragon man couldn't actually speak, but as an intelligent race, it was still able to communicate simply with Zhao. Hearing Zhao Tian's words, the dragon man stiffened and then shifted its gaze, its dragon eyes looking somewhat mournfully at Zhao Tianzi. It had said it could trade one for one with contract spirits of the bronze level, alright. As for the slime in front of them, if you still think it's bronze, do you believe it could knock you out? Other geniuses were also shocked, unable to comprehend Su Xian's overwhelming strength. However, a few still looked disdainful. Being strong at the bronze level means nothing. The potential of an E grade has already determined its upper limit. Even if my contract spirit isn't as powerful at the bronze level, when I reach the golden level, you'll still be stuck at bronze. The head of the Biming Academy truly doesn't know how to recognize talent. They overlook real geniuses while wasting such rich resources on a contract spirit with E-grade potential. A girl with relatively delicate features looked at Su Xian with disdain in her heart. 3 other geniuses shared similar thoughts. Their contract spirits all had SS-grade potential. Regardless of Xinqing's background from the Red Moon Empire or Su Xian's potential, they looked down on them all. Unbeknownst to them, while they were thinking this, a gaze swept over them. Above Su Xian, Xinqing felt quite helpless. In this world, there will always be some people who for inexplicable reasons dislike you and target you at every turn. Zhu Shui was the best example of this. Moreover, this person's malice was quite blatant. In contrast, the malice of these few individuals wasn't explicitly shown, only lingering in their hearts. But if one observes closely, signs of their hostility can still be detected in their expressions. Since the moment Su Xian summoned his spirit, these individuals harbored an inexplicable malice. Perhaps in the future Xinqing would encounter smiling tigers who appear cheerful but harbor ulterior motives. However, for Xinqing, it was all quite similar. After all, she could easily discern others' malice towards her. Moreover, the most important matter now was to enhance Su Xian's strength to deal with those world-ending monsters. Since that's the case, don't blame me later, Xinqing said in a voice only she could hear. Time flowed by second by second. Inside the formation, the new students tried various methods, but were still unable to inflict any effective damage on Su Xian. Far from causing him harm, he looked as if he were enjoying a massage. Seeing this scene, the new students felt an overwhelming sense of despair. It felt as if there were many mountains of gold in front of them, and they could take them within a limited time. But they were separated from these mountains by an insurmountable chasm. This feeling of being able to see but not touch was truly unbearable. Outside the formation, many senior students wore expressions of despair. My credits. Why? Why did this year have to recruit such a monster? A somewhat anxious-looking male student trembled as he spoke, on the verge of tears. This is so unfair. When I entered, I was treated as a genius on stage, being robbed by hundreds of people. Back then, my clothes were practically torn to shreds. The resources the head rewarded me with were completely gone, and I lost quite a bit of my own resources as well. I thought this year I could at least recoup some losses, but why does such an absurd contract spirit have to appear this year? Now the credits I earned in previous years are all gone. This person had invested a whole 1,000 credits this year, betting that all the geniuses would be completely robbed within 15 minutes. Originally, he planned to wager a shorter time, but because of Xinqing's presence, he opted for 15 minutes. Who would have thought that the time was already up, yet the geniuses hadn't lost even a single hair? Compared to himself, the disparity was too great. Why didn't I encounter such a big shot when I first came in? The boy's words echoed the thoughts of other seniors. Indeed, facing hundreds or even thousands of new students, they could only be robbed. Now that they had finally become seniors, wanting to gamble a bit for fun and earn some credits, they unexpectedly encountered such an outrageous slime. Time quickly approached the final 3 minutes. Many older students clutched their credit cards, their despair transforming into numbness. Some individuals were almost laughing foolishly. Had they not wanted to draw attention, they might have cheered aloud. Who said slimes are useless? This slime is fantastic. Especially Lu Xian, who looked at Su Xian with a mix of shock and excitement. According to the original plan, he was definitely supposed to buy the talents that were snatched away. But who could blame him for falling in love with Xinqing at first sight? Plus, he felt that Xinqing had him in her heart too, so to show sincerity, he bought those who could hold out. Originally, he thought that even if Xinqing lost in the end, he would still have a chance to show off in front of her, but who would have thought he could actually win? As expected of my beloved junior sister, not only is her vision excellent, but her strength is also remarkably powerful. Within the formation, the freshmen who were previously inspired by Hanqing now wore expressions of despair. The fervor and excitement from earlier had faded. Looking at the colossal figure before them, they were filled with an indescribable sense of helplessness. For 20 minutes, no matter how many of them there were, they could do nothing against Su Xian. Some freshmen, originally filled with pride from entering the top 10 academies, found their pride shattered. Their gazes turned clear, even somewhat dazed. The gap is too vast. A crew-cut boy with an class contract spirit muttered, his eyes devoid of light. His name was Yang Fan, born into a common family from an even smaller empire than the Hongyue Empire, where even diamonds were the strongest. Yang Fan was the most talented contract master from his empire this year, praised by countless for his talent. Even the royal family granted his family a title due to the potent abilities of his contract spirit. The Xuan Universe Academy had also noticed him and had sent an invitation prior to the assessment. Originally, Yang Fan intended to choose Xuan Universe Academy after the assessment. But in the end, he came seeking fame after learning that the strongest of the human race had gone to Biming. He wanted to see the gap between himself and the strongest. Now he recognized the gap, one that was despairingly vast. Not even the thought of catching up could arise. Yang Fan's score was actually quite high, just a little short of being the 13th genius on stage. If he knew that at this moment a few geniuses were hiding behind Su Xian, while secretly looking down on him, he would likely scoff in his heart. Only by truly facing Su Xian could one understand the opponent's strength and their own helplessness. At this moment a thought even arose in Yang Fan's mind. It was the final minute. The freshmen had basically given up lounging around in place. Those older students who had bet that the geniuses couldn't hold out also packed up their seats and stools, their faces filled with gloom. I didn't expect such a prodigy to emerge this year. Lu Lan sighed. Even though he was a king-level figure and had seen much, he was still shocked by Su Xian's performance. Old Qin Yu, really? Lu Lan didn't even know what to say. Su Xian's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Not just him, even Qin Yu was stunned. Reflecting on what he said last night, Qin Yu felt a bit awkward. He only hoped Xin Xin could last 10 minutes, and then he could find an opportunity to end the trial. Though this seemed a bit unfair, who could stop Qin Yu from wanting to do this? Yet he never imagined that such a situation would unfold today. Looking at the despairing faces of the freshmen, he couldn't help but feel pity for them. Most of the other teachers were also shocked, lamenting that this year had truly brought an outstanding talent. With Xin Xin here, our Biming Academy cannot possibly be at the bottom in this year's top 10 academy competition. Indeed, with Xin Xin's performance, at least in individual and team battles, there are no rivals from other academies. It seems our Biming Academy won't be eliminated. Cough, cough. While speaking, this teacher suddenly felt a chill in his body, his face changing slightly, and he immediately fell silent, cough tactically. Oomph. Han Xing looked at these teachers and sneered. The top 10 academy competition is not only about prodigious talents, but also a test of your teaching effectiveness. In recent years, Biming Academy's results have been declining, and it's not solely because we can't recruit good talents. Seeing the teacher's silent, Han Xing sighed lightly and continued, I know what you are thinking. Many of our academy's teachers have perished due to those king-level other-dimensional spaces, which has led to a rapid decline in our academy's resources and teaching quality. But I also hope you all understand that hundreds, or even thousands of years ago, when our Biming Academy was just established, the difficulties we faced far exceeded those of today. We are not fighting alone. It's not just our Biming Academy's people who have sacrificed. Other academies, the Human Alliance, and various empires have also seen countless contract masters give their lives. No matter how difficult, we must persevere. As long as our generation has breath, we have the obligation to nurture the next generation. Even if it means fighting until the last drop of blood, we must stand and bleed dry. Han Xing's gaze grew profound, his tone laden with unspoken meaning. Ladies and gentlemen, only through inheritance can there be hope. The atmosphere suddenly turned solemn. The teachers, hearing these words, felt a wave of emotion. They nodded, saying no more, quietly waiting for the opening ceremony to conclude. After Han Xing finished speaking, he looked at Xin Xin in the formation, feeling contemplative. The reason Biming Academy arranged this segment was partly to let other students demystify the so-called geniuses. Even if geniuses shone brightly, being surrounded by so many people could ultimately expose their shortcomings. On the other hand, this could also help geniuses recognize themselves, preventing them from becoming arrogant and disregarding others just because they summoned a powerful contract spirit. This was supposed to be a win-win scenario. But who would have thought such a situation would arise this year? Han Xing felt quite helpless, having failed to achieve either of his objectives, and even producing a counterproductive effect. The final 30 seconds. Compared to the thousands of despairing freshmen, the geniuses protected by Su Xian wore excited expressions, their faces flushed. Originally, they all thought they couldn't possibly keep the rewards Han Xing promised, and even their existing resources might be snatched in the chaos. But now they did nothing and simply lay back to win. Sister Xin, you are my dear big sister from now on. Zhao Tianxi counted down, bursting with excitement. Just as everyone thought it would end like this, Xin Xing suddenly looked up at the formation's edge and slowly spoke. Director, I have a question. Earlier you mentioned that within 20 minutes we could snatch our rewards. Based on this rule, can I also snatch other people's rewards? The air instantly fell silent. The silence was terrifying. The defeated freshmen raised their heads, staring blankly at the small black dot on Su Xian's head. The geniuses hiding behind Su Xian were also taken aback, and upon realizing it, their faces turned pale. Wait, big sister, are you really thinking of robbing us? Isn't this too much? The resources you are rewarded with are the most among us. Zhao Tian's face turned green. No way, Sister Xin, I just took you as my big sister, and now you want to rob me. Can you not take from me? Outside the formation, Han Qing was momentarily stunned by these words. Other teachers also had strange expressions. It was the first time they heard a genius say they wanted to rob other geniuses' resources. Such things had never happened at previous opening ceremonies. After all, it was already quite difficult for geniuses to protect themselves who would think to rob other geniuses. Even if someone did have this idea, the resources of other geniuses had already been taken by other freshmen. Would you dare to try and snatch them? In a heartbeat, a bunch of freshmen would come to swarm you. The teachers looked at Han Qing, wanting to know how he would respond. Yes. Just two simple words expressed Han Qing's stance. Now not only the freshmen, but even the older students were astonished. This is too ruthless. They even have to rob other geniuses' resources. Moreover, the director actually agreed. I really didn't expect that such a beautiful girl could have such a dark heart. But I like it, hee. Boom. Xin Qing simply communicated with Su Xian, and the latter immediately took action, part of his body transforming into a tentacle-like form, striking towards the four geniuses harboring malicious intent against Xin Qing. The expressions of these individuals changed drastically as they shouted, "Xin Qing, you dare!" Bang! These individuals, along with their contract spirits, were directly swept away, flying several meters in the air before crashing to the ground, twitching a few times, and then lying still. Indeed, the youths' bodies are resilient. They fell asleep instantly. It's just that their faces didn't appear particularly peaceful. Boom. The formation dissipated, and the opening ceremony came to an end. The older students and teachers returned at the same time. As they approached, they looked at the now smaller Su Xian, their lips twitching slightly. Su Xian hopped over to the four unconscious geniuses, beginning to loot them. Besides the space ring rewarded by Han Qing earlier, he didn't miss the resources these geniuses already possessed. Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat formed on the foreheads of the other geniuses. Some of them were even trembling in their legs. Their gazes towards Xin Qing carried a hint of fear. That was close. They thought they were about to be robbed. Soon Su Xian finished gathering his resources and returned to Xin Qing's embrace. Qing, you also approached Xin Qing, looking at Su Xian and smiling. Little Shun, your contract spirit is truly more powerful than I could have imagined. He cast a glance at the other geniuses dripping with sweat, then returned his focus to Xin Qing, continuing with a smile. I thought you would take all the rewards from these people. He cast a glance at the other geniuses dripping with sweat, then returned his focus to Xin Qing, continuing with a smile. I thought you would take all the rewards. If they were robbed, it merely shows their incompetence. The other geniuses twitched at these words. Was this even a human statement? Xin Qing shook her head. No need. These few just acted with malice towards me and my contract spirit. I was merely returning the favor for their attitude. As for the others, Xin Qing's gaze swept across the other geniuses. A few of them trembled and revealed awkward smiles. They haven't offended me. I am still a person who treats others with kindness. Treating others with kindness. Many couldn't help but glance at the four lying on the ground and their contract spirits. If one didn't know better, they would think these few had been taken away. Is this what you call treating others with kindness? After chatting with Xin Qing for a while, Qing Yu unexpectedly pulled out a microphone and walked in front of the other new students. The geniuses looked somewhat puzzled, as it seemed they hadn't seen Han Qing's figure. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Qing Yu. As you can see, the dean has already left. Qing Yu spoke in a flat tone, even carrying a hint of disappointment. Do you know why the dean left? The reason for his departure is simple disappointment. At the mention of disappointment, the new students were instantly. Once they composed themselves, many wore expressions of indignation. Someone even muttered, with such a monstrous slime, we simply can't compete. Qing Yu, however, paid them no mind, and continued, with over 1,000 contract masters present, you were only supposed to deal with 12 individuals with no restrictions, except that no casualties were allowed. Yet even so, you still failed. That's not entirely correct. Saying you were to deal with 12 is giving you face. In reality, you 1,000 contract masters couldn't even handle a single contract spirit of the same level. Since the establishment of our Biming Academy, your performance has been the most disgraceful. I know that many of you new students will feel indignant. You may think this isn't your fault, but simply due to the slime being too powerful. But I hope you can understand one thing: if you enter an alternate dimension in the future and face the brutal and ferocious beings from there, do you think they will spare you simply because of your weakness? But I hope you can understand one thing: if you enter an alternate dimension in the future and face the brutal and ferocious beings from there, do you think they will spare you? This is the future every contract master must face upon entering an alternate dimension. Qing Yu's words plunged many new students into deep thought. They lowered their heads, looking at their injured contract spirits, their minds lost in thought. Despite this, someone still protested. Teacher Qin, I have a question. What you said before. I won't deny it, indeed none of us thousand contract spirits could deal with that slime. But when you say we are the most disgraceful, that's hardly fair. I want to know if the senior students encountered such a situation, could they handle it? As he spoke, the person's gaze turned to the older students watching the show. Hearing the new students' words, the older students were momentarily stunned. Soon after, a senior smiled and said, "Junior, you are indeed not wrong. When faced with such a powerful opponent, we might truly have no way to deal with it. However, you need to understand one thing. Crisis is something every contract master will encounter. The magnitude of the crisis varies, and so does the difficulty of resolving it. The crises we face may be small and easily resolved, while the crises you encounter may be so great that even sacrificing your life would yield no solution. But that's the reality. The arrival of crisis is often not something we can decide. Since you encounter it, you must acknowledge it. I have been in Biming Academy for 3 years now, and my current level is at the peak of silver. When I first entered the academy, my contract spirit broke through to the silver level. At that time, my peers and I, under the guidance of 2 teachers, entered a silver level alternate dimension. Originally, this was just a simple training exercise. But none of us expected during that time a riot would occur within that alternate dimension. Later, even the royal family appeared. In total, including the teachers, we had 27 people enter the alternate dimension. In the end, only 5 of us, including myself, made it out alive. After his words fell, the atmosphere among the new students fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. The senior paid them no heed and continued, "You may feel it's unfair that you encountered such a powerful contract spirit during the opening ceremony. In previous years, you might have smoothly looted resources from the geniuses. But in this world, how many things are truly fair? If we were to talk about fairness, then those who can't even enter a contract master academy would feel even more unfair. Why is it that you can summon such a powerful contract spirit and even enter the top 10 academies, yet they can't even enter an ordinary contract master academy? Tell me, is all of this fair?" The new students remained silent, many of their heads even lower than before. The previous speaker was also nearly burying his head into the ground. Seeing this, the senior fell silent as well and stepped back. As he left, his gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep over Qin Yu, who returned a subtle smile. "You did well on the task. I'll later go collect 100 credits. Indeed, this senior was specifically arranged by Qin Yu and Han Qing. Han Qing decided on this course of action after realizing that Shun Qing's performance at this year's opening ceremony might backfire on his original plans. Since these freshmen have already been so severely impacted, why not intensify the pressure and continue to strike? As the saying goes, extremes lead to reversal. One must break down to rebuild. Han Qing hoped to use this method to temper the hearts of the new students. The person from earlier was his chosen example. Everything that senior said was based on real events. The crises occurring in the other dimensional space are not comparable to the trivial skirmishes that just took place. Han Qing aimed to illustrate to the new students that this senior, despite having suffered the loss of his comrades, ultimately recovered and matured significantly in his mindset. Surprisingly, this approach proved effective. These freshmen who entered the Biming Academy are indeed proud individuals. Their recent defeat of 1,000 to 1 was quite a blow to their morale. However, after hearing the senior's words, they began to reflect on themselves. It wasn't long before someone stood up again, their expression appearing much calmer. Moreover, upon closer observation, subtle changes could be detected in their gazes. Qin Yu's expression remained indifferent, yet he felt satisfied inside. After a brief conclusion, the opening ceremony officially came to an end. Many freshmen looked at Shun Qing, their fists clenched in quiet determination. "If I can't defeat you now, then I will grow stronger. One day I will surpass you." The talented ones wanted to express their gratitude to Shun Qing, but she paid little heed to their intentions. She was currently busy returning to her dormitory to provide resources for Su Xian. After all, resources are ultimately external. Converting them into one's own strength is what truly belongs to oneself. As Shun Qing was about to leave, a group of older students approached her with smiles surrounding her. Although many among them lost credits due to Shun Qing, it was ultimately their own choice, and they could bear the loss. Moreover, they had more important matters at hand. "Junior sister Shun Qing, I see that your contract spirit must have a significant demand for potions, right? Are you interested in joining our club? Our Northern Potion Society is definitely your best choice," one rather handsome senior said with a smile. Another senior scoffed, "Stop boasting in front of the freshmen. Our Southern Potion Society is the best." A tall senior girl also stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the two, and spoke gently to Shun Qing. "Little junior sister, don't listen to these people's words. Their minds are filled with unhealthy thoughts. You are so beautiful. If you join, these people will surely bother you every day. Join the Eastern Potion Society where I am, and I believe you will love it here." Seeing the older students crowding around her, Shun Qing felt helpless. Last night, Lung Hanjing had already informed her about this matter through her phone. After the opening ceremony, there would be activities for club recruitment. Today Xinqing made a tremendous impression, crushing all the freshmen, making her the target for these clubs. The other freshmen watching this scene couldn't help but twitch their lips. The situation felt rather bizarre. If someone were to look down from the sky, they would see a dense crowd on the ground with layers of circles formed around Xinqing alone. Outside the circle, thousands of freshmen appeared quite lonely, neglected. However, it wasn't entirely true that they were ignored. Some seniors who couldn't squeeze inside helplessly and then shifted their attention to other outstanding freshmen. The freshmen, seeing the seniors approaching to recruit them, felt a surge of indignation and wanted to cry. They were also geniuses. How did they end up as substitutes? Before entering Banquet Academy, they could never have imagined becoming the ones in the encircled area. Xinqing looked at the seniors who were nearly coming to blows over her and said helplessly, "Thank you for the invitation, but I would like to think about joining the club a bit longer. I want to head back to my dormitory now." The older students were reluctant to let Xinqing go. If they let this opportunity slip, who knows which shameless club would directly recruit Xinqing. They pulled at her while vigilantly watching those around them. Clearly they were used to this kind of tactic. Xinqing felt even more helpless and thought of something. They say like teacher, like student, looking at the seniors it seems. I feel that the teachers at Banquet Academy are also just as enthusiastic during recruitment. To be honest, she previously thought that among the 10 major academies, only Banquet Academy adhered to the rules well during admissions, which allowed other academies to take advantage. But now it seems she was completely overthinking it. Xiaoshu, help me. Gug. Su Xian exerted force, and under the astonished gazes of everyone directly carried Xinqing out of the encircled area and vanished in an instant. The older students watched Xinqing leave feeling quite helpless themselves. However, they remained vigilant as they looked at the clubs competing with them. Someone coldly snorted, "Aside from our potion society, I advise you to give up on all other potion-related clubs. Junior sister Xinqing must come to our society." The other potion clubs were immediately displeased and started arguing. Other types of clubs were naturally competing as well. One scruffy-looking senior with a face full of regret said, "If only junior sister Xinqing would join my contract spirit research society right now, perhaps I could inherit material from that slime and uncover the secret of its immense strength. Fortunately, Su Xian isn't here. Otherwise, he might not be able to resist directly taking this idiot out. Is he disgusting, the slime, or what?" On the field, other freshmen, even after Xinqing left, saw the older students arguing fiercely over her, and their hearts were nearly shattered. "Seniors, we are still here. Now that she has left, can't you pay attention to us? This is too frustrating." Villa. Su Xian lay comfortably on the bed, looking somewhat bored. The earlier battle with those freshmen's contract spirits felt like child's play, utterly lacking in interest. Xinqing took out her phone, activated the recording function, and began filming the resources she retrieved from her spatial ring, intending to have Uncle Ku identify them. Uncle Ku looked at the resources that nearly filled a large room, and its CPU was almost overwhelmed. It had not spoken for a long time, and the electronic screen showed a certain expression. "Omega to Omega. Little master, did you earn all of these?" "Of course." Xinqing chuckled. "I only made a small move, and the resources came rushing to me like mad. There was no way to refuse." Ku Shu CRU flared even more intensely. Xinqing could tell from the video by the spiraling smoke. Xinqing smiled and said, "Ku Shu, could you help me check the purpose and value of these items?" Ku Shu's electronic display still showed a bewildered expression. After a long moment, it recovered, activated its self-repair function, and hurriedly replied, "Very well, little master, I will examine them at once." Soon the valuation of the resources was complete. Xinqing was astonished. "I never would have imagined it. My share alone is worth 10 billion. It is as much as the fortune father later." Xinqing had not expected Baiming Xuefu to be so generous. After all, she had already obtained from Qin Yu the core of a bronze-tier interdimensional lord. That said, perhaps the prefect did not intend to give all of these to me. Xinqing recalled that Han Qing had instructed the freshmen to snatch resources from them. If so, some of these resources were actually meant for other freshmen. At the thought, she felt both amused and secret. "Luckily, my Xiaoshu is powerful enough to let me seize them all." Xinqing glanced to the side. Su Xian lay on the bedboard. She pondered for a moment and asked Xiaoshu, "Can you swallow the core of a Silver Peak interdimensional lord?" If an ordinary bronze rank contracted spirit recklessly consumed silver tier resources, especially those dropped by a Silver Peak lord, it would be tantamount to suicide. The savage energy might cause the contracted spirit to explode on the spot. Yet Su Xian was different. Even many silver contracted spirits did not possess attributes higher than his. "Guji." At Xinqing's question, Su Xian's eyes brightened. He leapt from the bed to an alloy chest. This trunk was far superior to the one that had once held the heart of 5 elements. Inscribed on it were the core's name and its effects. Silver Peak Lord Tier Core, Spirit of Levitation. The energy contained within is violent, recommended for contracted spirits of Silver Peak or above. Upon consumption, there is a chance to comprehend the levitation skill, allowing the body to float in the air. Duration and height depend on skill level and speed attribute. How about it, Xiaoshi? Can you use this now? Xinqing asked with curiosity. If Su Xian could devour it and comprehend levitation, his improvement would be tremendous. Guji, completely no problem. Su Xian paid no heed to the recommendation that it was intended for Silver Peak, or, with his current attributes, let a Silver Peak contracted spirit stand before him and see who dominates. Besides, he possessed a rank 3 Devour skill. This small cache was nothing. Su Xian opened wide and swallowed the chest hole. The Devour skill activated. After a few breaths, his body swelled rapidly, soon reaching 20 to 30 meters in size. Xinqing watched and felt much more at ease. When he had devoured resources before, Su Xian's transformation had been even more dramatic. Xinqing asked Ku Shu to inspect the resources contributed by those 4 prodigies once more. Before long, the inventory was complete. Xinqing fell silent. The 4 of them together had only 5 billion, far less than hers. Is the prefect being partial? Not necessarily. Perhaps the prefect simply wanted the freshmen to concentrate their efforts on me. Xinqing thought with a hint of malice. Guji. At that moment, Su Xian made a sound, drawing Xinqing's attention. She turned and discovered that Su Xian's body was actually floating in midair. Xinqing was momentarily stunned, then delight shone in her eyes. Xiaoshi, you comprehended levitation. Guji. Su Xian looked proudly pleased. Such a minor feat was nothing to him. His attributes have also increased. The highest defense stat has reached 8,000. Xinqing's voice carried astonishment, as Su Xian felt invigorated. But at Xinqing's next sentence, he immediately fell silent. But why is your illusory dream skill still at level 1? Su Xian. He truly had no say in that. It was not his decision to make. Xinqing watched Su Xian settle back onto the bed. Her small expression was slightly plaintive, yet she smiled, gently scooped him up, and murmured, there, I know my Xiaoshi is the best. Whether your illusory dream has improved or not, you are my good Xiaoshi. She proceeded to knead him so energetically that Su Xian's form distorted. Su Xian felt a wave of dizziness. Fortunately, he was not in a human body now, otherwise he might have bled. Xiaoshi, swallow whatever resources you can now. After a good rub, Xinqing was satisfied and set him down. The heavy feeling on Su Xian's head vanished, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the room piled with resources, Su Xian's eyes lit up, and he rushed to swallow them all at once. Xiaoshi, take only some at first. I'm afraid you'll burst through the ceiling. Guji. Hearing her, Su Xian complied and began to swallow little by little. Half an hour later, Xinqing stared at Su Xian's status panel, stunned. Race Slime Warrior. Potential rank. Level Bronze, 5-star Bronze Peak. Strength, 19,999. Defense, 19,999. Speed, 19,999. Skills: Charge LV5, Size, Shift LV5, 5 Elements, Force LV5, Mystic Ice Spirit LV5, Evil I Know Level Illusory Dream LV1, Combat LV5, Harden LV3, Levitation LV1. Evolution Direction Unknown. Xiaoshi, is this your ceiling? Nearly 20,000. Xinqing's voice trembled. Even a Silver Peak contracted spirit could not reach this figure. A typical Bronze Peak contracted spirit's maximum stat might barely approach 600. Su Xian exceeded that by an unfathomable multiple. The Silver Peak limit was only around 10,000. In other words, if Su Xian fought a Silver Peak contracted spirit now, unless the opponent possessed some special mechanism or skill, he would be utterly crushed. Upon reflection, to achieve such numbers at the Silver rank, one would need to be a Silver tier interdimensional Space King. Beyond that, only gold-grade contracted spirits could rival Su Xian. The hardened skill had been comprehended by Su Xian in the week before entering the academy, when he devoured the core of an interdimensional lord. At the time, Xinqing had wanted him to raise the rank of illusory dream. Sadly, Su Xian did not improve it. Even now it remained unchanged. Xinqing decided she would not fuss over illusory dream for the moment. She would let fate take its course. Now we can prepare to have Xiaoshi breakthrough to the Silver rank. After the breakthrough, the attribute caps can be. As Xinqing pondered how to facilitate Su Xian's rank breakthrough, her ears twitched at a sound from outside. She paused, listening to the commotion beyond the door. Not my friend, I mean. Aren't you being a bit too sneaky? This is a villa area, and the person living here is a super beautiful girl. Explain clearly, what are your intentions? Outside the villa, Zhao Tianxi looked at the silent boy in front of him and reprimanded. He originally came here to find Xinqing, but who would have thought he would encounter such a person here? The boy stood outside Xinqing's villa, staring blankly, without making any move. This is a villa area, and among this year's new students, only 12 geniuses are allowed to reside here. The villas are not far apart, but also not too close. Even he took some time to walk here, let alone the boy in front of him. Hey, Are you deaf or something? Why don't you respond? After talking for a while, the boy showed no reaction, not even glancing at him. Zhao Tianxi was immediately furious, his eyes wide open and his voice raised. Clang. At that moment, the door of the villa opened, and Shen Qing walked out with a cold expression. As Shen Qing walked out, the boy finally reacted, lifting his head to look at her with complex emotions in his eyes. His mouth slightly opened as if he wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat, and he didn't utter a single word. Zhao Tianxi, witnessing this scene, was almost infuriated to the point of laughter. So when I talk to you, you just play deaf? Then when Sister Xuan comes out, you're normal, huh? Shen Qing said coldly. What are you two here for? Hearing this, Zhao Tianxi quickly replied, Sister Xuan. Oh no, classmate Shen Qing, I came to express my gratitude. If it weren't for you, I certainly would have lost my resources. So, I want to offer a portion of my resources as a token of thanks. Shen Qing frowned. Is it really just this small matter? I don't need it. If I wanted your resources, I would have acted directly back then. Ignoring Zhao Tianxi's awkward expression, Shen Qing said lightly, If there's nothing else, please leave. Zhao Tianxi's expression turned sheepish. He was contemplating what to say to make himself stay. Suddenly he thought of the silent boy beside him, and immediately said, Classmate Shen Qing, when I arrived earlier, I saw this person being sneaky, just standing at your door. I asked him something, but he wouldn't say anything. I feel like he has some issues. It was only then that the boy finally turned his gaze towards Zhao Tianxi. The latter was taken aback because he could see disdain in the boy's eyes. Coward, the boy said in a low voice. Zhao Tianxi immediately became displeased. Who are you calling a coward? The boy continued, as a man hiding behind classmate Shen Qing's contract spirit during the opening ceremony, isn't that cowardice? Don't you even have the courage to fight? Zhao Tianxi laughed in anger. Oh come on, where did this 5-star critic? You think you're in a position to critique me, yeah? Kid, I thought you were just a nobody, but now I suspect you're a spoiled brat. Didn't you see what happened back then? And you dare to ask, don't you even have the courage to fight? With a sarcastic tone, if you're so impressive, why don't you stand up and give it a try? Kid, over 1,000 of you can't even take me down, the god of history. What are you pretending to be here for? Jiwei, Su Xian was displeased. Who are you calling the god of history? That sounds so unpleasant. Zhao Tianxi, upon hearing this, was amused, thinking that Su Xian agreed with him, immediately pointed at Su Xian and said to the boy, See, even the god of history agrees with me. Su Xian. He was so amused that he decided to teach this kid a lesson. All right, stop the noise. Shen Qing frowned, casting a glance at Zhao Tianxi to stop him. Seeing this, Zhao Tianxi's face turned awkward again. Shen Qing then looked at the boy and asked, Do you have something to say? The boy took a deep breath and said, Hello, classmate Shen Qing, my name is Yang Fan. The reason I came here is because I want to follow you. Huh? What did you just say? Guh. Both of them were stunned simultaneously. Follow. They couldn't have heard wrong, could they? It sounded as if Shen Qing was some sort of boss. Shen Qing was about to speak to refuse when Yang Fan continued, Classmate Shen Qing, you will definitely go to the dimensional space in the future, right? Whether it's for the Academy's tasks or to obtain resources. If possible, I hope you can consider me when you go. I believe I can be of help to you. Yang Fan paused, and then said, As contract masters, we typically travel together into dimensional. What I mean is, I hope classmate Shen Qing can choose me as a companion for the adventure in the dimensionals. Of course, I am willing to follow your lead and obey your orders. My contract spirit is called Shadow-Seeking Beast. Its combat power is decent, but that's not the key. The key is that it possesses a strong tracking ability. If you need to find someone or resources, as long as they are within a specific range, it can help you locate them. Hearing this, Shen Qing fell into thought. To be fair, this skill is extremely useful. If what this Yang Fan said is true, then this Shadow-Seeking Beast is practically a treasure-finding artifact. Zhao Tianxi snorted and said, Sounds impressive, but you mentioned a specific range. You didn't specify how much. What if it's only a few meters? What use would you be? Yang Fan didn't even look at him, continuing to speak to Shen Qing. As of now, my Shadow-Seeking Beast can search within a range of approximately 3 playgrounds. Moreover, it is currently only a bronze 2-star spirit, and its skill level is only 1. Once it levels up, the range will definitely increase. Zhao Tianxi, feeling ignored, was somewhat annoyed and was about to say something when Shen Qing spoke up. What is the specific method of searching that you mentioned? Depending on the situation, it can either smell things or people's scents or look at photos or similar images. What if I verbally describe something and have it search for it? Can it find it? This is currently quite difficult, but once the skill level increases, it won't be a problem. Is that so? Shen Qing's gaze deepened slightly. She thought if this is possible, then this Shadow-Seeking Beast could be used to find information on the world-ending monsters. If it can really do that, it would be extremely significant. Thinking of this, Shen Qing looked at Yang Fan and smiled. All right, what you said. I will consider it. Then she turned to Zhao Tianxi, who had a lot to say, but was holding back, and said, You don't owe me anything. I never intended to protect you. It was just incidental. If there's nothing else, please leave. After saying this, Shun Qing nodded at the excited young fan and closed the door. Zhao Tianxi looked at Shun Qing's differential treatment and wanted to cry inside. He was useful too. He wanted to be Shun Qing's teammate as well. Dragonians are quite powerful. At the same level, the SSS level is a one-for-one exchange below the SSS level. Well, never mind, in front of Su Xian, this power level isn't embarrassing. Damn it. That despicable Shun Qing. If it weren't for her, how could we have made such a big fool of ourselves? Inside a villa, 4 furious people sat together, angrily cursing Shun Qing, their eyes fierce, as if they wanted to devour her alive. These 4 individuals were indeed the ones robbed by Su Xian. Because of Shun Qing, they have lost face to an extraordinary degree. Even the more than 1,000 new students combined did not suffer such disgrace. This group consisted of 1 man and 3 women, all hailing from powerful empires with prestigious backgrounds that commanded respect from everyone. Today's humiliation was a first for them, especially the 3 girls who were seething with shame and anger. When Su Xian seized resources from the 4 of them, he acted with the utmost convenience. They were awakened by the cold reality, and upon regaining consciousness, they saw countless new and old students surrounding them, pointing and occasionally bursting into lewd laughter. The reason was simple: their clothes were torn. That bastard Shun Qing. This young lady has never received such an insult before, said a girl with a delicate appearance, her voice filled with fury. Not only had they been robbed of resources, but they had also endured such humiliation. Just thinking about the way people looked at her when she woke up made her feel murderous. This Shun Qing is just a person from a small place lacking both experience and decency. The speaker was a boy with a delicate appearance, his voice somewhat sharp. He saw the resources and snatched them without sparing even what we originally had. We must take revenge for this. That's right. And that detestable Shun Qing, if she had only robbed everyone else, that would be one thing. But she specifically targeted the 4 of us. This is sheer jealousy. They could not fathom that Shun Qing could detect the malice in their hearts. Thus the fact that she had only robbed their resources was attributed to her jealousy of them. As for the reason for the jealousy, it was simple. A person from an ordinary empire must be twisted inside, envious of geniuses like them, who came from powerful empires. The 4 of them cursed fiercely, using vulgar language and cursing Shun Qing's ancestors through generations. While cursing, they mentioned statements like only a scoundrel like Shun Qing would lack decency. This was somewhat akin to saying, damn you, I told you not to use foul language. After 2 hours of cursing, they finally began to feel a bit fatigued. Li Xuan, we must take revenge, but that Shun Qing's contract spirit is truly sinister. I was thinking, can we find some seniors to teach her a lesson, and while we're at it, rob her of her resources, letting her experience our previous humiliation double. Li Xuan, the girl with the delicate appearance, frowned upon hearing this. Wang Yang, don't act recklessly. The rules of the top 10 academies aren't mere decorations. Causing trouble without reason will not be tolerated by the academy. If we truly touch the academy's bottom line, expulsion will be a light punishment. Wang Yang, the boy with the delicate appearance, immediately grew agitated. Then what should we do? Should we just let her bully us like this, say? Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The 4 were startled and turned to look at the entrance. Li Xuan's brow furrowed even deeper. This was her dormitory. Who would knock on her door? Who would? It seems junior sister Li Xuan is here. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Bing, your senior. Senior? Li Xuan's expression was strange. Oh, what was a senior doing here? Could it be? Meanwhile, Wang Yang and the others also wore peculiar expressions. A senior coming to knock on a junior sister's door, and this junior sister is living alone. His intentions are hard to guess. Senior, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of dating. Li Xuan glanced at the 3 and snorted coldly, then spoke to the door. Outside, Zhao Bing, who had a smile on his face, froze for a moment upon hearing this, then shook his head and chuckled. He, junior sister, has misunderstood. I came here to help you deal with Shun Qing, junior sister. Not just you, but also those 3 junior brothers and sisters who were similarly robbed of resources. Unfortunately, I just visited their dormitory, but they were not there. While speaking, Zhao Bing seemed to realize something and smiled. You 4 aren't together, are you? The 4 were stunned. This senior said. He wanted to help them deal with Shun Qing. They had just been discussing revenge, and someone came saying he wanted to help them. This was simply like finding a pillow when one wanted to sleep. Ugh. It was utterly baffling. The 4 of them had strange expressions. Who do you think you are? Self-importantly showing up and saying such things, don't you find it strange? Could it be? This person was sent by Shun Qing. She wanted to see if they would retaliate against her. Senior, you misunderstood. We have no intention of dealing with Shun Qing. Wang Yang felt something was off and was the first to speak. Li Xuan nearly rolled her eyes at him. Idiot, if we had no intention of dealing with Shun Qing, why would you be in my dormitory? Isn't that the same as revealing our intentions? Sure enough, when Zhao Bing heard this, he laughed, from the sound of it. It must be junior brother Wang Yang, right? Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you, nor am I sent by Shun Qing. The reason we are willing to help you deal with Xinqing is because of the resources she possesses. Wait. Wang Yang suddenly caught the key point. Senior, you said we. Besides you, are there others? Of course. Zhao Bing replied, his tone turning a bit sentimental. Junior brothers and sisters, you don't know life is tough for us seniors. At Beiming Academy, competing for resources is no simple matter. For some resources, we often fight to the point of severe injuries. No, Wang Yang immediately retorted. Senior, the academy head said that fighting for resources within the academy follows rules. There won't be any bloody incidents, let alone harming lives. Outside the door, Zhao Bing felt speechless hearing this kid constantly rebutting. What he said was merely a metaphor to indicate that resources are hard to compete for. He didn't mean that there would really be bloodshed. Is this kid's intelligence a bit problematic? It seems that if we collaborate with him, we need to be cautious lest we get taken advantage of. Let's focus on the other three people instead. With a sigh, Zhao Bing decided to get straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, due to Xinqing, many seniors, including myself, lost a lot of credits during the morning's opening ceremony. Of course, we don't blame her for anything. After all, it's her ability, and we accept our losses. However, within the rules, we can certainly earn some credits or resources from her. In 5 days, the Academy will open a secret realm, and both you new students and we silver-level seniors can enter. This is an opportunity. Wang Yang interrupted Zhao Bing again. Then why don't you go find Xinqing and let her help you earn credits from other new students? Her strength is formidable and could assist you better, right? Zhao Bing fell silent. Not for any other reason, but because he had realized one thing. This Wang Yang is a fool. Why not go find Xinqing? What do you think? She currently possesses the most resources. Why would he focus on robbing poor fools like you whose clothes have been torn? The villa door opened. Li Shuang arrived at the entrance and said to Zhao Bing, Senior, please come in. A smile appeared on Zhao Bing's face. He knew that the other party had this intention. Encountering such a situation in the morning, if he could still endure it, he might as well be a turtle. Upon entering the room and seeing the three people inside, Zhao Bing was not surprised. After taking a seat, Li Shuang asked, Senior, tell us about the secret realm in 5 days. Zhao Bing nodded, thought for a moment, and said, whether it is our Beiming Academy or other academies, there are also secret realms. The origin of the secret realms is that the powerhouses of the academies opened up and transported the passages of the dimensional space inside, and the dimensional beings within are also nurtured by the academies. You should all know this. For you new students, the resources in the secret realms greatly enhance the potential of your contracted spirits. In the secret realms, aside from the kings, there are also lords. Their strength is relatively not powerful. However, if you can kill them, the cores they drop are not inferior to those of the same level dimensional beings outside. Generally speaking, you new students can freely choose the secret realms. The Academy will provide 3 secret realms for you to select from, each producing resources primarily for enhancing power, speed, and defense. And when new students enter the secret realms, they can choose older students to accompany and protect them. This needs to be recorded in advance. Upon hearing this, Li Shuang pondered, so you seniors cannot enter the secret realms at will. You can only enter if someone from us new students chooses you. That's right, Zhao Bing nodded. Moreover, in the secret realms, aside from not allowing major casualties, what new and older students do specifically, the Academy will not interfere. Zhao Bing's words were simple. Older students could seize new students' belongings, and the Academy would not care. This might sound unfair, but as the saying goes, where is the fairness in the world? You can awaken a highly talented contracted spirit, while others have lower talent. This is inherently unfair. If you are powerful enough to take everything from the older students, that is your skill. The 4 understood. No wonder this senior came to them to collaborate. Fortunately, there is this rule, otherwise these seniors would likely have attacked Xinqing directly without consulting. In that case, perhaps they could avenge themselves. But Xinqing's resources would have nothing to do with them. Seeing Li Shuang deep in thought, Zhao Bing smiled and said, what do you think, junior sister? This is a win-win situation, right? It's good for both you and us. Before Li Shuang could respond, Wang Yang seemed a bit displeased. After the senior entered, he only glanced at him and ignored him. The previous conversation was solely directed at Li Shuang, completely disregarding him. Thinking of this, Wang Yang said solemnly, Senior, if what you say is true, then we can completely choose someone else. You are not our only option. Upon hearing this, Zhao Bing frowned, and Li Shuang's expression changed immediately. Is this person a fool? You haven't even started negotiating, and you're already saying such blunt words. If you want to say that, you should wait until negotiations break down to say it. Li Shuang regretted it a bit. Although she felt proud and looked down on someone like Xinqing from a small place with lower talent, she was not a fool. Wang Yang, the senior, hasn't stated the conditions yet. You should listen to what the senior has to say before discussing anything else. Li Shuang said as calmly as she could. Conditions. If we don't choose them, then Zhao Bing smiled a brilliant smile. He looked at Wang Yang, and beside him a tear in the contracted space suddenly opened. The air emitted a faint humming sound, and after a few seconds a pair of crimson eyes slowly emerged, staring fiercely at Wang Yang. Brutal, bloodthirsty. Wang Yang instantly felt a chill run down his spine, a strong sense of horror surging within him, and fine cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Creak. The sound of the chair rubbing against the floor made Wang Yang feel as if his breath was about to stagnate. The other three, although not directly facing those eyes, also felt an intense sense of pressure, their bodies tense. Well, what do you want to do? Wang Yang's voice trembled, filled with indescribable fear. Zhao Bing said calmly, nothing much. Junior, as your senior, I need to teach you something. He slowly stood up, walked to the trembling Wang Yang, extended his hand, pressed it on the other's shoulder, and leaned down, saying, Junior, when you lack sufficient strength facing a stronger existence, you better think carefully before deciding to speak. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. In the academy, there are rules for protection, but outside the academy, or in the dimensional space, the only rule is that there are no rules. At that time, don't say you said the wrong thing, even if you didn't. Just a glance might cost you your life. Do you understand? Wang Yang was so frightened that he became dumbfounded, unable to speak a word. He even forgot to summon his contracted spirit. However, even if he summoned it, it would be useless. Zhao Bing's contracted spirit was not inferior in potential, and its strength was on a much higher level, making it incomparable. Senior, your purpose for coming today should be to discuss how to deal with Xinqing, right? Let's talk about how we should, Li Shuang said, steeling herself. Although she didn't want to speak at this moment, there was no choice. After all, this was he, of course. After finishing his words, the contracted spirit space closed, and Zhao Bing still wore a smile on his face. Wang Yang seemed to be stunned, not reacting for a long time. The other two girls also felt some fear, not daring to look at this senior. Senior, since we can choose you, Xinqing can naturally choose a senior or senior sister too. At that time, we might not be able to deal with her. Zhao Bing chuckled, junior sister, you can rest assured about this. No one dares to help Xinqing. Now let's talk about the cooperation. The next day? Today was the official start of classes. Over 1,000 students were divided into 5 classes based on their scores, or rather 5 tiers. Xinqing naturally belonged to the first tier, placed in Class A of the first year. This class had a total of 35 students, including her. In addition to the genius who had gone on stage yesterday, there were 23 more people. They all lived in single rooms. The teacher for the class was an intelligent beauty who looked to be in her early 30s with a gentle smile. When Xinqing saw this teacher, she was somewhat shocked. Her eyes caught a glimpse of this teacher's information. The other party was actually already 50 years old. Hello, students. From today onwards, I will be your main course teacher. My name is Xuan, and I hope you will all take care of me in the days to come. Xinqing was not only intellectually beautiful, but also had a very gentle voice. The male students sat up straight, their eyes wide open, looking extremely focused. Zhao Tianxi secretly marveled at how lucky he was to be assigned such a wonderful teacher. With a teacher like this, if I daydream in class, I really ought to be slapped hard. Seeing the expressions of those around her, Xinqing couldn't help but think, if they knew the real age of this teacher, I wonder what they would think. Shaking her head, Xinqing dispelled this boring thought and focused on listening to the class. Meanwhile, a few gazes occasionally turned towards her, seemingly with ill intentions. These 4 students, Xinqing smiled, pointing at the 4 individuals below, saying, I know that at your age you all like to pursue beautiful things. But we need to start class now. If you want to admire this little beauty, you can wait until after class to discuss it. After her words fell, there was a moment of silence in the classroom, followed by bursts of laughter from the other students. The ones Xinqing pointed to were naturally Li Shuang and her 3 companions. When they entered the classroom today and saw Xinqing, they couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Their gazes were fierce, as if they were ready to confront someone at any moment. If it weren't for the Academy's prohibition on private fights, they would probably have turned Su Xian into a 2-dimensional being by now. The 4 felt quite awkward and somewhat humiliated, as they had not expected to be called out. Xinqing was also speechless. A bunch of idiots being foolish is one thing, but dragging me into it is another. Xinqing waited for the laughter to subside before saying, Alright, let's get ready to start class. Today's lesson has a few changes. In the past, I would give comments based on the performances of the freshmen during the opening ceremony. However, this year, it seems unnecessary. Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom stopped joking and lowered their heads awkwardly. Why it's unnecessary? No one wanted to say. Aside from Xinqing, the other 11 geniuses had been slacking off throughout, especially Li Shuang and her 3 companions who had lost all dignity. As for the 23 others who were supposed to be attacking, they were also unilaterally crushed by Su Xian failing to make any impact. Xinqing noticed that Xinqing was looking at her while saying this, feeling helpless in her heart. It's Xinqing continued. Even Xiaoshi didn't use even 10% of his strength. So today I've decided to talk to you about how to handle situations like yesterday's if you encounter them in the future. With this statement, everyone instantly raised their heads, looking astonished. Here I want to test you all. Oh, after what happened yesterday, has anyone thought about what to do if faced with a similar situation in the future? I would like to ask a student to answer. Xuan's gaze swept over the crowd, and those who made eye contact felt a shiver down their spine and quickly lowered their heads. Some even cried out inwardly. Why is there a section in the Contractual Master Academy where the teacher asks questions in class? The memories of the past began to assault me. At this moment, Xuan looked at Wang Yang and smiled. This student, you just saw the beautiful girl. Why don't you go first? Wang Yang felt a sudden tightness in his scalp and his face turned red. After a long while, he stiffly stood up. Others couldn't help but laugh at him in their hearts. This guy became famous yesterday. This is straight up asking for it. Teacher, I think it's possible to ask for. Cough cough, I didn't think of any solutions. Wang Yang wanted to say to seek help from a strong person, but he suddenly thought if he mentioned seeking help, would it make Xuan think about how he would ask seniors to help him deal with her a week later. With no choice, he could only say he had no solution. Zhao Tianxi heard this response and curled his lips. I was wondering why you only spoke halfway. You mentioned seeking, but didn't finish. Seeking what? It wouldn't be begging for mercy, right? Someone couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, there is some truth to that. In such situations, although begging for mercy is humiliating, it is indeed a solution. Wang Yang's face turned red with anger, and he turned to Zhao Tianxi, gritting his teeth and saying, I wouldn't beg for mercy. Zhao Tianxi still scoffed. Then what did you mean? What were you trying to ask for? Wang Yang felt awkward and furious. Looking at Zhao Tianxi's smug expression, he wished he could slap him a few times. Can't say it right. Well, after all, this begging for mercy isn't embarrassing. Xuan looked at Zhao Tianxi and smiled. Then what about you, student? Do you have any suggestions? Zhao Tianxi stood up upon hearing this, first glancing at Xuan, then seriously addressing Xuan. Teacher, I think in such situations one can recognize the opponent as the boss and become their subordinate in the future. For example, right now, I want to recognize Xuan. Cough cough, forget what I just said. Halfway through his sentence, Zhao Tianxi was instantly frightened into silence by Xuan's calm gaze. The classmates burst into laughter, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. Xuan couldn't help but after a while, as the atmosphere calmed down, she finally said, the reason I wanted to discuss this with you today is to inform you how to act when faced with an enemy that you cannot resist at all in the future. In different situations, we as contractual masters have different ways of dealing with them. The simplest and most useful one is to escape. Many wanted to laugh, but ultimately stifled their laughter. Xuan continued, I know many of you may think that being a coward is shameful. But what I want to say is that our main purpose as contractual masters entering other dimensional spaces is to obtain resources from them. But why do we want to obtain resources? To become stronger. Students, becoming strong requires a prerequisite, and the most basic one is that you need to stay alive. If you die, everything returns to zero and nothing can be discussed. Today I want to tell you the first point. As contractual masters, you must learn to cherish your own life, which means knowing how to survive. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy in another dimensional space and have the chance to escape, yet insist on fighting to the death, that is an extremely foolish action. As she finished speaking, Xuan's expression grew serious. The atmosphere in the classroom had unknowingly changed. The smiles on the students' faces faded, becoming somewhat solemn. The reasons why Xuan wanted to bring this up was that the death rate for contractual masters entering other dimensional spaces was simply too high. Many contractual masters face strong enemies, clearly having a chance to escape, yet they refuse to run. Some are blinded by greed, wanting to seize the resources from their opponents without regard for their lives. Others are driven by hatred. The hatred for relatives, lovers, friends, fellow disciples, and teachers. Hatred distorts their hearts, and even at the cost of their lives, they want to slay those other dimensional beings. Xuan did not wish to see such situations occur. Especially in this class, she taught all of them were exceptionally talented geniuses, and they should not easily throw away their lives. After a long while, Xuan looked at the silent crowd and added, what I just said is just the most basic method, or rather, an attitude. This attitude is what you should have when you encounter strong enemies during your adventures. But not every crisis occurs in other dimensional spaces. For example, the second situation. If you find yourself on the Azure planet facing an invasion from other dimensional beings. Behind you are your relatives, friends, teachers, and countless ordinary people. At this moment, as contractual masters, you must shoulder your responsibilities. The Academy and the Human Alliance have invested a lot of resources in training you. Not just for you, but for me as well, for everyone in Beiming Academy, and for all contractual masters cultivated by humanity. In the face of invading aliens, we have the responsibility to drive them away, even at the cost of our lives. The atmosphere became even heavier than before. Everyone felt as if they dared not breathe loudly. Bang! Moments later, Zhao Tianxi suddenly stood up, knocking over the bench beneath him. He gazed resolutely and said earnestly, Teacher, now that I have become a contract master, I have already made my resolve. If that day truly comes, even if it costs me my life, I will certainly drive away the intruders. Others around him looked at him in astonishment. Zhua Xianxing was also taken aback for a moment, then smiled, and said, "Your name is Zhao Tianxi, right? You certainly have guts. However, I am not saying this to make you disregard your own life in order to save others. The same goes if you die. Everything resets. Zhao Tianxi, let me ask you, if you encounter an ordinary person being attacked by an otherworldly being at that moment, you can save him, but the price is your certain death. Would you save him?" Zhao Tianxi was stunned, his mouth slightly open, the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. There was only one ordinary person being attacked, and saving him would lead to certain death. If such a situation really occurred, would he save or not save? Zhua Xianxing smiled and said, "The teacher wants to remind you of one thing: a gentleman does not save, one must act according to one's capabilities." Upon hearing this, the crowd was somewhat bewildered. Did you not just say that to protect ordinary people and to repel intruders, you would not hesitate to risk your life? Now saying this seems contradictory, doesn't it? Zhua Xianxing smiled at the crowd and continued, "Everything in this world has a limit. How to find that limit the teacher actually does not know. Perhaps when you truly encounter it, you will be able to make a choice." Hearing this, some people fell silent. They felt this teacher Zhua was in a mental struggle. Alright, that's all for this matter. Next, I will talk to you about theoretical knowledge. Does anyone know how kings are born in the otherworldly space? The time flew by, and soon it was noon. One must say Zhua Zuanking's knowledge was truly profound. Whether it was her voluntarily sharing or answering questions raised by curious students, she could explain them well. Some classmates felt that this teacher seemed to be only in her 30s, yet her knowledge was genuinely admirable. After class, Zhua Xianxing asked everyone to stay in the classroom for 10 minutes before leaving. The crowd sat in their seats, reflecting on the knowledge they had just gained. Although they had some understanding of otherworldly spaces, they had only recently formed contracts with their contract spirits. For the past several years, their main focus had been on studying major subjects like physical education. There was no way around it. After all, the body of a contract master is quite fragile, especially in the early stages. Without a strong physique in future battles, others would not even need to deal with your contract spirit. They could simply attack you directly. Unless your contract spirit is powerful enough to the point that enemies have no chance of approaching you. Xianxing's physical fitness was actually quite good. In a 100-meter dash, she could easily run under 9 seconds. Most girls her age averaged around 11 seconds. After recalling Zhua Zuanking's teachings, Xianxing felt she had gained a lot. She took out her phone and glanced at the afternoon schedule, letting out a slight sigh. As expected, after entering the Contract Master Academy, there are no more relaxing courses like math or physics, only those related to physical education. How nice it would be if this world had no otherworldly spaces. I heard that in ordinary universities one can attend advanced math and physics courses every day, living quite leisurely. Not only Xianxing, but others also lamented. In high school there were interesting subjects like math, but upon reaching the Contract Master Academy, they were completely gone. Someone sighed. A high school was the best. There were subjects like math that helped to relax the mind. When attending such classes, the teacher would lecture, and we just had to listen. But physical education classes are different. The teacher calls names every day, makes us answer questions, and if anyone answers poorly, the training volume doubles. This statement received nods of agreement from the crowd. Earlier, when they heard that Zhua Xianxing would call on someone to answer questions, they felt nervous, fearing that the other party would punish them with doubled training volume. Meanwhile, in the contract spirit space, Su Xian heard Xianxing's words, her expression turning peculiar. Reversal of heaven and earth. 10 minutes later, a teacher arrived. He was there to distribute credit cards to everyone. Upon seeing the credit card with their own photos, everyone was quite excited. With the credit card, they could use credits for purchases. Credits are the universal currency at the academy. As students, especially freshmen, they received discounts and could purchase resources at specific prices. Of course, these resources are limited in quantity. Overall, they are about 20% cheaper than outside. However, this applies to ordinary resources. If they are rare resources, the prices might be similar to, or even more expensive than outside. The reason for high prices is simple, as they are produced by the academy, ensuring quality. Additionally, for certain resources, such as cores containing violent energy, there will be teachers specifically responsible for protection, while the contract spirits absorb them. After receiving the credit cards, everyone eagerly checked their credits. New students are rewarded with credits based on their assessment scores. For geniuses like them, the credit rewards were roughly around 200. This is already quite high. Converted into funds, that would be 200 million. Moreover, with discounts for purchases at the academy, if calculated properly, it would be more than 200 million. Not long after, many people were stunned. What the hell? What is going on? Why do I have 0 credits? Doesn't the academy reward credits? After inquiring among themselves, they found that those around them were in the same situation. Wait, why do I have 150 credits? Zhao Tianxi was also baffled. If no one had credits, perhaps the academy had not yet issued them. But he had credits, yet it was half of what he expected. In the past, it was not unusual for students like him to receive 300 credits. The teacher distributing the credit cards heard the crowd's discussions and said indifferently, the credits rewarded by the academy have already been fully distributed. Among the 23 present as the attacking side, you united with over 1,000 people, yet within 20 minutes you did not exert any effect. You should know that for Biming Academy, the battle during the opening ceremony serves as the entrance test. In previous years, based on your performance, it would check the authenticity of your contract. Master assessment results arranged for retests, or even expulsion, would not be out of the question. It was only because of the special circumstances that your rewarded credits were merely deducted. The teacher did not care about the distressed expressions of the 23 and coldly addressed the remaining students. I will not mention the 4 individuals that Xin Qing defeated in the end. Your credits are also cleared. As for the so-called geniuses remaining, you truly do not deserve that title. When faced with a crisis, instead of trying to help, you only knew to hide behind and slack off throughout. If it were up to me, all of your credits should be forfeited. You should be grateful that I only deducted half of your credit. After finishing this statement, the teacher left, leaving the crowd in a dilemma, not knowing whether to leave or stay, their heads bowed in silence. Xin Qing was quite speechless. Why am I being dragged into this again? Can't I just stay peacefully in the academy? She could feel 4 pairs of malicious eyes fixed on her. Zhao Tianxi cautiously approached Xin Qing and asked in a low voice, Xin Qing, may I ask how many credits? In the classroom, the silent crowd perked up. Xin Qing glanced at him and replied, I haven't checked yet. Zhao Tianxi chuckled awkwardly. Can we take a look now? Xin Qing was at a loss for words. Sighing inwardly, she checked her credit card. Zhao Tianxi's eyes widened, nervously watching her. A minute later, Zhao Tianxi was dumbfounded, speechless. 1,000. He covered his mouth midway through. Seeing his reaction, Xin Qing couldn't help but laugh in anger. She was even tempted to summon Su Xian to deal with this guy. Just as she finished saying this, she quickly clamped her mouth shut. Wasn't that a bit too much? He had already mentioned 1,000, he might as well disclose the remaining few hundred. Hiss! A series of gasps echoed throughout the classroom. They had not expected Xin Qing's credit reward to be so astonishingly high. 1,000 credits meant 10 billion. If it were converted into resources, it would be even more. Moreover, certain areas of the academy could only be accessed by paying credits, which ordinary students could only. Xin Qing not only took their rewards, but also left them without their own resources. To make matters worse, their credit rewards were also gone because of her. Li Xuan gritted her teeth, inwardly cursing, damn it. Xin Qing, you won't be proud for long. In 4 days, when the academy's secret realm opens, no matter which realm you enter, I will choose the same one as you. Your bronze level slime can be invincible at the bronze level. Can it be invincible at the silver level too? As long as I find you together with the seniors who come to help me, whatever resources you have now, you will have to double them. Li Xuan mentioned finding, because after the new students entered the secret realm, aside from their chosen seniors, everyone's positions were randomly distributed. However, this wasn't too big of a problem, as the seniors were very familiar with the environment inside the secret realm, capable of navigating it even with their eyes closed. Ignoring the crowd, Xin Qing tidied up a bit and left. The cafeteria of Biming Academy was each floor offered different dishes. The reason was simple, not only could students dine here, but contracted spirits could as well. The higher the floor, the better the quality of the ingredients, and the more energy they contained. Naturally, the prices were also higher. Xin Qing was dining on the first floor, where the prices were relatively affordable, yet she already found it quite astonishing. 1 credit could buy a dining card on the first floor, limited to that floor, offering a self-service meal. The self-service meal cost 10,000, meaning 1 credit could allow one to eat here 100 times. It might not sound like a lot, but if converted to money, it would be quite painful. When Xin Qing was at home, she usually spent at most around 1,000 on meals. However, at Biming Academy, even on the first floor, the cost reached 10,000. This gap was too huge. The academy can't be intentionally ripping us off by using credits as currency, can it? After all, if converted to credits, 1 credit allows for 100 meals, which sounds quite cheap. Xin Qing couldn't help but think this while eating. Meanwhile, on the east side of the cafeteria, a figure sat in an inconspicuous position, secretly observing Xin Qing. In fact, many others in the cafeteria were also watching her. After all, her performance yesterday was astonishing, setting a record for new students. However, most people kept their distance, as those dining here were mostly new students. What happened yesterday was quite embarrassing for them. Not only did they lose face, but they also lost a considerable amount. Because of Xin Qing, their reward credits were completely cancelled by the academy, which meant that they could only purchase credits with money. At Biming Academy, this was allowed, but not only was there a monthly limit, the conversion rate was also quite unfavorable. They needed to spend 5 million to buy 1 credit. The monthly purchase limit was only 100. Thinking about how much extra money they had spent, some new students were gritting their teeth while eating. But there was something quite amusing. While they were grinding their teeth in anger while eating, they didn't dare look at Xinqing. After all, who wouldn't fear a slime that could transform into a 100-meter-tall creature? This was a classic case of being angry after getting angry. After finishing her meal, Xinqing felt somewhat helpless and packed the food that belonged to Su Xian. There was no way around it. Given the looks of the people around, if she summoned Su Xian, it was entirely possible that they would all run away on the spot. It really is. Being too powerful is also a kind of sin. Only after Xinqing left the cafeteria did the new students breathe a sigh of relief, feeling their bodies lighten up instantly. The sneaky figure on the east side of the cafeteria watched Xinqing leave, gritted his teeth, and finally followed after her. In front of the villa area, Xinqing turned around expressionlessly and looked at a large tree behind her. Behind the tree, a corner of clothing was faintly visible. Clenching her fist, Xinqing said in a low voice, "Come out." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the corner of the clothing tremble slightly, but there was no further reaction. Xinqing really wanted to summon Su Xian right now and directly crush this stalker into a two-dimensional being. But in the end, she calmed herself down. It was the Academy's rules that saved you. After comforting herself, Xinqing continued, "If you don't come out." Upon hearing this, the person behind the tree awkwardly stepped out. Seeing his face, Xinqing's expression darkened immediately. She turned around directly and was about to leave. The stalker, who was Lu Xian, became anxious upon seeing Xinqing about to leave and said immediately, "Xinqing, I have something important to tell you. Do you know about the secret realm rewards that all new students will have in 4 days?" Xinqing paused her steps, turned around, and looked at Lu Xian with an expressionless face. This perverted creep. When they first met, he pretended to be sick on the ground, and even wanted her to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. "I don't know. Besides, according to what you said, this is the secret realm reward for us new students. Why are you, an old student, telling me this?" Xinqing didn't even want to call him senior. Lu Xian hurriedly said, "You new students can choose seniors to protect you when entering the secret realm. If possible, I hope you can choose me. I swear I will definitely protect you well." Xinqing's face was dark as she turned to leave. She no longer wanted to deal with this fool. Lu Xian, seeing this, quickly said, "Xinqing, junior sister, your situation is quite dangerous now. In 4 days, the secret realm of the Academy will open and many senior students will target you." Xinqing stopped, turned her head back, and frowned slightly. "What do they want from me? Is it because they bet on me and lost, so they want to vent their frustration on me?" Clearly, Xinqing was aware of the betting among the senior students. Lu Xian, relieved that Xinqing was willing to listen to him, continued, "Junior sister Xinqing, that's not entirely the reason. In previous years, there hasn't been this kind of situation. But yesterday, during the opening ceremony, you received too many resources, and many senior students are quite poor, naturally setting their sights on you." Lu Xian couldn't help but reflect. In the past, geniuses were usually robbed of most of their resources during the opening ceremony, and he himself was quite impoverished, so senior students wouldn't target them. But Xinqing was different. Not only did she not have her rewards stolen, but she also took away the rewards meant for the other 4 geniuses. In such a situation, it would be strange if no one had their eyes on her. Xinqing's frown deepened. Does the Academy not care about such things? Aren't they also senior students? Is it fair to let senior and junior students compete against each other? Lu Xian shrugged. "Junior sister, the Academy really doesn't interfere. After all, entering the secret realm involves both danger and opportunity. If you have strength, the opportunities are naturally yours, but if you lack strength, then it's all danger." He added, "Moreover, didn't that senior say at the time, in the other dimensional space, those ferocious beings from other dimensions won't care about fairness, they only think that you better obediently let them slaughter you." Seeing Xinqing silent for a long time, Lu Xian changed his tone and said, "But junior sister, you can rest assured I am different from those senior students. I won't covet the resources you possess. As long as you choose me, I will do my utmost to protect you." Saying this, Lu Xian sighed again. "Actually, I know that junior sister has some misunderstandings about me due to what happened on the day of enrollment. After going back, I reflected on it, and I admit I was reckless at that time. I sincerely apologize to you." Lu Xian's tone was very sincere, but Xinqing still did not react much. Lu Xian felt speechless. Does junior sister Xinqing think so poorly of me? My father has really affected me. Even now, Lu Xian still didn't understand why this tactic worked on his father, leading to a partner, and ultimately but when he tried this tactic, not only did he fail to find a partner, but he was also disliked everywhere, even mistaken for a pervert. Girls' thoughts are truly difficult to understand. After this, Lu Xian noticed Xinqing remained silent, so he said, "Junior sister, given your situation, it's highly likely that other senior students will not dare to accept your invitation. They are not as strong as you, capable of dealing with everyone from the same cohort on your own. If you choose me, I can't promise I can help you deal with all of them, but I can at least help you withstand some pressure, right?" After Lu Xian spoke for a long time, Qing finally spoke up. So your point is, the senior students are targeting me because I have a lot of resources. If that's the case, then when I go to the secret realm, I just won't take these resources, right? I can leave the resources in the dormitory. Are they really going to come and rob me there? Qing was somewhat puzzled. Lu Xian said those senior students were going to target her because she had obtained a large amount of resources. Not to mention whether she could deal with them, but if she didn't carry the resources with her, how could they rob her? Lu Xian laughed and said, "Junior sister, if it were that simple, I wouldn't be looking for you. Actually, to put it bluntly, it's still the Academy's fault. To motivate you to compete in the secret realm, the Academy will set scores and rankings leading to rewards and punishments. The ways to gain points include defeating your opponents or obtaining resources in the secret realm. In previous years, generally the top 10 would receive rewards, while the bottom 10 would face punishments. Even if you don't bring resources, they can still target you, causing you to miss out on rewards and face punishments. Moreover, unlike the rewards which have limits, there are no limits to the punishments." At this point, Lu Xian's tone became somewhat indignant, as if recalling something. If you truly perform poorly, it's not impossible for all the resources on you to be confiscated as punishment. I believe those senior students will use this to blackmail you, making you promise to pay them a certain amount of resources after leaving the secret realm. Junior sister Qing, if you make such a promise, it will count. If you don't abide by it, the consequences could be. Suddenly Qing spoke up, her tone somewhat cold. So according to you, if I can defeat them, I can make them promise to pay me a large amount of resources. Lu Xian was stunned. He looked at Qing's serious expression, which did not seem to be fake, and quickly said, "Junior sister, you may not know that any senior student who can be selected is usually a strong individual among the silver rank. Moreover, there are over 1,000 new students, which means that over 1,000 senior students can also enter. Although I don't know how many are specifically targeting you, the number must exceed your imagination." Lu Xian's words were quite tactful, but the implication was clear. It would be utterly impossible to deal with them. Lu Xian admitted that Qing's slime was very strong, perhaps even superior to silver contract spirits. But what good is it to win unknown? You can besiege new students, but can you besiege senior students? That's an unrealistic fantasy. Lu Xian was about to persuade her further when Qing interrupted. "I understand now, senior, thank you for telling me all this. But when the time comes I won't trouble you, I have my own ways." With that, Qing walked away without looking back, regardless of what Lu Xian said. Knowing that she could also rob those senior students, Qing lost interest in the rest of the conversation. If someone truly dared to come and rob her, then she wouldn't hold back. To be honest, Qing felt a bit angry upon hearing this news. She was completely an innocent victim. Just because she obtained a large amount of resources, she had to be targeted like this. Fine. Then come at her. Her little slime's attributes stood at 19,999. If they really came, let's see who ends up robbing whom. Seeing Qing's disappearing figure, Lu Xian looked helpless. "Junior sister. Sigh. Not heeding the senior's advice shall suffer in the secret realm. However, it might be a good thing junior sister finally seems willing to call me senior. The progress of my strategy has improved, and now I need to come up with a way to enter the secret realm in 4 days." Not long after returning to the villa, Qing received a message from Leng Hanjing. "Junior, about the secret realm in 4 days. Do you need me to help you find someone? Senior sister cannot come personally because she is not a silver level." It was evident that Leng Hanjing was aware of some matters. If Wang Yang knew about this, he would probably be devastated. After all, during his morning class, he was stunned into silence when Zhao Tianxi said he demanded mercy without offering any explanation, simply because he was worried that Qing would find out that in the secret realm 4 days later there would be senior students targeting her. Now it turns out that Qing had already been informed about this matter by 2 people, and it was no longer a secret. Seeing the message, Qing felt warmth in her heart and replied, "Thank you, senior sister, but I already have a solution for this matter." After sending the message, it took Leng Hanjing about a minute to reply. "Junior, I won't persuade you further. There are still 4 days left, and I will be waiting for your news at any time." After sending these 2 messages, Leng Hanjing continued to send another message after half a minute. "If I may say, those senior students targeting you are all worthless. They dare not lay their hands on senior students stronger than themselves, nor do they dare to obtain resources from the other dimensional space. They only know how to focus their attention on you freshmen. Every day they think of some filthy matters that skirt the edge of the Academy's rules. Originally, the Academy's intention was to let them go into the secret realm and protect the freshmen, but these worthless individuals treat it as a path to wealth. Such people are doomed to never become powerful contract masters. Junior, for matters inside the secret realm, I cannot help you too much, but if they dare to harm you outside the secret realm, I can step in at any time." After sending this message, Leng Hanjing fell silent. Qing stared at the information on her phone, lost in thought, for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, a smile curled at the corners of her mouth. It seems that not everything in the academy is as I imagined. Not everyone will inexplicably target others over trivial matters. There are still people like Senior Lung around. After that, Xinqing summoned Su Xian and fed him resources. Although Su Xian's attribute values had reached their limits, the levels of his skills could still be improved. Except for the dream illusion skill, it seems that the levels of the other skills are increasing at a decent pace. I wonder what the reason is. After pondering for a while, without any results, Xinqing helplessly shook her head. Glancing at the unknown evolution direction at the bottom, Xinqing looked at Su Xian, who was happily devouring resources, and suddenly asked, "Little sure, what will you become after evolution? Will your appearance change?" After devouring the resources in his mouth, Su Xian paused his movements. He looked at Xinqing and found her eyes filled with curiosity. Su Xian fell silent for a moment, then helplessly said, "Guji." He didn't know either. The system had been silent for a long time and had never mentioned this matter to him. "Then do you know what you need to do to meet the evolution conditions, eh?" Xinqing asked again. Actually, she had some doubts in her heart as she had been thinking about this matter during this time. Last time she went to the ice-cold hell, and that fulfilled the evolution conditions. Xinqing analyzed the changes, and the most likely factors were the attribute values and skill levels. In addition, it might be related to the world-destroying monsters, but she instinctively felt that it was unlikely. Guji. Su Xian felt somewhat guilty. The evolution conditions were actually close to being fulfilled. As long as his destruction skill and plundering skill reached level 3, he would naturally be able to evolve. However, after Su Xian learned that Xinqing could not see his special skills from the panel, he decided not to tell her about the 3 skills he possessed. Even if Xinqing had already discovered the special aspects about herself, it was the same. Speaking of which, this was also the system's fault. After all, the system's name was so unserious, called the world-destroying calamity evolution system. If Xinqing knew about this, who knows how her attitude towards him would change. Seeing that Su Xian was slow to respond, Xinqing simply assumed he did not know. With a soft sigh in her heart, she did not ask further. Time passed quickly. 4 days later, on the first floor of the Biming Academy, many new and old students gathered here. Most of their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. 3 days ago, they received notification from the academy and learned about the secret realm options available for freshmen. At first, the new students thought of the abundant resources in the secret realm, freely choosing resources, while also having senior students to protect them, which felt like a windfall from the heavens. However, after learning the related rules of the secret realm activities, some people began to worry. The worries were naturally about being eliminated by others in the secret realm, or having their hard-earned resources snatched away, and even facing punishment in the end. But overall, most people were extremely delighted. After all, the number of those who would be punished was merely 10. Compared to their total number of over 1,000, that was nothing. Xinqing stood in a position that was originally inconspicuous. However, because of her presence, it attracted many gazes. Among them were both senior and junior students. The most intense gazes belonged to Xuan and her 3 companions. They looked as if they were grinding their teeth, eager to enter the secret realm immediately and double the humiliation they had received from Xinqing 5 days ago. "Just wait, Xinqing, soon you won't be able to smile anymore. I told you to be so arrogant, even robbing this lattice resources during the opening ceremony. Now so many senior students are eyeing you, let's see how you handle it." Just thinking about how Xinqing would be besieged by senior students in the secret realm, ultimately meeting a tragic end, brought a wave of delight to Li Shuang's heart. In other places, Zhao Tianxi, Fan, and Lu Xian, among others, also occasionally cast glances at Xinqing. Unlike others who wanted to target Xinqing's resources, their gazes were filled with concern. Zhao Tianxi suddenly said to the person beside him, "Senior, if we encounter Xinqing, can you really not help? If you can help her through this crisis, I can share more of the resources I've collected with you afterward." The senior Zhao Tianxi referred to was an ordinary-looking boy with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the senior responded mildly, "Have you found any senior brothers or sisters willing to help you?" "No, right. Not only that, but they even declined your invitation because of this. If it weren't for my urgent need for resources, I wouldn't have agreed to you in the first place. If I really encounter such a situation, I'll pretend I didn't see it. Not interfering is already merciful enough." Upon hearing the senior's words, Zhao Tianxi sighed helplessly. In a position far from him, Lu Xian was also explaining to the junior he had invited. "Little junior, when Xinqing chooses that secret realm later, just choose that one too. When you go and just find a place to hide. Don't worry with the senior here, you won't leave empty-handed, and you will also receive credit compensation." Hearing Lu Xian's words, the junior twitched his mouth and finally nodded helplessly. Others invite seniors for protection, but Lu Xian, instead of protecting himself, actively offered credit just to protect Xinqing. He even told him to find a place to hide. This new student found it absurd. Having gone this far, why not just directly go to Xinqing and say he wanted to protect her? "Forget it, who cares what he thinks anyway? With the credit compensation, I won't lose." 5 minutes later, an old man in plain clothes appeared. He looked at the crowd and lazily said, "Get ready, the secret realm is about to open. As for the rules, you should all be aware, and I can't be bothered to elaborate further. There are 3 secret realms, you choose according to your situation. Once you enter the secret realm, a token will appear on you which will record your scores. If the token is lost, your scores will be reset to 0. If you wish to earn points, whether by killing the otherworldly beings inside, stealing others' tokens, or acquiring resources, all count. The secret realm has a unique mechanism. If you are injured to a certain extent, you will be automatically eliminated. If someone chooses to forfeit, their scores will also reset to 0, and they will be eliminated. If eliminated, the last 10 will receive no rewards, but instead be subjected to punishments based on their situations. Similarly, the top 10 will receive rewards: 300 credits for the first place, 250 for the second, and 200 for the third. The 4th to 10th places will each receive 100 credits. Alright, that's about it. The next part is up to you. After speaking, the old man waved his aged hand behind him. Immediately, several buzzing sounds filled the air. A few seconds later, 3 spatial passages opened. In the first passage, a scorching heat radiated out, causing ripples in the air. The second passage emanated a chilling cold that penetrated, anyone near it would involuntarily shiver. The last passage appeared much more pleasant, exuding a refreshing vitality that lifted the spirits. Alright, you may choose now. You must make your selections within 10 minutes, or the first one will be immediately eliminated. One day later, this secret realm activity will conclude, and results will be tallied. After the words fell, the excited crowd began to make their choices. Those wanting to enhance their strength attributes went into the first passage. Those with lower speed attributes chose the second passage. The last passage produced resources to enhance defensive attributes. Xinqing quickly made her choice, as she opted for the first passage. The secret realm within was predominantly comprised of magma and volcanic landscapes. The reason for choosing this place was intentional. Su Xian's attribute values had all reached their limits, making any choice equivalent. However, comparatively, this environment was the hardest to endure. The intense heat inside would cause a burning pain. Of course, this pain could be alleviated or even eliminated through the use of potions. However, using potions also costs money. Xinqing thought that since so many people were eyeing her, she must ensure they have a tough time. She wouldn't let them feel too comfortable in this environment. After Xinqing entered the first passage, Xuan and the others looked at her back and snorted. She really chose the first secret realm. Do you think that the harsh environment will make us give up? Don't even think about it. The harder it is for us inside, the more resources we will demand from you later. Soon Xuan and the others also entered the first secret realm. Aside from them, some newcomers, upon seeing Xinqing enter this secret realm, followed suit without hesitation. The seniors they chose appeared somewhat excited. Clearly, they were all keeping an eye on Xinqing. Zhao Tianxi, Fan, and Lu Xian also entered the first passage. 5 minutes later, everyone had completed their selections and entered the passages. The laid-back old man looked at the empty ground before him, and his gaze finally shifted back to the first passage, smiling. This is quite interesting. More than 900 out of over 1,000 newcomers chose the first secret realm. It seems this year's secret realm activity will be quite intriguing. Especially that little girl. She actually entered the magma secret realm alone, without any seniors accompanying her. Truly someone that Xiaoqin has high hopes for. In the next moment, the old man pointed forward with his finger. Images suddenly appeared out of thin air, projected into the air like holograms. The images displayed the newcomers who had just entered the passages. Xinqing's image appeared, as well, seemingly allocated to the magma area. So hot. As soon as Xinqing entered the secret realm, an even more intense heat rushed towards her. This temperature felt as if flames were directly scorching her, causing her skin to sting. At her feet lay a token. Xinqing remained composed, first pocketing the token, then quickly retrieving a cyan potion from her spatial ring and drinking it down. The cool liquid entered her mouth, dispelling the surrounding heat. This ice potion was not simple. Although Xinqing had diluted it for her own consumption, it still cost around 100,000. In other words, 10 bottles of ice potion equated to 1 credit. Xinqing glanced around. She stood on the crimson ground, and about 10 meters to her right, magma surged, winding and spiraling, extending to the horizon. Looking around, tall mountain silhouettes seemed to be everywhere. Based on Xinqing's understanding, these were all volcanoes with varying eruption frequencies. Within a day, there would certainly be several eruptions. After summoning Su Xian, Xinqing began to contemplate her next plan. Although this place is a secret realm, it essentially remains an otherworldly space without any kings born. There are still Lord-level beings present. For now, I can search for the locations of Lord-level beings. After making her decision, Xinqing suddenly thought of someone. Yang Fan. His contract spirit had strong search abilities. If he was here, perhaps he could locate the Lord-level beings. Under normal circumstances, Lord-level beings are difficult to find, not to mention they usually dwell deep within the otherworldly spaces, and even if found they have numerous subordinates. I wonder if he managed to come in. Forget it, whether he comes in or not doesn't matter. I might not even have the chance to search for Lord-level beings before a bunch of people come looking for me. After the announcement about the secret realm, Yang Fan had specifically approached Xin Qing, hoping she would choose the same secret realm to cooperate. However, due to being targeted this time, Xin Qing did not agree. She wondered how he would choose. Guji. While Xin Qing was pondering, Su Xian curiously observed the surroundings, his large cute eyes filled with magma and volcanoes. I never got the chance to see these in my past life, but unexpectedly encountered, but it doesn't feel that hot. They say magma is extremely high in temperature, but given the current situation, it feels like taking a bath inside isn't too much of a problem, right? Thinking of this, Su Xian smiled mischievously and leaped into the air. Xin Qing sensed Su Xian's movement and immediately looked up, only to be astonished to find that Su Xian had jumped directly into the magma. Splash! Su Xian jumped into the magma, and the searing heat felt even less intense than a hot spring to him. He felt incredibly comfortable. Guji, this is awesome. Xin Qing's lip twitched faintly, a helpless incredulity stirring within her. Xiaoshi, are you bathing in molten lava? This is ridiculous. Never mind, there's nothing to be done. We will wait. Xin Qing had been watching Su Xian soaking in the lava, but soon her mouth twitched again. Su Xian apparently found mere soaking dull. He actually began to swim through the lava, reveling in it, as if it were the most natural thing. From Xin Qing's vantage, it looked like a gelatinous mass skimming the lava's surface at incredible speed. An uncannily eerie sight. Xin Qing pressed a hand to her forehead. At least I'm alone here, no one saw this. No sooner had she spoken than a rustle sounded behind her. Turning, she saw two people half concealed by rocks, mouths agape, staring blankly at her. Especially at Su Xian, who was swimming in the lava. Beside them stood their contracted spirits, one resembling a tortoise, the other a lion-like creature. Xin Qing watched them impassively, which made the two uneasy. They were simply an ordinary pairing of a freshman and an upperclassman. The freshman's strength need not be discussed. The upperclassman himself was only silver 3-star. By conventional wisdom, a silver 3-star, especially one from Baiming Shuafu, one of the 10 academies, would utterly crush any bronze. But Xin Qing was different. Even this upperclassman's performance at the opening ceremony fell far short. Though he hated to admit it, in truth, he stood little chance against Xin Qing. The freshman was visibly shaken, calves trembling, as he opened his mouth to ask his senior what to do. His eyes caught his senior's silent expression, and despair washed over him. How can you, a silver, be afraid of a bronze? Helplessly, he forced a crooked smile and addressed Xin Qing. Xin Qing, I was just passing by. Can you not hurt me? No sooner had he spoken than his pupils contracted. He suddenly realized that Su Xian at some unknown moment had disappeared. Gurgle. The sound exploded in his ear. By the time the freshman reacted, his senior and the contracted spirit were already felled. Upon them lay a slime. Oh my God. The freshman's hair stood on end. A cold dread surged through him as if plunged into an ice pit. He knew Su Xian was strong, but never imagined him powerful enough to instantly annihilate a silver 3-star contract master and his contracted spirit. A wave of terror swept him. But soon he felt nothing, for Su Xian struck him aside, and he blacked out. Gurgle. Su Xian seized the man's token and rifled through their belongings, producing 2 spatial rings. Having stowed the items, Su Xian hopped happily as he aimed to return to Xin Qing's side. Xiaoshi, wait. Seeing him approach, Xin Qing's expression shifted, and she hurriedly blocked him. Puzzled, Su Xian heard Xin Qing say, you just emerged from lava. Your body must be terribly hot. My body isn't as resilient as yours. If you touch me now, I might be burned. Su Xian was speechless. I have excellent heat dissipation, he said. The instant I left the lava, my body gurgled. Su Xian was about to invite Xin Qing to touch him when the lava's surface began to churn. Both he and the slime noticed and turned at once toward the disturbance. After half a minute, a gelatinous form surfaced. Xin Qing and Su Xian froze. It looked exactly like a fire tribute slime. Slime. Gurgle. Xin Qing was dumbstruck. Indeed, among the extra-dimensional creatures, there existed a race of slimes. But these were not the contracted spirits summoned by contract masters. The extra-dimensional slimes were an invasive species. Their chief difference from summoned slimes was that they possessed elemental attributes, like the one before them, plainly fire tribute. Moreover, their combat prowess far surpassed that of summoned contracted slimes. Except, of course, for Su Xian. Xin Qing's expression turned oddly thoughtful. She inspected the fire slime floating on the lava, then glanced at Su Xian. After a moment, she said, Xiaoshi, you two look quite alike. Gurgle. Su Xian was furious. Xin Qing spoke honestly. Whether it was the vacant, endearing gaze or the soft body, the resemblance was uncanny. Differences existed. The fire slime was entirely red, whereas Su Xian was ocean blue. This slime size was several times larger than Su Xian's. Of course, if Su Xian reverted to his true form, the situation would be reversed. Su Xian could not accept that he resembled this creature with its knowing eyes. It felt like an insult. As Su Xian opened his mouth, Xinqing said, "Since it's of your kin, then let's leave it be. Let's go." Xinqing had noted the slime's stats were very low, averaging around 20. Since it was a slime like Su Xian, she lost any inclination to attack. Gurgle. Who says we're kin? Su Xian could not contain himself. His previously vacant gaze flared with anger. The next instant he glared at the fire slime with a feral visage. Gurgle. You damned thing. Never shows up before or after, only now. Gurgle. Do you want to? Su Xian charged with menacing force, about to leap upon the fire slime. He intended to devour the slime that had offended his Dao heart. The fire slime watched its kin, identical to it apart from color and size, leap toward it, and its gaze remained endearingly vacant. Xinqing could not help laughing as she too stepped toward the fire slime. Unlike Su Xian, the fire slime noticed Xinqing's approach. Its vacant gaze turned fierce, and it emitted a threatening sound. Gurgle gurgle. Xinqing halted, glanced at Su Xian, and smiled. Shao sure see. Even it regards you as kin. Gurgle gurgle. Su Xian was beside himself with fury. What kind of eyes does that damned fire slime have? How could we possibly be kin? Just as Su Xian reached the lava's edge, gaping to swallow it, a thought stopped him. A few moments later he closed his mouth and used his plunder skill on the fire slime. Soon the fire slime grew weak, its fierce eyes shut, and its gelatinous form sank back into the lava. Watching this, Xinqing sighed inwardly. Indeed, Shao sure still cares for kinship. In truth, Su Xian had not spared the slime out of any sense of kinship. He simply sought to evolve. To do so, he needed to raise his destruction and plunder skills to level 3. His Devour skill was already level 3, so it made sense to prioritize plunder. Thus, Su Xian was unaware of Xinqing's reasoning. Otherwise, he would likely have chosen to forego evolving temporarily and just devour the fire slime. Kin my foot. After plundering, his skills did not change, which was not surprising since Su Xian had needed many uses of Devour to reach level 3. At that moment, the apparently dead system suddenly spoke. Host, why rush? You are all slimes born of the same root. Why devour one another so hastily? Huh? Su Xian blinked in bewilderment, then erupted into fury. System, you've stayed silent all this time, fine. But what on earth do you mean by saying that now? Who shares kinship with it? And don't arbitrarily rewrite my poems from my past life. The system murmured softly. I'm merely stating the truth. You two even speak the same way. Gurgle gurgle. That's nonsense. I'm conversing with you perfectly normally, aren't I? I'm just one level short. Both my plunder and destruction skills remain at tier 2. Once I elevate them to tier 3, I'll fulfill the evolution requirements for Slime Sovereign. You mentioned before that the Slime Sovereign possesses unique traits. Now that the time has come, you ought to reveal precisely what sets it apart. For instance, will my current form undergo transformation? System, are you? Sure. Su Xian seethed. This system possessed but a single talent: provoking slimes, or rather provoking people. Not a single kind word ever crossed its interface. After silently repeating, I am not a slime, several times, Su Xian attempted to return to Xinqing's embrace, only to be gently rebuffed. Little slime, wait a moment. I truly fear it's too hot. Su Xian glared, expression frozen in exasperated disbelief. Without further acknowledgement, Xinqing approached the dazed freshman, bent slightly, and gazed upon his unsettled face with a faint, chilling smile. This secret realm trial imposes penalties upon exactly 10 participants. So long as I eliminate 10 first, those upperclassmen targeting me will find themselves utterly powerless. Is this an unforeseen variable in their plan, or is there another reason? In truth, beyond the 10 penalized freshmen, the senior guardians assigned to protect them would also face consequences, albeit far milder ones. At that moment, only 2 figures stood beside Xinqing: Su Xian, and the unconscious freshman and his senior guardian. Their contracted spirits had already retreated automatically into the spirit contract space the instant their hosts lost consciousness. Gurgle. Su Xian drifted to Xinqing's side. Part of his body elongated into a slender tendril pointing toward the freshman, then mimed a sharp, decisive slash. Clearly he was asking whether they should eliminate him now. No, I won't eliminate him, Xinqing replied, shaking her head, unexpectedly. She rose slowly, her gaze sweeping across the desolate surroundings, her eyes deepening, sharpening, turning incisive. Rather than subjecting some unknown freshman to punishment, I prefer seeing those upperclassmen who conspired against me receive theirs. 10 slots. I shall choose them with exquisite care, determining precisely who deserves this penalty. Her voice carried a glacial edge. She'd never wronged them, yet they'd schemed against her purely for gain. Now retribution would be neither gentle nor restrained. Su Xian listened, pulse quickening with quiet exhilaration. It's about time. I am the cataclysm destined to unmake worlds. I need fear nothing, hesitate at nothing. Back then Xinqing worried my excessive displays might draw unwanted attention. But some people are simply base, show weakness, and they prey upon you, show strength, and they conspire against you. Such individuals require only one lesson, delivered with such force their faces swell beyond recognition until even their minuscule intellects finally stirred a thought. Xinqing added, yet that earlier question truly perplexed me logically. Once I eliminate 10 participants, I become invulnerable to penalty. Could it be they're truly so foolish, unable to grasp so elementary a truth? Senior, may I asked you before, but you gave no answer. Now I ask again, if Xinqing eliminates 10 freshmen ahead of schedule, doesn't she secure absolute victory? Wouldn't all our schemes then dissolve into absurdity? Beneath an active volcano, Li Xuan, accompanying Zhao Bing in his search, spoke up abruptly. She'd posed this question before, yet Zhao Bing had merely smiled, offering no reply. At her words, Zhao Bing halted mid-step. He turned, studying Li Xuan's furrowed brow and puzzled expression, and sighed deeply. Junior sister, perhaps you don't yet comprehend the chasm between silver tier and bronze tier contract masters. You've never experienced such disparity, have you? Even an ordinary silver rank 1 could effortlessly overwhelm a bronze rank 5. A gap of entire tiers cannot be bridged. Li Xuan's frown deepened. Xinqing's slime. Even a silver tier contracted spirit might struggle to defeat it. You witnessed the opening ceremony, surely. Mid-sentence, Li Xuan seemed to recall something. Her expression darkened, and she fell silent. Zhao Bing chuckled. Indeed, I saw it. That slime possesses extraordinary power. No freshman acting alone or in concert stands a chance against it. Moreover, even the 4 of us back then, including you, junior sister. Well, never mind. I'll say no. Ignoring Li Xuan's grim visage, Zhao Bing continued, Junior sister, remember this one truth: silver tier contract masters of Biming Academy bear no resemblance to mere silver tier practitioners found elsewhere. Though I cannot ascertain the slime's precise stats, its performance during the opening ceremony offered telling, and by our estimation, its average attribute value lies somewhere between 3,000 and 3,005. Judging by its morphology, it possesses exceptional aptitude for resource absorption, capable of dramatically amplifying its attributes through massive intake. An upper limit so staggering remains unprecedented. During the contract master assessment, she clearly held back. As he spoke, Zhao Bing felt profound awe. Had he not witnessed it himself, he'd never believe a bronze rank 5 contracted spirit could attain such godlike statistics. Were this revelation made public, it would send shockwaves across the entire Azure planet. Even Xinqing's display during the assessment, when Su Xian's stats were first unveiled, had been astonishing enough. Yet now it appeared that figure represented merely 1/10 of his true capacity. Even Zhao Bing, a prodigy by any measure, could not help but admire her. Li Xuan stood stunned. She hadn't imagined Su Xian's attributes could reach such heights. Her fists clenched tightly, her teeth ground together silver white and sharp. Moments later, a cold sneer echoed within her thoughts. High stats now mean little. If latent potential is this shallow, he'll never ascend beyond this tier. Once I break through to diamond rank, even ascend to sovereign rank, you Xinqing will gaze upward at me. Noticing Li Xuan's troubled expression, Zhao Bing assumed she feared the seniors couldn't overcome Xinqing, and smiled reassuringly. So there's no need for concern. Though her contracted spirit reigns supreme among bronze-tier entities, it holds not the slightest advantage against the seniors entering this trial. Even the weakest among those upperclassmen boasts attribute values exceeding 4,000. The slime stands no chance whatsoever. Not even we could match them, let alone the lord-class beings dwelling within this secret realm. Gurgle. Su Xian suddenly remembered something. If Xinqing wanted to earn points, slaying the extra-dimensional creatures within the secret realm was one way to do it. How could I have forgotten this? Su Xian thought with annoyance. With that decided, he planned to dive into the lava and hunt down the fire slime whose power he had just plundered. At that moment, great sheets of lava heaved and boiled. Gurgle, gurgle. Xinqing looked up and saw the surface of the lava bulging in many places as if numerous things were about to burst free. Boom. With a deafening detonation, dense ranks of fire slimes surged forth from the lava without. Their eyes were no longer endearingly vacant like the earlier one, they looked fierce. The moment they appeared, their gazes fixed on Xinqing, and their slimy mouths emitted angry sounds. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. Xinqing was stunned. She had not expected so many fire slimes to be hiding beneath. She was not overly panicked. At a glance, she could tell that most of the fire slimes had attribute values between 20 and 30. Even the higher ones only reached around 50, effectively no threat. If Su Xian were shielded in front, these slimes could attack until the secret realm event ended and still not deal him the slightest harm. After a moment's thought, Xinqing said to Su Xian, Xiao Shi, it seems we have poked the nest of your kin. Shall we withdraw? Before her words had finished, Su Xian snapped back, angrily gurgle. We are not of the same kin. He glared at the fire slimes. Fine, you came up before I came looking for you. He called. Since you've surfaced, none of you shall flee. Plunder. A mysterious plundering power surged out, invading the bodies of countless fire slimes and ravaging them. After looting their strength, Su Xian received feedback. In an instant, innumerable fire slimes felt their bodies grow unbearably weak. The sensation was hard to describe. It was not simply being drained. If one must use human terms, it was like having overdrawn oneself a dozen times over, leaving the entire state of the body as if on the brink of collapse. In 2 words, like death. The dense ranks of fire slimes could not glare fiercely, some could not even open their eyes, and seemed likely to sink back into the lava in a state of weakness at any moment. Su Xian had no intention of sparing them. He opened his mouth and a deep blue light gathered. The Xian Bing, Jiling, the spirit of profound ice and evolution of Bing Pai's soul. The skill Su Xian wielded was a full 5 ranks. If he were to unleash it at full power, the lava stretching to the horizon would be transformed into an ice river from that moment onward. After a few breaths, an ice orb 5 centimeters in diameter shot forth, its surface cloaked in sapphire light. The instant it touched the boiling lava, it froze it solid. Profound ice condensed and spread with great speed. Before long, every fire slime visible to the naked eye had become an ice sculpture. Xinqing watched with her mouth slightly parted, clearly surprised. Her astonishment was not at Su Xian's power, but at his demeanor. Xiao Shi, you are far too ruthless toward your own kind. They may be extra-dimensional beings, but a slime's life is still a life. Su Xian felt crestfallen. He could not tell whether Xinqing truly failed to understand him or was pretending not to. He cursed inwardly that he should have carried paper and pen. I'm really not a slime anymore. Host, you must not forget your roots. The system suddenly spoke. Su Xian laughed angrily. System, here you go again. Putting everything else aside, tell me, what exactly has changed about the slime overlord? Su Xian had expected the system to go silent, but instead it said, Host, firstly, your potential will increase, and your level will rise. Secondly, your attribute caps will be broken. The power currently stored in your body will convert into attribute values when you break through. Finally, you will learn the conditions for the next stage of evolution and the name after evolution. After hearing this, Su Xian waited for a long moment, only to find the system silent once more. He twitched at the corner of his mouth, and then, don't you know what I most want to hear? When will I finally attain I want to run freely across this world on my own feet, damn it. Su Xian was left speechless with anger. He looked at Xinqing, used a transformed tentacle to point to the place where she had stored the token, then glanced at the fire slimes frozen as ice sculptures. The implication was obvious. He wanted to know whether utterly annihilating these fire slimes would increase the points displayed on the token. Xinqing fell silent for a long moment before saying with a complicated expression, Xiao Shi, for my sake you have even righteously slain your own kin. Thank you, Xiao Shi. Su Xian. With a decisive thought, the countless ice sculptures of fire slimes shattered with a sharp click. The fire slimes consequently perished. Xinqing suddenly felt the place where she had stored the token grow hot. She hurriedly retrieved it and saw ephemeral numbers appearing on its surface. At that moment, the ephemeral numbers were climbing at a rate too swift for the naked eye to track. Until the moment the number reached 1,000, a phantom screen of light unfurled across the blood-red sky. At the same instant, an ancient voice murmured from afar. Attention, someone's score has reached 1,000. The leaderboard has been activated. The final 10 names remaining on the list will receive academic credit rewards. The announcement carried to every corner of the Yanjiang secret realm and into every ear. In truth, the reminder was redundant. Anyone within the realm could see the illusory screen suspended in the sky. When the top name appeared, everyone was dumbstruck. The leaderboard read: first place, Xinqing 1986 points, second place, Yang Fan 97 points. Seeing Xinqing atop the list left the crowd astonished. After all, Xinqing had entered alone. No senior had dared to assist her. Lu Xian had been willing to help, but Xinqing had refused his aid. Meanwhile, in a grove of crimson trees, Li Shuang stared at the sky's list in disbelief, her eyes near. Impossible, she thought. This is utterly impossible. So little time had passed, yet Xinqing was approaching 2,000 points. Could any mortal achieve such a thing? Up to now, Li Shuang had barely encountered any interdimensional creatures, let alone slain one. Naturally, her name did not appear on the list. Beside her, Zhao Bing's expression was far more composed. There is no need to panic. Her being first means those 1,000+ points are also something we could attain. If we older students wished, we could locate where the interdimensional beings gather and slaughter them. Gaining points would then be easy. No matter how many points she accumulates, if we find her first, those points will be yours. Li Shuang's eyes reddened a flush of jealousy she could not conceal. Her fingers threatened to dig into her palm. After a moment, she turned to Zhao Bing and asked, unwilling whether he truly could not intervene if they encountered interdimensional beings along the way. Zhao Bing replied flatly that they had entered to ensure the newcomers' safety, not to slay interdimensional creatures on their behalf. If everyone behaved that way, the entire trial within the realm would lose its meaning. Do you not believe me? If I were to act when you were not in danger, even merely wounding an interdimensional creature for you, you would be disqualified. And even if I helped you kill one, the points would not be credited to you. Do not waste thought on such trivialities. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan could only force back her resentment and continue following Zhao Bing to search for others. Many parts of the Yanjiang secret realm trembled because of the leaderboard hanging in the sky. Yang Fan, Zhao Tianxi, and the others reacted likewise upon seeing Shun Qing's rank and score. A flicker of astonishment crossed their faces. Soon they accepted the reality, even more readily than the senior students had, and murmured that she truly 10 minutes ago, deep within the magma secret realm at a location several hundred meters beneath the magma, a black orb was enveloped by the scorching lava. This is not a place where ordinary beings from other dimensions can survive. Even beings at the Lord level find it difficult to remain here for long. The black orb is not an ordinary substance, but rather a space that has been opened up. Within the orb, several consciousnesses seemed to sense something and gradually became enraged. Damn it, those damned humans have come again. The lava volcano originally had the qualification to upgrade to a silver level space, but because of those damned humans, everything has been ruined. One consciousness gritted its teeth and said, "That's right. Humans once invaded my lava volcano, and the king slaughtered them all. It was supposed to be possible to rely on them along with the blood power of those contract spirits to bring about a transformation in the space's will and thus upgrade. But those damned humans sent a full 30 peak silver beings, forcing the king to exhaust himself to death. Not only that, but our passage has also been cut off, and many of our kin have been slaughtered by those damned humans." This consciousness became even angrier, its words filled with an indelible murderous intent. "These bastards even keep us here, allowing those human brats to train. This is a great humiliation for all beings of my lava volcano." Other consciousnesses echoed in agreement, their words equally hateful. "In their eyes, we are like livestock. Humans do not regard our lives as anything, wantonly slaughtering us and leaving the spaces will incomplete, preventing us from giving birth to a king again." These consciousnesses cursed for a long time until suddenly one consciousness shifted the topic. "By the way, Frog, how did you find this space? We have been in the lava volcano for so long. Even if this place is hidden, we shouldn't be completely unaware. Moreover, I remember you usually stay inside the volcano. How did you suddenly find this place?" The speaking consciousness seemed puzzled. In fact, not only it, but also the other consciousnesses felt the same way. They are all Lord-level beings of the lava volcano and are quite familiar with this place. Yet after being here for so long, they had never known of its existence. This place was discovered by Frog a week ago. Here they can communicate with their consciousness, and even the people from Biming Academy have not discovered them, making it quite miraculous. It should be noted that Biming Academy has many king-level and even emperor-level powerhouses, yet this place managed to evade even their detection. From the perspective of those outside, they are all quietly residing in their territories, completely unaware that their consciousnesses are secretly communicating here. Frog glanced at the consciousness speaking to him, his tone indifferent, revealing no emotion. "This has nothing to do with you." Before the consciousness could become angry, he continued, "Everyone, we have an opportunity perhaps. It can allow us to escape our current predicament." "What opportunity?" "The opportunity to become the king of the lava volcano." "What did you say?" The collective consciousness was shocked. "Become a king? This is simply impossible. The space's will is incomplete. Under such circumstances, no matter how strong they are, there is no possibility of becoming a king." "Frog, some jokes are not funny." Some consciousnesses began to grow unfriendly. Frog replied calmly, "What benefit would I gain from joking with you? The opportunity to become a king does exist, but it is extremely dangerous with a high possibility of death. The chance is so high that it could be said, equivalent to seeking death. Are you willing?" These consciousnesses fell silent. It wasn't that they feared death, but that they were pondering what Frog's method was. Soon some consciousnesses answered fiercely, "If death is the price, then so be it. As long as I can become a king, even if there's a 99 chance of death, I have no regrets. As long as I can make those damned humans pay the price, what does death matter?" With these words, the other consciousnesses echoed in agreement. As Lord-level beings from another dimension, having been nurtured by Biming Academy for so long, they had no sense of submission. In fact, their hatred for humans had deepened to the point where they would rather shatter themselves than not annihilate humanity. Upon hearing this, Frog finally revealed a smile. "It seems everyone has come to enlightenment. That's good, we can take action now." "Take action?" The many consciousnesses were puzzled. What action? In the next moment, a mass of black mist appeared in the space. The emergence of the black mist was not only peculiar, but also quite eerie. Just by seeing it, one would feel their mind slipping away, even their spirit becoming unwell, as if tainted. What is this? Why do I feel like I am losing control? Oh, hate, hate, hate. Kill, kill, kill. Those despicable humans deserve to die. Die, die, all die. Ha! Humans, I will annihilate all of you. Some consciousnesses were quickly tainted, uttering all kinds of mad words. These mad words soon transformed into incomprehensible mutterings, causing immense pain to any being that heard them. Shortly after, the consciousnesses that were muttering began to dissipate. Other consciousnesses with slightly higher mental strength managed to retain a bit of reason, but could not hold on for. Watching those consciousnesses on the verge of dissipating, they were filled with terror, shouting at Frog, "Frog, what have you done?" As soon as the words were spoken, these consciousnesses became even more terrified. They saw Frog had already closed his eyes, his pockmarked mouth slightly open, seemingly absorbing something. "Frog, you bastard. You actually want to absorb our consciousness." The voices were filled with horror along with incredulity. Not to mention how difficult it is to absorb consciousness. If one's consciousness is truly absorbed, they would ultimately be left with only a shell, which would be no different from being dead. "Frog, let me go. I promise I won't reveal your secret." One consciousness desperately held on. At the same time, they looked at the black mist, roughly understanding that all of this might be the doing of the eerie black mist. They had been schemed against by Frog and the black mist. After absorbing those completely tainted consciousnesses, Frog's ethereal eyes turned crimson, appearing ferocious and terrifying. Looking at the remaining consciousnesses, he rasped, "Everyone, didn't you just say that for the sake of becoming a king you would be willing to sacrifice your lives?" Hearing this, the remaining consciousnesses were furious. "Frog, even if you can become a king, it will be through your vile means, and it has nothing to do with us. You beast, do you see us as mere fodder?" "Fodder? Perhaps. Actually, from another perspective, if I absorb your consciousness, then from now on we are one. If I become a king, wouldn't that mean all of you become kings too? So I haven't deceived you, but it's just that your understanding is incorrect. Don't worry, everyone, once I become a king, I will not let a single human who entered this time escape." After saying this, an eerie laugh suddenly echoed from the black mist. Upon hearing the laughter, the other consciousnesses could no longer hold on and were completely tainted. Frog swallowed their wills, and his eyes grew even redder. Feeling the power within him, a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Looking at the black mist, he asked, "Over the past week you have been secretly eroding their consciousness for me. Finally, it has succeeded today. I have laid the foundation to become a king, but the spaces will here is not complete. What should I do next?" Frog's voice held both respect and trepidation. This black mist appeared mysteriously a week ago, revealing some things to him. Initially, Frog did not believe it, but this black mist managed to keep those humans completely unaware, and it also showed him the opportunity to escape his current predicament. Thus they cooperated. The muttering sounds emanating from the black mist were strange, yet Frog could understand the meanings of these sounds. He furrowed his brow and said, "Are you saying that all Lord-level beings in this space must die for me to have a chance to become a king?" Frog hesitated, not out of compassion, but because he was unsure how to kill them now. It would be fine here. If he were outside, he would definitely be discovered by humans. The muttering sound came again, and Frog's brow relaxed slightly, but he remained worried. Can this work? Forget it. Since it has come to this, I can only proceed this way. Frog summoned a drop of his blood and tossed it to the black mist, then closed his eyes. With a tearing sound as the black mist digested Frog's blood, the increasingly frantic muttering echoed throughout the space. Certain beings' consciousnesses were quietly affected. "You should have guessed what the black mist is by now, silly smile. Something feels off." Xinqing frowned and said, "Gugue." Su Xian looked confused. After killing so many fire slimes and earning so many points, wasn't that normal? He also glanced at the leaderboard and found that the second-ranked player was only slightly higher than their score. Seeing Su Xian's puzzled expression, Xinqing explained, "Xiaoshu, don't you find this strange? Generally speaking, slimes are a docile race. Even the otherworldly beings are like this. If they are not provoked, they rarely retaliate. It's quite abnormal for so many slimes to go berserk like earlier." As she spoke, Xinqing walked up to Su Xian, extended her index finger, and gently poked him, confirming that his body was cool before picking him up. "Look, Xiaoshu. Generally slimes are as good-natured as you are. But these slimes are acting like they've got. If you think that because you weakened that fire slime earlier it caused the riot among the fire slimes, that's basically impossible." Su Xian's expression became a bit strange upon hearing this. Good-natured? Was that referring to him? It was quite an honest statement. Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "I've not killed anyone who's provoked me, so I must be quite good just like that idiot named Zhu Shui and her foolish contract spirit. I've let them live until now, haven't I? Alas, it's a pity those two won't be able to enroll in any decent contract master academy, so they probably won't meet anyone like me again." There won't be another chance to torment them. If only Xinqing knew what Su Xian was thinking, she would immediately deny her earlier statement. This had nothing to do with being good-tempered. Just as Xinqing was about to leave, the crimson ground began to shake violently, the tremors intense, resembling an earthquake. Crack. Beside them, the lava covered by Xianbing debris surged again. Unlike before, this surge was exceptionally violent, akin to monstrous waves at sea. The force was many times stronger than before, and the air became increasingly scorching. Xinqing felt her skin sting. Glancing around, she noticed everything turning red. Xinqing sighed in resignation. What now? More troubles. With no other choice, she took out the diluted ice potion and swallowed it. The burning sensation subsided somewhat, but did not vanish completely. Xinqing retreated, distancing herself from the lava. Crack. Whooshed. A large expanse of Xianbing shattered, and a massive lava formation rose high, reaching about 40 to 50 meters before slowly flowing down. Xinqing focused her gaze and was stunned. Fire Slime Lord. Emerging from the lava was a fire slime approximately 40 to 50 meters tall, with an incredibly fierce and menacing expression. This was quite rare among slimes, especially its eyes. They were unnaturally red. Guguwe, Guguwe. Human, you have killed my kin, you must die. The fire slime lord roared in anger, its voice similar to that of other fire slimes. Although Xinqing could sense its fury, she had no idea what the fire slime meant. In her arms, Su Xian's face darkened. He realized he could actually understand the words of this fire slime lord. Host, now you believe right. You are of the same kin, Su Xian retorted angrily. What kin? I don't understand a word it's saying. The system was silent for a second, and then said languidly, Host, I never said you could understand its words. According to your human. No, you're not human. According to human terms, this is called feeling guilty for being a thief. Su Xian's face turned from blue to green. System, stop casually using idioms from my past life. I haven't settled the score with you for misusing poetry. Feeling guilty for being a thief. That sounds more like 300 tales of silver not hidden here. Host, so do you admit it? I admit, your grandpa. While the system and Su Xian were bickering, Xinqing suddenly whispered, Xiao Shi, can you communicate with this fire slime lord? I feel something is very wrong with its state. Xinqing was naturally not afraid of this lord. Its attributes were only around 4,000, and its skills were quite ordinary. However, aside from seeing its attributes, she also saw this evaluation. Extremely aggressive personality suspected to be influenced. Earlier, Xinqing had also seen evaluations of other fire slimes which were also aggressive, but none had the word abnormal or the suspected to be influenced phrase. Guguwe. Su Xian was not very keen on communicating with this fire slime lord. If possible, he preferred to send it to the afterlife directly. But since Xinqing had spoken up, Su Xian could hardly refuse, and said to the fire slime lord, Guguwe, why are you barking like a dog? The fire slime lord was clearly taken aback for a moment, then grew even angrier. Guguwe, Guguwe, you a fellow slime are here aiding the villain. You are unworthy of being a slime. Guguwe, who are you calling a slime? Su Xian became even angrier. He looked at Xinqing, his body transforming into tentacles extending out, first quickly pointing at the fire slime, then at Xinqing, and finally striking a pose as if to attack. The meaning was clear, this fire slime is insulting you. Moreover, it wants to attack you. Hurry up and let me. Xinqing fell silent. Having been with Su Xian for a long time, she could understand his intentions from his simple gestures. But why? Did she feel something was off about the conversation between these two slimes? The fire slime lord slowly moved its body, appearing ready to come ashore. Xinqing lowered her voice and quickly said, Xiao Shi, are you implying that this fire slime lord wants to kill me? Is it because of what happened with those fire slimes? But I still feel something is wrong, as slimes shouldn't be this aggressive. I suspect there is another reason behind this. Xinqing was worried not about the slime lord, but about the cause behind these abnormalities. Su Xian, however, was speechless. This girl he had contracted was fine everywhere, but for some reason she worried. Su Xian had also learned that although the otherworldly spaces in this world were dangerous, the laws still imposed considerable constraints on humanity. Thus, he felt there was no need to worry too much about the sudden appearance of a powerful contract master attacking him and Xinqing. Moreover, they currently had backing, so they shouldn't be overly cautious, or rather excessively so. Regardless of why the docile fire slime suddenly went berserk, or what was wrong with the fire slime lord, as long as they dared to provoke him, they would all be eliminated. Su Xian was destined to be the calamity that would bring about the end of the world. There will be an update today with 2 more chapters in the afternoon. Grinning, Xinqing perceived Su Xian's intentions. Deep down, she felt somewhat helpless. Until now, she had not disclosed anything to Su Xian regarding the calamity creatures. On one hand, she did not want Su Xian to bear such immense pressure. On the other hand, even though Su Xian was currently at the bronze level, capable of defeating others of the same rank, and even silver beings, he still lacked the strength to face those terrifying calamity creatures. Xinqing struggled with her thoughts for a long time, finally letting out a sigh. Guji. The fire slime lord had already come ashore, its expression filled with rage and a chilling, murderous intent. Su Xian, however, looked down upon it. Guji. Who are you, a mere slime, trying to scare? Following that, Su Xian intended to take the life of the fire slime lord directly. At that moment, the magma began to boil again. Unlike before, there were no fire slimes appearing in the magma. Instead, it seemed like there were clusters of light. Xinqing was stunned. She saw the information about these light clusters. They were actually the remnants of consciousness from the deceased fire slimes. This was somewhat outrageous, as Xinqing had never heard of dead dimensional beings retaining their consciousness. Guji. Humans. And you traitor. Guji. Feel our wrath. Countless light clusters converged within the body of the fire slime lord, and moments later its body began to swell rapidly. Just like Su Xian's performance during the opening ceremony at Beiming Academy. 60 meters, 70 meters. Ultimately, the fire slime lord's body inflated to nearly 100 meters in size, resembling a small mountain, exerting immense pressure comparable to Su Xian's previous form. Due to the massive commotion caused by the fire slime lord, the two new and old students who had been lying on the ground were struck by large rocks, severely injured, and eliminated early from the secret realm. At this moment, Xinqing had no mood to pay attention to them anymore. She noticed that the stats of the fire slime lord in front of her had also improved significantly. Now they were around 8,000. Additionally, it had a skill. Inexplicably, there was a new skill named Slime's Fury, which was quite strange. What is happening? Xinqing frowned. Although she could see the changes in the opponent, she did not quite understand the reasons behind such changes. On the surface, it appeared that the fire slime lord had merged with the consciousness of other deceased fire slimes to achieve such a state, but this phenomenon was unheard of. Wait. Xinqing's pupils suddenly constricted. She felt like she had seen something similar before. Guji. The body of the fire slime was extremely hot. Even the air was being scorched. If an ordinary silver contract spirit were to take just one hit, it might evaporate instantly. Yet Su Xian showed no fear, even smiling. At just 100 meters, what are you trying to pretend with? The next moment, he leapt into the air, activating his body transformation skill. Guji. Grow bigger, grow bigger, grow bigger. Su Xian's body expanded at an astonishing speed. Xinqing, witnessing this, felt helpless and quickly said, little slime. Just a little bigger than it would suffice. Xinqing still wanted to understand what had happened to the fire slime lord. Guji. I want it. Boom. Moments later, a blue slime, approximately 200 meters tall, appeared before the 100-meter fire slime lord. The pressure it exerted was even greater than that of the fire slime lord, making the fire slime lord appear like a grandchild encountering its ancestor before Su Xian. Xinqing's lips twitched slightly. Is this what you call just a little bigger? Guji. You. This is impossible. Upon seeing Su Xian, who was twice its size, the fire slime's anger began to dissipate, replaced by confusion and shock. It did not understand. After all, it had absorbed so much consciousness energy from its kin to attain such power. But how could this little being Su Xian suddenly grow to be so much larger than it? This was utterly absurd. Su Xian scoffed. Guji. You think just absorbing a bit of mental power makes you invincible, eh? Guji. If it weren't for me. Haha, they wouldn't even leave this bit of mental power behind. Although it was said that the fire slime lord had absorbed the consciousness of other fire slimes to Su Xian, it was just a matter of mental power. Even though he was not quite sure why a slime could absorb mental power, it didn't matter. What mattered was, he would kill this fire slime lord. What a huge commotion. Zhao Bing felt the strong tremor from the ground, a hint of astonishment crossing his mind. He had been to the magma secret realm or the lava volcano before, but he had never encountered such a large disturbance. Even during a volcanic eruption, magma boiling, or dimensional beings rioting. Well, as the one being cultivated, they would generally not riot. At most, the first two events would happen. But now Zhao Bing distinctly felt something was different. Senior, look over there. Li Shuang's voice came tinged with a hint of fear. Zhao Bing turned to look at her. Seeing her pale face, he frowned, and then followed her gaze. The next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a hint of astonishment. What? What is that? In the eastern direction, a massive blue entity seemed poised to break through the crimson sky. Just one glance was enough to send shockwaves through the mind. Is that the slime Zhao Bing recalled. Soon his frown deepened. Did it have such size during the opening ceremony? Could it be it was hiding its strength last time? Li Shuang trembled and asked, Senior, what should we do? Zhao Bing's expression regained its calm, glancing at Li Shuang before smiling. This is a good thing. Although this slime seems to have grown larger again, it also proves one point, which is that it has encountered a formidable foe. For me, there are no formidable foes in this magma secret realm, and this slime must exert its full strength. This also indicates that it is definitely not my opponent. Zhao Bing spoke with confidence. He looked towards Su Xian's location and added, Now is good, at least we have a target. Let's go. If we delay, someone might snatch it away first. We might as well enjoy the show from the sidelines. After saying that, the two headed towards the position of Xuan. Meanwhile, about 3 kilometers away in a concealed location, a creature resembling a fire fox with slightly bent limbs and crimson eyes gazed towards the location of Zhao Bing and Li Shuang, as if it intended to swallow them whole. It had been watching these two for a while. Seeing them leave, it moved swiftly to follow. Many people in the magma secret realm noticed the towering Xuan. After a moment of daze, some were puzzled, some were shocked, while others were elated. Is that the slime? How did it become so large? Damn, wasn't that slime's limit last time? Is it really still a contract spirit of a great potential? I feel like it could defeat all S-level beings. Haha, it finally appeared. Let's go, junior sister, to find Xinqing. We should hurry, though otherwise others might finish before us. Before long, except for a few who were indifferent, nearly over 90% of the new and old students rushed towards Xuxian's location. Among them, some did not notice that around them several dimensional beings with malicious gazes were watching them. Or rather, stalking them. Something feels wrong. At Beiming Academy, on the first floor of the teaching building, the old man gazed at the scene before him, his already wrinkled brow creasing further. He could naturally see the abnormalities of those lord-level beings, especially that fire slime lord. This is truly strange. Could it be that something has gone awry in the magma secret realm? That shouldn't be the case. This secret realm has been in the academy for who knows how long. Moreover, before this secret realm opened, the academy head and others personally inspected it, and there were no issues. Am I being overly cautious? The old man pondered, then slowly shook his head. Never mind, let's observe a bit longer. If there truly is a problem, I can step in and rescue them. As a semi-king level powerhouse, even if the lava volcano were to experience some abnormality, he was confident he could handle it. Little did he know it was this very decision that nearly led to a disaster. Guji, this is it, Xuxian exclaimed while looking at the fire slime lord, who had almost been completely drained of power and was currently in a severely weakened state. Gee, how is this possible? The weakened fire slime lord could hardly move, its body shrinking to around 20 meters, helplessly wriggling on the ground, looking as if it was on the verge of demise. Its half-open eyes were filled with confusion and fear, with the earlier anger having long vanished. It could not comprehend how Xuxian could be this powerful. Guji, practice makes perfect. Oh, why the fuss? Guji, I ask you, why did your kin attack us for no reason just now, eh? This was a question suggested by Xinqing. Gee. Hearing the words of the fire slime, Lord Xuxian frowned slightly. This time he did not understand what the other party meant. It wasn't that he couldn't comprehend the words, rather the fire slime lord was uttering something akin to a modal particle. Xinqing hurriedly asked, little sure, what did the fire slime lord say? Guji, I don't know. Casually responding, he then realized Xinqing would not understand his words, so he planned to shrink his body and gesture for her to see. Boom. At that moment, an arrow emanating black mist shot in from the northeast direction. The arrow was moving quickly, about to pierce into the body of the fire slime lord to take its life. It was evident that it was aiming to take the kill. Guji, impudent. Xuxian was furious, standing up and using his massive body to block the incoming arrow. However, due to his enormous size, the ground shook as if an earthquake had occurred. The shockwave acted on the fire slime lord, directly causing its demise. In the crimson sky, Xinqing's name suddenly increased by 500 points. Xuxian. Xinqing. Seeing Xinqing's silence, Xuxian angrily glared in the direction from which the arrow had come, shouting, Guji, bastard, come out. As soon as his words fell, gentle applause echoed. Soon after, 2 young men and their contracted spirits, one of them with a gaze almost glued to Xinqing, gritted his teeth. It was Wang Yang. The other was his chosen senior, who had intended to target Xinqing from the beginning, named Ren Hong. Ren Hong was a peak silver contract master, and behind him stood a black knight nearly 4 meters tall. The black knight held a pitch-black bow and arrow of about 3 meters in length, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Unlike Wang Yang, Ren Hong, after glancing at Xinqing, shifted his gaze to Xuxian and remarked, I didn't expect that during the opening ceremony this slime could take on 1,000 foes without using its full strength. The current state it shows must be its true strength. To defeat the fire slime lord, it seems his attributes are at least above 4,000. Our predictions back then must have been wrong. Wang Yang, hearing this, looked incredulous. 4,000. How is that possible? This is a bronze-level contracted spirit. Can it really exhibit such values? Ren Hong smiled and said, in this world there are all kinds of bizarre contracted spirits. They may in certain aspects surpass human imagination. You just don't know about them. As for the values, from what you know, even at peak bronze level, the highest attributes would only be around 780, right? But how do you know there aren't any values exceeding 1,000? Think carefully about the source of your information. What you know now is merely what others want you to know. Shenxing's contracted spirit indeed possesses extraordinary attributes. But such occurrences have not been unheard of. Renhong's words struck like thunder, leaving Shenxing and Wang Yang somewhat dazed. Renhong, however, paid no mind to their reactions and continued with a smile, but unfortunately, Shenxing, if I were at the same level as you, I would admit I am absolutely no match for you. But now I am peak silver while you are peak bronze. You may call me shameless or accuse me of bullying freshmen, but given the current situation, your slime cannot defeat my Black Knight. Renhong turned to his Black Knight. To show my respect for your slime, I can tell you my Black Knight's attack power. Saying this, he paused before continuing, 10,900. What? Shenxing had yet to react, but Wang Yang's pupils constricted instantly. His voice trembled slightly as he incredulously exclaimed, Senior, your contracted spirit's attack value actually exceeds 10,000. Even with his experience, he had rarely heard of contracted spirits in the silver rank that surpassed 10,000 in value. Renhong chuckled. Is that so strange? Junior, it's perfectly normal for you not to know since you just arrived at the academy. In fact, there are some dimensional spaces on the Azure planet that only the 10 major academies can enter. This is not to prevent other contracted masters from obtaining resources, but because the dangers within are so extreme that even high-potential contracted spirits have a high probability of perishing inside. Ordinary contracted spirits would simply be walking to their deaths if they entered. However, fortune favors the bold. These dimensional spaces, while dangerous, yield resources that are exceptionally unique. I won't elaborate on these, seniors, now. You'll naturally find out later. Shenxing interjected. Senior, according to your explanation, the 10 major academies exclusively control these secret realms to prevent ordinary contracted masters from dying, not to hoard these resources for themselves. If that's the case, why can't the resources obtained from these special dimensional spaces be sold to other contracted masters? Shenxing's voice was deep. I have never heard of such resources circulating in the market. Since you don't sell them and claim it's not to monopolize these resources, isn't that contradictory? Everyone get some rest. Early silly smile. Renhong looked at Shenxing for a long time before smiling and saying, Junior sister, I have heard that although the empire you come from is not particularly powerful, your family's influence in the local area is quite strong. Since childhood, you have basically been pampered and have not suffered too much injustice. Shenxing frowned. She did not understand what the other party meant by suddenly saying this. Renhong continued, do you know? In fact, environments like yours are the happiest. If one were born in a powerful empire, especially from a strong background, the competition would be exceedingly fierce from a young age. And if one has no background, then it is even worse. Basically, they have no share in any good things. Shenxing interrupted the conversation, her voice low. Senior brother, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Although Renhong's words were interrupted, he was not angry and smiled, saying, Junior sister, you know right now you possess a kind of innocence that has not been tainted by worldly affairs. That is a positive way to put it. If I were to rephrase it, it would be foolish. Shenxing's frown deepened. Beside her, Su Xian was furious. How dare this brat speak of Shenxing in such a manner in front of him? Just as he was about to take action to let this brat named Renhong know what violence meant, he was stopped by Shenxing. Renhong continued, Junior sister, you should have never had to worry about food or clothing nor about resources. But it is different for others. There are far too many who would risk their lives to obtain resources. I believe your teacher already mentioned this in your first class. Shenxing fell silent. Indeed, Su Xian had told them about this in the first class. Every resource is seized by countless human powerhouses at the cost of their lives. Junior sister, sometimes it is actually good not to let you know certain things. Just like what I am about to tell you, it should not be said by me. Renhong sighed helplessly, but who told senior brother I wanted to gain some benefits from you? This may sound ambiguous, but in short, I want to obtain resources from you. Talking to you about this is also a form of compensation in a sense. Junior sister, let me ask you, if ordinary contract masters knew that there were special resources in these unique dimensional spaces, which could even help their contract spirits break through limits, but there was a very high probability, say 99.99% of dying after entering. Do you think that even in such a situation they would refrain from going to these dimensional spaces out of fear of danger? Let me tell you, they won't. No matter how dangerous you tell them it is, as long as they know there is a place where they can obtain such resources, they will likely venture into the dimensional space, even if they know they are almost certain to die. Moreover, they might think that those are just excuses from above aimed at cutting off their path to better resources. You might not understand such thoughts, junior sister, but that's normal. After all, your background has determined that since childhood you may have lived a life where everything was handed to you. Su Xian was furious. His fierce eyes glared at Renhong. Who are you pointing at here? Who said someone was living a life where everything was handed to them? A certain slime felt that he was being alluded to, considering that after being summoned, resources were all provided for free. Whatever resources he needed would arrive at his door the very next day. Renhong smiled. and said, "Junior sister, human nature is very complex. Even if you explain the pros and cons to them, it is of no use. The best way is to conceal certain things and not tell them for now. If one day they truly have the strength to know, they will naturally find out. For instance, if you were not at Biming Academy or any of the other top 10 academies, you wouldn't know about these matters. Senior brother has spoken too much. Oh, I hope junior sister will not mind." After a moment, Xinqing raised her head, looking at Ren Hong with a somewhat complicated expression. Taking a deep breath, she softly said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I have greatly benefited." Ren Hong's face revealed a hint of surprise, smiling and saying, "I didn't expect junior sister to actually take it to heart. I thought you would be angry. Not everyone can listen to others, especially now that we are still at odds." Xinqing said seriously, "Some matters are indeed limited in understanding because of my background. But that does not mean I lack the ability to think. Senior brother's words are reasonable. I admit that I had previously thought too simply. I acknowledge this point." Xinqing believed that the special resources should be circulated in the market, also out of hope for the overall strength of the contract masters on the Azure planet to become stronger. After all, with one more powerhouse, there is one more glimmer of hope. Facing those world-destroying monsters, having more powerful contract masters is always better. But just as Ren Hong said, there were indeed some matters she had not considered, or rather, could not understand. This was her shortcoming, not truly standing in the shoes of others to think about the issue. Ren Hong looked deeply at Xinqing, finally smiling and saying, "Junior sister, you truly surprised me. However, if there are no other matters, senior brother will have to take action." Xinqing's gaze was calm. "Senior brother, actually, when I learned that someone wanted to target me in the secret realm, my initial thought was, you all are cowards." Ren Hong raised an eyebrow, then heard Xinqing continue, "As silver contract masters, you do not dare to provoke stronger seniors, but instead focus your attention on a mere bronze like me. I feel angry about this. It's interesting that you all are cultivated by Biming Academy. To be honest, I didn't expect that I could listen attentively to what senior brother said, nor did I expect senior brother could say such things. After all, I have always thought that those who target me among the seniors are merely bullies." Wang Yang, who had been listening for a long time, found Ren Hong's words to be nonsense of no significance whatsoever. Of course, he also did not dare to blame Ren Hong. What he truly desired was to teach Xinqing a lesson, to let her know what the consequences of offending him were. Originally, he was very excited to see Ren Hong finally prepare to take action. But now with Xinqing starting to talk about irrelevant things again, wasting time, he couldn't help but angrily say, "Xinqing, stop saying these useless things. Senior brother looking for trouble with you is a sign of respect. Aren't you very powerful? Didn't you defeat 1,000 at the opening ceremony? How come when facing us first years you're so arrogant, but when facing seniors you shrink back? Do you want to buy time? Let me tell you, that's completely useless." Xinqing ignored Wang Yang. On the other side, Ren Hong stopped Wang Yang's words. The latter felt somewhat anxious, worried that if time dragged on and others arrived here, the benefits they could obtain would be significantly less. But without Ren Hong taking action, he had no choice but to secretly curse. Really, what's up with this senior brother? Doesn't he know that delays lead to changes? If the cooked duck flies away later, you will regret it. What bad luck! I should have chosen someone else at that time. With no other option, Wang Yang began to observe his surroundings, looking for anyone who had arrived here like them. Ren Hong smiled at Xinqing. "Junior sister, I know you are unwilling, but reality is just like this. You can call it an excuse or whatever reason you want. The current situation is that in the secret realm within the rules, I can take action against you. If you feel unwilling, then go increase your strength." Oh, words hold no power at this moment. "Junior sister, I personally admire you quite a lot. If it was before, it was because of your contract spirit, but now it is because of you as a person. I initially planned to not only make you surrender all your resources, but also to have you sign an IOU." Ren Hong lamented. Previously, Biming Academy did not have this rule, but now due to the Academy's poor performance in the top 10 Academy competition since 3 years ago, anyone who performs poorly in the secret realm, even accumulating a large number of credits, will have to repay slowly over the next year. Originally, senior brother wanted a portion of those credits, but now it's no longer needed. "Junior sister, I know you do not have all your resources on you, but the Academy recognizes IOUs and will So are you planning to write me an IOU now, or should I demonstrate my strength rendering your slime incapable of fighting, and then you'll write me an IOU?" Xinqing said softly, "What if I defeat senior brother?" "Defeat me?" Ren Hong was somewhat taken aback. Wang Yang couldn't help but sneer. "Xinqing, are you out of your mind? You think you can defeat senior brother Ren Hong? Didn't you hear him say that his Black Knight has an attack value exceeding 10,000? If he hadn't acted gently towards you just now, do you think you and your contract spirit could still be standing here?" Regarding Wang Yang's words, Xinqing did not pay any attention, or rather she completely ignored him. A person who could be taken care of with a casual effort was not worth her energy. She focused her gaze on Ren Hong and stopped speaking. Wang Yang, seeing her like this, felt even angrier. Just as he was about to say something else, he heard Ren Hong say, with a smile, "Junior sister, I previously thought you were a smart person. But now it seems you are not. Just now the dark arrow shot by my Black Knight did not use full strength, not even a tenth. I have no need to deceive you, but if you truly take my previous attack, as my full-strength senior brother will be Rinhong thought that Xinqing might have taken his previous probing attack as his full strength, which was why she did. To be honest, if Xinqing still had the courage to fight him facing his Black Knight's attack value exceeding 10,000, he would have to commend her. But if Xinqing fantasized about defeating him, such a failure to recognize reality or having unrealistic thoughts made Rinhong feel disappointed. Xinqing looked at Rinhong's reaction and sighed, senior brother, it seems. You are not as clever as I thought.